Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of the strongest primitive man right here on GMT Recap. This guy is only 12 years old, yet he's been forced to go shark hunting for massive sharks. The way they hunt is very unusual. They directly throw him into the water as bait for the shark, which is basically asking for death. After that, they toss him a wooden stick, leaving Chin completely confused. Well, something is better than nothing, he thought, adjusting his posture to face the shark. He struggled to climb back to shore. However, human malice is even worse. They want him to catch a fish, or else the tribe would be humiliated. It's not that I can't catch a fish, but I'll do it my own way, Chin cleverly responded. Not long after, he came back with a coil of rope on his shoulder, making everyone puzzled. What is this guy trying to do? Then, he hooked a large piece of meat onto his self-made hook and threw it into the lake. Everyone thought he was just talking nonsense and acting crazy. But immediately, everyone fell silent. A gigantic fish was pulled up onto the shore by Chin. Just like that, the warrior's test was passed. Chang Lord curiously asked, "How did you do it?" Chin slowly explained, "This is called fishing. The hook is made from deer antler. This big fish likes to eat meat, so you just use meat as bait. When it bites, the hook catches tightly in its mouth. At that point, you just pull it up." The girl didn't expect such a clever method. If we use this method, the tribe won't have to worry about starving in the winter. Moreover, ordinary people can also fish, without risking their lives hunting. Chang Lord also wanted to give it a try, but no fish took the bait. At that moment, the surface of the lake rippled. He immediately shouted for her to reel it in. Madaka used all her strength to pull, and to everyone's astonishment, this time it was the legendary kingfish, something that seemed impossible to catch with just that gear. She was overjoyed, like someone having a bountiful harvest, and couldn't resist bragging. It was she, after all, who had once tried to sabotage him. Back then, he had been sitting leisurely, enjoying a gigantic grilled fish, combining its flavor with fruit wine, making the aroma burst forth like an explosion. A white tiger had been drawn in by the scent, its desire for food irresistible. Chin only flashed a crafty smile. Soon after, the creature found itself falling straight into the trap that he had set. The white tiger roared in fury. "Do you dare to ambush me?" This left Chin startled so it could speak human language. He himself was an advanced mechanical engineer, having crossed over into this primitive world. Many things here remained a mystery to him. The white tiger, swift as lightning, leaped over the edge of the pit and climbed up, forcing Chin to retreat in haste. He quickly made a 180-degree turn and invited the tiger to try the delicious grilled fish and spare his life. Just as the white tiger was about to pounce, Chin threw the fish straight at its face. Then, he quickly pulled the rope, triggering a mechanism from the ground that slammed into the tiger's head, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Chin grabbed his grilled fish and ran. Furious, the white tiger chased after him, shouting, "Do you dare to stop, or not?" After that, Chin was cornered at the edge of a high cliff, with a white tiger closing in behind him. It's one thing to tease a dog, but teasing a tiger meant certain death. As the tiger charged toward him with its claws extended, Chin suddenly leapt downward, his face showing no sign of fear. From his back, wings that resembled bird feathers unfurled, allowing him to glide. Before he fell, he even casually raised his middle finger in a friendly farewell. "Little kitten, you're not even worth playing with." The white tiger was furious but powerless to stop him. A wisp of smoke appeared around it, quickly transforming into a beautiful woman. She was Madaka, from the Yenclan clan. Unable to swallow her anger, she hissed, "I'll make you taste suffering." Behind her, her guards had also caught up, heading straight for Chin's Yenclan. At the gates of the Yenclan, Chin had just returned and was surprised to see a giant rhinoceros standing in front of him, not knowing where it came from. The gatekeeper approached and asked, "Why are you only coming back now?" "There's a feast happening in the clan." Chin was puzzled. Seeing his confused expression, the gatekeeper explained. Today, the great Hadaka tribe has come to bestow their favor, personally organizing the awakening ceremony. Upon hearing this, Shin's curiosity was piqued, and he hurried toward the center of the clan. At just 12 years old, he was not yet qualified to participate in the awakening ceremony. In the yard, a chubby young man threw a giant antlered deer from his shoulder to the ground. Shin had just arrived and overheard the conversation around him. Ancestor God above, this is a giant antlered deer. Another person excitedly said. No wonder he's the son of Grand Elder Chui. It looks like this time he has a real chance of awakening. Seeing the crowd talking about him, Chui proudly greeted everyone in the tribe. Since he was a child, Chui had been personally trained by the Grand Elder, with hopes that he would become the next leader of the Yenclan. Suddenly, a gigantic antelope was thrown to the ground. The disdainful gaze of the newcomer glanced at Chui, who was showing off his strength. The crowd began to talk about the young man who had just appeared. His name was Yen, the son of the second elder, and his strength was on par with Chui's. Some even believed Yen was stronger than Chui. All the tribespeople believed that the future development of the tribe would depend on these two. Shin stood aside, silently thinking to himself. I wonder what these two are eating that they grew so quickly, their bodies full of power, insanely strong. At this moment, a middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling for Yen and Chui to approach him. The two young men exchanged a glance, their eyes not very friendly. The deep, rough voice of the middle-aged man rang out. This awakening ceremony is extremely important. You must both succeed. Wu Jian Hakuwei personally sent Hadaka to observe. Both Yen and Chui became excited upon hearing that Hadaka would be arriving. Seeing their excitement, the middle-aged man encouraged them. Perform well and seize the awakening spark. Turning around, I noticed Shin standing behind him with a smile on his face. He patted Shin on the shoulder and praised him. You have a strong father. Although he doesn't participate in the hunts, his talent in stone weapon crafting is truly impressive. I reminded Shin that for this awakening ritual, he must observe carefully. In the future, he would have to inherit his father's glory. Shin appeared confused and glanced back. A large, muscular middle-aged man was carrying a stone pillar on his shoulder, walking with heavy steps towards them. It was clear that the pillar was incredibly heavy. When the man set the pillar down on the ground, a loud noise echoed. Shin muttered. How much does this thing weigh? The muscular middle-aged man tossed the stone pillar into the air. Shin and the tribe members behind him were struck with awe by this extraordinary strength. The beast tattoo on his back began to glow, releasing a powerful aura. He roared. Hadaka! He leaped onto the stone pillar. After standing on top, he gathered all his strength into his legs, driving the pillar forcefully into the ground. Witnessing the incredible scene before him, Shin couldn't help but feel a sense of panic and exclaimed. Is this still a human? Standing on the stone pillar, a middle-aged man with a serious and majestic expression shouted loudly. Ancestor God above, the immortal totem, eternal brilliance. Beneath him, the entire tribe chanted in unison. Huga Huga. As the crowd quieted down, the middle-aged man ordered the tribe leader to bring the children over the age of 15. He declared that he would personally preside over the awakening ceremony. Yen tribe leader respectfully bowed and responded. Ancestor God above. It is our great honor to have a warrior of the mighty totem like you preside over this ceremony. Shin muttered under his breath. A totem warrior, what kind of title is that? His body was only 12 years old. According to the rules, Shin had to wait 3 more years before he could participate in the ceremony. The young Madaka were brought forward and stood around the totem pillar. The middle-aged man's voice rang out with great authority. Young generation, you all know that only when you become powerful totem warriors will you have the strength to protect your tribe. A tribe can only grow strong with the help of totem warriors. And only the mighty totem warriors can use their power to fight against the darkness. Upon hearing these words, Qin pondered quietly. Darkness, totem power. There seems to be a lot of mystery. It's best to observe for now. The middle-aged man continued. The Yenclan's totem is fire. He could draw strength from the totem's pillar, lead it outside, and help the young people in front of him awaken. If the awakening was successful, the fire would appear on their bodies. Immediately, he activated the totem pillars. Flames erupted from the stone pillars, forming a sphere of light that enveloped everyone standing at the center. The three leaders of the Yenclan stood outside. Long Day hoped that someone would successfully awaken. It had been 5 years, and their tribe hadn't had a child succeed yet. Inside the sphere of light, flames suddenly appeared on Shui and Yen. The Grand Elder was excited and quickly urged the tribe leader to look. Ancestor God above, the two children have awakened. The Yenclan has found its heirs. Everyone knelt down, facing Yen and Shui. Thank you, Ancestor God. Qin muttered a curse. These people are all superstitious. Suddenly, the flames on the totem pillars blazed up violently. The unexpected turn of events left the middle-aged man outside in confusion. In the eyes of the onlookers, a mass of green flames shot out from the center of the totem pillar, heading straight toward Qin. Everything happened too quickly. Qin didn't have time to react and was engulfed by the green flames. He opened his eyes, panicking as he observed his body. Qin realized the green flames were surrounding him, and they seemed to have a consciousness, rejoicing at meeting their kin. The tribe leader and Grand Elder were excited to see that Qin had also awakened. The Yenclan was about to flourish. But Qin panicked when he saw the green flames charging toward his chest. A strange tattoo appeared on Qin's chest, then gradually disappeared as if it had never existed. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached and asked Qin about the strange color of the flame. Qin, confused, asked back. Is there a problem? He asked Qin to release the spark to observe, just like Shui and Yen had done. The Yen tribe leader quickly explained. Madaka, this kid is only 12 years old, not yet of the age to awaken a totem, so he doesn't understand what you're saying. He turned to Qin and said, Close your eyes, calm your mind, and try to feel the spark. Following his instructions, Qin closed his eyes. His mind suddenly drifted into a strange space, surrounded by stars. In his confusion, a sound made Qin turn his head. In front of him was a giant black hole that terrified Qin, causing him to open his eyes and snap out of it. The middle-aged man quickly asked, Qin, have you sensed the spark? Qin shook his head and said, No, I haven't. The Yen tribe leader angrily grabbed Qin by the collar. How can you not sense it? We all saw it with our own eyes. The middle-aged man skeptically asked, Are you sure you didn't sense the spark and there's no other totem? Qin asked back. Does the black hole count? Both of them were stunned, not understanding what Qin was talking about. Qin tried to describe the shape of the black hole. It could suck everything in, but they still couldn't understand. For the first time, Yen and Shui spoke in unison. Qin hasn't awakened yet, so he can't feel anything. What had just happened was merely a coincidence, and the surrounding tribespeople joined in, believing that Qin had not truly awakened. The second elder suddenly spoke with malicious intent. Shui, the flame on Qin's body is strange. Could it be related to darkness? The Grand Elder added, Qin just mentioned something about a black hole. Could he be involved with darkness? The words of both elders caused the Yen tribe leader to fall into deep thought. He then turned to the middle-aged man, hoping that with his knowledge, he could suggest a way out. The middle-aged man's voice rang out, Although I have never encountered such a situation, if it is related to darkness, it cannot be taken lightly. Noticing the skeptical looks and the aggressive stance of everyone around him, Qin realized he had made a mistake and wanted to leave immediately. However, the middle-aged man lunged toward him to attack. Just as his fist was about to crush Qin's head, a shout rang out, "Stop!" The middle-aged man paused and turned to see who dared to give orders to a totem warrior like him. Before him stood a majestic lion, its fierce appearance advancing toward him. Everyone in the tribe knelt in unison, bowing their heads and chanting loudly, Madaka, Huga Huga. Shin appeared confused by this title. Wasn't this the large cat that had once fought with him over food? The lion blinked and vanished, revealing the form of Madaka, the leader of the Madaka tribe. Upon witnessing this, Shin forgot everything else. He leapt forward, throwing his arms around the middle-aged man and shouted loudly. "Aha, the big cat has become a spirit." Madaka approached Shin, and his voice rang out. "We meet again." Everything happening at the Yenclan was being observed by an old man through a mysterious basin in his hands. He called out, "Here it is, the invisible flame." The young man behind spoke up. "Appearing and disappearing, it's the flame that can't be seen." The old man continued. "The fire that can't be seen, the fish that can't be caught, the abyss that can't be reached." His eyes gleamed with seriousness. The prophecy had finally started to come true. The young man behind expressed doubt. "Has the one chosen by heaven truly appeared in this small tribe?" The old man raised his hand to the sky, activating the formation. His voice rang out. "It is time to begin. A long-distance teleportation formation has been established." Back at the Yenclan, the middle-aged man pointed at Shin with a serious tone. "This kid is strange. Please, Madaka, take care of him." Madaka moved forward to ask Shin his name and whether he knew who he was. Shin imitated the others in the tribe and responded. "You are Madaka. The great Madaka." Madaka smiled softly. "If you already know, then tell me, how do you think I will deal with you?" It was unclear what was going through Shin's mind, but his face turned red as he stammered. "I am not someone to be treated casually." Shin spoke in a low voice. "I don't know how Madaka will handle this, but I fear I cannot help you with revenge." Madaka and everyone in the tribe had no idea who Aba was. Shin began to tell the story of Aba, a kind-hearted man who lived alone in the mountains. He had once saved Shin from a wild beast and treated him kindly. A month ago, Aba had rescued an injured white tiger, but when the tiger recovered, it ate him. Shin swore to avenge him. The tribe members believed him after hearing the story. Madaka asked, "Then did you attack me just now because you thought you were avenging Aba?" The tribe leader and the grand elder were frightened upon hearing about Shin's attack. Shin immediately confessed. "Although you and that wild beast are very similar, you are not it. I am Yenshin, a warrior who has done wrong, and I accept whatever punishment is given. But I have one request, please spare my tribe." Shin's words moved the tribe members, who believed that, although he was young, he had the spirit of a true warrior. After a moment of awkward silence, Madaka seemed to realize Shin's cleverly executed plan to escape punishment. He had intentionally portrayed himself as a warrior in front of everyone, making it impossible for Madaka to punish him. When Shin had spoken to the point of hoarseness, Madaka's voice finally rang out. "The Yenclan has a warrior like Shin, and as Madaka, I am also proud of them." Hearing the praise, Shin closed his eyes to savor it, secretly thinking that he had originally planned to rely on his looks to make a living, but he had ended up using his true talents instead. Not only had Madaka refrained from punishing him, but he even seemed inclined to reward him. She announced that she would bestow upon him the eternal Daro ceremony. Shin was completely in the dark about the significance of this ritual, but the Yenclan crowd behind her was extremely excited, repeatedly chanting Huga. Upon hearing the news, with a solemn tone, Madaka declared, "I am the daughter of Wu Jianha, of the Qingman tribe. In the name of Madaka, I bestow upon Shin of the Yenclan the Daro ceremony, praying for the blessings of the gods upon our warrior." After the prayer, the towering members of the tribe gathered around Shin, lifting him into the air to celebrate. The Yen tribe leader asked Madaka at what level the ceremony should be performed. He was stunned when Madaka decided it should be held at the highest level. Everyone immediately knelt down in gratitude, for such an honor was not something anyone could receive. Shin, still confused and unaware of what was about to happen, was then called over by the Yen tribe leader to thank Madaka. The tribe leader's voice was full of excitement. The Daro ceremony is the greatest honor that Madaka bestows. No one in the Yenclan has ever received this honor. Kneel and thank Madaka. Madaka waved her hand, signaling that it was unnecessary, and asked the tribe leader to quickly prepare for the trial. Shin was still bewildered, not knowing what he was about to face. The tribe leader patted him on the shoulder and spoke warmly. As long as you pass the life and death trial, you will become a Daro warrior. Shin felt a surge of fear. Seeing his pale face, Madaka gave a subtle smile. When Shin caught the brief smile, he suddenly understood everything and muttered to himself. This kid figured it out. Standing by the lake, watching the fierce predator fish circling beneath the surface, Shin felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, Madaka was plotting to harm him, not bestow any favors. Fortunately, he was smart and used a fishing method that easily allowed him to pass the challenge. An mysterious old man appeared, his voice echoed. At last, the prophecy has come true, the fish cannot be caught. Before the gigantic Lulu kingfish, Shin felt as though he had encountered it somewhere before, but couldn't recall exactly where. Madaka's bodyguard threw a burning bait towards the fish, but the fire failed to scorch it. He shouted, Madaka, this is definitely the Lulu kingfish. Madaka stood before the fish, his voice booming. Hunting the 100 monsters ancient is the first step in the war for the celestial pond lands. Our Changman tribe has gained the upper hand. The bodyguard still didn't understand. Madaka then explained the ancient prophecy, if you conquer the 100 monsters, you will enter the land of prophecy. The bodyguard was skeptical, no one has ever fulfilled that prophecy. Yet just then, another old voice interrupted. The prophecy has finally come true. The bodyguard was stunned. He had been assigned as a totem warrior to protect Madaka, yet he didn't realize someone else was approaching. The old man and a young man stepped forward. The guards tried to stop them, shouting, Who are you? Stay right there. The immense pressure from the old man made the two guards cry out in pain. Madaka was also startled by this powerful mental force. A mysterious chill emanated from the old man. The middle-aged guardian gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into activating the totem power, aggressively charging forward to attack the mysterious old man. But with just a wave of his hand, the old man stopped all of his efforts. Despite having the strength of 9 continents and 2 tigers, the guardian could not move forward even a step. The air was thick with tension, suffocatingly so, when Madaka suddenly shouted, Stop right now. She quickly knelt, her attitude respectful, her voice solemn. Madaka, the Madaka tribe, respectfully greets Daram. Shin was confused, not understanding who Daram was, someone who could make Madaka show such reverence. Upon seeing Madaka kneel, the crowd around them quickly followed suit, chanting loudly. Huga, Huga. Standing to the side, Shin's attention was drawn to some other mysterious symbols on the old man's right shoulder. It looks like the Vu character, could he be a witch doctor? Shin wondered, his face full of doubt. Without directly answering Madaka's question, the old man praised them. You have successfully conquered the Lulu kingfish, truly outstanding. He revealed that the purpose of his visit was to offer everyone the chance to participate in the trial of the mountain and sea. At the mention of the mountain and sea, Shin suddenly jolted. He remembered that the familiar Lulu kingfish was one of the special creatures described in the class of mountain and sea. A thought flashed in his mind, could it be that this place once had an ancient civilization? The symbols on the old man's body were the characters of the legendary class of mountain and sea script. Madaka was worried when he saw Daram using the secret technique to unlock the trial of the mountain and sea, fearing it would shorten his life. But the old man simply smiled. Child, I am Daram. This is my mission. The vague symbols slowly began to appear, and Shin recognized them as Oracle Bone Script. The energy from the old man grew stronger, causing the Yen tribe leader to feel fearful, silently praying for the protection of the ancestor god. Shin was alarmed when he realized that this energy was dark power. Normally, dealing with the darkness would be everyone's responsibility. But strangely, the people seemed to revere the old man. Just before, if Qin had casually mentioned the dark force, they would have wanted to take his life. Blood trickled from the corner of the old man's mouth, making the young guard anxious, but he gently said, "I am fine." Then, he declared that anyone under 18 could participate in the trial. The crowd buzzed when they heard that the reward for completing the task was a large totem pillar. The tribe leader and 2 elders were excited, as if successful, the tribe would gain 2 more totem pillars, significantly boosting their strength. The old tribe leader encouraged everyone in the name of the tribe. "Fight on!" The crowd enthusiastically chanted. "Hooga! Hooga!" Qin quietly observed, feeling that the primitives were truly terrifying. With a wave of his hand, created a rift, inviting anyone who wished to participate in the trial to step in. Madaka did not hesitate, transforming into a lion and charging straight into the rift. Daram silently admired, Muda, the youngest, is indeed extraordinary. He warned the others about the dangers inside, but everyone still enthusiastically shouted, "The warriors of the Yenclan fear no death." Qin stood still, muttering, "What a bunch of crazies," knowing they might die, yet still rushing in. He intended to sneak away but was startled when he saw Aaron standing right behind him. "Aaron!" But Qin firmly refused. Yen and Shui immediately grabbed Qin, pulling him into the rift. Daram murmured, "The fire cannot be seen, the fish cannot be caught." When everyone had entered, he whispered, "Who, after 10 years, will be the one chosen by heaven to save humanity?" His words sank into the void, carrying a terrifying secret about the fate of humankind that he was concealing. In the trial area of the mountain and sea, Qin was drawn to the pervasive red that enveloped everything, making him feel as though this place seemed familiar. After wandering around for a while, Qin and his group realized they had returned to where they started. Yen and Shui appeared frantic as they realized they had wandered into a dark region. "How could we face this dark power right after awakening the spark?" After calming down, Yen and Gu suggested that everyone act together, as this was just a challenge created by Daram, not actual darkness. Qin hugged his head, trying to remember. It seemed like he had missed something important. Suddenly, Daram's voice rang out, announcing, "Madaka has passed the first obstacle." Qin was quite surprised by Madaka's swift progress. Although he didn't want to participate, he didn't want to fall behind that small girl either. Thinking this, he rushed forward, leaving the others behind, bewildered. While running, Qin shouted loudly, "We are the proudest warriors of the Yenclan. No matter what danger lies ahead, we will emerge victorious." Hearing Qin's rallying cry, the group enthusiastically shouted, "Hooga! Hooga!" and quickly chased after him. In truth, Qin was not as brave as everyone thought. He believed the first obstacle was not too difficult since Madaka had easily passed it. If there were any monsters, Madaka would surely have dealt with them already. Qin was shameless, but somehow, he liked it. Qin soon realized that he had been left behind when the others passed him. He was astonished to see people with large builds rolling by him like balls, moving quickly. Could this be the siege tank warrior strategy? Then, another group of people jumped forward with high leaps. Qin stood there, eyes wide, watching them disappear in the distance. He felt embarrassed as he witnessed the primitive movements of these people. While trying to chase them, Qin angrily shouted, "You 18-year-olds are bullying me. That 12-year-old kid is really shameless." After running for a while without seeing anyone, Qin had to stop to catch his breath, sighing about the bizarre physique of the primitive people. He couldn't understand why they could run so fast. Suddenly, Qin saw the entire group running back towards him. What was happening? While he was still confused, Qin heard Shui scream, "Run quickly!" Something was chasing them. The group rushed into the Chui trees around them in a panic. Qin and the others were horrified as they saw the shadow of a gigantic monster emerging from the dust. It was a giant lizard. Qin felt fortunate that he wasn't the first one to rush in. The monster charged and attacked. One person beside Qin was stepped on, and though in great pain, they still shouted for the glory of the tribe. Realizing the monster's ferocity, Qin ran and screamed as everyone escaped. Suddenly, a second monster appeared, causing Qin to shout. What the hell is going on? Why are there two of them? One of the group members noticed a narrow path ahead. Qin quickly dashed into the narrow gap, escaping the attack of the two monsters. Looking at them, Cui sighed, one is already that strong, and there are three here. Qin muttered to himself, Madaka must have encountered these monsters. After careful observation, Qin noticed the wound on the monster's body caused by Madaka. Flame Emperor appeared and divided the group. Two groups drew the attention of the two monsters, while the remaining group, along with him and Shui, ambushed the third. They were confident because they had awakened the flame bait, which would allow them to quickly eliminate one monster. Everyone focused, waiting for Yen's command. Yen and Shui summoned the flames and led the charge. The others followed closely behind. Qin helped the injured warriors back on their feet, and they also rushed into the fray. Qin silently admired, the primitives are truly brave. Qin stood and observed, seeing that everyone was following the plan. The two monsters were distracted by the two weaker groups, creating a balanced situation. However, Yen and Shui's group was being overwhelmed despite having awakened the flame bait. There was definitely something wrong. Yen and Shui fought desperately. Taking advantage of a moment of weakness in the monster, they combined their strength to deliver a powerful blow. Yen shouted, "Hurry!" It was at this moment that everyone combined their strength to push a large piece of wood into the monster. Yen was overjoyed that the plan had succeeded. But before the joy could fully take hold, the group froze as two new monsters appeared. Why are there more of them every time we fight? Monsters also appeared in the other group. Yen roared, I don't believe we can't defeat them. The group charged back into battle but was quickly surrounded. Qin muttered, this is really unscientific. The monsters split, yet they are identical, violating the law of energy conservation. A thought suddenly flashed in Qin's mind, causing him to pay immediate attention. It seemed that he had found the solution to the tricky problem. Qin hurriedly dashed up the mountain to the peak, where large round stones lay scattered. He realized the issue lay in how the monsters split. Each time they divided, their appearance remained the same, but their strength was dispersed. This meant that with just a few more splits, these monsters would be no different from small dogs. Looking at the monsters surrounding them, Yen thought that the warrior could not give up. He was about to charge forward, hoping to find a way out when a large rock fell from above, crushing one of the monsters. Both of them were surprised, not understanding what Qin was doing on the mountaintop. Qin called out, do you two know the principle of leverage? It's a secret technique passed down to me by a master. With a fulcrum, you can lift even the earth. The primitive people, not having studied science, could only stare blankly, not understanding what Qin was talking about. This is bad, they're starting to split again. The people at the foot of the mountain shouted as more monsters appeared. Yen tried to stop Qin, thinking that his actions were only causing the monsters to multiply. From above, Qin shouted, this is called standing higher to see farther. Both Cui and Yen were angry because Qin refused to listen to them. Qin used all his strength to throw the stones, shouting loudly to warn everyone. Be careful. The thunder is roaring, the rain is falling, quickly go home and gather your clothes. A series of stones rolled down, crushing the monsters, but they split into new groups. This time, there was no terrain to protect them, it seemed like they were doomed. At that moment, Qin suddenly jumped down from the mountaintop, standing in front of everyone. Facing the monsters, Qin's bold voice rang out. A true warrior is someone who dares to face adversity, to look straight into the blood-soaked battlefield. Everyone was stunned, listening to Qin's words. Fighting is the mission of a warrior. Qin's figure today seemed unusually tall. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. With confident eyes, Qin spoke, provoking the monsters. If you're tough, come here. The provoked monster charged furiously. One of the tribesmen behind, frightened, threw his weapon away, tightly closing his eyes, not wanting to witness Qin's death. Quickly! Qin grabbed the weapon that flew out of the man's hand, delivering a powerful blow to the monster's head. Qin's heroic action left everyone speechless in amazement. His strike caused the monster's head to bulge. Holding the staff in his hand, Qin seemed to gain more courage, continuing to provoke the creature. Seeing it pounce again to attack, the staff in Qin's hand kept rising and falling, striking the monster's head. The group of people behind were astonished, not knowing when Qin had become so strong. Qin only stopped when he realized that the monster's head had no more uninjured spots left to strike. Seeing another monster charging toward him, Qin immediately fled to another place, leaving the monster for the others behind. As expected, Qin had guessed correctly. The newly split monsters were the weakest, while the monsters that had split from the beginning were the strongest. Realizing that the monster charging at him was a newly split one, Qin was overjoyed and rushed to bully it. Qin's body suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the voice of Madaka's Darum echoed in everyone's ears. Yenclan Qin has passed through the first gate. The group was completely confused as to how Qin had managed to pass. The fierce monster, unable to find Qin, looked over at the remaining people. It seemed they were about to suffer a lot of pain. At that moment, at the second gate, Madaka was surrounded by a group of stone statues. Her gaze fixed on the distant martial painting, only by destroying it could Madaka pass the gate. Madaka transformed into a lion and lunged forward. The stone statues also moved, launching an attack toward Madaka. Madaka used her claws to smash the stones being hurled at her, but left an opening at her back. One of the stone statues took the opportunity to attack her. Suddenly, the entrance to the second gate appeared in mid-air, causing Qin to fall freely and crash into the ground. Struggling to get up, Qin felt that this place resembled the main gate of the tribe. As he stepped inside, he saw Madaka ahead. Qin immediately greeted her. Madaka turned to look. There were traces of injury on her otherwise charming face. Seeing this, Qin thought to himself, for someone to be able to injure her like this formation is indeed not simple. Outside, a young man suggested to Darum, up until now, everyone participating in the trials has stopped at this stage. Madaka's strength is the greatest among the participants. Should we give her a hint, like telling her where the formation's eye is? Darum didn't respond immediately, only murmuring. The chosen ones. They've waited for 10 years already, what's one more day? Whether they are dragons or worms, it depends on how they perform to earn their place. In the second trial, Madaka was growing increasingly impatient as the stone statues continuously recovered after each of her attacks, unable to suppress her growing anger. Madaka roared, "I will destroy all 10 statues at once and see if you can still regenerate." She clasped her hands together, forming a seal, and immediately, dark red, sinister vines erupted from the ground ahead. Qin, standing beside her, was startled and had no idea what Madaka was trying to do. It turned out that in her eagerness to pass the trial, Madaka had used the secret technique Chainman bloodline. Noticing the movement, the stone statues around immediately charged to attack. Madaka screamed, controlling the blood vine to tightly wrap around the stone statues. Under the power of the blood vine, the statues quickly shattered. But once again, Madaka failed. The stone statues quickly restored themselves, standing silently around her. Madaka stood still, contemplating the situation. In this great formation, all the stone statues attacked her, except for one statue of a marshal sitting on a throne, remaining motionless. Qin looked at the stone statues surrounding Madaka, feeling that the scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Madaka did not give up. She tossed aside the surrounding stone soldiers and decided to use the solo dragon vine technique. Qin gasped in astonishment when he saw Madaka standing on the solo dragon vine, charging straight toward the stone statues, determined to break the formation. Nothing could stop Madaka on her path. The stone statues that collided with the solo dragon vine shattered into pieces. Qin could not help but exclaim, "She's so powerful." After destroying all obstacles, Madaka transformed into a lion, rushing toward the marshal, using her claws to crush the statue. A deep voice boomed, announcing that Madaka had successfully passed the trial. At the same time, outside, the young man believed that Madaka was the one chosen by the heavens they had been searching for. In the past 10 years, only she had managed to overcome this trial. However, Daram believed that it was still too early to say Madaka had passed the third gate, as if he could read the thoughts of the guard. The guard said, "It's been 10 years of continuous trials, and no one has entered the third gate. While Madaka has talent, I fear it's not enough." Observing Yenshin, Daram said, "This kid catches my attention." The guard replied, "Aside from Madaka, Shin is the only one to pass the first trial." Daram suddenly remembered Yenshin, the child from the Yen tribe. The guard suggested, "Daram, let Shin leave the trial. He was just lucky to pass the first trial, and it's unlikely he'll succeed in the later stages." Daram disagreed. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. After all, he made it to the second trial. "Let me see for myself." Shin stood still, deep in thought. After watching Madaka pass the trial, Shin realized that as long as he stayed in the center and did not cross the boundaries, the monsters on both sides would not attack. After a period of testing, Shin found that the way the statues charged at him seemed familiar. Muttering to himself, "Horse racing sun, elephant fei dian," Shin suddenly realized that this formation was actually a giant chessboard. Outside, the guard saw Shin sitting motionless and thought he was about to give up. When Daram asked about Madaka, the guard replied, "She is resting at the third gate to recover her strength." Daram praised, "For someone so young, not rushing is a good trait. Anyway, it's still a child, let's just wait and see." It wasn't clear who the old man was praising. After a careful observation, Shin made a conclusion: the chessmaster was definitely playing chess, and the leader of this side was the target. But immediately, he realized something was off. Something was wrong. Shin turned around and discovered that there was no leader on the opposite side. So that's it. When Shin approached the chessboard without the leader, he was attacked by the stone statues. "Take a risk," Shin shouted. Quickly and lightly, he jumped up, slid down, his body almost tilting as he dodged their attacks. Outside, the young bodyguard sneered, thinking that Shin didn't even know where the battle eyes were. It seemed his luck had run out. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin had already jumped to the leader's position. "All right, let's start playing chess," Shin's confident voice echoed. The young bodyguard of Jiaoron looked at Shin standing firmly at the leader's square, speechless. He quickly turned to report to his master that Shin had changed the game layout. He didn't know how to explain it because he had never seen anyone alter the game like this before. Knowing that there was less than a minute left for the time limit, Jiaoron decided to wait and see. "Rook shifts to file 4. Jiaoron ordered, directing the chess pieces to attack the opponent. "Cannon 5 advances 3. Capture." Shin, standing in this position, could control all of his side's pieces. Playing chess like this is truly refreshing, but it's a pity that it can only be one game. Shin issued a decisive order to check again. He pointed towards the enemy general and shouted, "There's no way out now." Outside, the young attendant exclaimed in shock. He passed. How is that possible?" Once again, this person thought that Shin had passed the game merely by luck. Madaka's deep voice echoed, silencing the attendant. "The method Shin used to break the formation is something I've never seen or even heard of. Do you think this is just luck?" Jiaorong instructed the attendant to quickly report the results. Both Madaka and Shin entered the final trial. At the entrance of the trial, the supervisor noticed a figure coming out and immediately notified the Yen tribe leader. Shui, Yen, and the other tribe members appeared right at the exit. The tribe leader had been waiting there, his face filled with hope, and he asked the tribe members who had just come out for the results. Shui and Yen lowered their heads, sighing in sorrow. "We have failed. We couldn't even pass the first gate." The Yen tribe leader comforted them. "The trial of the mountain and sea is unparalleled in difficulty. The fact that you've made it this far is already commendable. Has anyone passed the first gate? The tribe leader still held on to hope as he realized there were still people inside. A clan member reported that Qin had passed through the first gate. Yen tribe leader couldn't believe his ears and, excited, grabbed his shoulders, asking again. Is it true? Are you saying Qin has passed the first gate? The old tribe leader sighed in frustration. Unfortunately, this child is still too young. I don't know if he can endure until the end. Yen, filled with jealousy, spoke harshly. Qin is just lucky. He happened to choose the right weak monster. His strength is insignificant, and without the awakening of his flame, relying only on luck is probably not enough. Yen tribe leader, hearing Yan's words, didn't think Qin could make a miracle, but passing the first gate was already an impressive feat. While they were talking, the entrance to the trial was slowly fading away. At that moment, the voice of the attendant accompanying Jiao Rong was heard. Madaka Chang Yenclan Qin has entered the final trial, the entrance has been sealed. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone from the Yenclan was shocked. No one had expected this result. The third gate appeared, floating in the air. Qin fell onto his backside, crying out in pain. Why can't I move a little more smoothly? Looking around at the quiet atmosphere, Qin felt the third gate was truly oppressive. Madaka turned around, puzzled, and asked Qin. How did you manage to pass the second gate? That was a very good question. Qin's voice rang out, his face full of pride. To break that grand formation, the most important thing is power, absolute power. Madaka didn't have much faith in this annoying man. While trying to establish the image of a mighty warrior, Qin's voice rang out. You fought and already realized that the one in the center is the key to breaking the formation. This time, Madaka completely agreed with Qin's assessment. Qin, feeling pleased, praised Madaka without blinking. Your eyes are indeed sharp, no wonder they are the eyes of Madaka. Qin admitted that he didn't possess Madaka's keen eyesight, so he had to rely on his strength in battle. Madaka nodded as he listened to Qin boast about the fight. At that time, a cannonball came flying straight at me. Knowing I couldn't escape, I had to put all my strength into one palm strike, and it exploded. Right after that, a mounted soldier with a spear charged at me. There was no way to dodge, so I had to continue fighting. As a true warrior, the word retreat has never existed in my vocabulary. The more Qin spoke, the more fired up he became, embellishing the story. Like you, Madaka, you have no idea how dangerous it was for me at that moment. Enemies surrounded me on all sides, but I remained unshaken. I charged recklessly, left downright breakthrough, not caring about life or death. In the end, with just my small hands, I forced them to flee in panic, crying for their mothers. The enemy commander, terrified, turned pale, knelt down, and begged for his life. I showed no mercy and chopped off his head, successfully overcoming the challenge. Qin shamelessly lied without a hint of hesitation, telling Madaka that from start to finish, his clothes had never been touched. Madaka looked at this detestable man with a skeptical gaze. Qin's confident voice echoed in Madaka's ear as he continued to persuade her, any opponent, he can handle it. You can trust him. Qin was taken aback when he saw Madaka's face turn incredibly serious. She pointed ahead and said, the third door is right in front. Qin followed the direction of Madaka's finger and looked ahead, immediately stunned into silence. In front of them was a gigantic egg. The outer shell of the egg began to crack, as if the monster inside was about to emerge, signaling that the third trial was about to begin. Madaka and Qin quickly moved away from the falling eggshells. If they were hit, they would certainly have no way to survive. They stared at the blurry shape of the monster. Qin gasped, "What is that?" The python, having just been born, opened its mouth wide and inhaled deeply. A teleportation portal appeared in its mouth, and groups of strange wild beasts were sucked in. Qin realized that these were the creatures he had faced in the previous two trials. The python gently closed its mouth, swallowing everything into its belly. Looking at its gigantic, vicious form, Shin muttered, it's over, this time we're really dead." The python stared intently at the two small figures hiding below. The guard was startled when he saw the monstrous beast appear at the third checkpoint. He recognized it as the ancient 100 mystical forms. Jia Rong was equally astonished that the final trial involved this terrifying creature. The python charged toward the spot where Madaka and Shin were hiding. The two quickly jumped aside to avoid the attack. Shin pointed at the python, forgetting all his earlier bravado, and asked Madaka, "A true warrior dares to face a terrifying beast. Will you go first, or shall I?" Madaka cleared her throat when she saw Shin suddenly turn and suggest that she go first. Facing the giant serpent, Madaka immediately activated her Changman bloodline. She summoned a mass of vines, which quickly wrapped around the python. Madaka shouted, "Strangle it!" She hoped to use the vines to kill the creature. However, contrary to her expectations, the enormous beast only needed to move slightly for the vines to snap. It roared in fury, and its massive head lunged toward Madaka. Luckily, she managed to jump aside just in time to avoid it. Before she could regain her balance, the python's tail swung toward her. The unexpected attack sent Madaka tumbling to the ground. The python bared its sharp teeth and lunged at her. Jia Rong and the guard outside continued to watch, shouting in concern. Shin stood aside, thinking to himself, has this girl really gotten herself into trouble? However, true to her reputation as the youngest Madaka, she faced danger without panicking. She quickly summoned a blood vine sphere, using it to block the python's mouth. As the python attacked fiercely against the blood vine, Madaka swiftly seized the opportunity to roll aside and escape. Never having faced such a dangerous situation before, Madaka felt a surge of anger and decided to face the monster head-on. She immediately summoned Pure Sky Love's blood, forming an encirclement at both ends of the python. With a scream filled with vengeful fury, the formation violently crushed the creature's head into the ground. But her rage was far from quelled. Madaka continued to summon Blood Vine to kill. She shouted, "Kill!" And the venomous vines shot toward the python's head. Both the guards outside and Shin, who was undergoing the trial, had to admit that this girl was truly formidable. Madaka stood still, waiting for the outcome of her relentless assault. When the dust settled, she was startled to realize that the monster's energy still lingered. Suddenly, its enormous tail lashed out and struck Madaka, sending her flying a great distance. The python, filled with fury, glared at Madaka, who had dared to challenge it. One of Jia Rong's guards screamed in fear, "Is it really that strong, and yet it wasn't even injured?" Shin, who was observing from a distance, muttered, "Brute force won't work, I need to use my secret weapon." He immediately activated the homemade crossbow he always carried with him, preparing to deal with the monster. Shin pulled the bowstring back, carefully calculating the wind direction and trajectory. Confident, he thought to himself that in this primitive world, there was no arrow that couldn't solve the problem. The arrow shot off at breakneck speed, heading straight for Python's eye. But the result was disappointing. The arrow caused no damage at all. "If one doesn't work, then two will," Shin said with renewed determination. He continued shooting, but all his efforts were in vain. Persistence would lead to success. Shin shouted when he saw a drop of blood from Python, laughing loudly, "Ah, that's the probability." However, Jia Rong's guard looked at the weapon in Shin's hands with a skeptical expression. "What is that thing, and how could it possibly harm the 100 monsters?" Jia Rong explained, "It's just an ordinary item, without any totem power or strength." Despite the relentless attacks, Python was unfazed. It charged toward Shin, causing him to panic. "Madaka, help me." Madaka, though trying to get up, collapsed again due to her injuries. She watched Shin being pursued and murmured, "The weak point." Madaka summoned the blood vine once more, forming a bow in her hands. She drew the bow, aiming precisely at the 7-inch spot on Python's body. It had to hit. Madaka silently thought. The arrow flew at a terrifying speed, piercing directly into the vulnerable spot of the monster. Shin believed that this time, Python would surely fall, but when he saw the monster slowly rise to its feet, he shouted, "Oh my god, it still didn't work?" Qin fell into deep thought, wondering if this monster had any weak points. He immediately remembered the class of mountain and sea, a record of various monsters. Perhaps it was similar to the Lulu kingfish, a creature from the class of mountain and sea. Qin pondered, trying to recall any information about Python. Then, Qin suddenly remembered something important. In ancient legend, there was a gigantic python named Three Serpents, known for swallowing the sky and biting the earth, spreading disaster throughout the world. At that time, there was a man named Hoi who crafted a magical bow and arrow, shooting at the monster's weak point, the red scale on its back, and then severing its head. He shouted, "Madaka, I've found its weak point." With Madaka's cooperation, they used blood vine to restrain the python. Madaka said, "For your sake, I'll trust you this time." She then summoned a mass of blood vines that charged directly at the monster. While Madaka drew Python's attention, Qin quickly climbed onto its body. The bodyguard standing next to Jiaorong appeared suspicious, unable to understand what Qin intended to do with the small dagger in his hand. Jiaorong remained silent, observing quietly, even he could not guess Qin's plan. Tightly bound by the blood vine, the python thrashed violently. Madaka shouted, "Hurry up!" Upon hearing this, Qin leaped forward, putting all his strength into thrusting the dagger into the red scale. The painful roar of the python echoed everywhere. Jiaorong and the bodyguard were stunned, unable to believe that Qin was able to do such a thing. Seeing the python writhing, Qin felt a surge of triumph as he had correctly identified its weak spot. Madaka, equally astonished, exclaimed, "This python can't escape from the blood vine, that kid has indeed found its vital point." Qin continued to drive the dagger deeper into the creature's body. The pain made it thrash even more violently, almost throwing Qin off. Fortunately, Madaka quickly jumped in to help Qin keep the dagger steady. With their combined efforts, they managed to pierce the python's body. Both of them quickly jumped off, escaping just as its massive body collapsed to the ground. It was finally over. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Madaka, curious, asked, "How did you know its weak spot?" Qin replied, "Haven't you heard the legend of the Three Serpents? Hoi severed its head after discovering the red scale." Madaka, astonished, asked, "Hoi? The legendary ancient spirit god?" Qin was surprised to hear Madaka call Hoi a spirit god. Madaka explained, "That's right, spirit god Hoi used his divine arrow to bring down the 9 suns." Qin silently thought, could it be that there are descendants of the legendary sun shooter here? Madaka, suspicious, asked Qin how he knew about the stories of the spirit god, as they were only passed down within the shaman world. Qin lied, saying that he had heard them from someone else. From the corpse of the python, a green snake staff flew out. Both Qin and Madaka simultaneously shouted, "Magical artifact ancient!" They looked at each other, then rushed towards the green snake staff to seize it. Suddenly, the python opened its eyes wide, and its enormous tail lashed out. Qin quickly noticed, grabbing Madaka tightly, shouting loudly, "Be careful!" Both were struck by the python's surprise attack, falling to the ground, severely injured and unconscious. The green snake staff fell next to Madaka. The guard in Daram arrived, but it was too late. After checking, the guard reported to Jiaorong, "Master, they are only lightly injured, a few days of rest will make them fine." Jiaorong exclaimed, "I never expected them to be able to defeat the Three Serpents." The guard was puzzled. The Three Serpents were defeated by their combined efforts. So, who exactly is the one chosen by the heavens? Daram spoke up, "The trial of the mountain and sea has made its own choice. Madaka is the one chosen by the heavens, and he is also the one who inherits my legacy." Seeing Madaka unconscious with the green snake staff on his body, Daram quickly made his decision. Before leaving, he ordered the guard to return Qin to the tribe and grant the Yenclan a new totem pillar. No one noticed, but as the green snake staff's shaft brushed against Qin's finger, it suddenly flashed brightly for a moment before quickly returning to its normal state. 2 days later, at the Yenclan, the voice of the Yen tribe leader rang out, "Have the Niu clan and Lin clan arrived?" The Grand Elder eagerly responded, "This time, we've received a new totem pillar. Those people are so envious that they will surely come." The Yen tribe leader was confident that with the new totem pillar, this winter would be much more bearable. The second elder agreed. "Last year, our tribe lost quite a few members." At that moment, a tribe member rushed in, his face panicked as he shouted, "A CUI, it's bad. The totem pillar Jiaorong awarded has been stolen at the Niu clan." Meanwhile, members of the Niu clan were gathered around a bonfire, chatting excitedly. They were celebrating because Li, a warrior of the Niu clan, had been bestowed the title of tribal hero by their leader. This promised a more peaceful life for everyone. The Niu clan leader, a tall figure, sat on a chair and spoke to the young man in armor standing beside him. "Our Niu clan finally has a tribal hero. From now on, the prosperity of the entire tribe depends on him." Li immediately informed the tribe leader that he had brought a special gift. The Niu clan leader was speechless when he saw the massive python totem pillar in Li's hands. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Li hurled the stone pillar into the air. The tribe members cheered when they saw the totem pillar appear unexpectedly in their midst. They believed it was a gift from the leader to the tribe. Li raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Ancestor God, our Niu clan will surely prosper." The tribe members' chant of Huda, Huda, echoed non-stop. Inside the tent, the Niu clan leader discussed with Li. "The Yen clan is also celebrating the arrival of their new totem pillar. Our Niu clan cannot fall behind, we must make it grander than theirs." Li spoke slowly. "A CUI, I didn't mention it earlier, but this totem pillar was actually stolen from the Yen clan." The Niu clan leader became worried. "Doing that will provoke the Yen clan to seek revenge." Li confidently responded, "They can't do anything. I am now a warrior of the tribe, the Yen clan can't touch me. The weak are the ones who get bullied. The totem pillar is only meant for the strong to wield." The Niu clan leader remained apprehensive. "The Yen clan will report this to the tribe. This is Daram's reward." Li remained unafraid. "Let them report it. I've heard the news that winter, the long nights are approaching, and they will last even longer than last year. The Yen clan must wait for the winter to pass before seeking revenge. Having lost this totem pillar, how many survivors will they have left?" Li silently calculated, waiting for winter to end. When the Yen clan's strength weakened, they would have no choice but to bow their heads and submit to the Niu clan. Upon hearing this, the Niu clan leader gleefully slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Exactly, by annexing the Yen clan, the Niu clan will have 3 totem pillars, becoming a true great tribe." Immediately, he ordered the tribespeople to protect the totem pillar at all costs, ensuring that the Yen clan would have no opportunity to reclaim it. At the Yen clan, a tense atmosphere filled the air as the Yen tribe leader furiously roared. What exactly happened? A tribesman hurriedly recounted how Li from the Niu clan had come and stolen the totem pillar. The moment he heard this, the Grand Elder recognized that the thief was the new warrior of the tribe. The second elder spoke up. "The warrior of the tribe follows the leader's direct orders, it will be difficult for us to do anything to him." The Grand Elder angrily shouted, "If we can't touch him, what about his tribe? Are we not even going to touch them?" Despite his old age, the Grand Elder still had strength left, and he proactively suggested sending troops to reclaim the totem pillar. However, the second elder disagreed, advising that the Yen clan was no match for the Niu clan. If they initiated an attack, they would only end up suffering. The Grand Elder grew even angrier, cursing, "Second elder, you keep calculating and waiting for the Niu clan to prepare. By the time they're ready, we'll have no choice but to go looking for our own death." The Yen tribe leader saw the two men arguing endlessly and, feeling frustrated, shouted, "Stop arguing." At that moment, Chui, who was standing behind the elder, suddenly spoke up, proposing a plan. They would settle the matter with a duel against the Yenclan, betting the totem pole as the stake. Yen opposed. How could you possibly defeat Ali? He suggested reporting the matter to the great tribe, believing that Muda would lend support to the Yenclan. The second elder agreed with this opinion, confident that Muda would intervene. The grand elder then spoke up. Winter is approaching. If we wait until after winter to report it, the Yenclan will have suffered heavy losses by then. The Yen tribe leader turned to ask A's opinion. After some thought, Aaron suggested consulting Qin, as the totem pole had been obtained through Qin's daring participation in the training trial. Yen opposed again. Qin was just lucky, and the trial wasn't even successful. The totem pole is a reward for the efforts of all the warriors of the Yenclan. Chui agreed, stating that without the support of everyone, Qin wouldn't have passed the first trial. The second elder also believed that Qin was still too young and lacked the qualification to participate in discussions about the tribe's important matters. Exhausted from the ongoing argument, the Yen tribe leader saw that the grand elder was still eager for battle. Finally, the Yen tribe leader decided to call Qin to join the discussion. When Qin appeared, the grand elder couldn't hold back and shouted, "What is there to think about? The glory of the tribe can only be earned through blood and battle." Qin calmly protested. "You are getting old, yet you keep shouting to fight and kill. This is not proper." He suggested resolving the issue peacefully. The grand elder became even more enraged, shouting, "Peace? The enemy is already at our doorstep, what peace are you talking about?" The second elder advised the grand elder to stay calm and let Qin speak. Qin confidently declared, "Give me 5 days, and I will make the Yenclan voluntarily return the totem pole." The grand elder, furious, wanted to strike Qin, but was stopped by the second elder. Qin said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, but when the time comes, everyone will know." She was furious. "Qin, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? How can the Yenclan voluntarily return what they've stolen?" Qin replied, "What you cannot do does not mean I cannot do it." The grand elder could no longer tolerate it and ordered Qin to leave. Hearing the words leave, Qin felt extremely excited, for he was naturally a very lazy person. Suddenly, the second elder called out for Qin to stop. He spoke to the grand elder. "Qin has always come up with strange ideas, perhaps this time he truly has a solution." Upon seeing his grandfather defend Qin, Yen angrily shouted, "Grandfather, don't believe this kid. He only knows how to do useless things. Letting Qin act freely will only harm the Yenclan." The second elder, furious, turned and told his grandson to shut up. Yen stubbornly ignored him and continued to criticize Qin, saying that even the spark of a flame hadn't awakened, and he was unworthy of standing here. As soon as he finished speaking, the second elder raised his hand and slapped his grandson, making his face turn sideways. Ignoring his grandson, who was holding his face in pain, the second elder turned to Qin, his tone soft as he said, "The totem pillar, although it was a household gift from the Yenclan, the greatest credit belongs to Qin." Turning to his grandson, he immediately changed his tone and shouted, "Without Qin, there would be no totem pillar. Have you remembered that?" The tribe leader, sounding somewhat skeptical, asked Qin if he was sure about his prediction. After receiving a firm confirmation from Qin, the tribe leader seemed to relax somewhat and comfortably granted him 5 days, while also promising to support any necessary requirements. Upon hearing this, Qin immediately smiled, pinched his nose, and said, "Tonight, he wants to eat roasted duck legs, and it has to be the large ones. The small ones will be like having duck feathers stuck in his teeth." Seeing Qin casually turn and walk away, the second elder quietly said to the Yen tribe leader, "Chui, we've entrusted Qin with this task, so we should trust him." Upon hearing this, the Yen tribe leader ordered everyone to give their full support to Qin and meet all his requests. Despite their discomfort, the two grand elders had no choice but to follow the tribe leader's command. They didn't believe Qin could succeed. On the second day, seeing Qin spend the entire day eating and drinking, the people of the Yenclan began whispering among themselves, wondering how he would explain himself at the end of this. By the third and fourth days, nothing had changed. Shin still comfortably ate and drank all day long, ignoring the whispers, mockery, and subtle insults from the members of the clan. Among the crowd observing, Shin could not be without the two young men, Chui and Yen. Yen, with a mocking tone, looked toward Shin and quietly said, "Take advantage of the opportunity to eat more now, because after tomorrow, there may be no more chances. By then, no one will pity him, just wait and see as they strip him of everything." Chui, also enraged, spoke out. The fact that Shin has been focusing on eating and drinking these past few days has reached the ears of the second elder. The second elder's voice rang out, seemingly to resolve the situation for Shin. "I know everyone has been a bit dissatisfied these past few days, but we agreed to entrust Shin with this task, so let's trust him." He walked behind Shin and softly said, "Shin, don't blame them. They are only concerned about the totem pillar matter, everything is for the good of the tribe." Shin turned around and reassured the second elder to not worry, as he was a man of his word. The second elder felt relieved. He then ordered everyone to return to their tents and rest well. The tribespeople whispered among themselves as they walked, believing that the second elder was too kind-hearted, and Shin was not worth him stepping forward to protect. Regardless of the gossip circulating, Shin remained focused on his stomach, eating with enthusiasm, his hands shoveling food into his mouth without stopping. On the morning of the fifth day, the crowd had gathered in front of Shin's dwelling, shouting loudly. By this time, they had yet to see any sign of the totem pillar. Despite the shouting outside, Shin remained calm in his room, gazing at his reflection in a basin of water. He retrieved the fish bones from the previous night's meal and used them to comb through his messy hair. After feeling that he had become handsome enough, Shin stepped outside and waved at everyone. "Everyone seems to be in a pretty good mood today, huh?" Chui and the Grand Elder were eager to rush in and confront Shin to settle accounts. The Grand Elder angrily shouted as he questioned, "You promised that within 5 days, you would make the Yenclan return the totem pillar. The deadline has passed." He then turned to scold the second elder, blaming him for being old and easily believing Shin's nonsense. "At this point, what else do you have to say?" The Grand Elder regretted not striking while the iron was hot and turned to scold Shin, "If you can't do it, don't talk big. Now, the totem pillar won't come back, and we've lost the chance for a surprise attack on the Yenclan." His voice was filled with fury. The Yenclan, even if they were to die in battle, would never endure humiliation. He ordered everyone to arm themselves and prepare for a final showdown with the Yenclan. At the peak of tension, a tribe member guarding the perimeter rushed in, stuttering as he reported, "They've come, the Yenclan has arrived." The Grand Elder was taken by surprise upon hearing this. He grabbed a weapon and ordered the entire tribe to prepare for battle, gathering at the tribe's gate. The Yenclan marched out to block the Yenclan at the entrance. The Yen tribe leader roared, spitting on the faces of the enemy, "Nyo, do you still dare to come here?" The Yenclan ignored him, ordering their people to bring the python totem pillar. The members of the Yenclan were all confused, unsure of what the Yenclan was planning. The voice of Nyo rang out, "This is the totem pole that Jiarong awarded to you. The Yenclan now returns it." The members of the Yenclan suddenly remembered what Shin had said earlier. Could it be that Shin really did it? They couldn't believe this reality. The Grand Elder stood at the front, thinking hard, still unable to understand how that kid managed to pull it off. The item had been returned, and Nyo was about to leave. The Yen tribe leader instructed Aaron to place the totem pole back in its original spot. At that moment, Shin stepped forward, his voice echoing, "We do not accept this totem pole." Aaron immediately came up to Shin, whispering in his ear, "What are you talking nonsense about? Quickly, let's go, don't let the Yenclan go back on their word." Shin shouted loudly, "No, the totem pole was stolen, and now you think returning it makes everything okay? It's not that simple." Nyo, who was being lectured by a kid who hadn't even grown his nose hair, roared angrily, "So what, kid? What do you want?" Shin fearlessly responded, "You must bring an apology gift to the Yenclan and compensate us for the losses." Nyo asked, "How do you want to be compensated?" Shin immediately made a bold demand, asking for 10 miles of hunting grounds in the East Mountain dense forest. Hearing this, Nyo's face darkened. We won't give up even an inch of the hunting grounds. Nyo, furious, pointed at Qin and snarled, I'm telling you, whether you accept this totem pole today or not, you'll have to accept it. Qin sneered. Nyo was being unreasonable. This was a world where only the strong had a say. Did the Nyo clan steal our totem pillar? Yes, it's because your tribe is too weak and easily bullied. After insulting the Yenclan, Nyo felt satisfied and was about to turn away. Qin, with a mysterious tone, said, Go ahead, do you think you can leave? Nyo turned back, with a sarcastic voice, Do you still want to go to war with the Nyo clan? Qin, with a serious face, replied, You secretly stole our things, and now that you're bored, you want to return them. Do you have no respect for my Yenclan? The warriors of the Qin clan wouldn't easily allow outsiders to humiliate them. After hearing this, Aaron immediately reported to the tribe leader of the Yenclan, emphasizing that Qin's words made perfect sense. Nyo seemed flustered, unsure how to handle the bold little brat. Qin's firm voice echoed in the ears of the Yenclan members, with the ancestor god's witness, Quickly answer me, will we endure this shame or do we want to become glorious warriors? Qin's words seemed to have a hypnotic power, igniting a fiery spirit within the Yenclan. They all shouted in unison, The Qin clan has only warriors, no cowards. Not stopping there, Qin continued to encourage them, The Nyo clan has trampled on our honor and glory. Shall we just accept it? For the honor of our tribe, for our glory, we are not afraid to fight. His call to arms burned with the intensity of a fire, sparking a fierce passion in the hearts of every member of the Yenclan. Seeing the Yenclan members filled with the fighting spirit of gamecocks, Nyo lowered his voice to threaten, Kid, think carefully, do you really believe your Yenclan has the strength to face the Nyo clan? Qin, without the slightest hesitation, immediately retorted. Then you should think carefully. How many warriors are left in your tribe who are still able to fight? Qin's words struck Nyo like a blunt force to the mind, causing his face to change color as he stammered in disbelief. How do you know about this? 2 days earlier, back at the Nyo clan, Nyo and his tribesmen were holding a lavish feast in celebration. He gleefully imagined how the Yenclan would react once they discovered their totem pole had been raided. The Nyo clan believed that even if they were discovered, the Yenclan wouldn't dare retaliate. They were a bunch of cowards, how could they be as formidable as the Nyo clan? The Nyo clan leader's eyes gleamed with ambition, and he boldly declared, When winter passes, that will be the moment we conquer the Yenclan. Suddenly, a tribesman eating at the table cried out in pain and collapsed. This triggered a chain reaction, with more and more tribesmen falling to the ground in front of Nyo. Panicking, he rushed outside, calling for help to assess the situation. What met Nyo's eyes was the sight of numerous tribesmen lying motionless on the ground. He screamed in terror. What on earth is happening? What's wrong with my people? Every event within the Nyo clan had been closely observed by someone cloaked in black, watching silently from afar. It was almost time. To his surprise, the mysterious figure was none other than Qin. Qin, cloaked to conceal his identity, staff in hand, leisurely walked into the Nyo clan. As expected, the fake curse of Qin rang out. You. Who are you? The gatekeeper lay motionless on the ground, stammering the question. Suddenly, he screamed, Lord! It was unclear how, but Qin had managed to release an aura identical to Jia Rong's, causing the gatekeeper to mistake him. Qin's authoritative voice echoed in the gatekeeper's ear, frightening him with the idea that they had fallen under Dharam's curse of punishment. The gatekeeper was confused. The Nyo clan absolutely would not dare to provoke any Jia Rong, so why were they being punished? Qin opened the flask he had with him and said, I don't know what you all did, but this is indeed a form of punishment. He took out a black pill and instructed the gatekeeper to swallow it. The gatekeeper felt uneasy as he stared at the round, foul-smelling pill in Qin's hand. Under Qin's overpowering gaze, both of them swallowed it without daring to defy him. Immediately, they felt their bodies grow stronger. The two of them immediately knelt, begging Qin to help their clan break the curse. Knowing the bait had been taken, Qin continued to threaten them. This only temporarily eased the symptoms, the curse had not yet been lifted. The two from the Yenclan were terrified and wanted to know where the root cause lay. In a mysterious tone, Shin reminded them, "Think carefully, has anyone recently brought anything related to Jiaorong back to your clan?" The two suddenly remembered and immediately pointed towards the inner clan. Shin quickly turned and left, his voice echoing in the wind, forever etched in the minds of the two Yenclan members. Within 3 days, the punishment of Thundersource would be forever sealed in this land. Make sure to handle it well. Back in the present, perhaps those who watched the video understood why Shin confidently claimed that the totem pillar would return on its own in 5 days. Nyo's face turned ashen, silently thinking. This kid, could he know? Nyo felt a chill of fear facing the kid standing before him. From the very beginning, this kid had always been in control. Nyo's threatening voice rang out. Yen, are you planning to let this kid represent your tribe? Both second elders strongly advised Yen not to let Shin cause trouble. The Nyo clan was powerful, and the Yen clan couldn't compete. There was nothing better than negotiating with them, so they suggested that Shin step back. Aaron, hearing them discuss retreat, immediately called out to the group of hunting warriors. If even a kid dares to step forward first, how can we step back? Aaron's voice was full of anger. Except for the second elder, the others all shouted in unison. Udaka! Udaka! The warriors of the Yen clan have never feared the battlefield. Seeing that the high-ranking leaders of the Yen clan remained unmoved, Nyo adopted a blunt tone. Then, what do you want? The totem pole originally belonged to a Chui, who gave it to us. The powerful, resolute voice of Shin rang out. Don't even talk about the tribe, even if Madaka comes, we won't be afraid. Shin threw Nyo's words back at him. Weren't you the one who said the weak would be bullied? Shin pointed directly at Nyo's face, his tone full of confidence. Today, I'm going to bully you. I'm declaring war, no compensation. We'll start the battle right now. The Nyo clan members behind him wanted to charge at Shin, but were immediately stopped by Nyo. Though extremely angry, Nyo was quietly calculating in his mind. If it weren't for the curse weakening the Nyo clan warriors, how could he have let this rebellious kid get so bold? Noticing Nyo's hesitant gaze, Shin urged him repeatedly. Have you thought it through? Nyo forced a smile, bargaining with Shin. East Mountain Dense Forest, Nyo clan, 5 miles away. Consider it compensation for you. Shin poked at his ear, mocking. 5 miles? Why don't you go eat it instead? Are your ears deaf, or is your brain broken? With his hands on his hips, just like an old woman haggling in the market, Shin shouted loudly. Listen clearly, I'm saying 10 miles. 10 miles of hunting ground, not a single inch less. Humiliated repeatedly by this brat, Nyo was about to lose his temper and charge forward, but a guard beside him stopped him and whispered in his ear. A Chui, just give them back the totem pole, and in 3 days, the entire Yen clan will fall victim to the curse. By that time, they will be fish and meat, and we will be the knife on the chopping board, everything will be decided by our Nyo clan. Feeling that the bodyguard's words made sense, Nyo shouted loudly, 10 miles, then 10 miles, I agree. Furious, Nyo turned around, ready to leave this hateful place. Suddenly, a massive dark cloud appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching and attracting everyone's attention. The thing in the sky left everyone gaping in astonishment. What is this? Shin screamed in horror. In the distance, a giant eagle was screeching in panic, fleeing from something terrifying and invisible. In no time, the black mist enveloped its entire body, and from within, a breath of extreme evil suddenly emerged. At this moment, in the Yen clan, Aaron exclaimed in fear as he noticed the moving black mist. He hadn't expected the long winter night to arrive so early this year. Shin continued to observe carefully, murmuring to himself, winter. What kind of winter could block out the sun? This is truly unscientific. Nyo stood behind Shin and shouted, calling out to Yen, I've cut the land, will you finally accept the totem poles or not? The second elder spoke up, there are 2 totem poles and 10 miles of hunting ground. This winter, the Yenclan can rest easy. The Grand Elder also advised Yen, this will do. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall, you shouldn't provoke Yenclan any further. Yen, upon hearing this, immediately ordered Eren to bring the totem pillar back to the tribe. As the Yenclan members departed, Qin stood still, his gaze thoughtful as he watched them leave. No one could guess what he was thinking, or if there was some hidden scheme brewing in his mind. Meanwhile, Eren was busy directing everyone to bring the totem pillar back. Qin approached, and Eren turned to look at him with admiration for what Qin had just displayed. It's nothing major, Qin said, before asking Eren about the strange change in the sky. Eren's voice was heavy with sadness, tinged with a bit of fear. This year, the winter nights are coming earlier than usual. This is not a time for celebration. The phrase long nights intrigued Qin. Eren continued, his tone sorrowful. Last year, during the long winter nights, the Yenclan lost 37 people. Seeing Qin's shock at hearing this number, Eren added a crushing detail. The Yenclan has just over 200 people. Qin scratched his head, confused. Eren reassured him, saying that this year they had the totem pillar and the hunting grounds that Qin had one. Surely the Yenclan will survive the winter safely. Realizing that the danger of life and death was drawing near, the Yen tribe leader gathered the tribe members and announced the formation of a hunting team. They would head towards Dongshan to expand the hunting grounds, preparing to face the harsh winter. Eren was assigned the responsibility of being the team leader. The young men who had awakened their inner fire, the future of the tribe, were required to participate. Qin, however, was not very enthusiastic. He only wanted to stay at home and make salted fish, leaving the hunting to others. When he heard the Yen tribe leader say that he was a special case and would be part of the hunting team, Qin swallowed his displeasure. Seeing that 2 people were opposed to him joining the team, Qin also joined in, as he truly did not want to go. But Yen still held firm to his decision, wanting Qin to join in order to train himself. Qin felt as though he was chewing on bitter medicine and just wanted to stay home, taking care of himself and becoming a handsome man. He nearly collapsed when he saw everyone agree that he had to participate. Qin quietly begged, but no one paid attention. Finally, he spoke up, I have a suggestion. I feel that my abilities are not enough, and I'm not suited for this. Eren quickly stopped Qin, reminding him that, although young, Qin had once stood against the Yenclan and protected the interests of the Yenclan. Eren's voice was filled with heroism, don't worry. Even if you die on the mountain, you will become a glorious warrior of the Yenclan. Qin frowned and thought to himself that he didn't need that kind of glory. The Yen tribe leader angrily tapped Eren on the head, warning him that this was just an experience for Qin, and Eren had to ensure Qin's safety. The Grand Elder wanted to protest but was stopped by the Second Elder. The Second Elder, with a glint in his eyes, said that Qin had potential and should be allowed to try his strength. Eren was overjoyed when both elders agreed. The Grand Elder ordered everyone to return and prepare for the departure the following day. When everyone had left, the Second Elder quietly approached and gently patted the Grand Elder on the shoulder. The Grand Elder, irritated, asked, "What are you trying to do? Is that old man showing favoritism to Qin?" The Second Elder whispered, "Can't you see? A Chui wants to cultivate Qin. Maybe he wants Qin to become the next Chui." The Grand Elder angrily walked away. The Second Elder sighed and called out, "Are 2 children still pale in comparison to Qin?" Li silently made his way to the Yenclan, but he didn't reveal himself right away. Instead, he observed from a distance. He carefully noted each of Qin's actions, determined to take appropriate revenge for what Qin had done to the Yenclan. Li patiently waited for another 3 days. When Daram's curse enveloped the Yenclan, that was when he wanted to see how the weaklings of the Yenclan would attempt to seize the 10-mile hunting ground of the Dongshan region from the Yenclan. The next morning, as everyone gathered outside the gate, a round package appeared in the distance. Surprised? Qin had planned to bring the whole family to the hunting ground. Eren wondered what Qin was carrying with him. Qin grinned maliciously and said he was only bringing some tools for testing. Chui and Yi didn't miss the chance to mock Qin, saying that hunting required strength and courage, not just sitting around waiting for a catch like fishing. Chui sneered, "Wait and see, learn something." Both of them laughed heartily. Chui even gave Qin a thumbs up and teasing, "Qin, you'll definitely become a great hunter." Aaron, worried that Qin might be feeling discouraged, went over to cheer him up. When they reached the hunting grounds, everyone yelled loudly, "Time to go!" Before them stood a huge, fierce buffalo. Seeing the prey, the group charged forward, and Qin stood with his mouth agape, watching the hunters dive at the buffalo. However, the first attack failed, and the buffalo retaliated, knocking everyone over. Its vicious glare frightened them all. "Get down!" Aaron shouted. "Hold on to the buffalo's hind legs, try to bring it down." Qin observed closely, muttering, "Is hunting this primitive and brutal?" Aaron was knocked away by the buffalo, and the hunters quickly regained their composure and charged again, but one was injured by the buffalo's horns. Qin was about to rush over to help, but the injured person sprang up and shouted loudly, "I'm not dead yet." He tore some bandages to dress his wound and then shouted loudly, still fighting strong, "Hadakaka." Qin was surprised. Can this really work, even with bandages? Chui, holding a weapon, jumped high and yelled, "I'm coming." Then he threw his weapon forcefully at the buffalo. The spear flew in a beautiful arc, piercing straight into the buffalo's rear. "That hurts!" Someone shouted. "I found its weak spot." "Everyone, attack!" The whole group aimed their weapons at the buffalo's rear, viciously finishing it off. Qin stood watching, muttering, "Too barbaric, this hunting method is hard to learn." Aaron coughed and asked, "How do you feel, Qin?" Qin checked his wounds. Aaron patted Qin on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. Hunting requires courage. After getting injured a few times, you'll get used to it." Suddenly, Qin widened his eyes and looked toward the distant lake. By the lake was a giant beast, larger than the wild buffalo they had just taken down. Aaron was confused when he saw Qin had vanished. Qin, carrying his gear, was running toward the lake. He told Aaron that he had spotted a bigger prey and wanted to try hunting it alone, promising to return later. "Bigger?" Aaron asked doubtfully. Chui and Yi laughed derisively, thinking Qin was lucky just to catch a rabbit. The first day of hunting ended in joy as the Yenclan achieved good results thanks to the new hunting area, Dongshan. In the end, the entire clan had enough meat to eat. Aaron's voice was full of excitement as he asked everyone to focus on the spoils and prepare for the division. Chui turned to Qin with a mocking expression, "Where's your spoils?" Yi, standing behind, taunted that Qin couldn't catch anything and would likely return empty-handed. Qin remained calm, still engrossed in eating fruit. Yi and Chui angrily yelled at him, demanding an explanation. Qin quickly took a few more large bites, then waved his hand behind him, declaring that it was the day's spoils. Everyone gaped when they saw Qin throw a half-eaten wild fruit onto the table, completely unashamed. Qin grinned and chuckled, "Hee hee." Aaron took the wild fruit, handed it back to Qin, telling him to keep it for himself, then ordered the division of the spoils. Each hunter received a large portion of meat, including Qin, who hugged a chunk of meat in his arms. Qin looked at an older, frail tribe member and said, "Joining the hunting team is a good thing, everyone should give it a try." Turning to leave, Qin added, "Primitive life is really great." The older, frail tribe members only received the bones, sighing in disappointment. Joining the hunting team wasn't something anyone could do just by wishing. Seeing Qin contribute nothing yet still receiving meat made the hard-working hunters feel it was unfair. The older tribe members were also upset, wondering why Qin, who had only brought back a wild fruit, was entitled to a share. Chui recounted the situation to Aaron but was interrupted by him. Aaron explained that it was the rule of the hunting team if Qin participated, he had to receive a share just like everyone else. Yi pointed towards an injured hunter, shouting loudly, "Even though we are injured, we will keep fighting," and Qin. Before he could finish, Yi was stopped by his grandfather. The elder reminded him that this was only the first day, and even Yi, on his first hunting trip, had only caught a small rat. You tried to argue, it's still better than Shin, he only brought back an unfinished wild fruit. The second elder shouted, shut up, everything we are able to hunt in Dongshan is thanks to Shin's efforts. If you say that again, I will not forgive you. Yi sighed and lowered his head in silence. The second elder pretended to defend Shin, saying, he's still young, needs encouragement, and everyone should have faith in him. Aaron also believes that Shin will do better tomorrow. On the second day at the Dongshan hunting grounds, Shin was busy tying a rope around a tree, whistling while digging a large hole. Afterward, he carefully camouflaged the hole's opening, stood up to inspect, measure, and muttered, the tree and the trap are good to go. The water trap was also meticulously planned by Shin. Looking at the pile of numbers and solved equations, Shin smiled and shouted, no more flaws. Holding 2 wild fruits in his hands, Shin grinned mischievously. Aaron pointed at the wild fruits and asked loudly, is this your catch for today? Shin nodded, biting into one fruit and tossing the other onto the table, teasing, feel free to take them, don't be shy. Aaron seemed to have lost his patience this time and raised his voice, Shin, don't you think about catching some wild animals? Shin grinned and replied, it just takes time. Then he added, besides, eating meat every day can raise your cholesterol. Shui and Yi were confused, not understanding what cholesterol was. Seeing the angry stares from everyone, Shin grabbed a large piece of meat and a wild fruit. He said loudly, my lovely wild fruit is getting its share again. On the third day, today seemed like a successful hunting day when they discovered a herd of antelopes drinking water by the riverbank. Immediately, they rushed to encircle them. Meanwhile, Shin continued working alone, busy reinforcing his traps. In the evening, when they returned to gather the spoils, the supervisor saw Shin shake his head when asked about the prey. This time, Shin was so tired that he couldn't even be bothered to pick any wild fruits to bring back. Looking famished, Shin accepted his share of the meat, saying that in just 2 more days, he would catch the prey. The person distributing the meat thought Shin was lazy and only full of empty talk, so they were furious. The others weren't any better, no one believed that Shin was telling the truth, and some even suggested asking the tribe leader to remove Shin from the hunting team. Ignoring the remarks, Shin sat down and ate contentedly, for the past few days had drained both his physical and mental energy, and he needed to replenish his strength. An angry man punched the rock in front of him until it shattered. It turned out that Lee from the Yenclan had still been secretly watching the Yenclan from outside. He shouted in frustration, that's right, I could do better. Even if I closed my eyes and picked one up, it would definitely be bigger than the one he caught. Lee was confused. He and the strong members of the Yenclan were all ready, but 3 days had passed, and the Yenclan was still unharmed. He looked toward the Yenclan with fury, resolute that he could not let this go. He wanted to make the Yenclan understand what fear truly was, to show them that the warriors of his tribe were not just for show. On the 4th day of the hunt, Shin wearily returned to the Yenclan, muttering to himself, I've been so busy all day, I'm exhausted. I wonder how everyone else did. Looking ahead, Shin was startled and exclaimed, huh? What's going on here? In front of him was the entire hunting team, each person injured and wrapped in bandages. Chow sneered, you're back from your busy work. I bet you picked up a few wild fruits. Chow angrily questioned Shin, when Yenclan ambushed us, where were you hiding? Shin, confused, asked, Yenclan? When? A hand patted Shin's shoulder, and a weak voice spoke up. It's nothing, Shin. Aaron, who was severely injured with his head wrapped in bandages, spoke softly, this isn't your fault. It's my responsibility as the team leader for not noticing that the Yenclan was sneaking up on us. Pointing to the deer, Aaron said, this is today's catch. The rest was all taken by the Yenclan. Hungry but only receiving a small piece of meat, Shin angrily shouted, the bastards of the Yenclan dare to rob right above my head. Aaron reminded Shin to be careful the next time they go hunting in Dongshan, because the Yenclan was still there. Looking at Uncle Aaron's injury, Shin silently harbored hatred, thinking, just you wait. At the Qingman Great Tribe, Madaka, after the trial of the mountain and sea, had fallen unconscious and was brought back to the Great Tribe by Jiao Rong. She had just woken up after lying in bed for days. After the long period of unconsciousness, Madaka was still not fully awake. Her memory flashed back to the moment when the tail of the giant snake struck her. Suddenly waking up, Madaka hurriedly asked her maid, "How long have I been lying here? What was the result of the mountain and sea trial?" The three maids quickly responded, "The mountain and sea trial ended 5 days ago." Madaka's voice was filled with panic. "What? 5 days? I was unconscious for 5 days? So, what was the result of the trial?" The maids in the room congratulated her. "Congratulations, Madaka. Lord Xiaorong has agreed to teach you the ancient shamanic techniques." Hearing the congratulations, Madaka doubted and muttered to herself, "Did I win?" Suddenly, the image of that annoying little brat appeared in Madaka's mind. She got out of bed and instructed her maids to prepare for departure. She wanted to go to Yenclan. When the maid questioned her, Madaka said, "That place is holding the Xiaorong trial for one person, but they haven't given out the Xiaorong token yet." The maid reminded Madaka that she had just woken up, and soon she would need to study shamanic magic with Lord Xiaorong. The trivial matters at Yenclan could be handled by her and the other maids. Madaka whispered to himself, "Is it really that simple?" At the Dongshan hunting ground, Shin Th activated the wooden trap, but he quickly realized its power was still insufficient. His gaze shifted to the stone trap hanging from a tree branch, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "This one can bear the force," Shin muttered to himself. He then paused in front of the deep pit trap he had made, considering whether he should increase the slope. Rubbing his nose, Shin grinned confidently, thinking, "Humph, finally done." All around him, in every direction east, west, north, south, from land to water, Shin had set traps that filled the area, making everything perfect. After several days of hard work, the entire 10-mile stretch of the Dongshan hunting ground now belonged to Shin. Without his guidance, anyone unfamiliar with the area would be in grave danger. A murderous gleam flashed in Shin's eyes as he muttered, "From today on, kill one, kill both if two come." Just as he was feeling proud, the ground suddenly shook, causing Shin to fall face first onto the earth. Curious, he quickly identified the direction of the tremor and rushed toward the source of the earthquake. Pushing aside some grass, Shin saw 2 giant wolves with 3 eyes growling ferociously, facing off against a panda. He never imagined that after crossing into the primordial era, he would have the chance to encounter Guaba. The 3-eyed wolf viciously raised its paw, its sharp claws slashing toward the panda. The panda effortlessly blocked the attack with its meat-covered paw, and the collision between the two monsters made the earth tremble. Shin hid himself in the grass, watching the battle unfold. Before the 3-eyed wolf could recover from the first blow, the panda grabbed its leg, causing it to struggle in panic. The panda sneered arrogantly, squeezing the wolf's leg tightly before lifting it like a weapon and tossing it toward the other wolf. Shin gaped in astonishment, thinking to himself, "Where did such a strong panda come from?" In front of him, the panda stood proudly, 2 wolves lying motionless on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. "Is this the real-life version of Kung Fu Panda?" Shin muttered, sweating. Suddenly, the panda turned its head, its sharp gaze locking onto Shin, who was still hidden. It let out a deafening roar. Shin immediately raised both hands above his head, signaling his harmlessness, and stood up to explain, "Hello, Mr. Panda, I'm just a passerby, I mean no harm." The panda narrowed its eyes, sizing Shin up, its expression one of disdain as it noticed his frail, scrawny appearance. Seeing the panda turn and walk away, Shin felt a sense of being looked down upon. The panda carried its 2 trophies and began to leave. Unexpectedly, Shin shouted, "Ah, wait, over there." But it was too late. The panda had already stepped into the trap he had just finished setting up this morning. Shin mumbled, "That spot was the one I just designed this morning." Standing at the edge of the pit, Shin peered down and saw the round panda, wondering to himself, "I wonder if it's pregnant?" The fall just now didn't seem to hurt at all. The panda tried to climb up but failed, falling to the bottom of the pit. Shin chuckled softly, "Climbing up isn't that easy. This pit is a sloped surface." He thought to himself, ever since Madaka jumped out of the pit, I've been studying and redesigning this trap. The panda, unable to climb up, put on a cute act and blinked at Qin. He hesitated, wondering whether he should release it. After all, it was a national treasure. Unexpectedly, the clever panda signaled that it would give up a wolf as payment if Qin helped it. Qin, greedy, wanted both, but the panda shook its head in refusal like a bargaining expert, signaling for 6 parts. Qin smiled. 6 parts? You know how to bargain, huh? Don't worry, I won't take everything. He signaled the panda to wait a moment, then returned to throw down a piece of bamboo shoot in exchange for the remaining meat. The panda, confused, held the bamboo shoot, unsure of what to do with it. Qin chewed on his own piece of bamboo and asked, "What's wrong? You've never eaten this before?" The panda mimicked and took a bite, then happily chewed away. Seeing the panda give a thumbs up in agreement with the deal, Qin thought, could this be the first bear in history to eat bamboo shoots? The deal struck. Qin lowered the net so the panda could climb up. As soon as it was out of the pit, the panda considered reneging, but softened when it saw the pile of bamboo Qin had prepared. Qin led it to the bamboo forest, where plenty of bamboo shoots grew. The gluttonous panda grabbed a whole bamboo stalk and chewed it noisily. Finding it difficult to eat, it aggressively grabbed Qin's collar, causing him to cry out, "The bamboo shoots are right next to the ground." Qin rolled up his sleeves and showed the panda how to dig for bamboo shoots. After teaching it, Qin waved goodbye and, looking at the 2 wolves nearby, he said cheerfully, This is what I call mutual benefit. We'll come again next time." Qin thought the 2 wolves could make up for the meat he had consumed in the past few days. The wolves were too big, so he needed to report to Uncle Aaron. Suddenly, Qin heard a noise in the distance and, alert, looked around the area. Leading a group from the Yenclan, Hunterly, looking pleased, shouted loudly, "Of course, with me here, the Yenclan won't be able to put up any resistance." The people from the Yenclan following behind constantly praised and flattered Li, believing that he alone could face half of the Yenclan's hunting team. "With Li here, let's see how those Yenclan members dare to fight us for Dongshan." Li's voice rang out, instructing everyone to stay alert as they ventured deeper into the Dongshan area. From atop a tree, Qin used his homemade listening device to closely monitor the movements of the Yenclan. He sketched a tactical map on the ground, muttering to himself, "You've all come looking for death, and I will kindly help you rest in peace. Today, witness the power of the secret tunnel I have painstakingly prepared." The first person to fall into the trap was hung upside down high in the air. Li shouted loudly, warning everyone about the trap, quickly reassuring them, "Don't panic, it must have been set by the Yenclan." He suggested that everyone take the initiative to attack, believing that the Yenclan had set a trap for an ambush, so the number of enemies was likely not large. Li ordered to split into groups to search for the person behind these traps. The Yenclan member hanging high in the air cried out in agony, but no one paid attention. The second person fell into a trap, and perhaps his teacup set was shattered as well. This time, a net captured 3 people. 2 Yenclan members in this group, who were on the move, heard cries for help from other groups. A young man said in a panic, "It seems like they're in trouble." His teammate comforted him, "Don't be afraid, we'll proceed carefully and thoroughly. It'll be fine." Before he could finish speaking, both of them fell into a water pit that Qin had already dug. Looking up from the table, Qin noticed that 6 points had already fallen into the trap, with only Li remaining. Qin suddenly remembered that he was the one who had taken the Yenclan's totem pillar last time. Immediately, Qin decided to treat Li specially, giving him a chance to experience the invincible godly pit he had just designed. At this moment, Li was struggling with the traps that Qin had set. After escaping one wooden trap, he was crushed by heavy stones. He used all his strength to toss aside the rocks around him. Looking at the traps scattered everywhere, Li couldn't figure out who had designed them. They were too treacherous. Seeing the broken branch under his feet, Li angrily stomped on it. "With just these toys, you think you can make things difficult for me? Don't even think about it." "Damn it, I didn't expect this to be a trap from Qin." A stream of golden liquid poured down onto Li's head. "Honey!" Li shouted furiously. "Who did this? Show yourself." Shin, from up in the tree, sneered. Oh, does the sweetness of honey taste even sweeter than love? It's you. Lee glared at Shin. Shin, with a serious face, pointed toward Lee. Dongshan is the territory of my Yenclan. Do you know what the concept of inviolable territorial sovereignty means? Lee sneered. Humph, a territory gained through deceit? Sooner or later, my Yenclan will take it back. Shin shook his head, leaning back against the branch. I took it with skill, why should I return it? Lee wasn't good at arguing, he was used to using force. He was about to charge at Shin and teach that arrogant brat a lesson, showing him who the true master of Dongshan was. Seeing Lee charging toward him, Shin raised his hand in a waiting gesture, his voice like an advertisement. This kind of honey is great for the skin, it moisturizes and has a laxative effect. Lee didn't understand what Shin was saying. Shin sneered and spoke mysteriously. What I mean is, if you don't like eating it, there are others who do. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee suddenly realized, horrified, the dark shadow looming behind him. An iron claw bear was staring directly at the honey on his body. Shin, filled with joy, was eating wild fruit while enjoying the sight of humans and beasts clashing. In another part of the forest, where the hunters of the Yenclan had gathered, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. A hunter, his face red with anger, shouted, "Those Yenclan bastards are infuriating. They dared to steal our prey." The roar of a beast echoed, causing the group of hunters to cheer. They hadn't been able to hunt much in the past few days, and now it seemed the creature was surrendering itself. Aaron, the leader of the group, suddenly realized that the roar was coming from the area where Shin had been frequenting recently. Fearing for Shin's safety, he shouted, "Everyone, move quickly. We must rescue Shin right away." When they arrived, Shin was sitting on a tree branch, shouting excitedly, "What a spectacular scene! Hit him, slap him hard." Shin was cheering on the large iron claw bear as it fought against Lee. The bear had mistaken Lee for someone who had stolen its food, and in a fit of rage, it swung its enormous paw, delivering a mighty blow to Lee. Although Lee managed to block the strike, the force was too great, sending him flying. Lee, his face bruised, screamed, "Damn it!" In a fit of rage, Lee activated his totemic power, transforming himself into a giant with stone armor, ready to face the iron claw bear with overwhelming strength. Lee aimed at the bear and hurled a massive boulder toward it. After releasing all his anger, Lee was exhausted and returned to his original form. Shin, who was perched on the tree, looked down and thought to himself, his totemic power is indeed quite impressive. Meanwhile, the iron claw bear was struggling to crawl out from the pile of rubble, its vicious gaze fixed on Lee. Shin grabbed the rope in his hand and said loudly, "All right, the show is over." Both of them stood still. Next came Shin's punishment for the fighters. Shin yanked the rope forcefully, triggering the pit trap he had prepared in advance. Both Lee and the iron claw bear had no time to react and fell into the pit together. Aaron and the group of hunters had just arrived and shouted, "Shin, are you all right?" Everyone looked around, surprised to see Lee and the bear lying unconscious at the bottom of the pit. They burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the forest. Suddenly, a member of the Yenclan accidentally triggered a net trap underfoot. Aaron and the others were horrified. Shin quickly shouted, "Don't move, let me rescue you." But before Shin could act, Aaron was also caught in the trap. With an innocent expression, Shin joked, You don't know anything." Lee slowly regained consciousness, bewildered as he looked around. When he lifted his head, his heart raced when he saw the iron claw bear also coming to, charging aggressively toward him. With no time to dodge, Lee used both hands to block the bear's sharp teeth and, using all his strength, threw it toward the edge of the earthen wall. Iron Claw Bear was only slightly dizzy but immediately sprang up to attack Lee again. The growl and the sound of claws tearing into flesh terrified Lee. When he opened his eyes, he saw the bear lunging at him, but in front of him were sharp spears piercing through the bear's body. Shin stood at the edge of the pit, smiling as he spoke. "Lee, are you satisfied with this specially designed room?" Lee was still in shock, mocking Shin as weak, saying he was too afraid to face a real fight. Qin waved his hand in refusal. Tell Li to stay down there and wait. Li angrily shouted, do you think I can't get out of this pit? He gathered all his totemic power into his hands and quickly climbed up. Qin, sitting on the edge of the pit, complimented him, you're strong, you really have quite a bit of skill. When Li reached halfway up, Qin suddenly turned away and picked up a large rock. Just as Li's hand reached the lip of the pit, Qin threw the rock, hitting his head with a loud thud, and shouted, is this what you call strength? Li's head was stunned by the impact, but he still tried to climb up, though lumps began to form on his head. Furious at seeing Qin treat the warriors of the tribe so ruthlessly, Li could only endure more pain from talking too much. Qin coldly remarked and then struck Li again with his mace. Despite his face being battered and bruised, Li refused to yield, shouting a challenge to Qin to face him in a final battle. Qin stopped, but immediately kicked Li hard in the face with his foot, shouting loudly, hey, let's settle this once and for all. Seeing Li fall to the bottom of the pit, Qin shouted, Dongshan is now my territory, and if your Yenclan dares to stir trouble, you'll get a beating. Li stubbornly retorted, Dongshan was taken from the Yenclan by your deception. Qin sneered, his voice full of challenge, not just deceived, I also took it by force. Isn't your Yenclan always boasting about using strength to settle things? Qin decided to teach Li a lesson on territorial sovereignty. Aaron, who had just regained consciousness after Qin splashed cold water on him, didn't have time to react before Qin dragged him off to deal with the situation. The Yenclan members couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Li and the entire hunting team from the Yenclan fall into the trap set by Qin. Qin turned around, his voice dripping with disdain, Li, you made me wait too long. He then ordered Aaron to make Li feel the taste of fire. Aaron immediately summoned a totem. Relying on the power of the flames to intimidate, Qin threatened, if you keep being stubborn, I'll roast you into dried meat. Li roared in fury, you dare to threaten me? Qin cut him off, his tone mocking, I know, you're a warrior, and you're not afraid of death. You've been saying this so much, it's getting annoying. Qin yelled from above, his voice full of malice, today, no one from the Yenclan will leave here alive. Li screamed, you dare. Qin coldly replied, let me show you. Realizing he was facing a madman, Li had no choice but to back down, gritting his teeth and declaring that he would withdraw from Dongshan. Qin pretended not to hear clearly and told Li to speak louder. Li reluctantly shouted, we will withdraw from Dongshan, you let the people go. Qin disagreed, believing that releasing the people so easily would be a loss of face, especially since his tribe members had been injured by the Yenclan and many of their prey had been stolen. Li reluctantly agreed to return the stolen prey. Aaron intended to persuade Qin to agree, but Qin immediately opposed, suspecting that Li would come back for a sneak attack after escaping. Li then suggested using the ancestor god's covenant to guarantee the promise. Meanwhile, at the Yenclan, angry curses rang out. Shui was furious because all the meat had been stolen, leaving him and the wounded only able to chew on leaves. His underlings comforted him, saying they would have meat once the hunting team returned. Shui angrily grabbed the collar of one of the men who had spoken, thinking he was treating him with contempt just like Qin, enjoying the benefits without doing anything. Yi appeared, bringing the news that the hunting team had returned with a big haul. Shui grew even angrier at the thought of Qin getting his share like everyone else. He was determined not to let Qin continue to benefit, believing that indulging Qin was humiliating the hunting team. The crowd rallied behind Shui, excited and ready to follow him. They were determined not to let Qin off the hook this time. At the village gate, tribe members were discussing the hunting team's abundant harvest, promising a hearty meal. A long line of beasts was being dragged in, causing everyone to be astonished. Aaron reported a successful hunting trip, having captured 10 enormous wild animals. This was the largest haul ever achieved by the Yenclan. The tribe leader, excited, gave orders to divide the spoils, prioritizing the hunting team to choose first. He appeared with his group and called out loudly, Shui, wait a moment, they have something to say before the division. The Grand Elder shouted angrily, Shui, what are you planning to do? Step aside. The group behind Shui and Yi shouted in unison, we demand that Qin be removed from the hunting team, he is a coward who only takes advantage of others. The tribe leader, whose face had been cheerful, suddenly frowned and sternly asked, "What is going on here?" C spoke up boldly, responding to the tribe leader, affirming that Qin had never made any contributions to the hunting team. And for this haul, Qin did not deserve to receive any portion of the meat. The people behind Shui also chimed in, loudly protesting the idea of Qin receiving an equal share with the hunting team, arguing that he had not put in any effort. Aaron was about to speak in defense, but was immediately interrupted by Shui. "Uncle Aaron, no need to speak anymore. They can't hold back today." Yi joined in, his voice full of anger. "Tribe leader, allowing Qin to join the hunting team was a difficult decision, but Qin has let everyone down." Yi, like a professional actor, expressed intense anger as he recounted that initially he saw Qin as young and ambitious, and he was eager to teach him the skills of hunting. However, Qin refused to learn, spending all his time eating and drinking without contributing anything to the hunting team. When the entire team was suddenly attacked, everyone fought back desperately, but Qin disappeared without a trace. Shui and the injured felt that their blood had been shed for the tribe, while Qin did nothing at all. Aaron, upon hearing this, was stunned and shouted, "Everyone's misunderstanding." Shui glared at him, angrily replying, "We're not misunderstanding. If we don't punish Qin, who will believe us?" Today, no one is allowed to defend him. The crowd behind them joined in, determined to expel Qin from the hunting team. Seeing the tense situation, the Grand Elder spoke up, "Tribe leader, everyone has a point. Qin's behavior is not convincing anyone." Aaron tried to continue explaining, but the Grand Elder stopped him, advising him to let the tribe leader decide for himself. Shui, confident that the crowd had overpowered Qin, loudly demanded that he kneel and apologize to everyone, for Qin could not be allowed to leave so easily. At this moment, Qin was deeply asleep on the large bear's back, only waking up due to the noise. As the tribe leader was about to announce his decision regarding Qin, Aaron interrupted. He shouted, "Everyone, listen to me." Aaron pointed at Qin and revealed that all the game caught today was the result of Qin's efforts alone. Aaron's words left tribe leader and everyone else dumbfounded. He pointed to the two three-eyed wolves, which had been taken down single-handedly by Qin. Qin appeared pleased, recounting the battle in a near-miraculous manner. Despite the wolves being fierce and swift as the wind, they were no match for his absolute strength, reducing them to nothing more than barking dogs. Yi, standing off to the side, had a grim expression on his face and criticized Qin, saying that catching the prey was the hunting team's job, and there was nothing praiseworthy about it. Shui and those around him echoed his sentiment, loudly declaring, "Yi is right. This is just a way to make up for the meat we missed a few days ago." When Li from the Yenclan launched the attack, Qin had vanished without a trace. Shui, glaring at the wounds on his body, shouted angrily, "I got severely injured because of the Yenclan's attack, and what did Qin do?" If he had faced Li, he would have been so scared that he'd have wet himself. Shui was convinced that if it hadn't been for Li's overwhelming strength, they wouldn't have ended up in this state, bandaged up. At that moment, Aaron's voice rang out like a bell, startling Shui. Aaron revealed that Li and the hunting team he led had been single-handedly defeated by Qin. This revelation sparked a flurry of conversations among the crowd. Shui, both terrified and incredulous, couldn't believe that it was true. Back in the forest, Dongshan, after Li had declared an oath with the ancestor god, drew a dagger and cut into the palm of his hand. Blood from the wound spread out, forming a strange shape. Seeing Qin in a daze, Aaron explained that this was the ancestor god covenant ritual. Li used his totem to swear an oath, binding his soul, something even Jiaorong could not break. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chu knelt on one knee, his divine aura radiating as he murmured, "I, Nili, a warrior of the Yenclan, swear by the totem before the ancestor god, from now on I will not oppose Yenshin, and I will accept double the compensation for the damage to Yenclan's prey. Should I break this oath, the power of the totem will crush my blood and bones, destroying my soul." As soon as he finished, his blood condensed into a red medallion, flying straight to him. Back at Yenclan, Qin held the ancestor god covenant that Li had given him and proudly displayed it to everyone. The tribe leader could not help but be amazed by Qin's courage and abilities. "So what?" Yi spoke up, his expression displeased. "Does Qin think he can simply brush this off because of luck? The crowd could not accept this. Those following Chui and Yi immediately began to jeer and strongly protest. Amidst the crowd, a little girl squeezed forward. Upon seeing a familiar face, she joyfully exclaimed, Shin brother, did you bring back a lot of prey to share with everyone?" Her words took many by surprise. Shin looked at the little girl, who was smiling brightly, and it seemed as though he was very familiar with her. He suspected that Shin was only good at eating, and wondered how he could possibly have food to share. Yi thought that the little girl was someone Shin had called over, making up a story to make everyone admire him. "This isn't a play," an old man's voice suddenly rang out from below. He was someone who frequently received food from Shin, so it was unmistakable. At that moment, both Yi and Chui were stunned. More and more elderly and sickly people around them spoke up, confirming that they had received help from Shin. The little girl proudly announced, "That's right. Shin brother has been bringing his prey home and sharing it with me these past few days." Not just the little girl, Shin had been helping many other tribe members as well. As the truth came to light, people started praising Shin. The main character, however, could only scratch his head and grin foolishly. Chui and Yi were startled when they saw the villagers' angry gazes directed at them. The two quickly explained that it was just a misunderstanding. They meant no harm, and only wanted to speak fairly. Yi turned to look for support from his allies, but instead, he saw them surrounding him, ready to rush in and teach the two of them a lesson. The two grew even more infuriated as they heard the group criticize them without hesitation, accusing them of being jealous of Shin's talents. She shouted angrily, "I don't believe that Shin brat hasn't even awakened his fire starter. What kind of skill does he have?" Aaron immediately turned around and said, "Shin's abilities are no small matter. Over the past few days, he has turned the entire Dongshan into a labyrinth of traps. From now on, the Yenclan can hunt with peace of mind, no longer worried about enemy invasions." Yi and Shui grew even angrier as they saw Shin, full of pride, telling everyone, "It's just a small matter. Shin is still young, not strong enough, and only knows how to use his brain." Shui lunged toward Shin, but before he could do anything, a powerful arm struck him in the head, accompanied by an angry roar, "Stop embarrassing me." Shin Huang stared in fear at the scene of the Grand Elder lovingly disciplining his grandson, filled with deep family affection. Suddenly, the Grand Elder turned and glanced at Shin, causing him to panic and exclaim, "Grand Elder, if there's anything, let's talk it over slowly." "Why?" The Grand Elder's hand reached toward Shin, making the tribe leader wonder. Aaron, worried for Shin's life, quickly shouted, "Grand Elder, don't act impulsively." But the hand suddenly stopped, then gently patted Shin's shoulder. "Well done, Shin, the Grand Elder praises you for doing a great job." "Did you see that?" Shin almost wet his pants from the threatening way the Grand Elder gave his praise. Chui had been grabbed by the Grand Elder by one leg and dragged home for self-reflection. With all misunderstandings cleared, the tribe leader happily declared, "Today is a day of abundant harvest. Tonight, the entire tribe will celebrate." In the evening, Shin sat quietly in a corner, chewing on a large piece of meat, his eyes watching the tribe members playfully dancing around. Suddenly, Shin looked up and asked, "Chui, why is your face swollen like that?" At this moment, Chui, in such a miserable state, was the result of being pampered and caressed by his grandfather all afternoon. He hesitated, "Chui, I wanted to cry when Shin thought I had come to cause trouble, but it turns out I was summoned by the Grand Elder to bow my head and apologize to him." Shin hesitated, his voice full of concern, "Grand Elder, what are you doing?" After finishing his cup of wine to steady his nerves, the Grand Elder spoke, admitting that he was rude, not used to using his brain, and had a hot temper. He openly acknowledged that he had previously looked down on Shin. He was stunned when he saw the Grand Elder and his grandson kneeling to apologize. Shin stood frozen, his mind in chaos. Suddenly, Shin turned, gripping the knife at his waist, his voice as cold as ice. "Want to erase the past? It's not impossible." Shin's face hardened, demanding that the Grand Elder let him strike a blow. Shin's words left both the Grand Elder and his grandson stunned. The people around them exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. Was Shin about to harm the Grand Elder? Chui tried to intervene but was stopped by the Grand Elder. He said that he would take responsibility. Qin could do whatever he wanted, and he would not oppose it. Everyone was worried that Qin might lose control, urging him to calm down. Despite all the advice, Qin swung the knife forcefully toward the Grand Elder. "Blood has been spilled," Qin said solemnly. Seeing the wound on the Grand Elder's arm, Chui panicked and cried out, "Grandfather!" Qin focused intently on the wound, took out a pouch of medicine from his side, and sprinkled it onto the injury. Everyone thought Qin was too cruel after striking, he even poisoned him. How could he do such a thing? Suddenly, the Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling for silence. He realized the bleeding had stopped. Could this be? The Grand Elder, unable to believe his eyes, whispered, "It can't be." Qin wore a triumphant expression, juggling the pouch of medicine in his hand, and said, "This is a super-powered hemostatic powder I just developed." The Grand Elder's eyes lit up, and he asked again, "You're saying this powder can stop the bleeding quickly?" "Yes," Qin confirmed. "You explained that injuring the Grand Elder was just to demonstrate the effectiveness of the medicine." Qin smiled, thinking to himself, how would primitive people know about Yunnan white herb? The Grand Elder held the pouch of medicine, joyfully saying, "That was a good strike. With this medicine, even a few more slashes would be fine." Chui muttered, "Why don't you just slash yourself?" Qin turned to him, his voice cold, "This medicine doesn't treat itself. Do you understand the reasoning behind this?" Qin said, as though teaching Chui like a child, assuming he still needed time to understand. Chui felt pitiable. His grandfather was now only focused on the pouch of medicine, no longer paying attention to him. The tribe members cheered, "Hadakaka." When hearing Grand Elder introduce the medicine, it became clear that with this, the hunting team no longer had to fear injuries. Today was the MTH hunting day, and this was the third catch of the day. Thanks to Qin, the hunting team's efficiency had increased significantly. One person holding a bird praised the trap for being reusable, able to capture prey on any terrain. A tribe member ran up to report that a large prey had been caught in the trap. Seeing the enormous creature in the pit, everyone noticed how much progress had been made compared to before. This catch was enough to feed the entire tribe for several days. Qin was becoming increasingly loved and trusted by everyone. People whispered that the tribe leader might be grooming Qin to be his successor, albeit unintentionally. The two elders overheard this. Second elder angrily scolded the group, saying internal matters should not be discussed openly. Second elder realized that Grand Elder had changed. He did not lose his temper at the rumors but instead praised Qin's abilities. Grand Elder thought simply whoever is deserving can be the tribe leader. If Qin wants it, he must prove his abilities to earn the trust of everyone. Hearing Grand Elder's words, Second Elder fell silent, his gaze as if calculating something in his mind. The results of today's hunt were excellent, with the prey piled up. The person in charge of collection said that the task had been exceeded for the day, but he hesitated before suggesting that Qin and Aaron bring back fewer animals next time. Qin was surprised. "Isn't more better?" Suddenly, a tribe member eating collapsed and cried out in pain. "That's why we need to reduce it," the supervisor said. Recently, many people who ate the meat have become ill. Looking at the spoiled piece of meat on the ground, Qin realized that he had forgotten a major issue. The primitive people didn't know how to preserve food. Qin held his head in his hands. This was definitely a difficult problem that needed to be solved immediately. At the Nyo tribe, the atmosphere was tense as a bowl shattered right where Li was sitting. The tribe leader of the Nyo clan, furious, could not accept that Li had refused to follow his orders. In his hands was an anonymous letter, which he regarded as a rare golden opportunity. Li, with a look of suspicion, expressed his distrust toward the informant, whose identity remained a mystery. He also emphasized that scheming and ambushing were not actions befitting a true warrior. In a fit of rage, Nyo shouted that his tribe members were suffering from hunger, and he no longer cared about honor or face, only survival mattered. Suddenly, figures appeared outside the tent, and a voice rang out, mockingly. "If you're afraid of getting your hands dirty and care too much about your dignity, then get out right now." 4 people walked into Nyo's tent, and Lee recognized 3 of them as members of the Lin clan. They had come to help Nyo deal with the Yenclan. This caused Lee to panic. Nyo suspected that Lee had already accepted defeat against Qin of the Yenclan. Holding the map sent by the mysterious informant, Nyo shouted loudly. This map clearly shows all the traps on Dongshan Mountain. There is no need to be afraid. Lee replied in a doubtful tone, what if this map is fake? That would only cause more damage to the Nyo clan. Nyo believed the map couldn't be fake and thought someone in the Yenclan was using others to deal with Qin. Lee, enraged, shouted that in that case, it was even more impossible to cooperate with such people. He decided, regardless of what Nyo said, he would not participate in this matter. Lee warned Nyo that even if they wanted to deal with the Yenclan, they should not seek the help of the Lin tribe. 2 members of the Lin tribe then opened their mouths to criticize and provoke Lee, making him almost lose his temper. One of them continued to sneer, "What's wrong? Are we wrong? Who was it that got beaten, had their entire army captured, and returned in disgrace?" In his fury, Lee wanted to use the totem power to suppress them, but to his surprise, the entire Lin tribe remained unaffected and at ease. The man in the black cloak standing behind the Lin tribe leader emitted an enigmatic aura, neutralizing Lee's momentum. Lee, frightened, yelled, "Dark power!" But then realized it was ineffective, as the mysterious man radiated a force of impotence. Both tribe leaders bowed respectfully and called him Divine Priest. Lee was terrified, not understanding how such a small tribe like the Lin tribe could have such a figure. The enigmatic Divine Priest coldly asked Lee, "Why are you defying Nyo's orders?" Lee remained silent. The Divine Priest suddenly emanated a terrifying aura, intending to punish Lee for betraying the tribe. Nyo quickly spoke up to stop him, believing that Lee had merely momentarily lost his way and had no intention of betraying them. Nyo turned to Lee and said, "Dealing with the Yenclan will be his responsibility. Don't be stubborn anymore." Lee knew Nyo was trying to protect him, but he lowered his head and refused, not following his command. Lee knelt before Nyo and recounted how he had made a pact with the ancestor god, vowing not to oppose Qin. These words made it impossible for Nyo to remain calm. The people of the Lin tribe were also taken aback, curious about the person who could make a warrior of the tribe swear such an oath. Nyo spoke of how Qin had set traps on Dongshan Mountain, causing Lee and Nyo clan's hunting team much suffering. Looking at Lee, dejected and kneeling to one side, Nyo was astonished that Qin could oppress him to the point of forcing him into an ancestor god pact. The mysterious Divine Priest sneered with a wicked grin, intrigued by Qin. Who was he? That remained a question. Back at the Yenclan on Dongshan Mountain, Qin was overjoyed with the huge bamboo shoot he had just dug up. Seeing the eager expression on Sister Panda's face, Qin handed the bamboo shoot to her. Upon receiving the treat, Sister Panda immediately devoured it greedily. Qin said to her, "From now on, stop eating meat. Eating bamboo shoots is what a true panda should do." The two excitedly continued digging for bamboo shoots, soon gathering a large pile. Exhausted, Qin collapsed onto the ground, panting for breath. The panda's sister hurriedly hugged the bundle of bamboo shoots, afraid they might disappear. Her adorable demeanor made Qin grow even fonder of her. Qin waved goodbye to the panda's sister. "You must return to your tribe." The panda's sister didn't want Qin to leave, but after hearing him promise to come back the next day, she reluctantly gave him a bamboo shoot. Qin joked, "Oh my, panda's sister, I've been digging all day, and you only give me one shoot?" The panda's sister immediately looked pitiful, holding the remaining bamboo shoots tightly. Qin knew she cherished him, which is why she had given him that one. On his way back, Qin hummed a tune as he walked. Suddenly, a group of Lin tribe members with weapons surrounded him, blocking his path. Qin couldn't understand how they had managed to enter Dongshan Mountain. The bald man spoke first, dismissing Qin's tricks, believing they couldn't pose any difficulty for them. Seeing how they had expertly bypassed the traps, Qin suspected someone had leaked the layout map. Not wanting to be captured, Qin quickly unleashed a set of iron traps around the encircling group and fled. Some of the Lin tribe members got caught in the traps, but the bald man still threw a spear at Sheen. Fortunately, Sheen managed to stop just in time, dodging the other spears that followed, sending a chill down his spine. He rushed to hide behind a large rock, but even that was shattered by their attacks. After a while of evading, Sheen was pursued by another group. Just as he was running, he suddenly stopped when he saw a Lynn tribe member blocking the way ahead. The crowd gradually closed in, determined to kill Sheen. Just as the situation grew critical, one of them fell, struck by an arrow. It turned out that Sheen had managed to quickly draw his crossbow and fire, shooting several arrows before continuing his escape, disappearing into the forest. The bald man, who had been chasing him, shouted, "What happened? Where is Yenshin?" A wounded member of the Lynn tribe warned them to be cautious of Sheen's strange items. The crowd shouted Hadakaka, and divided into smaller groups, chasing across Dongshan Mountain, determined not to let Sheen escape. The mysterious divine priest also followed the group, intrigued by this young boy. The shouts of the Lynn tribe echoed through the forest. Sheen kept encountering different groups of the Lynn tribe. He had no idea how many people they had. Meanwhile, a member of the Lynn tribe received orders and summoned the totem, launching a wooden vine needle towards Sheen. Sensing danger, Sheen quickly turned and used his shoulder armor to block the attack. He thought to himself, "That was close, I almost got crippled." Fortunately, the shoulder armor blocked it. But at that very moment, the piece of armor on Sheen's shoulder shattered into pieces. Seeing the ruthless group relentlessly attacking, Sheen quickly considered a way to escape. As they closed in, an idea struck him. He hastily threw a grappling hook up to a tree branch. Sheen climbed up the rope. It was his first time doing this, and he was a bit clumsy, but eventually, he managed to grab hold of the tree. The Lynn tribe members were about to charge forward but were stopped. Song ordered everyone to halt and not advance any further. Sheen, in fear, shouted loudly, "I warn you, don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will have no way out." Tung stood silently, summoning totemic power, and struck forward with great force. Sheen furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at the trap holes he had dug earlier, now revealed before his eyes. Song sneered, "Sheen, I've seen through your traps. Do you think I didn't notice these large holes?" He was determined not to let Sheen escape like last time. This time Song would use all his strength. The escape plan had failed, and Sheen silently regretted it. He muttered to himself, "There's no choice but to use it, I can only buy time as long as possible." In Sheen's hand was a cylindrical tube, an unfinished secret weapon, the Celestial Maiden's Needle. Sheen activated the mechanism, and a barrage of hidden weapons shot directly at the Lynn tribe members. The secret weapon caught the opponents off guard, and all of them were hit. Song pulled out a hidden weapon, shouting, "The warriors of the Lynn tribe fear no injury." Hadakaka. Suddenly, a tribe member saw his swollen lips and panic-stricken, shouted. The 5 who had been struck by the hidden weapons trembled, realizing their own lips were also swelling. Seeing the Lynn tribe in chaos, Sheen smugly shouted, "You've all fallen victim to my magic, soul pursuit step. If you move, you will die instantly." Sheen's threat sent the group into a state of panic, while he calmly jumped down from the tree. Song and the others could only stand still, not daring to move for fear of death. At this moment, the long-bearded captain who had been chasing them arrived, and seeing Sheen, he shouted in panic. The team leader ordered the group to stand still, telling them to wait until he caught Sheen, and then he would come back to rescue them. Sheen awkwardly looked at the new arrivals, who were aggressively chasing after him, and hurriedly crawled away. "A song, what should we do?" one of the tribe members asked. Song told them to stay still, not to be afraid, and as long as they didn't move, they would be safe. One of the tribe members tilted his head back to the sky, hesitating, but maintaining that position for long was difficult. Song angrily shouted, "If you can't hold it, then force yourself. Do you want to die?" He had barely finished speaking when he couldn't bear it any longer, collapsing, pulling the rest of the group down with him. People started crying, thinking that death was certain this time. Song shouted, "The Lynn tribe has no cowards. Even if we die, we must die with glory." The divine priest appeared, looking at them with a suspicious gaze. Song said, "Please don't ruin the moment of glory for the warriors. They've been cursed by Qin's witchcraft, this is their final strength." The divine priest stepped forward to inspect them, then angrily said, "This is just the poison of an ordinary bee, you've all been deceived." Song was both furious and humiliated, growling, "Damn it, I will make Yenshin pay for this." He called out to the people who had been chasing Qin, vowing not to let him escape. Qin ran for his life, but couldn't shake off the Lin tribe pursuing him. The group had spotted Qin ahead, but hesitated, unwilling to chase him further because he was heading into the territory of the wild beasts of Dongshan, and if they entered, they would be attacked. "What's going on? Why did you all stop?" the team leader asked. He realized they were now at the forbidden area of Dongshan, the territory of the beast's king. Qin had caused heavy losses to the Lin tribe, and if they returned empty-handed, the entire tribe would lose face. The group would never let him go. They overcame their fear and charged into the forbidden zone, determined to capture Qin. At this point, Qin was exhausted, bent over and gasping for breath, his legs no longer obeying his command. He painfully realized that the stamina of a 12-year-old child had reached its limit. The Lin tribe members were close behind, and the furious voice of the team leader rang out, "You brat, you'd better not think of escaping. We'll make your death quick and painless." Qin was truly at his wit's end, having used up all his self-defense weapons. "Today, no one can save you," the voice of Song came, full of rage. The team leader ordered his men to quickly eliminate Qin. They couldn't afford to stay in this area for too long. Qin, in a panic, saw weapons closing in from all directions. As Madaka's weapon drew nearer, Qin thought to himself that he was definitely going to die this time. But maybe this time, he wouldn't be reincarnated. Qin closed his eyes, accepting his fate, and silently thought, "Next time, don't reincarnate as a child. I must become a king." The approaching group suddenly stopped. A loud, ferocious roar of a wild beast echoed in front of them. A massive figure trudged heavily and suddenly appeared behind Qin. This is the captain, stammering in fear, the wild beasts of Dongshan. There is a legend in the Dongshan mountain range that deep within the dense forest lurks a gigantic monster. Whenever it roars, the sound is so deafening that the entire region, including the 3 nearby tribes, can hear it clearly. Its power is unmatched by any creature in the mountains. Wherever it passes, it leaves a trail of devastation. Any monster that dares challenge it is tortured to death. The captain trembled as he looked at the enormous figure before him. He was certain that the Dongshan mountain monster had arrived. Qin was surprised to see the people of the Lin tribe, their eyes filled with fear, their bodies shaking as they stared at him, but it seemed they were actually looking at something behind him. Qin suddenly turned around, and what met his eyes was the familiar round belly of Big Sister Panda. The beast's king of Dongshan that everyone has been talking about is actually Big Sister Panda. Qin smiled happily and muttered, "Oh my, you are my lifesaver." Qin hurriedly ran toward the adorable Big Sister Panda. The people of the Lin tribe stood frozen, wide-eyed in shock, thinking that Qin had gone mad by rushing toward the beast's king. As Qin approached, he raised his hand to greet Big Sister Panda. The frantic voice of the Lin tribe captain echoed, "This kid is crazy. He's provoking the beast's king. He's definitely going to die. However, it is recommended that the Lin tribe should take the opportunity to flee." Qin cheerfully shook hands and greeted Sister Bear, hugging her round belly. Qin happily said, "You arrived at just the right time." Seeing the intimate expression between Qin and the beast's king, who was fierce in the rumors, the whole group from the Lin tribe stood in shock with their mouths agape. What was even more terrifying was that Qin was being carried on the beast's king's shoulder. Sister Bear roared angrily when she heard Qin tell her that it was these people who had bullied him. The fury in Sister Bear's voice caused the entire Lin tribe to panic in fear. The Lin tribe's captain shouted, trying to calm the people around him. The wild beasts of Dongshan were just a large beast, and the Lin tribe's warrior, Yenclan, wasn't afraid of anything. He grabbed his weapon and led the group to charge towards Sister Bear. "Kill!" His shout rang out, inciting those behind him. Suddenly, the entire group froze, standing still as if in a trance, their faces filled with panic when they saw Sister Bear swing her arm and slam the captain's face into the ground. Sister Bear yelled angrily, her whole body radiating energy. Sheen shouted in joy, "Sister is actually the legendary Super Panda." Sister Bear lifted the captain up and threw him like a stone toward the Lynn tribe, their faces showing sheer terror. When they saw Sister Bear appear behind them with unbelievable speed, her large hand descending toward them, the faint shadow of ancient script appeared around her body. Her hand struck down, causing the earth to crack open. The Lynn tribe members who were hit by the blow were sent flying. The divine priest, from afar, suddenly saw the body of a Lynn tribe member flying towards him. Sister Bear was pleased when she heard Sheen praise the invincibility of her divine strength. The two of them playfully joked, touching hands in celebration of their victory. However, lying nearby, Song suddenly woke up, grabbed a weapon, and rushed over, shouting, "Hated beast, die!" Holding a hammer, Song Ron swung it fiercely towards Sister Bear. But when he realized the hammer in his hand had broken, he stood frozen, unable to speak. Sister Bear glanced at him with disdain, then opened her mouth and unleashed a surge of energy, directing it straight at Song. The divine priest, outside, used a secret technique to grasp the full extent of what had just occurred, his evil aura condensed within him. Sheen suddenly turned around, looking into the distance, a sense of danger whispering in his mind. Sister Bear also sensed the terrifying aura approaching her, though it was not entirely clear. Suddenly, Sheen saw the thick black mist rushing towards them. He yelled to Sister Bear, "Quick, hide!" It was too late. Sheen was horrified to see the mist wrap around his arm. Pain surged through his body as the mysterious mist infiltrated his arm, causing him to groan in agony before collapsing, falling from Sister Bear's shoulder to the ground. Sister Bear fared no better, as the mist surrounded her, engulfing her completely. As time passed, the mist seemed to have successfully invaded, leaving Sister Bear's lifeless body lying motionless beside Sheen. The injured members of the Lynn tribe stood from a distance, watching, but none dared to approach. The mysterious divine priest, after defeating Sheen and the elder sister, appeared. He moved towards the elder sister, intending to use her massive body to create a puppet through dark magic. Noticing that Sheen's life force was still faintly lingering, the divine priest prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the elder sister suddenly regained consciousness, glaring directly at the divine priest. He, caught off guard and unable to react in time, was struck by a powerful blow from her, sending him crashing backward and sliding along the ground. Seizing the opportunity, despite the pain, the elder sister struggled to drag Sheen away from the scene. "They're up! Chase them!" a Lynn tribe member shouted. "No need to chase," the divine priest coldly ordered. The elder sister's attack had severely wounded him, but a sinister smile curled on his lips, confident that both of them were already corroded by darkness, and death was only a matter of time. The identity of the divine priest remained a mystery, and the darkness in this world was a forbidden force. As night fell, in a secluded mountain range, after escaping, the Lynn tribe members continued without rest, bringing Sheen to this place. Once they felt they were safe, the elder sister gently placed the still unconscious Sheen on the ground. She, too, collapsed beside him, exhausted from the darkness overtaking her body. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, when a drop of stalactite fell from the ceiling, striking Sheen's forehead. At that moment, a strange change occurred. An mysterious object shot out from Sheen's head, quickly absorbing all the dark energy surrounding him. His body no longer bore any trace of the sinister aura. Realizing that Sheen was about to wake up, the mysterious object immediately re-entered his head. Sheen suddenly opened his eyes, bewildered as he checked his body, exclaiming, "I'm fine." He turned his head to search for his sister, panicking when he saw her lying motionless, her body invaded by dark energy. Sheen suddenly remembered that before he passed out, they had been attacked by the dark aura. He decided to find something to help his sister recover. As he stepped out of the cave, Sheen froze, staring ahead. The winter mist had arrived, and a mass of black fog was slowly advancing towards him. Suddenly, it seemed like something about Sheen's body made the mist hesitate, as if it feared to invade him. The mist receded and flew off in another direction. Sheen stood still, watching as a purple mist gathered. It seemed to take on a life of its own, with eyes opening and glaring viciously at him. A shrill, piercing sound rang out as the one-eyed mist charged toward Sheen. In an unexpected and strange turn of events, a gigantic foot suddenly appeared from the void, crushing the thick mist beneath it. Sheen, both shocked and terrified, wanted to scream but couldn't. In front of him stood an enormous figure moving closer, making Sheen look like nothing more than a tiny ant. Despite the overwhelming fear, Sheen gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Behind him lay his exhausted sister, the panda who had been drained after the battle. Sheen thought he was probably going to die, but unexpectedly, that giant figure stopped and slowly disappeared in a mysterious way, leaving no trace behind. Sheen was confused, unsure whether what he had just witnessed was an illusion or reality. The aura emanating from that massive figure was truly terrifying. When Sheen turned around and looked, that thing suddenly appeared behind him, almost causing him to lose his composure. Big Sister Panda sensed the danger outside, and out of concern for Sheen, she tried to make an effort to leave. Sheen hurried over, his voice filled with worry. "Don't move, you need to rest." "Why did you get up?" Big Sister signaled that she wanted to go deeper into the cave. Sheen thought there might be something inside that could help her heal. He tried his best to support the panda, breathing heavily. "Big Sister, you're too heavy." "This isn't going to work," Sheen said, asking her to hold onto his neck tightly before trying to carry her. Though his body was stiff with effort, Sheen persisted, taking one step at a time. But after just one step, he tripped over a rock, and they both fell to the ground. Sheen quickly reassured her, calmly saying, "It's just a slight misstep." Sheen continued to try, his voice full of determination. "You got hurt because of me, and I will definitely help you." He thought to himself, "This is the first time I've carried a panda. If anyone knew about this, they'd probably be very envious." Step by step, Sheen shouted loudly as he moved forward. After a long journey, he noticed the light ahead, placed the Big Sister down, and panted heavily from exhaustion. In front of them seemed to be an altar, and the Big Sister tried to crawl toward the light. The dark, ominous smoke surrounding her gradually receded. Sheen noticed that the traces of darkness had diminished. When he looked toward the altar, he was surprised to see a skull placed on a stone basin. Sheen guessed that this was what had repelled the dark aura. The Big Sister Panda nodded in agreement. Sheen immediately reached out toward the skull, but unexpectedly, its eye sockets flashed. A protective shield enveloped the skull. Sheen was thrown back by the recoil. He muttered, "Damn it, there's a protective layer." Grinding his teeth, Sheen charged again, but once more, he was flung back. Like a stubborn little bug, he kept rushing forward only to be pushed back each time. Sensing the Big Sister's concern, Sheen reassured her, "Don't worry, I promise to help you, and I will keep my word." With blood staining his face, Sheen shouted, "Today, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't stop me." He rushed to the stone basin, put all his strength into reaching for the skull. His eyes gleamed with unparalleled fierceness, and the protective barrier shattered. Sheen stepped onto the stone platform, facing the skull, when suddenly a new trial appeared before his eyes, seemingly the trial of the Loshu 9 palaces. Sheen looked at the skull and asked, "You mean I have to solve this?" He said seriously, "Today, whether I have to ascend to the heavens or leap into the cauldron of oil, I will defeat you." Sheen began to move the formation, but suddenly felt a sharp pain. He realized he didn't have much time left, as the dark aura surrounding Big Sis was gradually dissipating. Suppressing the pain, Sheen spoke in a fierce tone, "I'll risk it with this. If you don't treat the panda properly, you'll see how I deal with you." He had reached the final step of the formation, to the 9 layers, 1 immortal 9 palaces. Sheen's voice rang out with determination, and a strange light exploded, enveloping his body, forcing him to squint. In front of him, a skull materialized, making Sheen involuntarily exclaim, "What exactly are you?" Suddenly, Sheen realized that the wounds on his body were gradually disappearing, and he felt an immense sense of relief. He murmured, and at that moment, Sheen suddenly remembered that Big Sis the panda needed saving. Holding the skull, he quickly moved toward Big Sis, only to find himself at a loss, not knowing how to use this item, with no instructions at hand. Sheen muttered in surprise, and from the eye sockets between the skull's forehead, a beam of pure, divine light shot out, enveloping Big Sis the panda. The dark aura that was invading her body was swiftly repelled. Sheen approached her joyfully, saying, "When you wake up, you'll be the Beast King of Dongshan Mountain again, undefeated in the world." But suddenly, he screamed in horror, "Blood!" Blood from the elder sister spilled out, soaking the ground. Meanwhile, at the Yenclan, an urgent meeting was taking place. Aaron informed the tribe leader and two elders that no one knew where Sheen was. He suggested organizing a hunting party to go up Dongshan Mountain to search for him. The Grand Elder suspected that Sheen might be hiding somewhere nearby, just to watch everyone worry. However, upon hearing Aaron say that they had searched everywhere around the Yenclan, the tribe leader began to worry. If Sheen had stayed on the mountain and fallen into the darkness, the consequences could be dire. The Grand Elder, unable to remain calm, interrupted, "In the darkness, dangers are unimaginable. That brat is probably done for." The second elder, remaining calm, advised everyone to stay composed, saying it was too soon to say for sure that Sheen would return. "He's smarter than most. If he's really on the mountain, he must have a way to escape the darkness." The Grand Elder, hot-tempered, shouted, "What's the use of that? Gather people quickly to search the mountain. Everyone else in the village should also search thoroughly." As everyone left, the tribe leader and the second elder stayed behind in silence. Suddenly, the second elder faintly smiled with an enigmatic expression. Back in the cave, Sheen's clothes were soaked with the blood of the elder sister, the panda. He had tried everything, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. "Why is it still bleeding?" Sheen muttered anxiously. "Don't worry, elder sister panda, just rest." He decided to go outside to find some herbs to stop the bleeding and replenish his strength. "You just rest easy, I'll be back soon." With that, Sheen quickly ran out of the cave. Fortunately, you quickly found the hemostatic medicine and wild fruits to replenish your strength. With your survival skills, Sheen also managed to find drinking water. "I'm back." Sheen's cheerful voice rang out as he ran toward the older sister, carrying the food he had gathered. But suddenly, Sheen froze in fear and dropped everything in his hands. In front of him, blood was pouring from the older sister, and a Xiao Bao Bao appeared on her body. The little creature, noticing the presence of a stranger, let out a series of immature cries. Sheen hesitated before speaking, "So it's true. You've gone into labor." He realized that the older sister had endured the pain of the dark forces in order to give birth to Xiao Bao Bao. Sheen presented the items he had struggled to find and urged her to eat and recover. For the first time, the older sister had become a mother. Despite the pain, she looked at Xiao Bao Bao with tender affection. Suddenly, a circle of pure energy appeared around Xiao Bao, which had absorbed into its body. In no time, the tiny creature had grown into an adorable Xiao Bao. Sheen was surprised to see that Xiao Bao wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, it clung to him and crawled up onto his chest. Looking at Xiao Bao, Sheen praised, "It looks just like you, big sister, both of you are super powerful." He cradled Xiao Bao in his arms and proudly showed him to the older sister, saying, "This is your son. A few years from now, Xiao Bao will definitely be just as impressive, just like you are now." The pandy older sister gazed at her son with affectionate eyes, gently licking Xiao Bao Bao's face. Xiao Bao sat beside her, listening intently as Sheen spoke, "My son, you must be strong, grow up to be as majestic as your mother. Your mother is revered by everyone as the beast's king." Sheen cheerfully said to Xiao Bao, "Wait for your mother to recover, and she will definitely show the Yenclan what true cruelty is." Sheen turned to look at the big sister. Up until now, she had remained silent, not uttering a word. Sheen furrowed her brows, feeling anxious. The big sister panda lay there, motionless. Sheen froze, realizing that her heart seemed to have stopped beating. In a panic, Sheen muttered to herself, "That's right, I found the medicine, I will cure you. Wait for me a moment." Sheen quickly took out the herbs from her bag and turned back to look at Xiao Bao. She said, "Don't worry, your mother will be fine. I'm here." Suddenly, the big sister panda stirred, taking a faint breath behind Shin. "She's awake!" Shin exclaimed joyfully. The big sister pondered for a moment, then sadly shook her head. She could feel the life force in her body gradually fading. This awakening was merely a reflection of the dying light. Shin trembled as she looked at the big sister, trying to stay calm as she spoke. "Don't think nonsense, you'll be fine. I will definitely cure you." Shin reassured the big sister, affirming that the traces of darkness had been eliminated. Big sister is just weakened after giving birth. The big sister made an effort to lick gently at Xiaobao's fur. Shin continued, "You just need to eat well and rest, and you'll gradually recover." Shin was startled when he saw the big sister gently push Xiaobao towards him. What are you planning to do?" Shin asked in panic. His voice trembled. "Don't worry like that. You must take care of the child from now on." Big sister panda looked at Shin with a gaze full of regret and anticipation. Shin lowered his head, too afraid to look her in the eye. He screamed, "I told you, I will cure you. You don't trust others, but you must trust me." Shin burst into tears, angrily pounding the ground, shouting in the Jiarong ceremony, "The trial of the mountain and sea, wild beasts of Dongshan, Yenclan, no one can make it hard for me." Shin tilted his head back, his eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling, "Hang in there, just a little longer." Shin collapsed, speaking through his tears, "Wait for me, I'll find the medicine for you. You still have to raise Xiaobao, teach it to grow up, turn it into a wild beast of Dongshan." When he realized that big sister was stepping towards him, Shin burst into loud sobs. "You can't die." Big sister panda licked the tears off Shin's face, and then her massive body slowly collapsed. Shin realized that big sister's life force had faded away. In frustration, he cried out, pounding the ground continuously to relieve his pain. "No!" Shin screamed in rage. He never imagined that protecting himself would cost Big Sister her life. Looking at Big Sister's body lying there in silence, Shin wished for a miracle to bring her back to life, so they could once again hold a grand feast with bamboo. No matter how much Big Sister wanted to dig, Shin would dig for her. Seeing Shin sitting and crying, Xiaobao approached and wiped away his tears with his little tongue. Shin hugged Xiaobao tightly. It was the last wish of the elder panda. Shin reminded himself that there were still many things to be done. He couldn't sit here wallowing in despair. The image of the one who killed the elder panda was deeply etched in Shin's mind. His voice became firm, "Elder panda, although I couldn't save you, the one who harmed you will definitely pay the price. I swear by the heavens that I will make the man in black pay with blood for his sins." Shin clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Even though he was a divine priest, Shin would still hunt down and seek vengeance. Looking at the elder panda's remains, Shin vowed to complete all the tasks entrusted to him. He would raise Xiaobao to become a proud and powerful panda, full of the same arrogance as its mother. As long as Shin lived, he would not allow anyone to harm Xiaobao. After a long effort with his hands, Shin finally finished the grave for the elder panda to rest in peace. With each handful of earth that Shin threw down, his farewell words echoed, "We part ways here, elder panda. Rest in peace." Standing before the fresh grave, Shin shouted a vow to fulfill the promises he had made. Shin called Xiaobao over to say a final goodbye to its mother and then decided to take the child back to the Yenclan. Holding Xiaobao in his arms, Shin reassured it that he had some influence there and would be able to protect it. Suddenly, an idea struck Shin. He would give Xiaobao a mighty name, one that would ensure no one would ever dare to bully it in the future. The little bear stared blankly at Shin, while he pondered how to come up with a name that was not only bold but would also make others tremble with fear at the mere mention of it. After a moment of contemplation, Shin suddenly thought of the name Guaba. And so, without any need for ritual sacrifices or ceremonies, Xiaobao officially took the name Guaba from that point on. Placing Guaba on his shoulder, Shin began his journey back. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a skull lying by the roadside. Recalling that it might be resistant to darkness, Shin decided to pick it up and take it with him, thinking it might prove useful. As he lifted the skull, a strange phenomenon occurred. Looking into the eye sockets, Shin sensed some pictorial characters inside. which appeared to be martial arts moves. Shin muttered to himself, but immediately realized his mistake. "No, that's not it," Shin shouted in astonishment, recognizing it as a cultivation manual. Excitement surged within him. Could this be the legendary martial arts technique of unparalleled mastery? Meanwhile, at the Yenclan, the second elder rushed in and immediately asked, "Aaron, what happened to the hunting team?" Before him was the sight of Aaron and the members of the hunting team lying injured all around. Aaron's voice was filled with self-blame, lamenting that not only had they failed to find Shin, but the hunting team had also suffered severe casualties. "It's all because of my incompetence." The Grand Elder, sitting beside him, comforted him. "You're lucky to still be alive, don't be too agitated." The tribe leader has asked Aaron to recount the details of what happened. Aaron immediately recounted, "When we ascended the mountain, we discovered the shattered armor of Shin. It was at that moment that we were ambushed. The attackers were none other than the members of the Lynn tribe." Upon hearing this, all three individuals in the room were stunned. The staff in the second elder's hand fell to the ground, his face turning pale. "This can't be true." The second elder's strange behavior raised suspicions in both Aaron and the Grand Elder. Aaron continued, "The Lynn tribe already knows the entire layout of our traps. The hunting team had planned to use the traps to counter the attackers, but the enemy had managed to escape every time." The Grand Elder yelled in anger, "How is that possible? How could the Lynn tribe know?" The tribe leader turned to Aaron and asked about the news of Shin. Aaron gritted his teeth and said, "The Lynn tribe claims they killed Shin." The news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the tribe leader and Grand Elder in stunned silence. Noticing the second elder's strange demeanor, the tribe leader furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. At that moment, a tribe member rushed in with urgent news. "The Yenclan is attacking." The Grand Elder shouted, "This is undoubtedly a scheme targeting the Yenclan." Aaron, concerned, said, "Everyone is injured. How can we fight?" The tribe leader bellowed, "What are you panicking for? Everyone here is the elite of the Yenclan. If you panic, what will happen to our tribe?" Raising his scepter high, the tribe leader vowed to fight to the death against anyone who dared to invade. The cry of Hadakaka rang out, filled with determination. Meanwhile, the tribe members of the Yenclan had already gathered, ready to launch their assault. Nyo was puzzled and asked Lynn why the group from the Lynn tribe that had ambushed the Yenclan hunting party had not yet returned. Lynn replied confidently, "The divine priest lord has assigned them another task." Lynn patted Nyo's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, the current number of people is enough to wipe out the Yenclan." Nyo was still anxious, but Lynn reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Once the Yenclan is destroyed, everything will be fine." Nyo stood on top of a high hill, rallying the tribe members' fighting spirit. Lynn stood quietly beside him, his eyes full of cunning, with a mischievous glint that was hard to read, directed toward Nyo. Meanwhile, at the Yenclan, Lee was surrounded by members of the Lynn tribe. After successfully ambushing the Yenclan hunting party, they had hidden and were waiting for the opportunity to strike when the Yenclan sent out troops, planning to charge in and slaughter them. One of the Lynn tribe members mocked, "The divine priest lord is concerned that there are petty traitors lurking in the rear, so he sent us to protect you." Seeing his fellow tribesmen being tortured, Lee angrily shouted, "Is this how you protect us?" As Lee struggled to get up, the Lynn tribe members immediately rushed toward him, determined to take down the stubborn warrior. Lee roared in fury, "You think you can kill me with just you lot?" Lee's momentum surged violently. He was determined that even if he died, he would drag a few of them down to hell with him. Cautiously, he prepared to take the risk. "Don't confront them directly," one of the Lynn tribe members warned Lee. Lee took advantage of a gap in their formation and swiftly broke free from the encirclement. He was determined to find Nyo and report that the Lynn tribe had betrayed their alliance. Back at the cave where Shin was standing, he held a skull in his hand, his voice filled with doubt. Could this be the secret manual of martial arts? Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed from the eye sockets of the skull. Before Shin could throw it away, the beam of light shot straight into his head. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness hit him, and Shin collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. In his spiritual world, Sheen woke up in confusion. The black hole reappeared, and above it, there were symbols of human figures practicing martial arts. Where am I? Sheen wondered, growing even more bewildered as the symbols gradually gathered to form the shape of a human. He stood frozen in shock, realizing the figure bore many resemblances to himself. Heavens, what is this? What's happening? Curious, Sheen rushed toward the shadowy figure. His hand passed right through it, as if it were nothing but an illusion. Suddenly, the figure vanished, leaving only the black hole in front of him, which quickly merged into Sheen's body. He had no idea what was going on. Sheen's eyes glowed with a strange blue flame, and an enormous amount of information flooded his mind. At the Yenclan, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yen led the warriors outside, his voice filled with fury as he addressed Nyo. Do you understand the consequences of this? Winter is coming, and neither of our clans can afford any more casualties. Do you want everyone to meet their doom? Nyo, hearing this, replied without hesitation, today, the only ones who will face disaster are the Yenclan. Seeing that Nyo no longer desired peace, Yen questioned, aren't you afraid of the ancestor god's punishment? Nyo coldly responded, punishment? The ancestor god has always protected the strong. Only the strong deserve to hold the totem pillar and control the hunting grounds. Your Yenclan is not worthy. At this moment, Lynn, standing beside Nyo, advised him not to waste words with Yen. Lynn's appearance made Yen uneasy. Yen angrily shouted, you sent people to attack the hunting party, and now you're surrounding us with the Nyo clan. What do you intend to do? Lynn smiled faintly, I'm not here for a mere hunting ground. Nyo loudly declared, I want not only the hunting ground but also the totem pillar of the Yenclan. The entire Yenclan must kneel and become slaves, or else death is the only option. Nyo's insulting words enraged the members of the Yenclan tribe, who screamed in fury, eager to charge in and slaughter their enemies. Yen, consumed by rage, shouted, his voice echoing across the tribe, I, Chui Yen of the Yenclan, swear before the ancestor god, that our tribe will never suffer such humiliation. The warriors of the Yenclan fought for glory, and would never retreat. Yen and the warriors of his clan charged directly towards the enemy with fierce determination. Nyo immediately ordered the tribe members to advance, determined to eliminate all the stubborn individuals of the Yenclan, to kill them all. Aaron's voice rang out with intense fury, undeterred by the bleeding wound, as he led the hunters into battle. The two elders also wasted no time, immediately entering a combat-ready state. The sounds of cheering and weapons clashing echoed everywhere, causing chaos throughout the Yenclan. Seeing the Nyo clan surrounding them, Yi could no longer contain his anger. He shouted, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What's there to be proud of in ganging up on me? The Nyo clan mocked in response, a challenge? Do you think this is a game? Prepare to bow your head and die. With that, the entire Nyo clan charged forward, determined to send the Yenclan to meet their ancestors. Aaron struggled to rise, but the sharp pain from his wound caused him to cry out in agony. A Nyo clan member approached, stomping on him with disdain, mocking, Aaron of the Yenclan, weren't you supposed to be so strong? Why don't you make a move? The Nyo clan was determined to wipe out all the warriors of the Yenclan, while the tribe members would be taken as slaves. Lynn stood to the side, coldly observing the battle between the Nyo and the Yen, narrowly dodging an attack from a Yen fighter. Nyo sneered, is this all you've got? He took a deep breath, focusing all his strength into his arms, delivering a fatal blow towards Yen, believing that the old man was no longer his match. Yen was struck and collapsed to the ground. Nyo BT looked towards the tribe member who was being tortured, beaten, and humiliated. His goal was to break Yen's spirit, to make him lose the will to fight, but Yen was not one to surrender easily. He gathered all his strength and charged towards Nyo with a lethal claw strike. Yen's resistance infuriated Nyo, who poured all his energy into a heavy punch, but Yen only stared at him with a defiant gaze. Life or death, even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me, Yen roared, one hand gripping Nyo's head while the other transformed into a titan claw, intending to crush his skull. Sensing the danger, Nyo panicked and called for help, Lynn. Lynn did not rush to act but instead turned to ask for the divine priest's opinion. Just as Yan's titan claw was about to strike, it suddenly dissipated, and he was forcefully pushed back. It turned out that Lynn had arrived just in time to save Nyo. Despite Lynn's mocking attitude, Nyo warned, "Don't underestimate him, this old man is betting his life. We must destroy him together." Lynn looked at Yen, his voice filled with confidence. "I still don't understand, how have you not left your position all these years?" Yen did not respond, only casting a cold, sharp glance at them, as if she wanted to pierce through their souls. Nyo, losing his patience, yelled, "Why waste words? Just kill him." With that, he channeled his strength into the colossal stone totem, transforming into a giant behemoth. Lynn sneered. "If you had used your magical items sooner, you wouldn't have been defeated so easily." Seeing the two enemies charging at him, Yen summoned all his strength, calling forth his wings with terrifying speed, aiming straight for Nyo. Lynn, alarmed, realized that Yen was throwing caution to the wind, with no defense whatsoever, focusing only on delivering lethal blows. Power! Yan's shout echoed as a massive explosion engulfed Nyo. "Yen, you're indeed getting old." Lynn's voice rang out from behind. Yen found himself trapped between the two enemies, with no way out. Lynn unleashed his deadly demon would move, a vicious strike that pierced through Yan's shoulder. "Old man, it's time to meet your ancestors," Lynn shouted. Ignoring the pain, Yen used his hand to sever the vine that had pierced his body, refusing to let the enemy easily end his life. At that very moment, from behind, Nyo, seizing the opportunity when Yen was distracted, grabbed both of his legs with his enormous hands. Without hesitation, he lifted Yan's entire body and slammed him down onto the hard ground. "Lynn, you just received the signal from Nyo and rushed over immediately." He launched sharp vines towards Yen, leaving him no time to resist. In the blink of an eye, Yan's entire body was tightly entangled by the vines. Lynn turned to Nyo, his voice cold as he ordered, "Nyo, bury this old man alive." Nyo gripped Yan's bound form tightly, his voice full of hostility. "Give up, your Yenclan is too weak now. Struggling is useless. A weak tribe like yours was born only to serve the strong." Flames of illusion began to flicker on Yan's body. His voice was filled with rage. "Do you think being a slave is so easy? As long as I still breathe, the Yenclan will never perish." As soon as he finished speaking, a great fire erupted violently. Yen broke free from the restraints, standing tall, his cold eyes directed at the two enemies. "The members of the Yenclan will never become slaves." Lynn clapped his hands, a mocking smile on his face. "Very good, well said." He turned to Yen, his tone full of sarcasm. "All these years, your temperament hasn't changed one bit." Then, Lynn turned and gave an order to the people behind him, "Let this old man of the Yenclan witness how his tribe members will become slaves." One tribe member of the Yenclan, bound, fell to the ground. Yen immediately cursed, "They are despicable, daring to use such vile methods." The Grand Elder is also being trampled by the warriors of the Nyo clan. They had already sent people to infiltrate the Yenclan, and now the entire village had fallen under their control. Lynn raised his weapon towards the bound villagers, threatening, "Yen, if you dare to resist again, I will kill them one by one. Resist once, and I will kill once, resist together, and you will die together." Hearing Yen call him a coward, Lynn sneered, "A warrior is only called a warrior when they defeat their enemy, no matter what means they use." Yen shouted in anger, "Attacking defenseless villagers, that is your method." Lynn responded, simultaneously kicking Yen to the ground, "That's right." He mocked, "Why haven't you made your move yet? Aren't warriors of the Yenclan supposed to never retreat?" Yen, threatened by Lynn using the villagers, could only grit his teeth and endure, his heart filled with rage. The two elders of the Yenclan were in the same situation as Yen, neither daring to resist, both holding their heads and enduring the torment. The villagers of the Yenclan, witnessing this scene, were filled with anger. A woman, bound and gagged, shouted loudly, "A CUI, don't mind us. The Yenclan will never be slaves, the warriors of the Yenclan fear no death." Hearing these words, Nyo shouted angrily, "Shut up, all of you. Anyone who dares to make a sound will be killed immediately. However, the villager who had just been threatened showed no fear. Instead, he lunged and bit Nyo's hand with all his might. In a fit of anger, Nyo immediately stomped the life out of the villager. The others, witnessing this scene, were filled with rage and stood up, charging at the enemy. Nyo realized that his intimidation tactic was ineffective, so the divine priest advised him to kill all the stubborn Yenclan members. However, Nyo disagreed, as these people were the spoils of their conquest. The divine priest glared at Nyo with a fierce look and coldly said, "You must think carefully. What does a few slaves mean in comparison to everything you've achieved?" Hearing this, Nyo stood still, not daring to respond. At this moment, Lynn waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Kill every last one of the Yen, make their blood stain the ground." The second elder was also horrified by the scene unfolding before his eyes. The woman, before being deprived of her life by the enemy, screamed out, "The Yen clan will never be slaves." Nyo approached the Yen, his voice full of threat, as he lowered his head. "Give up the resistance, and I will spare the lives of the Yen clan. Only in this way can the Yen clan survive, or else, it will be the extinction of your people." Upon hearing Nyo's words, Yen retracted his momentum, his hands tightly clenched, his voice filled with forbearance. "Brave warriors of the Yen clan, this is my final command as your chief. For the lives of the tribe members who are under the enemy's control, Ba orders you all to lay down your weapons and bow to them." Yen prepared to take his own life, sacrificing it to save the lives of all the members of the Yen clan. He blamed himself for not being worthy of being in a CUI of the Yen clan. Suddenly, a scream echoed in Yan's ears. "Ancestor God bless, the Yen clan is immortal." It was the cry of the entire village that was being suppressed. A man, without hesitation, lunged straight into the spear point before him, shouting each word, "Ancestor God bless, the Yen clan is immortal." They didn't want to drag the warriors of the Yen clan into this, so they willingly sacrificed themselves. The flame of the Yen clan would never be extinguished. Hudaka Hadakaka. The remaining villagers also charged forward recklessly. Yen gritted his teeth, tears rolling down his cheeks. The villagers' bravery terrified Lynn. Turning to ask the divine priest for his opinion, the divine priest coldly ordered, "Kill. If they wish to die, let them have their wish." Nyo objected, arguing that if they wiped out the entire Yen clan, there would be no slaves left to command. The divine priest scoffed at Nyo's shallow thinking, only concerned with the spoils of war. He believed the best way to conquer the enemy was to make them fear, so they wouldn't dare lift their heads. Nyo spoke again, saying that if the entire Yen clan was killed, the victory of the Nyo clan would have no meaning. "This is an order." The divine priest's voice was stern as he commanded Nyo and Lynn. Lynn, doubtful, asked again, "Lord, are you truly ordering the complete annihilation?" The divine priest sneered and replied, "So cowardly, and you still want to become a greatest CUI?" He issued a ruthless command to exterminate the entire Yen clan, leaving no one alive. Lynn immediately bowed his head, obediently accepting the order to kill. His voice, cold and merciless, rang out, commanding those below. Yen screamed in agony. "No!" As he witnessed the warriors of the Yen clan charging forward, weapons in hand, fighting desperately against the enemy, they shouted loudly, "The Yen clan will never be slaves. A CUI, don't care about us." Aaron lay helpless, tears streaming down his face, his voice pleading, Don't go there, please, don't go there." The two elders bowed their heads, slumped down. Could this be the fate of the Yen clan everywhere? The bodies of the brave people lay scattered, their blood soaking the ground in deep red. The Grand Elder suddenly saw the tribe leader standing in the distance, his figure swaying, his voice echoing. Chui bro." The Grand Elder choked with sobs, calling out Chui's name, as if he understood the tribe leader's intentions. The tribe leader stood still, watching his tribe members sacrifice themselves, his voice steady and unwavering. Nyo immediately recognized it as the battle hymn of the Yen clan. The Grand Elder rose, raised his hand, and shouted loudly, "The fire of the Yen clan." The second elder also shouted. The fire of the Yenclan. Aaron gritted his teeth and continued. Burn to the ground. Chui and Yi, with tears on their faces, also joined in, their voices fiery. At that moment, Yen entered a strange state, and behind him appeared the phantom image of a sinister flame. A growl echoed. Li Yi also roared, and the surviving tribe members continuously shouted. Yenclan will never submit, will never submit. The evil aura around Yen grew stronger. He had sacrificed his soul in exchange for the resurrection of the Yenclan. On the mountain, a figure moved with incredible speed, appearing and disappearing, revealing Qin and Guaba. Qin turned to Guaba and said, You must remember, you have a wonderful mother. She is the wild beasts of Dongshan, and you must be as strong as she is. Whether Guaba understood Qin's words or not, it gently licked Qin's face. Qin promised Guaba that he would do the things its mother never had the chance to do, and that they would walk the path ahead together. Qin carried Guaba, moving like lightning across the tree trunks, saying to it, The divine priest harmed your mother, and he must die. As they were speeding along, suddenly, Guaba cried out, causing Qin to be momentarily confused. By the time he realized what had happened, they both slammed face first into a large rock. Qin touched the bump on his head, letting out a painful cry. Guaba didn't seem to fare much better. Holding a jagged piece of stone in his hand, Qin suddenly recognized it as something very familiar. When he brought it to his mouth and tasted it, the salty flavor immediately spread across his tongue. Salt mine, Qin shouted in excitement, realizing that this discovery opened up the possibility of preserving meat by drying it, solving the problem of food storage. Quickly picking up several pieces of salt, Qin hurriedly carried Guaba, heading straight towards the Yenclan to deliver the news. Meanwhile, Li, having just escaped the encirclement of the Lynn tribe, was heading toward the Yenclan. All he had to do was cross this forest to reach his destination. Li was determined to report the Lynn tribe's plot to Chui. Suddenly, Li noticed a strange and ominous phenomenon emanating from the direction of the Yenclan, which made him suspect that something sinister was unfolding. At the Yenclan, the aura of Yen was becoming increasingly bizarre and evil. Blood flowed from his hand, soaking into the blade of a short knife. Yen stood in the center of a strange formation, surrounded by 4 one-eyed statues, their eyes closed tightly, emitting a chilling and eerie presence that made Nyo and Lin tremble in fear. It's the darkness. The divine priest spoke up, recognizing that the object in Yan's hand belonged to a dark power. Suddenly, one of the statues opened its eye. The 4 evils guard the formation. The divine priest shouted, We must kill him immediately. Every time the stone colossus opened its eyes, Yan's power grew stronger. Outside, Chui was horrified as he sensed the dark aura from Yen. The Grand Elder sighed, Chui has fallen into the darkness. Yen, his hand transformed into a sharp claw, easily blocked Lin's attack and absorbed the power of the totem. Nyo rushed forward, striking Yen with all his might to save Lin. Yen roared in fury at the interruption. At that moment, another statue opened its eye. Yan's power surged again, and his form became nearly unrecognizable as human. Chui, confused, asked the Grand Elder, Why has a Chui turned into this? The Grand Elder whispered, After this battle, a Chui's soul will never return to the ancestral land. She stood stunned, realizing that the soul falling into darkness was even more tormenting than death itself. Yen had completely transformed into a monster, rushing forward to sever Nyo's magma-encrusted arm. Lin, holding a weapon, charged but was thrown to the ground by Yen, who then hurled him into Nyo. Lin turned to Divine Priest, shouting in anger, Divine Priest, why aren't you making a move? Yen threw his head back and roared, his sharp canine teeth bared. The third statue opened its eyes. The third. Lin gasped, and a thunderous explosion rang out, the shockwave sending both Nyo and Lin flying. Before them, Yen emanated an overwhelming dark power, filling them with dread. As the dust settled, Yen had completely transformed into a towering, menacing creature. Lin turned to Nyo, asking if he could continue fighting. Having been trampled by Yen earlier, Nyo was unwilling to admit defeat. Once more, he summoned his spirit totem, feeling the strength surge through his body. With gritted teeth, Nyo swung his fist and charged at Yen. Yen was not slow to respond. He threw a powerful punch to counter Nyo's attack, then spun around to execute a coiling dragon kick, sending Nyo's massive form flying far away. Seeing the tribe members mourning for their tribe leader, the Grand Elder barked loudly, "The Ding Yenclan shall not shed tears. A Chui has sacrificed his soul, what we must do now is give him more courage. What's the point of sitting here crying?" The tribe members of the Yenclan shouted towards Yen, their voices ringing out continuously. Yen immediately charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Nyo's chest, breaking through the colossal stone armor that protected him. Yen ferociously lunged at Nyo, who was falling. Nyo quickly sprang to his feet, muttering to himself, "The speed is terrifying." Standing firm, Nyo yelled provocatively, "Come here, old man." Yen didn't hesitate. He rushed in and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches at Nyo. Then, Yen gathered all his strength and landed a devastating punch straight into Nyo's chest. Enduring the crushing blow, Nyo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a triumphant expression, Nyo asked Yen, "Can't hit me anymore, can you?" His voice filled with confidence as he continued, "You rhino, each time I'm struck, I only grow tougher." This was Nyo's most powerful state. Looking at the tough armor on his chest, he was confident that Yen could never break it. Yen growled in fury when he couldn't defeat Nyo, turning and delivering a wrathful dragon kick directly to his chest. Yen's kick startled Nyo as the armor he had relied on began to crack. The powerful attack from Yen sent Nyo flying, tumbling across the ground. "Ugh!" Nyo cried out in fear from his wound. How is this possible? His rock armor, once thought to be impenetrable, couldn't withstand a single blow from that old man. At this moment, Lynn appeared from behind, reminding Nyo not to stand there in a daze. Looking at the 4 stone colossuses, 3 of them had activated their spirit seals. Knowing that Nyo alone could not face Yan's strength, Lynn summoned the demon wood spirit to join forces with Nyo. The rock armor on Nyo was reinforced by the demon wood. Holding the demon rock cover in his hand, Nyo roared with fury, "Die, Yen!" Nyo aimed directly at Yen and swung his weapon. The force from the attack caused the ground behind Yen to crack. Nyo believed that with their combined strength, he and Lin could make it impossible for the old man Yen to survive this time. The dust quickly cleared, and Yen was still standing firm, using one arm to block the descending axe blade. Nyo, seeing this scene, was horrified, his voice full of astonishment. "How is this possible? The old man can block the combined demon rock cover with just one hand?" Yen roared in rage, his muscular arm swelling as he pushed the demon rock cover back towards Nyo. Lin's voice came from afar, "Nyo, hold on, the demon wood is almost ready." The summoned demon would rush towards Nyo, wrapping around him. Just as the azure demon axe was about to strike, Nyo shouted loudly, "Demon wood, take form." With Lin's support, he successfully summoned the Mountain King's shield to block in front of him. Seeing Yen charging aggressively, intending to break through the Mountain King's shield, Lin smiled and said, "Gotcha." Yen charged forward, ready to strike, but his arm was tightly bound by the Mountain King's shield. Seeing Yen roar in frustration, unable to pull his arm free, Lin rushed in, his voice full of pride, "This is the Mountain King's shield, a fusion of demon wood and armored soul disciple chi." Yen bared his teeth and growled, then swung the tails from his back, striking fiercely at the Mountain King's shield. "How can it not block that?" Lin's voice trembled in shock. Realizing the immense power of Yen, Lin thought to himself that only the final technique could stand a chance. He shouted loudly, "Nyo, let's combine our strength." Nyo roared in rage, and the demon wood and colossal stone charged toward Yen in unison. Lin, too, was pouring all his power into the attack. "Come here to me." His voice rang out, filled with determination. In the blink of an eye, Yan's body was engulfed by Overlord Peak, consumed entirely. The full force attack had drained most of Nyo's energy, and the colossal stone spirit was also dispelled. Lin patted Nyo on the back, smugly saying, "Overlord Peak is the result of merging our 2 most powerful combat techniques, it will definitely swallow that old man." Now we just need to see Lord T complete the ritual. Nyo looked up and saw the ominous aura that Yen had summoned still lingering in the sky. His voice was filled with doubt. Lynn, the old man Yen is sealed by us, but why hasn't this battle ended yet? Lynn, too, began to feel suspicious. Just then, a crack appeared in the Overlord Peak. Yen was trying to use Yen's fire to destroy it. Both of them screamed in panic. How can this be? Overlord Peak could not withstand it. A loud explosion echoed through the sky, and Nyo and Lynn were knocked down by the blast, crying out in pain. As the dust cleared, Yen slowly stepped out, gripping Nyo and Lynn tightly. The Grand Elder noticed that the fourth stone pillar had opened its eyes. Yen screamed in agony as the third eye on his forehead slowly began to open. Seeing this scene, Lynn thought that this time, they were surely doomed. At that moment, the dark aura behind Yen began to gather, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. The Grand Elder initially thought it was the power Yen had summoned, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Grand Elder screamed in panic, "Achui, be careful!" It was too late. A strike flashed from the black vortex, severing Yan's arm. The third eye on his forehead seemed to lose its source of energy and was slowly closing. The severed arm transformed back into a dark weapon. Trembling in pain from the loss of his arm, Yen screamed in agony. Such a pity! The voice from within the black vortex echoed. A divine priest stepped out from the darkness, appearing in front of Yen and saying, "You are still one step too slow." Picking up the dark weapon, the divine priest greedily remarked, "I never imagined that the tiny Yenclan would conceal such a treasure." Looking at the named divine priest with satisfaction, Yen shouted, blaming himself for being so powerless, unable to kill anyone all this time. He cast a murderous glance toward the tribe members of the Yenclan, and the voice of the divine priest rang out with malice, "You should feel honored to become sacrifices for the darkness, shouldn't you? Compared to your void ancestor god, submitting to the darkness is the true, supreme glory." Suddenly, a figure rushed toward them with terrifying speed, grabbing the spear of the tribe member of the Nyo clan. It was Li, who had come to the Yen clan, throwing the spear straight toward the divine priest. Seeing the spear flying toward him, the divine priest raised his hand to block it. At the same time, Li seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to the divine priest's face. The punch landed squarely, and the dark artifact flew out of the divine priest's hands, falling before the Yen clan members. The divine priest, taken by surprise, had his hair stand on end, furiously shouting, not realizing his own limits. An invisible force erupted from the divine priest, overwhelmingly, who couldn't resist, and was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Nyo rushed to Li's side, shouting angrily, "Li, are you out of your mind? Why did you attack the divine priest?" Li gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and managed to speak to Nyo. "The Lin tribe betrayed us." Hearing Li's words, Nyo froze, unable to believe it, and wanted to hear more clearly. Li screamed in fear as she saw a long spear piercing through Nyo's chest from behind. The one who had struck the surprise blow was Lin. His voice was full of contempt, with a hint of arrogance. "Did you think you could jump out here?" The wound was soaked in blood, and Nyo's voice trembled. "Lin, you betrayed me." Lin showed no shame, his tone mocking and smug, yet he couldn't help but say it. "Didn't you once say that the weak are not worthy of the ancestor god's favor?" Lin's haughty tone was evident. "Your useless tribe is nothing more than a stepping stone." Upon hearing the tribe leader's words, the aggressive tribe members of the Lin tribe shouted loudly, "Kill! Both the Nyo clan and the Yen clan must die." Nyo's eyes were bloodshot with rage as she realized that the people Lin had sent before were only meant to deal with the tribe members of the Nyo clan. The Grand Elder of the Yen clan was also greatly alarmed as Lin's tribe once again employed the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The sky suddenly darkened, and a wave of evil energy poured down once more. "What's happening?" Lin's voice rang out, full of horror. Another person exclaimed in fear. "That pillar, the fourth pillar, has opened its eyes." Seeing the stream of evil energy heading straight toward the four statues, the divine priest realized that the barrier had been broken again by someone. He yelled in fury, Who dares to do this? The Grand Elder immediately sensed something unusual about the Second Elder's aura. When the dark artifact was discovered in the hands of the Second Elder, his voice rang out with concern, "Put that down immediately." But the Second Elder still gripped the artifact tightly, his gaze filled with determination. He had accepted death, because the death of many tribe members from the Yenclan had made him no longer wish to live. He admitted to secretly informing the Yenclan about the Dongshan mountain trap map and Shin's whereabouts. His confession left everyone stunned. The tribe leader looked at the Second Elder with a pained expression. Though he had suspected something, he never imagined the truth would be so heartbreaking. Another tribe member shouted angrily, "Traitor, you no longer deserve to be a tribe member of the Yenclan." The Grand Elder immediately intervened, urging everyone to stay calm and allowing the Second Elder to explain himself fully. Yi, the Second Elder's grandson, could not believe what was happening. His grandfather, a man revered by the entire clan, could never betray the tribe. The Second Elder turned to his grandson, his voice full of sorrow, "Yi, you don't understand. I had no choice. Shin is too extraordinary, and if he remains alive, you will never have a chance to become the Asui of the Yenclan." The Grand Elder could not believe that the Second Elder had betrayed the tribe for such a reason. Jia admitted that he had done everything for his only grandson. Betraying the tribe was a crime worthy of death, and now he wanted to use his own death to atone for his sins with the tribe members. At this moment, the Grand Elder was at a loss for words. Yi knelt down, tears streaming down his face, not wanting his grandfather to die. The Second Elder looked at his grandson, his voice full of sorrow, "Someone must step forward today. If not, the Yenclan will be destroyed by the Divine Priest, and then you won't survive either. I want to use my life to exchange for peace for the Yenclan and a chance for you to live. I want to cleanse the sins I've caused with my blood and soul so that the tribe members will no longer make things difficult for you." Yi cried out, "Grandfather." But the Second Elder could not bear to look at his grandson. He closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and said, "Yi, live well." That was the last blessing he gave to his grandson. Jia gritted his teeth, gripping the dark artifact tightly and plunging it deep into his chest. The third eye on his forehead opened, and an aura of darkness surged out, spreading everywhere. The Lynn tribe members were struck by this force and suffered heavy casualties. Lynn, panicked, turned to ask the Divine Priest for guidance. "Kill." His cold voice echoed. The warriors of the Lynn tribe quickly took up their weapons and advanced, but suddenly a long tail swung out, coiling around them, tightening until they all perished instantly. 3 corpses were thrown onto the ground mercilessly. Jia had transformed into a one-eyed monster, so the Divine Priest felt humiliated when his people were slaughtered. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Die for me!" and swung his hand to attack the monster. The monster seemed to sense the threat and took a deep breath, releasing a sonic wave in retaliation. The Divine Priest, at the forefront of the attack, cried out in pain. The monster's strike not only inflicted physical damage but also directly attacked his spirit, severely wounding his soul. When he regained consciousness, the monster had already closed in. With no time to dodge, he could only raise a defensive barrier, but it was quickly shattered by a swipe of the monster's claws. The Divine Priest screamed in agony, his body crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the monster's foot came down hard on his chest. The creature roared angrily, preparing to bite. Sensing death was near, he hastily raised his hand to summon darkness, turning it into a cluster of sharp weapons that lunged straight at the monster. The monster's third eye opened wide, and it used its skill, the beast's roar, throwing its head back and howling at the sky. The sharp weapons were destroyed by the sonic wave before they could even get close. The Divine Priest was filled with terror at the immense power of the monster. Suddenly, Ye's figure appeared in his line of sight, and a wicked plan formed in his mind. He immediately used his skill to grab Yi by the neck and pulled him toward himself, intending to use Yi as a shield to block the monster's attacks. Grand Elder and Shui screamed in fear when they saw the monster charging towards Yi. Seeing the monster raise its sharp clawed foot, preparing to strike him dead, he was unable to dodge due to being controlled by the Divine Priest. The only thing left for him to do was shout out loudly, "Grandfather, please don't." Ye's scream seemed to awaken the last remnants of reason within Jia. The monster suddenly halted, its eyes widening as it looked at Yi. Li had told it not to harm this person, for he had once been very important to it. The divine priest, pleased with his progress, smiled smugly, thinking the plan had succeeded. He then swung his hand, intending to strike the monster from behind. Out of nowhere, an azure bone dagger appeared, thrusting through the monster's body from a distance. At that moment, Madaka and his guards, riding on the back of a giant turtle, were heading toward the Yenclan. The dark aura emanating from the Yenclan made them stop in their tracks. Madaka sensed the looming danger and, filled with unease, wondered what had happened. He immediately ordered his guards to speed up and head towards the Yenclan. The monster, impaled by the azure bone dagger, screamed in pain. The divine priest, with a tone of satisfaction, sneered, "It's just a beast. How does it feel to have been pierced straight through like that?" The Grand Elder, furious, shouted, "You cowardly scoundrel!" The divine priest smiled wickedly and retorted, "Cowardly? In the face of life and death, there is no glory, only strength is the true truth." Seeing him about to finish off Yi, the monster's third eye suddenly opened wide, roaring in fury. The divine priest, feeling a surge of fear, had not expected that the monster would still be this terrifying at this point. The monster trembled, struggling to lift its front leg, using its sharp claws to sever the azure bone dagger. Its fierce gaze fixed on the divine priest, sending a wave of fear through him. The monster charged forward, tossing him aside. It staggered, attempting to advance, but the injuries it had sustained were too severe, and its body was critically damaged. Yi saw his grandfather collapse and rushed over, shouting loudly, "Grandfather, grandfather!" Yi sat beside the monster, crying out in a sobbing voice, "Grandfather!" The divine priest, struck by the monster's claw, was severely injured and coughed up blood. His fury surged as he was wounded by these lowly creatures. He turned to the Lynn tribe warriors and shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Kill them!" Seeing the group of vicious warriors charging toward them, Yi fearfully shouted, "You better not touch my grandfather." A Lynn tribe warrior slapped Yi across the face in anger, yelling, "Kid, don't get in the way. They're planning to slice that monster into 8 pieces." Another warrior sneered, exerting so much effort that he had to rely on dark power. "The Yenclan no longer holds any glory." Just as they were about to strike, one of the Lynn tribe warriors noticed something large descending from the sky. A massive stone pillar fell from above, crushing several of the Lynn tribe warriors beneath it. The divine priest suddenly felt uneasy. The Grand Elder standing next to Chui was equally confused, not understanding what was happening. Both stared at the enormous stone pillar that had just appeared at the top of the pillar. The silhouette of a person sitting on it emerged. Yi focused intently, pointing towards the stone pillar, stammering, That's on top of the mountain full of smoke and dust. Guaba and he have appeared on the stone pillar. Qin, who was believed to be dead, has suddenly returned to the Yenclan. Qin, are you still alive?" Yi shouted in astonishment. The Grand Elder's voice rang out with a tone of doubt. Qinko hurriedly urged his grandfather to take a closer look, and indeed, it was Qin. "Qin is still alive. Qin is indeed Qin." The excited roar of the Yenclan tribe members rang out. Aaron had originally thought that Qin had been killed by the Lin tribe, but to his surprise, he was still alive and had returned. A Lin tribe member sneered, "Reinforcements. That kid was chased all over Dongshan by us. What skills does he have to save anyone? He only knows how to use those pathetic tricks." Looking at Qin standing on top of the mountain pillar, the Lin tribe members thought it was just one of his deceptions. Qin was puzzled as he heard the Yenclan tribe members below shouting at him to run quickly. The Grand Elder and Shui also shouted, "Leave here, don't worry about us." Aaron and Yen also tried to urge Qin to quickly escape. Qin turned around and realized the wounds on Yen and Aaron's bodies. Yi, holding the monster's corpse in his arms, spoke up, "Qin, listen to me, hurry up and run." Yi, crying, continued, "My grandfather has already been killed, and now you're the only one who can escape." Looking at the three-tailed, one-eyed monster in Ye's hands, Qin felt a sense of familiarity. The Grand Elder, seeing Qin still standing motionless, urgently shouted, "Qin, hurry up and run, I told you to find Madaka, Madaka will definitely help you." The divine priest hadn't expected that Qin had survived the black flame curse he cast. Seeing Guaba next to Qin, he secretly wondered if that was the child of that beast. The divine priest smirked, thinking that Yen and Qin would surely die, and that the creature would belong to him. "What are you still standing there for?" The voice of the divine priest, filled with malice, rang out to the captain of the Lin tribe. The divine priest ordered him to go kill Yen and Qin. The captain turned and asked Lin for permission, then led a group of Lin tribe warriors armed with weapons charging toward Qin. One of the Lin tribe hunters pointed at Qin and shouted, "Today, they will take his life. Qin won't be as lucky as last time at Dongshan." Looking at the hunters below, Qin's eyes flickered with killing intent. Seeing the Lin tribe rush towards him, the Grand Elder shouted in fear, "Qin, run quickly." At the same time, he and everyone else charged to attack the encircling group below. Trui's voice rang out, "We will block them, Qin, you should run." The Grand Elder of the Lin tribe appeared, his voice mocking, "Run, I want to see how far you can get." He pointed at Qin and shouted, "Are you not worthy of being a warrior? You used tricks to complete the Duodu ritual and followed Madaka to pass the mountain and sea trial? In Dongshan, you only escaped pursuit thanks to some petty tricks." This narcissistic lunatic screamed, "The ancestor god will never tolerate any deception. Everything you've done is an insult to the title of warrior." He immediately summoned the demon wood totem, sending it straight towards the stone pillar where Qin stood. The Grand Elder's malicious voice rang out, aiming to cripple Qin's legs. Unable to bear seeing Yenshin crippled, he closed his eyes tightly, his voice filled with resentment. "It's over, ancestor god, have you abandoned our Yenclan?" On the mountaintop, dust and smoke filled the air, accompanied by screams of agony. A figure fell from the top of the stone pillar, with dust scattering everywhere. Suddenly, the Grand Elder of the Lin tribe's weapon was tossed aside, lying on the ground. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing before everyone's eyes the image of Grand Elder of the Lin tribe lying motionless on the ground, with a faint trace of yin fire aura still lingering in front of his chest. Qin remained standing, completely unharmed. A strange yin fire aura, a bizarre green flame, emanated from his body. Qin stood there perfectly fine, with Guaba clinging tightly to his head, and a mystical green fire rising from his body. Aaron and the members of the Yenclan stood frozen, their mouths agape in astonishment at what they had just witnessed. Upon seeing this, Guaba couldn't hide his excitement and waved his hand in greeting. The members of the Lin tribe were visibly shocked by the green yin fire emanating from Qin. The Grand Elder was startled, suddenly recalling that during the initiation ceremony, it wasn't just an illusion. The green yin fire at that moment had been real. Looking at the overwhelming aura radiating from the flames surrounding Qin, Yen realized that even in his prime during the peak of his strength, he could not compare. Truly, Qin was a talent. Li's eyes widened like two car headlights, fixated on Qin, and he stammered out, "Really, really?" It was only now that Li realized Qin had not lied at the Dongshan hunting ground. This was the true strength that Qin had been concealing all along. The captain of the Lin tribe's hunting team rushed to the side of the Grand Elder, who had just been defeated by Qin. Upon seeing the elder lying on the ground, gasping for breath, the captain couldn't help but tremble. With just one strike, Qin had brought down the Grand Elder, something even their tribe leader couldn't accomplish. He asked himself, how could this kid be so strong? Qin immediately recognized that the one who had just arrived was the leader of the group of hunters from the Lin tribe who had chased him at Dongshan Mountain. He mocked, "Weren't you the ones shouting to kill me back then? Why are you just standing there now, dumbfounded and too scared to make a move?" The captain of the Lin tribe looked at Qin with eyes full of hatred, but when he saw the Grand Elder lying there, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Qin, with an arrogant air, challenged the whole group to come at him at once, as he found the idea of fighting them one by one bothersome. As soon as Qin finished speaking, the group of Lin tribe warriors simultaneously yelled and charged toward him. They believed that while they might not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, a group attack would surely succeed. The captain of the Lynn tribe and his comrades immediately summoned their weapons and unleashed deadly moves aimed directly at Qin. However, before they could even touch a hair on Qin, he made his move. The entire group was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, completely incapacitated. Qin stood there, his voice powerful and unyielding. As long as Yenshin is here, the flame of the Yenclan will burn forever. Suddenly, a strange weapon appeared before Qin. Before Aaron and the Grand Elder could speak, the Yen tribe leader anxiously shouted, "Qin, be careful!" Qin looked up with a cold gaze, showing no signs of panic. The weapon unexpectedly swung down toward where Qin was standing, causing the Yenclan to scream in alarm. Qin effortlessly dodged and landed safely, his voice cold as the divine priest spoke, "You dodged it." The rock where Qin had stood earlier was split into two pieces. The divine priest looked towards Qin and said, "You do have some skill, but it's a pity. Qin has fallen into his trap." Dark tentacles, carrying countless sharp weapons, suddenly emerged from the darkness, surrounding Qin. "Die!" The divine priest shouted, swinging his hand forcefully, directing the tentacles straight towards Qin. Qin's gaze was cold, unwavering. He focused all his strength into his arm, raised it, and threw a powerful punch. In an instant, the dark tentacles were shattered into countless pieces, leaving no trace behind. The divine priest stood still, completely stunned by Qin's immense strength. Before he could recover, Qin charged like a storm, landing a thunderous punch to the divine priest's face. The punch was so powerful that it sent him flying, blood pouring from his mouth as he staggered to his feet. "This brat's flames can actually burn through the darkness." The divine priest gasped for breath, in pain but still managed to speak. Qin advanced step by step, his voice full of fury as he declared, "You killed Sister Panda, and caused heavy losses to the Yenclan. Today, I will make you pay for everything." A green flame ignited, enveloping Qin's face. When the flame faded, half of his face was concealed by an ancient mask, exuding a powerful aura. Qin spoke softly, his voice warm and deep, "Today, we will settle all our grudges." Guaba sensed what was about to happen and quietly leaped off Qin's head, moving to the side. The Grand Elder stood there, shaking his head in confusion as he heard a tribe member inquire about the mask on Qin's face. "Is that still the Qin I once knew?" The Grand Elder muttered, his eyes filled with doubt. The divine priest stood still, lost in thought. On Dongshan Mountain, Qin had been struck by his lethal move, but instead of dying, he had become stronger than ever. The flames around Qin had also become extraordinary, leaving him unable to comprehend it. "There is nothing in this world that can scorch the darkness," the divine priest murmured, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at Qin. "Could it be that you are also using dark power?" Qin slightly furrowed his brow, not understanding why the divine priest would say such a thing. "You have received the blessing of darkness, haven't you?" the divine priest asked confidently. "We are not so different. Your mask must be an artifact from the darkness, right? Your power is awakened thanks to it." The tribe members, hearing this, began to murmur, doubting whether Qin had fallen into darkness. Whispers filled the air, full of worry and fear. In the silence, the Grand Elder shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage. "Do you even know who passed the warrior trial of Aaron? Who conquered the mountain and sea trial and brought back the totem pillar for the tribe? When the totem pillar was taken by the tribe, who risked their life to reclaim it? No matter what, Qin is still a member of the Yenclan." Yen stood up, his voice firm, "He is a warrior of the Yenclan." The tribe members, upon hearing this, shouted in unison, "Hadakaka, Hadakaka." The divine priest snorted lightly, casting a contemptuous glance at the tribe members, "A bunch of fools." He muttered to himself, then turned to Qin, his voice full of confidence, "Join us. Only the darkness can bring true power, power to dominate this world." He arrogantly ordered Qin to bow and swear loyalty to him. However, before he could finish his words, Qin suddenly charged toward the divine priest, roaring with rage, "You damn dog." Immediately after, Qin delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending the divine priest flying through the air. The sight of Qin beating up the divine priest left the Yenclan tribe members, including Yen, wide-eyed in shock. The divine priest stumbled to his feet, fuming as he shouted, "You fool, how dare you treat me like this?" He screamed in fury, "Do you know the consequences of what you've just done?" But before he could finish his words, Qin charged again, delivering a hard kick to his face. Qin was determined to cripple the divine priest today, and even if the heavenly king appeared, nothing would stop him. The divine priest stared in fear as Qin charged toward him again. Next came a powerful hook to the jaw, sending him flying back once again. Qin relentlessly targeted his face, delivering punch after punch, causing the divine priest to scream in agony. "You bastard!" The divine priest screamed in fury. "Just because you've recently awakened your power, do you think you can touch me?" He glared at Qin, his voice dripping with malice. "The long night has come." Qin looked up at the sky, noticing a dark fog creeping towards him from afar. The Grand Elder saw the totem pillar ablaze with flames and exclaimed in alarm. "It's the fire totem." The totem pillar was burning, and he quickly turned around, speaking urgently to Chui, "The long night has come. He needs to hurry and take Aaron and the others back to the Yenclan." Seeing the terrifying presence of the long night, everyone screamed in panic, fearing that delaying would result in being swallowed by the darkness. The divine priest, surrounded by the aura of darkness, arrogantly spoke to Qin, "Kid, you've just awakened your power. You don't even know what true darkness is." At this moment, the green flames on Qin's body flared up intensely, blocking the corrosion of the darkness. The divine priest intended to use the terrifying power of darkness to teach Qin a lesson. Qin remained silent, every fiber of his being on high alert. Suddenly, a downpour of black rain began to fall from the sky. The tribe members of the Lynn tribe were horrified to realize that the rainwater was corroding their bodies. They screamed in agony as they watched their flesh rot away. "Please, divine priest, stop." The air was thick with the stench of death. The divine priest let out a savage laugh, "Ha ha." He summoned dark tentacles and commanded them to consume everything on this land. Those who couldn't escape were immediately ensnared by these tentacles. At that moment, Ko was helping the tribe leader return to the Yenclan. The tribe leader instructed Chui to quickly call Qin to retreat back to the tribe. The Grand Elder also turned and shouted, ordering Qin to retreat immediately. He rushed to Ye's side, asking if his grandfather was still alive. The Grand Elder hoisted the monster's corpse onto his shoulder, muttering, "He's from the Yenclan, and even in death, he'll be a spirit of the Yenclan. We'll take him back and figure it out later." Seeing Qin still standing outside, facing the divine priest, Yi and Chui shouted loudly, "Qin, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up, it's going to be too late. Do you want to stay and let the darkness take over?" Yi urgently shouted, warning Qin that without the totem pillar to protect them, they would be consumed by the darkness. The divine priest, surrounded by a dense aura of darkness, viciously declared, "I will destroy the totem pillar of the Yenclan. Let's see where you rats can escape to. All of you will become sacrifices to the darkness." Qin stood silently, deep in thought. The warriors in his tribe were severely wounded, and even if they retreated, they would have no strength left to fight. Moreover, if this madman's name is allowed into the village, all the tribe members will be affected, and perhaps even the totem pole itself will be destroyed. Qin immediately made up his mind and entrusted Chui Manhwa with the task of keeping a close watch. Qin was determined not to return, ignoring Yi and Chui's advice. He solemnly declared, "I said I would kill that divine priest, and I will make sure it happens." Ignoring the warnings of everyone around him, Qin took steady steps toward the divine priest, his body engulfed in blazing flames. Upon seeing Qin, the divine priest sneered and cursed, "A fool who only knows how to boast." As Qin drew closer, the divine priest remained unshaken, his tone dripping with contempt, "This place is filled with dark, murky sludge. You cannot approach me, and you will never survive in this darkness." He believed that once nightfall came, the dark power would reduce Qin to dust without him having to lift a finger. The cruel divine priest swung his hand, commanding the enormous stone sword to strike directly at Qin. The tribe members screamed in panic, but Qin swiftly dodged, leaping to the side just before the sword could hit the spot he had just occupied. "Hey, frog head!" Qin mocked, challenging the divine priest, "What other tricks do you have?" Bring them all out. If you can't kill me today, your name will be written backwards. While the divine priest was still muttering about the frog head remark, he suddenly realized Qin was charging straight toward him. He shouted in rage, "You bastard, you're asking for death. Do you think you're invincible just because you have green flames?" A giant arm rose from the black sludge, blocking Qin's path. Seeing Stone Marshal wielding a massive sword and swinging it toward him, Qin quickly leaped aside to avoid the strike. "Can you escape?" The voice of the divine priest was filled with malicious glee. Stone Marshal snorted and released a sonic wave, causing Qin to grimace in pain and cover his ears. Seizing the moment, the stone colossus swung its sword fiercely toward Qin. The divine priest laughed maniacally, certain that Qin was done for, but suddenly his eyes widened in horror. The green flame around Qin flared up violently, shattering the sword in the stone colossus' hand. But how can this be? Where is this kid drawing his power from? The divine priest exclaimed in astonishment. He regained his composure, thinking that as long as the dark force remained, the power of the spirit god would be limitless. He wanted to see just how long Qin could hold out. As the dust cleared, he realized that Qin had vanished. The sound of footsteps behind him made him turn around, and he silently cursed, "This is bad." Qin was charging toward the dark portal opened by the divine priest. Seeing Qin gathering his strength into his arm, the divine priest's face turned pale, and he desperately shouted, "You bastard, daring to attack the dark portal." Qin closed in and swung his fist hard at the portal. The shockwave erupted, but the dark portal remained firm. "You foolish kid, the dark portal is forged from the purest dark energy, you can't do anything to it," the divine priest sneered. But suddenly, a black hole appeared within the portal, wreaking havoc on everything around, leaving the Yenclan members terrified. The divine priest's face turned pale when he saw the dark portal destroyed, and the gate quickly exploded. Marshal Stone could no longer draw energy from the dark forces and gradually dissolved into a foul-smelling puddle of muck. The divine priest, frightened, sensed his powers vanishing and could hardly believe his own eyes. Qin's cold voice echoed, "Every time you use dark power, this portal is the first to react." Qin quickly realized that the dark portal was the divine priest's fatal weakness. "You damn bastard," the divine priest screamed in bitter hatred. He admitted that he had underestimated Qin, never expecting him to possess such terrifying power. "But look around you." The divine priest's voice was filled with smug satisfaction. Qin glanced around and noticed the dark aura spreading everywhere. The divine priest, with a triumphant expression, declared loudly, "Darkness is everywhere. Even if you defeat me, you cannot escape it. All of humanity will be devoured by darkness. This is fate, there is no way out." Qin stared at the loathsome face of the divine priest, unable to hold back, and once again threw a punch directly at his face. Qin's voice, full of rage, rang out, "Stop pretending to be a god. You must pay for your life." The divine priest felt Qin's punch this time didn't hurt as much as before, and he mocked, "You think you can kill me with that? You have no strength left." He realized that Qin's power had been exhausted. The divine priest, declaring himself a loyal servant of darkness, believed that once he stepped into the darkness, his soul would become immortal. The entire body of the divine priest was gradually engulfed by darkness, his voice, filled with malevolence, echoed. "You carry the power of darkness within you, yet you refuse to offer it to the spirit god. You will surely pay the price." A dark tentacle shot from the divine priest's hand, quickly wrapping around Qin's arm. He wanted to drag Qin into the darkness, believing that meeting the spirit god was an honor. At this moment, Qin realized he could not escape the dark tentacle, his strength seemed to be locked, unable to be used. The voice of the divine priest rang out with malicious delight, "You can't use your power anymore, can you?" Several more dark tentacles appeared, binding Qin's arms and legs. Watching Qin struggle, the divine priest gleefully said, "Destroying the gate of darkness is an act of betrayal. The spirit god will strip you of your power." He moved closer, "Tell Qin not to struggle in vain. If you want to keep your strength, you must be loyal to the spirit god." "Loyal?" Qin smiled and asked back. "What kind of spirit god is that?" Shin roared, channeling all his strength into his arm. He landed a devastating punch to the divine priest's chest. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Shin realized that he himself was the god of this world. Shin's powerful strike severely wounded the divine priest, leaving his body critically injured and pulled into the darkness. Shin broke free from the chains and lightly landed on the ground. The divine priest had failed to drag Shin into the darkness, and his distant, defiant roar echoed, "You despicable bastard, how dare you insult a god? You will be punished." He cursed, "Shin will never have a peaceful day for the rest of his life, darkness will follow you everywhere." Ignoring the curse, Shin sat down abruptly, muttering, "I don't believe in your crazy nonsense. Science has no room for such things." Suddenly, a divine light appeared in the sky, quickly dispelling the aura of darkness. Shin was puzzled and didn't understand what was happening. In the air, a ship was floating, with a massive bull's horn mounted at the bow. The dark aura was dispelled by this strange ship. Divine light from the bull's horn shone directly towards him. Shin couldn't help but doubt, could it be that gods really exist? His body involuntarily began to be pulled towards the ship floating in the sky. Despite feeling slightly scared, Shin gritted his teeth and thought, how could someone like me, a materialist, be bewitched? You won't scare me. As he felt his body getting closer to the ship, Shin screamed, "Oh, ancestor god above, don't take me." Shin's buttocks slammed hard onto the ship's deck, making a loud sound. Shin quickly realized that Ja Rong and Madaka were right in front of him. As if waking from a daze, Shin exclaimed in surprise, "Is this on the ship? A ship this big can actually fly in the air?" "No, more precisely, it's floating through the darkness." Shin was utterly confused, unable to comprehend what kind of civilization this was. Everything seemed anti-scientific. Daram solemnly asked Shin the reason for his appearance here. Before arriving, he had sensed a powerful surge of dark energy emanating from this area, which piqued his curiosity about what had occurred. Upon hearing Daram's question, Shin suddenly remembered that everyone was still at the Yenclan. He quickly urged Madaka to hurry there as a divine priest was attacking the village and many people needed to be rescued. Divine priest. Madaka anxiously turned back to look at Daram. "We must hurry there." The boat immediately accelerated, heading toward the Yenclan at maximum speed. From above, the boat gently descended to the ground, and astonished voices arose from the crowd. Lynn quickly recognized the symbol of the Qingman tribe on the boat's bow. Could it be that Madaka has come in person? Nyo's voice was filled with doubt. The Grand Elder was surprised to see Qin stepping off the boat. The tribe leader and the others were overjoyed to see that Qin was still alive. "Ancestor god above, it's so wonderful, Qin has returned." The villagers of the Yenclan cheered. Everyone quickly realized the presence of Daram and Madaka. They hurriedly knelt and bowed in respect. The sound of hatakaka filled the air. Qin's appearance, along with Daram and Madaka, made the people of the Lynn tribe uneasy. However, they dared not leave and could only stand still, waiting for their fate. Lynn silently speculated about Qin's relationship. Yen bowed in respect to Daram and Madaka. When Madaka asked about the name of the evil divine priest, Yen hurriedly replied that he had been defeated by Qin. Yen's words took both Madaka and Daram by surprise. They could hardly believe their ears. The tribe members of the Yenclan hurriedly recounted the battle with the divine priest, who could even summon the Dark Gate. This was no ordinary divine priest, such a feat could not be easily accomplished. Daram said in astonishment. Madaka questioned, "Qin hasn't even awakened yet, how could he possibly defeat the divine priest, who has the ability to summon the Dark Gate?" One tribe member spoke up, "Qin has already awakened, his green flames burning brightly in the darkness." Another added, "The sorcerer used the darkness to attack, but Qin's fiery blaze dispersed it with just one strike." Another villager excitedly said, "Qin fought alone against the evil divine priest in the darkness to save everyone." The villagers continuously praised Qin, acknowledging him as a hero of the Yenclan, a true warrior. Hearing the praise, Qin's boastful nature resurfaced, "It's all just a small thing. I only use 2 or 3 parts of my strength." Don't praise me too much. Madaka muttered to himself, he really did defeat the evil divine priest with his own power. Sheen walked over to Daram and asked if the wound on Yen, corroded by the darkness, could be healed. After inspecting, Daram realized that the injury had been caused by the use of an ancient artifact. The Grand Elder had to explain the reason why Yen had resorted to using the artifact, despite the harm it caused. Daram immediately raised his staff and dispelled the lingering dark energy around Yen. Sheen was delighted to see that Yen showed significant improvement after Daram's treatment. Daram instructed Yen, for a long time, you will not be able to use the totem power, and the artifact cannot be used a second time. Yen quickly lowered his head in gratitude to Daram. Where is the artifact now? Daram asked. Yen recounted how the Lynn and Nyo tribes had borrowed the dark powers of the divine priest to attack the Yenclan. He and the second elder had no other choice but to use the artifact's power to fight back against the divine priest. The tribe leader of the Lynn tribe, with no hint of shame, tried to justify himself. The Lynn tribe was also a victim of the divine priest's dark magic, which led to this grave mistake. Nyo, standing beside Lynn, spoke with a mocking tone, after all this, you're still begging for forgiveness. Don't you feel ashamed? Lynn, exposed by Nyo, yelled, what are you pretending to be so noble for? Wasn't it you who ran to the divine priest and the Lynn tribe begging for help? Nyo coldly responded, I dare to act, and I dare to accept the consequences. Unlike shameless people like you. At this point, Sheen moved closer to the dark monster and was shocked to realize that it was actually the second elder, transformed. Sheen felt the form was familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it before. The group behind Daram spoke up, asserting that the monster should not be left alive. Yi quickly stood up, positioning himself in front of the monster, speaking urgently, no, this is my grandfather. He's just been transformed into this form, he's not a monster. Yi knelt before Daram, pleading, grandfather, I sacrificed myself to protect the tribe members from the wicked divine priest. Please, save him. Daram instructed Yi to stand up first, the second elder has been severely corrupted by the cursed artifact. I can only try to heal him. He placed his hand over the wound of the beast, murmuring a chant under his breath. Suddenly, the beast's eyes opened. Yi watched as his grandfather slowly rose to his feet, and, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, he's alive, he's really alive. Yi hurriedly thanked Daram. Sheen, standing by, saw Yi turn to thank him for bringing Daram. Sheen humbly replied, it's nothing, I only know Daram. But in reality, Sheen had only wanted to bring everyone to save the Yen tribe leader. The Grand Elder, seeing Sheen help Yi to his feet, said, Sheen is truly a kind-hearted child. Yi hasn't treated him well, yet Sheen not only ignored it but also brought Daram to save him. Sheen deserves to be called a warrior of the Yenclan. The members of the Lin tribe, witnessing Daram continuously healing the Yenclan members, were deeply astonished. The second elder regained consciousness, bewilderedly realizing he was still in his beast form. Daram explained, I've saved your life, but I can't return you to your human form. Yi, panic-stricken, asked, then my grandfather? Daram remained silent, confirming Yi's fear. The second elder, still in his beast form, threw his head back and howled in agony. That is the consequence he brought upon himself. Daram spoke up, move aside, we are blocking its path. Everyone hurriedly stepped aside, and a dark portal appeared. Daram instructed the second elder to step into the portal, if fate allowed, he might return. The second elder turned to glance at Yi one last time, as though to engrave his grandson's image in his memory, then resolutely stepped into the dark portal. Yi watched his grandfather leave, uncertain of the danger ahead, and rushed forward to embrace the beast, shouting, Grandfather. The heartbreaking scene of their farewell moved everyone. At that moment, the dark portal began pulling the second elder inside. The darkness was drawing him in, and someone screamed in fear. The beast was sucked into the darkness, its screams piercing the air, making everyone tremble. Sheen, hearing the cry, suddenly remembered a passage from the class of Mountain and Sea about a monster, resembling a fox, with one eye and three tails, whose shrill cries could resist demons. Sheen wondered if there was any connection between this world and the class of Mountain and Sea. At this point, Daram calmly said, "What belongs to the darkness will surely take." Sheen was even more confused about the connection between the events that had just occurred and what was recorded in the ancient scrolls. His confusion deepened when he heard Daram ask him, "It seems you're interested in it. If you wish, I can take you to see it." Daram's words left Sheen in a state of panic, especially when Jia Rong suggested he step into the dark realm as well. Sheen quickly raised his hand to refuse, his mind focused solely on avoiding that place. When Madaka called his name, Sheen turned around, still confused, not understanding what was happening. Madaka quickly ordered him to change clothes and prepare for the ceremony of receiving the title. Sheen, surprised, asked, "Receiving what?" Madaka angrily replied, "The ceremony of receiving the title of warrior." Madaka's words took Sheen by surprise. Yen and the Grand Elder also exclaimed in shock, "Warrior?" He seemed astonished to learn that Madaka had to personally come to confer this title. Li appeared skeptical, believing that becoming a warrior of the Jiadu clan didn't require Madaka to come himself. A messenger carrying the Jiadu clan's insignia to the tribe would have sufficed, unless it was Wu Ying. Lin spoke up, causing both Li and Nyo to question. Lin explained that Wu Ying was the one chosen to be Madaka's trusted confidant, always living and dying with him, like a shadow protecting him. On the battlefield, Wu Ying was Madaka's shield, no matter life or death, but Lin expressed doubt, as Sheen was only 12 years old, how could he possibly become Wu Ying? Lin then remarked that Madaka seemed to intend to train Sheen. Lin's explanation made Nyo feel it was plausible, as only this could explain why Madaka had come personally to establish Sheen's authority. Lin also understood why Sheen had awakened such great power. Lin silently calculated, the fate of the Lin tribe may depend on Sheen from now on. As Sheen kneeled to perform the ceremony of receiving the title, the tribe members shouted loudly, "Ancestor God's grace! Hadakaka! Hadakaka!" Madaka personally fastened the warrior's badge onto his chest. Sheen, with a cheerful tone, said, "From today, you are officially a glorious warrior of the family." Seeing the shining badge on Sheen's chest, the Grand Elder couldn't hold back his tears and exclaimed, "Good child." The crowd below the arena continued to chant, "Hadakaka! Hadakaka!" Nyo and Lin realized the situation had changed. Leading the tribe members, they knelt down, begging Madaka and Sheen for mercy. Nu, resigned, said, "Those who are guilty must be punished. I only ask for mercy for the innocent tribe members." Lin quickly clarified, they were deceived by the divine priest. Lin tribe will make full compensation to the Yenclan. Sheen, enraged, glared at them, his voice booming, "What about the Yenclan members you killed? Will your compensation bring the dead back to life?" Lin was left speechless and hurriedly said, "Conflicts between tribes are common, casualties are unavoidable." Sheen shouted furiously, "So, is it natural for the defeated tribe to pay with their lives?" Realizing Sheen was not easily deceived, Lin quickly pleaded with Madaka, "They were misled by the divine priest and committed these crimes, we will make full amends." Madaka's guards shouted sternly, "Tribal battles have their own rules. Your tribe has lost, and you must accept the punishment." Lin's face turned pale, and he cried out, "Madaka!" Nu suddenly spoke up, "Now that things have come to this, you still ask for mercy? Do you think you deserve to be Eren?" Nu stood up and cut off one of his own arms to atone for the arm of Yen that had been severed during the battle. The scene unfolding left everyone in awe at the courageous yet brutal actions of many. Cradling his bleeding, severed arm, Nyo knelt down, his voice filled with pain as he declared, "Those who are guilty must be punished." The guard turned to wait for Madaka's decision. Madaka closed his eyes and sighed deeply. At once, the guard swiftly bowed and awaited orders. Lin knelt there as Madaka's guard loudly proclaimed, "Lin conspired with the dark divine priest. His crime is unforgivable. He is hereby stripped of his title of Eren, effective immediately." His face turned pale upon hearing the death sentence, and the execution would be carried out right before everyone's eyes as a warning. Madaka's guard took on the task of executing the sentence. With a powerful strike, he hit Lin's chest, shattering his heart and internal organs. Lin spat blood along with fragments of his internal organs, slowly collapsing to the ground. The life of tribe leader Lynn was snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the bloody scene, Madaka's eyes widened, his cold gaze looking down. Standing beside him, Qin thought deeply, this girl is truly ruthless. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. The figure of Lin Huang, Lin's son, rushed to his father's lifeless body. Seeing the young tribe leader crying out in agony, the captain of the Lin tribe's hunters hurried over and advised, "Quickly get up. What kind of image are you putting forth like this?" Madaka's guard then turned to Nyo, his cold voice announcing, he was manipulated by Lin, becoming a pawn of the dark divine priest. As one knows, admitting fault may pardon the death sentence, but it is harder to avoid the punishment of life. Stripping Aaron of his position, he would be exiled once the winter passed. Nyo lowered his head to accept the punishment, and the guards immediately instructed someone to take Nyo away. Before leaving, Nyo hurriedly said to Li, "Remember, tribe members are the most important." Li stood silently, watching the figure gradually fade away. Qin observed the guards of Madaka, quietly thinking, this girl truly has a way with people. Despite her young age, Madaka had made even the strongest subordinates bow to her. Guaba, seeing that Qin was not paying attention to him, moved forward and tugged at his sleeve. Qin quickly swatted his hand away, speaking with a tone of irritation, "From now on, you must learn to read my expressions and understand what I want. Only then will it be acceptable." Suddenly, Li and the captain of the Lin tribe's hunting team knelt before Qin, declaring, "The two tribes, Nyo and Lin, are willing to submit to the Song Yenclan, agreeing to surrender the totem pillars, if the Yenclan helps our tribe members survive the harsh winter ahead." The sight of two enemy tribes submitting caught both the Grand Elder and Yen off guard. The Grand Elder said to Yen, "If that's the case, they will have up to 4 totem pillars, which could turn them into a great tribe." However, Yen was still concerned about the issue of food reserves. At present, it was difficult to accept additional tribe members from the 2 new clans. Seeing Qin still lost in thought, Li quickly spoke up, "If you're not at ease, you can take my life at any time." Li had an ancestor god contract with Qin, so from now on, the clan would have no way to oppose the Yenclan. Yen looked at the tribe members of the 2 clans, and his voice rang out, "The Lin and Nyo clans have lost their tribe leaders, their strength has been severely weakened, surrendering is your only option." The Grand Elder also believed this was a warning to Madaka, and that the members of the 2 clans would not dare go back on their word. Madaka saw Qin's pleading look and nonchalantly said, "This matter is for you to decide." When Kuaiji saw Qin struggling, he asked, "Does the Yen clan have enough food to sustain the tribe members of all 3 clans?" If Qin were to open his mouth and ask Madaka, perhaps she would consider it. However, Madaka was completely taken aback when she heard Qin's response, "Food? We actually have enough." Qin gently scratched the bridge of his nose before continuing the conversation with Madaka. Before the long night fell, he and the members of the tribe had managed to hunt a large amount of prey. However, they had no way of preserving the food. But now, he had found a solution. Upon hearing Qin's words, Li and Captain Lin couldn't help but feel skeptical and quickly asked, "Is that true?" Seeing the doubt on their faces, Qin explained further. Although he had found a method to preserve the food, the resources were currently insufficient. Therefore, even if the 2 other tribes agreed to submit, it would be difficult to distribute the food to them. Qin felt a bit embarrassed as he noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes. Madaka hurriedly pressed, "Do you really have a way to preserve food?" From Madaka's understanding, in order to preserve food for a long period of time, it was essential to use a very powerful form of witchcraft to seal it. Madaka couldn't help but question whether Qin could truly perform such a method. He firmly asserted that it was impossible. Even though Qin had awakened the flame, he could not suddenly master such profound witchcraft. Qin quickly shook his head, telling Madaka that his thinking was too narrow. Jiarom, standing behind, then spoke up, asking Qin, "So you're saying that this preservation method doesn't require witch power, and each small tribe can do it, right?" Qin nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Grand Elder, after hearing this, asked excitedly, "What does Qin need?" They will immediately go look for it. Yen was also very excited. "If we succeed, we won't have to worry about food when the long winter nights come." Seeing that everyone was eager to go in search of resources, Lynn clarified. What we need is a type of salt rock found in Dongshan. As long as we use it to preserve the food, we can keep it through the winter. Unfortunately, winter has arrived early, and it is currently difficult to go up the mountain to gather it. Lee and Captain Lin turned pale upon hearing this. Dongshan was now immersed in a long night, and there was indeed no way to go up there. Was startled when he saw Jiaorong approaching, his eyes gleaming with seriousness, and his voice rang out. This is no joke. Are you speaking the truth? Jiaorong's gaze was focused on Qin as he continued. Every year, many people die of starvation because they can't preserve their food. The number of people who die from illness after eating spoiled food is also considerable. The large tribes rely on a few shamans to preserve food, but every year, more people die of starvation in the tribes, even in the large ones, than in battle. Upon hearing this, Qin suddenly thought, in this primitive world, people didn't know how to farm or preserve food. No wonder winter claims so many lives. If he could teach everyone how to cure meat, it would be a groundbreaking invention in history. Seeing Qin lost in thought, Jiaorong angrily slammed his staff onto the ground and shouted loudly. Qin, are you listening? Answer me, are you sure? Jiaorong's voice snapped Qin back to his senses, and he hurriedly replied. As long as there is mineral salt, I guarantee everyone will be able to learn how to preserve meat. Upon hearing Qin's confirmation, Jiaorong let out a sigh of relief. His heart had been racing with anxiety just moments ago. He was very intrigued by what Qin had said and instructed Qin to prepare. He would take him into the dark zone to search for that type of mineral salt. Jiaorong's words left everyone present shocked and fearful. As far as they knew, entering the dark zone meant certain death. Many had ventured in, but no one had ever returned. Everything was quickly prepared. Standing on the high platform, Madaka loudly called for the warriors to advance. The tribe members from the three clans formed two lines and, in unison, shouted. Hadakaka. Madaka cleared a path in the center for Qin. As Qin walked, he muttered to himself. Fine, I'll go, but all this ceremony is so unnecessary, really impractical. In front of Qin, a necklace made of animal bones swayed back and forth. He stared at an old witch who was dancing and performing a ritual, muttering incomprehensible words. Before Qin could fully process what was happening, the old witch took a basin of magical water and splashed it directly into his face. Though Qin was furious, he still restrained himself, knowing that the primitive people were very superstitious, and striking a witch would only incite the wrath of everyone. Madaka stepped forward to explain, this is the guardian puppet ritual, which can only be performed once a year, and only the strongest warrior is eligible to receive it. The surrogate puppet is a mystical item that can only be created by a witch of unparalleled power. Madaka asked a witch to create this puppet for Qin to carry with him when he enters the dangerous dark realm. According to Madaka's explanation, if Qin encounters evil forces in the darkness, they will mistake the puppet for Qin himself. As long as the puppet is not destroyed, Qin will be safe from all dangers. Listening to Madaka's explanation, Qin suddenly realized this was the legendary surrogate puppet he had heard about before. Madaka solemnly warned, the dangers in the darkness are extremely bizarre, no one knows in advance what they will face. These words caused Qin to feel a sense of unease. Seeing Qin's pale face, Madaka quickly reassured him, you are a lucky person, and with the witch's protective puppet, everything will surely be fine. However, these comforting words only made Qin's heart beat faster. After completing the magical dance, the witch stood on the high platform and called out, Qin, bring the fresh blood. Aaron shouted excitedly, step forward. Qin is the first warrior of the Yenclan to receive the guardian puppet ritual. Enter the darkness and bring glory to the tribe. The powerful voice of the Grand Elder rang out. Qin stepped forward, and the chants of Hadakaka. Hadakaka. From the tribe members echoed around him. In his heart, Qin thought, Madaka lied without blinking, truly untrustworthy, but there are similar records about witchcraft in fairy tales, maybe this puppet really has some effect. Looking at the puppet with the words Yenshin carved on it, Qin thought a drop of blood wouldn't hurt, so he quickly cut his hand and let a few drops of blood fall onto it. Qin's fresh blood soon filled the name of the other boy on the puppet. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the puppet's head, causing Qin to panic. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread all over the puppet's body. A loud, ear-piercing explosion rang out, and smoke and flames engulfed Qin on the altar. The witch and everyone else gaped at the scene before them. When the smoke cleared, Qin appeared with a face blackened by soot, his hair standing on end, looking utterly disheveled. Qin stammered, asking Madaka, "Madaka, can we try again?" Madaka frowned in anger. "Once a year? What do you think, is that possible?" Looking at the puppet shattered on the ground, Qin angrily exclaimed, "Is the old heavens trying to destroy me?" Qin's expression darkened even further when he heard the witch and Madaka reassuring him, "It's possible the ritual encountered some issues, but don't panic." Madaka lied without blinking, "This is just a ritual. Even without the puppet, you'll be fine. Perhaps you'll even have better luck, and your journey will be safe." The Grand Elder came up to pat Qin on the shoulder. "Don't worry, just continue your journey." Qin suddenly realized that the tribe members were carving statues of him alongside a few others. The Grand Elder explained, "The people beside us are warriors who sacrificed their lives for the Yenclan, they are our pride." Qin choked on his words, his whole body trembling, sweat pouring down. He took a step back, his eyes full of caution. "They must be plotting to deceive me. Qin would have to be crazy to believe them." Qin screamed like a fishmonger in the market, adamant that he would not step into the darkness. Jiarong, standing behind, spoke up, "The puppet ceremony is ultimately an external force, a person's fate is something they must seize themselves. I assure you, I will do everything in my power to protect Qin's safety." Before Qin could refuse, Jiarong cut him off. "Once we enter the darkness, you must listen to my commands without hesitation." With a voice full of confidence, Jiarong affirmed, "As long as you are with me, you have at least a 2/3 chance of surviving and returning." Jiarong's guarantee made Qin want to rush over and rip the old man's long beard off. Despite Qin's resistance, Jiarong still grabbed his hand and slowly pulled him towards the gate of the Dark Realm. As the entrance to the darkness appeared before them, Jiarong asked, "Before we leave, is there anything you still wish to do?" Qin's face turned pale, his voice trembling, "Can't we just not go?" Jiarong immediately replied, his tone resolute, "This matter concerns the life and death of all the clans, large and small. One person cannot retreat for the sake of everyone." With that, disregarding Qin's objections, Jiarong tightly grasped his hand and led him through the gate, into the realm of darkness. The two of them entered without encountering any obstacles. Qin suddenly felt a cold wave that pierced to the bone, and his whole body shuddered. The surroundings were desolate, with withered chui trees devoid of any life. Snow fell thickly from the sky, but strangely, it was an eerie black color. Suddenly, on the trunk of one tree, a large eye opened, its fierce gaze locking onto Qin. He panicked and jumped backward, pressing himself closely against Jiarong. At that moment, a laughter echoed all around, raising the hairs on their skin. The tree with the large eye let out a sharp, ear-piercing roar. "Stay here!" Immediately, the tree branches, like tentacles, stretched out and rushed toward the two of them. Jiarong shouted loudly, "Be careful!" The staff in his hand was tightly wrapped by the tentacles, and the eye on the tree recognized them as outsiders. It had long forgotten the last time anyone from the outside world had set foot in this place. Its voice echoed in Jiarong's ears, "Stay here and be our companions." Jiarong and Qin screamed, their voices filled with panic. A lamp appeared in Jiarong's hand. The light from the lamp made the tree branches recoil in fear, hurriedly retreating. When the light touched them, the surrounding scene returned to normal. The chui tree was no longer as menacing as before. Jiarong signaled Qin to stay close to him, assuring him that as long as the light still shone, these eerie trees would not be able to harm them. The two moved silently forward, with darkness creeping in behind them, and the shrill cries of screams echoing in the distance futile to run away from. "You will stay here, just like us, never able to return." Jiarong instructed Qin not to listen to or look at them, only to focus on moving forward. Qin was puzzled, and after a brief silence, Jiarong explained. "They were once human. Those who got lost in the darkness eventually turned into this neither living nor dead. Jia Rong's words shook Qin. He glanced at the eager eyes behind them, wondering if he would end up like them. Seeing Qin lost in thought, Jia Rong quickly reassured him. Don't worry. If it comes down to it, I will make sure you die like a warrior, not become one of them. He urged Qin to stay close, focusing on the path ahead, assuring him that he would take care of any trouble. The two continued on their journey, when suddenly, a figure clad in a red cloak appeared behind them, seemingly rising from the ground. His malicious gaze followed them, muttering as if delivering news to someone. After a long stretch of walking, they finally managed to escape the haunted forest. Jia Rong looked ahead, his voice deep and warm. As long as we cross this purple sea, we will enter the long night. At that moment, a single log raft slowly approached. The person paddling the raft wore a wide cloak that obscured their face. Is this a person? Qin asked doubtfully. Jia Rong did not respond directly, only instructing. Qin, follow me closely. This person cannot harm us, but you must show respect. Remember to board from the back of the raft. When boarding the raft, Jia Rong bowed his head in respect. Qin quickly followed, his demeanor full of reverence. The raft glided gently over the water, controlled by a mysterious man. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, with only the sound of water softly lapping against the side of the raft. Qin sat silently, his gaze fixed on the boatman, his mind wondering. Jia Rong holds him in such high regard. Could he be a sorcerer as well? A ferryman through the night, guiding people into the heart of darkness? Jia Rong's voice broke the silence, signaling that they were nearing their destination. Suddenly, a monster leapt out of the water, causing the small raft to lurch violently. Qin panicked. Jia Rong quickly instructed him. Stay steady, don't look outside, that is a monster that dwells in the sea of death. The waves grew fiercer, but the boatman remained calm, skillfully steering the raft forward. Qin shouted in worry. Will we be safe? Jia Rong reassured, as long as the lantern in my hand doesn't go out, everything will be fine. Then when will the lantern go out? Qin asked suspiciously. If the wind doesn't blow, the lantern won't go out, Jia Rong replied. Then what if water splashes on it? Qin asked anxiously. Of course, the lantern will go out, Jia Rong replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, Qin screamed, It's over, it's over. The boat is heading straight into a huge whirlpool, we're going to die. Qin yelled. The boat rocked violently, a large wave crashed over, throwing Qin off the boat and into the whirlpool. He didn't realize that in the dark water, a gigantic eye was staring at him. A chilling sensation took over. Qin turned around and was horrified to see countless glowing red eyes focused on him. He panicked and screamed in his mind, Help me! Trying to calm himself, Qin quickly swam upwards towards the faint light. It turned out to be Jia Rong holding the guiding lantern, his hand outstretched waiting. Seeing Qin, he hurriedly grabbed him, pulling him back onto the boat. I thought I was going to die, Qin panted. We've passed through the sea of death, Jia Rong said. I told you to always stay close to me. When they reached the shore, they bowed their heads to the mysterious boatman. Qin glanced up and was horrified to realize that beneath the cloak was not a human body, but thousands of blinking red eyes. Jia Rong hurriedly forced Qin's head down and shouted loudly, Bow your head, don't look at the boatman disappearing into the distance, the boat slowly sinking beneath the water. Jia Rong instructed that everything in the darkness should be respected. Qin explained, I was just curious. Suddenly, a piece of red cloth flew towards them and landed in front of Qin. He was surprised to see such a thing in the darkness. Jia Rong explained, it came from the battlefield, right behind us. Qin turned around and saw an ancient battlefield with enormous weapons. He touched a Madaka sword and felt its ancient aura. Jia Rong spoke, Don't even think about taking them. The things of the long night cannot be carried out. Even if you manage to take them, they will turn to ash the moment you do. Upon hearing this, Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He had originally planned to search for a few treasures in the Dark Lands to bring back, but now, could he really return empty-handed? Suddenly, remembering the purpose of their journey, Shin exclaimed, "If we can't bring anything with us, then how did they come here to mine the salt and take it back?" At that moment, Jiarong bent down and sat, tilting the oil lamp in his hand and letting a drop of oil fall onto the ground. Shin was astonished to see the thick layer of snow and ice covered in darkness vanish, revealing a lush carpet of vegetation beneath. Shin was completely taken aback by what had just occurred. Jiarong explained, "This type of lamp works similarly to a totem. It can reduce the influence of darkness on this world. The reason I brought Shin along is because I'm not familiar with the terrain of Dongshan. Even if I use up all the oil I have, it would still be difficult to find the salt mine that Shin mentioned. Shin's task now is to help me determine the direction, and his speed must be fast and precise. We also need to conserve oil for the return trip." Shin, lost in thought about what Jiarong wanted to do, didn't notice that Jiarong had discovered something. Suddenly, Shin remembered that where Jiarong was standing was the spot he hadn't been able to reach in time to warn him before hearing the sound of flesh hitting the hard ground beneath. Jiarong lay in the pit, wondering why there was a hole here. Shin scratched his head and quietly said, "This hole was dug by you." Upon hearing this, Jiarong's face turned ashen. As they continued their journey, if Jiarong hadn't reacted quickly, his teapot set would likely have been shattered by one of Shin's wooden traps. Then, he would have fallen into one of the poisonous traps Shin had once designed. On another occasion, he nearly lost his life when he was ensnared by a trap that wrapped tightly around a tree trunk. The continuous torment left Jiarong in a state of panic, and he quickly asked, "Shin, are you sure you've got the right direction? My old bones can't take much more of this torment." Shin scratched his head and chuckled softly, not expecting his traps to be so effective, even leaving Jiarong struggling. However, at present, Shin had already grasped the general location of the path, pointing toward the distant towering mountain. Their destination was right there. Jiarong remained worried, furrowing his brows as he asked Shin, "Did you also set up traps inside Dongshan?" Shin immediately replied, "No, he only designed traps around this area." Jiarong's expression darkened, silently thinking, no wonder the two Lynn clans wanted to kill Shin so badly. Even I, who have been enduring so much torment, feel like strangling this brat myself. After about an hour of travel, Shin successfully led Dong to the entrance of the previously forbidden zone of Big Sister Panda. Upon seeing the two familiar towering stone statues, Shin was skeptical when he heard Jiarong confirm that the dark world and the outside world were completely different. Shin then said, "I saw two statues like this on top of Dongshan, exactly the same as here." Upon hearing this, Jiarong immediately spoke to Shin, "From what I know, nothing that has been affected by the darkness retains its original form." Jiarong poured a drop of lamp oil, and the dark aura was instantly dispelled. At once, he realized that the position and form of the two stone statues had not been affected by the darkness. "Does this mean it's very dangerous?" Shin asked. But Jiarong could not answer, only saying that within the darkness, there were many things that humans could not fully comprehend. Shin didn't need to think for long, their time was running out, and they needed to quickly gather the salt ore and return. As they were passing by the statue, Shin suddenly touched his head and let out an exclamation. A delicate jade pendant fell from above, striking his head, which he promptly caught in his hand. Shin, puzzled, thought to himself, could it have fallen from the gigantic statue? He quickly caught up with Jiarong, silently deciding to temporarily set aside everything and focus on collecting the salt ore first. Only after completing the task would he have time to investigate further. The two of them ventured deeper into the heart of Dongshan. Amidst the darkness, Shin suddenly became curious about the strange weather. Why was the snow falling so heavily? Jiarong explained, "It's winter, so snowfall is to be expected. The outside world is also experiencing winter." Upon hearing Jiarong's words, a thought flashed in Shin's mind. Could it be that the two worlds existed within the same space-time continuum? This seemed hard to believe, for according to Shin's understanding, space-time had a unique nature. Suddenly, both of them turned around, and in front of them, a strange red mist appeared, drifting by. Shin was startled, but Daram quickly reassured him, don't be afraid, it's normal for things to pass through in the darkness. From a distance, the sound of a peculiar bell rang out, and Qin, curious, asked, "What is that sound?" Jia Rong confirmed that he couldn't hear anything at all. When Qin said he heard the sound of a bell, Jia Rong angrily struck him on the head and shouted, "No, you didn't hear anything." Jia Rong warned Qin that in this long night world, curiosity could kill him. Whatever it was, stay away from it as much as possible. Qin stood still, feeling that ever since they entered the center of the long night, Jia Rong had been acting strangely. Had something possessed him? Hearing Jia Rong urge him on, Qin pushed the thought aside and quickly followed. After a while, they came face to face with a gigantic bronze bell. Qin, frightened, told Jia Rong that not only had they failed to avoid it, but they had also come closer. Jia Rong ordered them to turn back, but the bell appeared in front of them. He warned Qin that they had lost their way and that something was disturbing them. Jia Rong reassured him, "As long as the oil lamp doesn't go out, we'll be safe." Qin, skeptical, asked, "Should we just stand here? We've lost our way, and the oil lamp has its limits." He suggested moving forward to investigate the bell, as it might be connected to their imprisonment. Jia Rong agreed, telling Qin to stay close behind him. As they got closer, Qin noticed strange characters on the bell and suspected it was part of a suppressive formation. Behind the bell, he saw a stone tablet inscribed with a bagua array. Jia Rong looked at the stone tablet and exclaimed, "These characters I've never seen before, they might be relics from ancient times." According to Jia Rong, the content on this artifact is difficult to decipher. Qin, however, thought to himself, "Isn't this just a bagua array that's been scrambled? All it takes is rearranging it." As Jia Rong was about to use his strength to break it, Qin hurriedly stopped him and suggested, "Let me try." He recalled his experience in the trial of the mountain and sea, where everything had been achieved through luck. Jia Rong agreed and warned Qin to be careful. Qin sighed in relief and began to rearrange the bagua array. His hands moved quickly and skillfully, as if he were an expert. Jia Rong stood by, watching closely, ready to protect Qin in case of danger. Jia Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as Qin finished, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Before their eyes, the earth slowly rose, and something strange seemed to be etched on its surface. A massive bagua formation appeared on the ground, clearly visible to the two of them. Looking at Qin with confusion, Jia Rong thought to himself, "Could this kid really have such extraordinary luck?" As soon as Qin made a move, the grand formation emerged. Jia Rong exclaimed, his voice filled with doubt, "Is it really this simple?" A wave of fear surged within him. The ancient, mystical wonder before them was something even he could not comprehend. Yet Qin had solved it with just one try. Could this kid truly be the one destined with the legendary great fortune? Qin at this moment had realized that the chaotic battlefield was the reason the two of them had lost their way earlier. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang again, the sharp noise causing Qin to cry out in pain, hastily covering his ears with both hands. In the misty haze before his eyes, it seemed that something was slowly taking shape. 3 stone statues of women emerged, causing Qin to gasp and stutter in fear. How is this possible? These stone statues. I recognize their clothing, it's completely not from the Stone Age. Jia Rong was also confused, never expecting that this place harbored another civilization. Qin noticed that there were inscriptions carved on the necks of the stone statues, and he read them aloud. By Yun Qiong. As Qin was about to step forward to examine them more closely, Jia Rong quickly stopped him. He sensed the danger emanating from the statues. He told Qin about a large tribe that had encountered similar stone statues during a long night. At that time, there were more than 200 people, all of them the strongest warriors of the tribe, but when they returned, only one person was left. Jia Rong looked at Qin, his voice deep and full of warning. That person had his eyes gouged out, his tongue cut off, and even both of his arms severed. No one knows what they went through, and no one knows how they made it back. Hearing Jia Rong's terrifying story, Qin screamed in fear. Jia Rong, you're not trying to scare me, are you? Seeing Qin's pale face, Jia Rong tapped him on the head, laughing loudly. Of course, I'm trying to scare you. He told Qin to relax and not be so tense. Qin silently blamed Xiaorong, who had gone outside but still couldn't behave properly. Suddenly, Qin pointed at the stone statues and shouted, "Xiaorong, turn around and look." He felt as if the statues were staring at him with wide open eyes. Xiaorong didn't turn around, thinking that Qin was just getting back at him for the story he had told to scare him. Panic-stricken, Qin shouted loudly, "I'm not lying, the statue is really staring at me." At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to crack open. Qin cried out, "It's cracking!" The ground collapsed quickly, pulling both of them down into the dark space below. The statues above also toppled over, shattering into pieces. As Qin fell freely, he screamed in fear, "We're doomed!" Xiaorong quickly split the staff in his hand, telling Qin to grab hold of it. The wings on his back spread out, ensuring both of them landed safely. Xiaorong's voice, filled with anger, echoed, "There's a hole under the Great Formation, this is truly treacherous." Qin urged, "Let's hurry and go up." Suddenly, he noticed a salt mine beneath Xiaorong's feet. It turned out that the oil drop he had accidentally dropped earlier had led them here. Qin bent down to observe and cheerfully said, "Though it's not much, we've found the location of the salt mine." Xiaorong also agreed. "There's fortune in misfortune, as long as we find the salt mine, we can go back." Qin pointed toward the cave inside, likely where the main vein of the salt mine was located. He was eager to enter, thinking that if they found it soon, they could return quickly. Neither of them was aware that the stone statue's head, which had fallen earlier, now lay in the corner, staring at them with a cold, eerie, and haunting gaze. Xiaorong and Qin continued their journey deeper into the cave. The chill in the air made Qin shiver. Not long after, a beam of light from the cave's entrance flickered, catching both of their attention. As the light shone down, their eyes widened in amazement at the sight before them. A column of light shot straight up from the bottom of the cave, as if piercing through the darkness. "What? What is this?" Qin exclaimed, his voice filled with curiosity. Xiaorong, with a gleaming look in his eyes, replied, "We may have discovered something even more important than the salt mine. This is the relic of the long night." Without hesitation, Xiaorong spread his vast wings, took Qin in his arms, and soared downward. His voice was filled with excitement. "Hurry, the long night relic. To encounter it is fate, it cannot be sought or forced." Upon landing at the bottom of the cave, they were faced with a series of ancient murals. Qin observed and noticed that the vaulted temple was decorated with 12 massive paintings, each one telling a mysterious story. He sensed that this relic was not ordinary, it likely held secrets about the origin of this world. A painting of a monster made Qin Lian think of the class of mountain and sea. Xiaorong pointed to the painting of the divine beast and said, "This hints at messages from the ancestor god." Qin was startled when Xiaorong explained that this painting depicted the formation of heaven and earth. Seeing Qin's confusion, Xiaorong laughed, "It's fine if you don't know. These stories are only preserved in the archives of the spiritual masters." He told the legend that in ancient times, there was a powerful beast that used its strength to create a massive axe, dividing heaven and earth, and from there, all living things and humans appeared. This was the story of the creation of the world. Qin pondered as he looked at the axe and the painting, wondering, could this be Pango? He felt perplexed, as the Pango legend, often regarded as a primordial deity, was depicted here as a giant beast. Xiaorong turned the lamp to point at the next painting. Qin recognized that this depicted the story after the formation of heaven and earth. In the painting, strange and divine beasts from the class of mountain and sea appeared vividly. He was astonished to see humans appear directly, with no scene of Manhwa sculpting humanity. When he touched the surface of the painting, Qin noticed it was smooth, unlike the usual stone carvings. The civilization that created these paintings was truly extraordinary, he thought to himself. The third painting depicted Manhwa and Fu Shi. Qin suddenly remembered the previous painting, where the power of the divine beast seemed to come from a black sun. A thought flashed in his mind, causing him to tremble. Could it be that Nuwa and Fu Shi wanted to stake that power to enhance humanity? He realized that some people had already participated in this contest of strength. As they moved to the fourth painting, Jean stammered, This is before your eyes, where humanity is turned into slaves, becoming food for the divine beasts. It's hard to understand why, even after seizing the dark power, humanity cannot confront the divine beasts and is instead defeated. Jia Rong sighed and said, The human race, weak and enslaved by the 100 monsters, is treated as food. If it weren't for the favor of the ancestor god, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Jean thought deeply. If this world truly had an ancestor god, the subsequent paintings must have been left by them. Yenshin, come here, Jia Rong called. Isn't this how you catch fish with a net? Jean was surprised to see the painting depicting a person fishing. But not only that, the painting also showed a group of people drilling wood to make fire, crafting tools from stone, clearing wasteland, herding, farming, and hunting with bows and arrows. Jean quickly realized that this depicted the civilization of humanity during the Stone Age. He felt as though he was witnessing the evolution of humankind through each brushstroke. Jean's voice rose, filled with curiosity as he asked Jia Rong, Don't the tribes today know how to farm and raise animals? Jia Rong, upon hearing this, looked at him with doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't understand what farming and animal husbandry were. Jean felt extremely confused. What was happening? The other images on the stone wall indicated that human civilization had at least reached the Stone Age, yet the current tribes were still living by foraging. Without hesitation, Jean hurriedly went to examine the remaining 6 murals, hoping they would help him find the answer. The 7th mural depicted humanity gathering together, holding weapons in their hands, and attacking fierce beasts as a group. The 8th showed a brutal battle between humans and wild beasts. The 9th again portrayed the ancestor god of this world fighting against the divine beasts. The 10th depicted the ancestor god facing off against humans who had become pawns of the divine beasts, granted dark powers. Jean was secretly astonished by the long-standing war between humanity and the divine beasts. It seemed that once humans learned to use fire, they began to entertain the idea of rising up against the divine beasts. Taking advantage of their numbers, humans launched counterattacks. The divine beasts did not remain passive. They incited a small faction of humans, granting them dark powers, which plunged humanity into civil war. And it seemed this war had not yet ended, continuing to the present day. Jean suddenly thought about the dark powers that often appeared. Could it be the power of the sorcerers? He glanced at Jia Rong, wondering to himself, could the power of the sorcerers from the class of mountain and sea come from the black sun of the divine beasts? Seeing Jia Rong approaching, Jean quickly called him over to look at the remaining paintings. The 11th mural appeared before Jean. A person, glowing with radiance, stood on a high platform, with 9 people kneeling below, each offering a precious artifact. This figure was fully equipped with weapons, leading humanity in a battle against the savage beasts. The 12th scene depicted Hui drawing his bow to shoot at the sun. As Jean gazed at these images, he felt that something was amiss. If his previous inferences were correct, these 2 paintings spoke of the first shamans, who, together with humanity, forged bronze weapons, and from that moment, the war between the divine beasts and humans erupted. Jean felt increasingly confused. What had truly happened in this world? Who had won the Great War in the end? Why did the story conclude with the scene of Hui shooting at the sun? Moreover, according to the legend, Hui only shot down 9 suns, but here, Jean saw him shooting down all 10. Where did the light of the outside world come from? A flood of questions swirled in Jean's mind. Suddenly, the light around them dimmed and then completely vanished. Jean grew even more puzzled as he heard Jia Rong mention that they didn't have much time to study the murals. Thanks to the dim oil lamp in Jia Rong's hand, Jean looked up through the gap and saw 10 black suns appearing in the sky. He thought to himself as the sun gradually faded, everything sinking into the long night. What on earth is happening? Jia Rong looked up, his voice deep and heavy as he said, The black suns of the long night, the darkness is about to awaken completely. Jean listened but couldn't make sense of it. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. Qin couldn't react in time and almost fell. Fortunately, Jiarong quickly reached out, grabbing him by the arm and urgently shouted, "Hold on tight, climb up quickly." In his hurry, Jiarong knocked over a few drops of black oil onto the ground. Both of them were startled when a salt mine vein suddenly appeared before their eyes. Jiarong shouted with excitement, "This is a salt mine vein. You suggested leaving before the earthquake, they must gather quickly." Suddenly, a cry for help echoed in Qin's ears. The frantic screams from the black hole below rose up, so piercing that Qin had to cover his ears with his hands. But it was futile, the sounds kept ringing, making Qin feel as though his ears were about to explode. "Damn it, stop calling me!" Qin screamed frantically, the power within him erupting violently. Jiarong yelled in alarm as he saw Qin swing his arm toward his own head. Qin's fist stopped right in front of Jiarong's face, only halting due to his timely shouts. The sound helped Qin snap out of the illusion that had been consuming him. Qin turned to Jiarong and said that he had heard cries for help coming from the mist below. Jiarong shook his head and explained that Qin must have misheard. When he pulled Qin up from the ground, the earthquake had stopped, and Qin stood still on the earth, unmoving. Jiarong continued to warn Qin that in the world of eternal night, under the influence of dark power, it would be easy to fall into hallucinations. Qin needed to learn how to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Pointing towards the salt mine, Qin suggested that they quickly gather it. Hearing this, Jiarong immediately used his magic to pull all the salt ore into his sleeve. Qin stood beside him, his gaze greedy, whispering, "The sleeve of the cosmos is really convenient." Jiarong turned and told Qin that the ruins were unstable, and they should leave quickly. Suddenly, Jiarong shouted, his eyes filled with terror as he looked ahead. The mist had thinned, and his voice was filled with doubt. Jiarong explained to Qin that the black oil had dispersed the mist. Qin looked down and noticed a series of frozen ice statues. He was horrified to realize that the people trapped in the ice seemed to still be alive. Jiarong looked down, his voice steady as he told Qin, "Stay right there." They were all warriors from large tribes, and even shamans. It seemed that he had known about these people who had been frozen. Suddenly, Jiarong screamed in panic, "It's over, hurry up, we shouldn't have come here." As both of them turned to leave, they were startled to see a perfect female stone statue appear in front of them. A strange, eerie energy rose from the statue. Qin shouted, "Jiarong!" When he saw the statue's female figure pierce through his chest with an attack, Jiarong collapsed. The strike had sealed his strength. The oil lamp in his hand fell, and black oil spilled out. Qin, cold with fear, was horrified to see a bizarre female ghostly figure appear beside him. The shadow quickly slid past his back. Qin turned pale, thinking, "Is it a ghost?" Seeing the strange figure fly toward the female stone statue, Qin thought in fear, in this long night, could there really be ghosts, and is it the red-clad female ghost? Could it be that we are going to die here? The red-clad female ghost merged with the stone statue, and Qin muttered under his breath, "This is too absurd, this doesn't make sense." The stone pieces of the statue exploded with internal force, scattering everywhere. When the red-clad female ghost appeared, Jiarong screamed at Qin to run. His voice was full of terror, warning that everyone down there had been killed by her. Qin thought to himself, "Where can I run to?" This red-clad female ghost only needed one strike to take down Jiarong. How many lives do I have to offer her? His gaze stopped at the oil lamp on the ground. Without hesitation, Qin extended his hand to grab the lamp. Suddenly, he screamed in pain as he was surrounded by a thick, dark mist. The female ghost in the red dress raised her foot, intending to destroy the lamp. From the lamp, a protective ring of light emanated, blocking the foot of the female ghost. The flame on the lamp flared up. Qin was horrified to see the female ghost's eyes wide open in fury. A deafening explosion sounded, throwing Qin far away. He was panic-stricken as he realized the lamp had been destroyed, its flame extinguished. Qin silently doubted in his heart, hadn't Jiarong said that the oil lamp wouldn't be destroyed by the darkness? Where had this female ghost come from? With just one kick, the lamp was snuffed out. The moment the lamp went out, Shin was horrified to realize the eerie, dark mist immediately surged and surrounded him. A ghostly voice echoed. "Another one." The dark mist continuously swirled around, roaring and disturbing Shin's mind. It coalesced into black, shadowy arms that tightened around his own. Shin grew even more terrified as more and more dark arms appeared, binding his body. A voice echoed in his ears. "Accept the atonement. This is a gift from the darkness. Embrace the purification ritual." The eerie mist engulfed Shin's entire body, and he painfully realized he was completely powerless, unable to move or escape. The female ghost slowly approached, each step causing the ground to freeze rapidly. She advanced step by step toward Shin, her icy grip quickly spreading out his legs. Shin, horrified, realized the ghost intended to turn him into a statue of ice. As she drew closer, her voice rang out, full of menace. "Criminal, you deserve to die." As the ice began to cover his face, Shin angrily thought to himself, "What kind of game is this? I'm not ready to die. I need to think of a way out, I must think of a way. I can't give up." At that moment, Jia Rong was surrounded by dark, suffocating energy, pinned to the ground. He struggled to rise in an attempt to save Shin, but it was futile. Feeling the ice spreading through his body, nearly freezing him entirely, Shin silently screamed. "I don't want to die here, I can't die here. Outside, the tribe members are waiting for me to return, and there's Guaba, the final wish my elder sister entrusted to me." Shin's eyes turned red, the veins standing out starkly on his skin. He kept screaming internally. "I can't die." A burst of green flames erupted from Shin, throwing the female ghost far away. The ghost was completely taken by surprise by the strength of the boy before her, never imagining he could break through the dark ice. Shin's body blazed with the power of cold fire, and his voice rang out, full of confidence. "A ghost who died long ago dares to be arrogant before me." Jia Rong was astonished to realize that the dark aura surrounding him had been pushed back. He silently marveled at the power of Shin's fire, which could suppress the darkness. At that moment, Shin was quietly searching for a way to deal with the female ghost. He recognized that she was very strong. Given the current situation, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to death. Shin had to quickly figure out how to light the oil lamp again to save Jia Rong, only then would they have a chance to survive. Shin unleashed the full force of his fire, blinding the female ghost. When she looked back, Shin had vanished. It turned out that Shin had only tricked the female ghost, while he was charging toward the extinguished oil lamp. The lamp was only a few inches away from Shin's hand, but it was too late. The female ghost had used her teleportation to appear in front of him. The collision sent Shin flying backward, crashing into the mountain wall, which shattered on impact. Shin cried out in pain, a mouthful of blood spraying out. The female ghost quickly lunged forward, her hand tightening around Shin's throat. She leaned in close, her voice filled with menace. "You didn't expect a mere human could break my power." Shin was not afraid. He responded defiantly, "I didn't just break your power, I also shattered the spatial barrier you created." The female ghost, enraged, tightened her grip on Shin's neck, causing it to freeze instantly. Shin fearfully thought to himself, "This female ghost really wants to turn me into a frozen statue." The female ghost stared intently at Shin, her voice full of suspicion. "Where exactly do you come from?" Shin struggled to breathe, trying to respond. The answer left the female ghost completely confused. Taking advantage of her dazed state, Shin unleashed the power of flames, blasting her away, shouting loudly, "I am the divine being sent to save the world." A mysterious mask appeared over half of Shin's face, emitting a powerful energy throughout his body. His confident voice rang out. "My name is Yenshin. I am neither a sinner nor someone deserving of death. Moreover, I fear no demon or monster." The female ghost stood there, her eyes fixed on Shin, or more precisely, on the mask covering his face. Her voice, choked with emotion, spoke words that were difficult to understand. "Is it you?" "That's right, it's me." Though Shin did not fully understand, he responded with determination. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the female ghost's face. His voice, filled with excitement, rang out. "I am your venerable father." The blow, delivered without mercy, sent the female ghost crashing headfirst into the ground, a cloud of dust and rubble exploding into the air. Qin glanced at the dimly flickering oil lamp lying on the ground. He picked it up, and the light flared up, illuminating the area. Jiaorong's voice announced to Qin that the powerless seal had been broken. Seeing the female ghost slowly approaching, Jiaorong warned Qin, "Be careful." Qin, with a wary gaze, stared at the female ghost, waiting to see what she would do next. At that moment, the female ghost in red seemed to transform into a different person, no longer the vicious, murderous figure she had been. Her gentle gaze turned towards Qin, as though she were looking at a distant old acquaintance, filled with deep emotions. Then, the female ghost slowly flew backward. Both Jiaorong and Qin were completely taken aback by the female ghost's change. Qin, his voice filled with doubt, said, "Could it be that she's afraid of me?" As she was about to leave, the female ghost suddenly turned back to look at Qin and uttered an incomprehensible phrase, "You should not have come. Now is not the time. It is about to awaken." Both Jiaorong and Qin were stunned, unable to understand the meaning behind the female ghost's words. Qin had a feeling that the ghost somehow knew him. Could I resemble her lover from when she was alive? Qin wondered to himself. Shocked when he saw his own reflection in the ice before him, Qin realized that he had never noticed the mysterious mask appearing on his face before. His gaze accidentally fell upon the mural on the stone wall, and Qin suddenly realized that the mask on his face looked exactly like the one depicted in the painting. After looking up at the mural of the mask on the stone wall, Qin felt that it strongly resembled the mask that had appeared on his face. When Qin withdrew his fiery power, the mask on his face slowly disappeared as well. While helping Jiaorong get up, Qin wondered, why is the female ghost in red able to extinguish the oil lamp? Jiaorong, hearing this, didn't know how to respond, as many years had passed, and he had never witnessed or heard of anything in the darkness that could extinguish an oil lamp. Suddenly, the ground where they were standing shook violently. Both suspected that there had been an earthquake. Qin felt confused as strange sounds echoed in his ears. "They're coming, they're coming." Above them appeared a group of wraiths. Qin thought that the wraiths showing up at this moment must be targeting them. He looked up in surprise as he saw the wraiths getting closer. Both of them suddenly turned around and quickly fled. Qin felt puzzled, wondering what could be frightening these brainless creatures. Above, 3 large wraiths remained. It seemed they had received orders from someone. Their eyes bulged, and with a menacing gaze, they targeted the 2 humans below. They gathered with the rest of the wraiths and led the charge toward them. Qin's voice rang out in doubt, asking Jiaorong, "Are these things coming for us?" Jiaorong denied it, believing that these creatures were probably just running in all directions because they had been disturbed. As the wraiths, increasingly menacing, drew closer, Jiaorong finally realized that they were indeed charging toward the 2 of them. He hurriedly shouted, "Tell Qin to get away a little. I'll handle these unkillable dead ones." Turning his head, he was startled to see that Qin had already run far ahead of him without him noticing. The kid ran fast, really fast. Jiaorong's voice rang out as he silently cursed Qin. Seeing the wraiths getting closer, Jiaorong immediately raised his staff and unleashed the illusionary tide of death. The phantom images of 7 black crows appeared and flew towards the wraiths, tearing through their ranks. Watching the battle unfold before him, Jiaorong widened his eyes in confusion when he saw the wraiths slowly recovering their original forms, untouched and unharmed. He feared the realization that these creatures couldn't be killed. When he saw a large swarm of wraiths rushing toward him, he thought for sure this would be the end, that he would be reunited with his ancestors. But what happened next was beyond belief. The wraiths flew right past him without stopping. "What's going on? Could it be?" Jiaorong exclaimed in horror. At that moment, Qin was running in search of a safe hiding spot, feeling confident that with the lamp in his hand, nothing would dare attack him. However, he was puzzled when he heard Jiaorong's warning to be careful. Turning his head, Sheen realized the menacing creatures were now heading straight for him. He shouted, "Isn't the lamp supposed to keep me safe? Why are they coming after me?" It seems the wraiths are attracted by the aura coming from the mysterious jade pendant at the entrance to Dongshan. Jiaorong's voice was full of anger. These wraiths have no consciousness, they can't tell the living from the dead. You must have accidentally touched something you shouldn't have. Sheen had just fled, and the wraiths were denying it. Since I entered here, I haven't touched anything, not even a bird's droppings, so what could he have gotten? While fleeing, the ground suddenly shook violently. Sheen looked down at his feet and saw the ground cracking into many small pieces. He muttered in frustration. What kind of karma is this? He screamed in panic as the place he was standing on suddenly shot straight up. The wraiths, like starving dogs lured by prey, were closing in fast. Sheen quickly unleashed a burst of light from the lantern in his hand, hoping to scare them away. Stay back! He shouted, his face pale. Suddenly, the rock Sheen was clinging to cracked and began to fall. He quickly turned and kicked off the rock to leap onto a nearby one. Agile like a squirrel, Sheen continued jumping from shattered rock to shattered rock. When he discovered that ahead of him was a dead end in a deep, bottomless pit beneath his feet, Sheen didn't hesitate. He kicked off with all his strength and launched himself toward the opposite rock. But when he reached it, his arm was just a bit too short to grab it. His arms and legs flailed helplessly, and no miracle seemed capable of saving him now. It can't be! He yelled as he plummeted freely from above. While falling, the light from the lantern in his hand made Sheen stammer. What the hell is this? At that moment, a clawed foot with sharp talons grabbed Sheen's shirt and pulled him up. It turned out to be Jiaorong, who was riding on the back of the giant black crow, timely rescuing Sheen. Jiaorong, like a professional beast handler, commanded the black crow to dash forward, escaping the pursuit of the wraiths. Sheen, still terrified by the monstrous creature he had just witnessed, asked in confusion. What kind of creature is that? Have you two been riding on its back all this time? Jiaorong coldly replied. You're asking me? Do you think I've ever encountered it before? Sheen gasped in shock as he saw a gigantic mouth with sharp teeth snapping toward them. Hold on tight! Jiaorong shouted a warning. With his extensive experience, Jiaorong skillfully maneuvered the black crow through the air, avoiding the creature's snapping jaws. Failing to catch its prey, the creature glared menacingly at the two of them as they sped away. Hearing Jiaorong mention that the creature was feeding, Sheen curiously turned back to look, only to be horrified as he saw the creature's enormous mouth sucking in the wraiths. The creature was swallowing the wraiths. Sheen gasped, then suddenly noticed a huge stone door inside the creature's mouth from afar. Jiaorong spoke with a tone of suspicion. The Copper Gate sect has opened. The massive stone doors slowly began to creak open. Sheen stood still, his gaze fixed on the stone doors, and asked aloud. Jiaorong, what are those things? Before him stood a group of gigantic stone statues, all bearing a fierce appearance. Jiaorong immediately explained, we call them the Stone Colossus. Looking at these statues, Sheen felt they looked very familiar. Especially when he saw the statue with 3 eyes, he instantly recognized it as Langshan's young arrow. He also discovered a statue of Nacha with 3 heads and 6 arms. Sheen couldn't help but wonder, why were these gods appearing in this world? He didn't understand what had happened in the world of the Long Night. The canonization of the gods, the class of mountain and sea, ancient civilizations that had vanished from history, why were they present here? Sheen suddenly remembered the murals in the stone caves, and a thought flashed in his mind. These murals not only depicted the story from the Mountain Echoing Sutra but also the canonization of the gods. Sheen gradually began to answer his own questions. There were a total of 12 murals in the ruins, the first 6 all belonged to the class of mountain and sea. From the 7th mural onward, he could no longer match them with the class of mountain and sea. Clearly, the stories behind were related to the canonization of the gods. Sheen felt confused. Why did this primal world have the canonization of the gods? The historical and scientific knowledge he had learned made his mind feel like it was going to explode. A series of questions arose. If the canonization of the gods' war was a battle between humanity and divine beasts, then who was the victor? Why were these gods inside the belly of the monster? Shin suddenly remembered the mural of the mysterious person wearing a mask and Hoi shooting down the suns. He suspected that this world had once experienced an ancient civilization. If there had been such a civilization, then where had it gone? Why were there 10 suns in the darkness? Shin really wanted to know what this world had gone through. The two of them were quickly flying towards the exit. Suddenly, Jiarong widened his eyes in panic and called out Shin's name. Before you could even understand what was happening, you looked up. The sight before Shin made him terrified. Thousands, even tens of thousands of wraiths were rushing towards them. 5 days later, Shin and Jiarong successfully brought the salt back to the Yenclan. Shin sat among everyone, leisurely savoring the flavors of the dish in his hand. He absent-mindedly thought to himself, how quickly time had passed. 5 days had already gone by. A few days earlier, when they first returned from the darkness, Jiarong immediately took out the salt ore. Shin also taught the tribe members the technique of salting and preserving meat. After 5 days of curing, the first batch of dried meat was tested by the Grand Elder. As soon as he tasted it, he was extremely satisfied. At the celebration feast held by the Yenclan to honor Shin's contribution, Madaka and Jiarong were also present. However, there was one thing still troubling Shin, something even Jiarong couldn't explain. Before they had escaped the long night and returned to the realm of the totem pillar, they had been relentlessly pursued by the wraiths until they reached the Yenclan. Just as Jiarong had said, any creature in the darkness that came near the light of the totem pillar would instantly turn to ashes. Yet, the jade pendant Shin was holding remained completely intact, seemingly unaffected by the outside world. Shin secretly doubted, could this be a treasure? At this moment, Madaka Ln glanced at Shin and asked Jiarong for his opinion on him. Jiarong showered him with praise, saying that Shin was intelligent, courageous, with extraordinary talent and potential. Shin was stunned when he heard Madaka suggest that he return with her to the Qingman tribe. The suggestion left Aaron and the Grand Elder so shocked that they immediately stood up. The tribe members around them even thought they had misheard. The Grand Elder lowered his voice and, excited, said to Aaron, "Only the most outstanding young geniuses are given the opportunity to join the great tribe." Aaron replied, "This is a direct invitation from Madaka to Shin." The Grand Elder slapped Shin's back enthusiastically, almost causing him to lose his breath, and together with Aaron, they fervently urged Shin to accept Madaka's offer. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't let it slip by." At this moment, Shin was deep in thought. The Yenclan had just absorbed the Lynn tribe along with many others. My warriors have suffered heavy losses at the hands of that cruel divine priest. I feel that leaving the tribe right now is not the right time, but if Madaka were to back me up, it would be wonderful. Shin could focus on developing his own strength without worrying too much. Shin glanced at Madaka, and an idea struck him. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't agree immediately, or he would lose value. Shin took a step forward, standing in front of Madaka, his voice full of determination mixed with self-blame. Shin took responsibility for the deaths of the tribe members at the hands of the cruel divine priest. Currently, the tribe was lacking both warriors and resources. How could Shin feel at ease leaving? This cunning man is planning to negotiate with Madaka to gain more resources for the Yenclan. Shin pounded his chest, his voice full of regret. Shin could no longer fight alongside everyone. This time, he couldn't abandon them. Shin was indeed a master actor. His words moved the tribe members, bringing tears to their eyes. Seeing the excitement of the tribe members, Shin secretly smiled. This was the atmosphere he needed, full of brotherhood. In his mind, Shin was delighted, thinking that Madaka would definitely give him some valuable treasures, but outwardly, he still expressed his hope to stay with the Yenclan. The unexpected reaction from the tribe members startled Shin. Madaka seemed a bit angry because Shin wanted to stay with the Yenclan, turning down the opportunity to join the great tribe. Seeing this, Shin quickly said, "Huh? No, What I meant is that I want to stay for a little while. Suddenly, Qin felt as if a heavy stone had struck him. It turned out to be Chui and Yi. Hearing Qin's decision, they were so moved that they burst into tears and rushed to hug him. Madaka had now calmed down, and the lies Qin had told made her look at him in a different light. After everything she had witnessed, she knew she had not misjudged him. Qin was indeed a true revered warrior. Hearing Qin being praised by Madaka, the tribe members of the Yenclan were deeply moved by Qin's feelings, and tears welled up in their eyes. Qin truly wanted to cry. This move was something he hadn't anticipated. At this moment, the tribe members gathered around, lifting Qin up and praising him. Looking at Qin, the young man in the robe said, "Yenshin, you are a warrior worthy of respect. I will not make things difficult for you. I will give you 3 years, and after that, I will return to take you with me. At that time, you must come with me." Qin quickly shouted, 3 years is too long, I can leave right now." But his words were drowned out by the cheers of the tribe members. Madaka froze when he saw Li Chu standing before him, requesting to join the Qingman tribe to train. Madaka recognized Li as the warrior from the tribe during this year's autumn hunt. Jiaorong, who was beside him, also praised Li. Li had seen through the plot of the Lin tribe, bravely resisted the divine priest, and had excellent talent. Li, feeling excited, shouted Hadakaka when Madaka agreed to take him in. They would set off tomorrow. The next day, sitting on the roof and watching the Qingman tribe's warships depart, Qin sighed dejectedly. Indeed, as we grow older, we fail. Jumping down from the roof, Qin regained his composure and said to the bear cub, "It looks like for these 3 years, we'll have to rely on ourselves." The information from the box passed down by the demon god had been organized by Qin, and he realized that it was a set of cultivation secrets. Qin thought to himself, "The next 3 years will be the perfect time for me to refine this cultivation method. Perhaps this is the true legendary skill passed down." As Qin focused intently on practicing the martial arts techniques from the secret manual, Guaba mimicked each of his movements. When Qin struck with his fist, Guaba would loudly shout and throw its tiny fist forward. Seeing Qin kick, Guaba also followed by lifting its chubby little foot into the air. Noticing that Guabao's jumping around was disrupting his cultivation, Qin gave it a gentle kick to push it away. Flames of green erupted from his hand, and he jokingly said he would turn Guabao into roasted panda. Suddenly, the jade pendant that Qin had obtained from the darkness before, which was hanging around his neck, flew toward the green flames he had just summoned. Qin gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "This jade pendant is reacting to my green flames." In an instant, the flame jade pendant fused with the flames, and the mysterious mask reappeared on Qin's face. The aura emanating from the mask grew stronger and more mysterious with each passing moment. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years later, a Bu tribe member was growing frustrated after several days of only eating wild fruits. His companion, upon hearing this, reassured him, "The tribe distributes too little game every year, but as representatives of the Bu tribe in the autumn hunt, we'll surely have a feast before the competition begins." Bantang spoke to Ali when he detected a pleasant scent drifting in from a distance. Buli caught the smell and exclaimed, "Someone's roasting meat." He was puzzled as to which tribe could have so much meat, as they had exhausted their own meat reserves 10 days ago. Bantang quickly urged his companion to go take a look. After a while of moving, the two saw 2 individuals casually roasting meat by a campfire. With sharp eyes, Bantang recognized them as Yen Shui and Yen Yi from the Yenclan. The Tubu tribe members felt a surge of frustration upon seeing their rivals leisurely enjoying roasted meat. Shui glanced over, waved his hand, and invited them to try the famous roasted drumsticks of the Yenclan. "You can't just keep eating wild fruit, it won't provide enough nutrients," Shui said. At Yenclan, life has become much more prosperous after 3 years. Thanks to Qin teaching us food preservation methods, we no longer worry about starvation, Yen explained. As they were sitting and eating, the Grand Elder laughed loudly. "This year marks another bountiful harvest season. The food reserves will be enough to last until next winter." Aaron spoke up, "This is all thanks to Qin." Yen also acknowledged, ever since we started using Qin's traps, Yenclan has had a rich harvest every year. The Grand Elder proudly showed off the automatic fan Qin had made for him. With just a pull, the fan started spinning, cooling the air immediately. A hunter also boasted, since Qin taught us how to make white medicine, small wounds are no longer a problem. Aaron added, Qin and the young warriors have gone to join the autumn hunt. They are probably nearing the Snow Wolf tribe by now. Yen took a sip of wine and said, what's there to worry about? The Yenclan is now a major tribe, with rising status, and the spoils from each hunting season are distributed more widely. The kids out there rolling around will surely look more impressive than before. The two members of the Bu tribe turned back, angrily shouting, it's you again, why do we always run into each other every year, and you even dare to eat meat in front of us? The two members of the Bu tribe turned away, not forgetting to mock, don't stay with these Yenclan people. Chui spoke up to warn them, stopping in his tracks, what do you mean by that? Bully turned around, furious, and said, we are dissatisfied with how the Yenclan has taken all the spoils in the autumn hunt these past few years. Gua, angry, thought they were provoking them. Yi, sitting next to him, taunted, a poor tribe, only knowing how to eat wild fruits. Ye's words hit a nerve with the Bu tribe. Bantang yelled, if it weren't for the Yenclan taking all the prey, the Bu tribe wouldn't have to starve every winter. Yi refused to back down and shouted back loudly, if you're few in number, you have to lose. Qin had once said, to have a powerful tribe, you must first have many people. Yi proudly boasted that this year the Yenclan had more than 180 members, then provocatively asked, does your Bu tribe have that many? Upon hearing Ye's words, the two Bu members were taken aback, muttering curses under their breath, you may have many people, but you're still just a large, lowly tribe. That's your shame. Gua, furious, grabbed Bully by the collar, shouting loudly, with saliva flying, who are you calling a lowly tribe? Bully, not backing down, yelled back, your Yenclan always ranks last in the autumn hunt. At the Yenclan, after a few cups of wine, Aaron sighed and blamed himself for not giving good instructions, which caused the autumn hunt to consistently rank last for several years. The Grand Elder comforted Aaron, saying, Chui and Yi were specially trained by Qin last year. Qin's strength has grown so powerful over the past 3 years that it is nothing short of earth-shattering. I remember last year, Qin single-handedly defeated 4 foreign tribesmen who tried to ambush us. If it weren't for Qin, the Yenclan would have suffered greatly. Last year, all the wild beasts in Dongshan were no match for Qin, and Qin even ventured deep into Dongshan multiple times, fought monsters, and returned unscathed. I believe that under Qin's guidance, even the most hopeless will succeed. Aaron nodded in agreement, but was still puzzled about what method Qin had used to train Chui and Yi. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, no need to worry, as long as there is progress, that is enough. He didn't know that Chui and Yi had turned pale with fear when Qin trained them to enhance their combat abilities. The two Bu brothers laughed loudly when they heard Chui and Yi declare that this year the Yenclan would take first place in the autumn hunt. Bantang pointed at Chui, his voice full of smugness, have you forgotten that the entire Yenclan was defeated by a Tai alone? Despite the mockery, Chui and Yi remained confident and asserted that the Yenclan would win first place this year. Bantang sneered, we haven't seen the revered warrior of the Yenclan for 3 years. You think you can rely on that coward who won't even show up to take first place? Bully challenged Chui to call the revered warrior, saying that if the person dared to come, he would turn him into a beast for them to ride. Upon hearing the Bu family's insults towards Qin, Chui and Yi became enraged, summoning the flame of blaze, ready to strike. Just then, from afar, a group of demon eyes quickly rushed over, restraining the arrogant Bu brothers. The one making the move was Lin Huan, the son of the Lin tribe leader. The two Bu brothers screamed, who are you? Let us go! Suddenly, a shadow appeared, and it turned out to be Xiao Bao, still as adorable as ever after 3 years. Koi was surprised to see Guaba appear. Guaba quickly removed the two Bu brothers' belts, tying them around the 2 naked Bu tribe youths. Bantang, seeing the panda-like thing around their necks, hurriedly told Bully to look up. When they saw the Jiayu badge hanging around the panda's neck, the two were left gaping. Chui and Yi turned their heads to look at the figure who had appeared behind Lin Huan, and in a warning tone, said, I told you not to strip people in front of others. After 3 years, Qin finally appeared, speaking calmly. "I've heard you wanted to meet me. For years now, rumors have spread that the Yenclan has a revered warrior, an unusually tall man with 6 ears, a mouthful of fangs, bloodthirsty and brutal. He specializes in drinking wine made from the defeated enemies. This warrior not only passed the trials of the mountain and sea but also single-handedly killed a dark sorcerer. More terrifyingly, he once ventured into the long night and returned unscathed." Seeing the slender figure of the young man, so fragile that the strong wind could blow him away, everyone was stunned. Bantang's voice, filled with suspicion, rose. "The so-called revered warrior that everyone is talking about. Could it possibly be referring to you?" Bully also seized the opportunity to mock. "This kid is so scrawny, how could he possibly become a revered warrior?" The two Bu family members, undeterred by the potato swaying in the wind, spoke with mocking tones. "Is the Yenclan really planning to rely on this weakling to deal with our warrior Butai?" At the mention of Butai, both of them seemed to gain strength, immediately raising their voices in pride. "Butai is the warrior who made it to the top 10 last year and even received the honor of being trained by Nyo Duoling. What has your Yenclan received? Furthermore, in the past year, Butai has been personally honed by the Grand Elder." The two Bu family members were confident that with Butai this year, Bu tribe would undoubtedly secure a place in the top 3. Bully threatened Qin to release them immediately, or else, when Butai arrived, he would have to endure humiliation. At that moment, distant cheers calling Butai's name echoed. The two of them smiled smugly, thinking that with Butai present, the Yenclan would no longer dare to act arrogantly in front of them. They then provoked the Yenclan. "If you have the guts, come with us to meet Butai." Hearing this, Chui's temper flared. He shouted loudly, "If you wanna go, let's go. Who's afraid of you?" Once released, the two men with the surname Bu immediately ran off to find Butai, their faces beaming with excitement as if they were eager to see the Yenclan get into trouble. In front of them was a crowd gathered in a circle. As they tried to get a better look, their earlier excitement turned to shock when they saw Butai, furious, summoning the spirit tome. Before he could launch an attack, a man from above, wielding a large burning staff, aimed straight for Butai's head. The blow was so powerful that Butai couldn't block it. His body flew backward and slammed into a large tree. Qin, who had just arrived, immediately asked the two men, their faces pale with fear. "Where is Butai? Who is Butai?" The two hesitated but then pointed down at Qin's feet, indicating that Butai was lying there. Qin glanced down and saw a tall man collapsed on the ground, looking utterly miserable. "Pathetic!" The man who had struck Butai sneered. "He's Xiu Li, from the Xiujiang tribe," he said arrogantly. "My younger brother hasn't even had a chance to strike yet, and the so-called warrior of the tribe has already been knocked down by a single blow." A girl sitting on a tree branch smiled smugly. Her name was Bai Ling Air. Xiu Li continued with contempt, "The Snow Wolf tribe is so weak? Is this what you call strength? With this level of power, you might as well hand over first place in the autumn hunt to them." It turned out that his group had been blocking the path, causing trouble and attacking anyone who passed by. Seeing the group of Yenclan approaching, Xiu Li sneered, "The Yenclan was at the bottom last year, and now they want to cross the bridge?" The people around him also thought that if even Butai couldn't defeat them, the Yenclan rushing forward was like seeking their own death. Xiu Li felt delighted, thinking that he was about to have more people to torment. He then told a Xiong to let him have his fun with the 4 members of the Yenclan. At that moment, within the Yenclan, everyone wondered why Qin, who had repeatedly declined to participate in the autumn hunt, agreed this year. Aaron explained, "Every time we urged Qin to go, he refused, saying it was a pointless task." He also mentioned that he would wait for Madaka to pick him up. Yen clarified, "Last month, he came to the Snow Wolf tribe. On that day, the Snow Wolf tribe leader gave me the Hakuro token and asked me to pass it on to Qin, inviting him to join." Aaron thought that with Qin's temperament, even if Hakuro himself came to invite him, it wouldn't have any effect. Yen took a sip of wine and said, "To get Qin to act, we still need to rely on this skeleton." Yen had told Qin that Hakuro, the Snow Wolf tribe leader, personally invited him to become a law enforcement warrior, ensuring fairness and order during the autumn hunt. Becoming a law enforcement warrior would be an honor for the entire Yenclan. After hearing this, Qin stroked his chin and thought to himself, so this is equivalent to a referee, and the entire evaluation will be decided by him. He felt a sense of pleasure holding the power in his hands, and recently Qin had also been idle. His eyes suddenly lit up, determined to seize this opportunity to gain some benefit. When he saw Qin quickly agree to become a law enforcer, Yen stood aside, silently admiring how his plan had indeed worked. This was the method Yen used to persuade Qin. He knew that Qin was the most outstanding warrior of the tribe, and only glory could truly move him. Both the Grand Elder and Aaron thought this was a good thing. The Yen clan now had a law enforcer. The two of them froze when they heard Yan's hesitant voice admitting that he had actually deceived Qin. Aaron was horrified, thinking that this was a major issue. A law enforcer was responsible for maintaining fairness and order during the autumn hunt, and this was not something that could be lied about so casually. Yen leisurely sipped from a large bowl of wine and said, "Everyone, rest assured, I have instructed Qin to be careful and humble in his work. He will definitely not cause any trouble." At this moment, at the entrance of the Snow Wolf tribe, Xiao Li's disdainful voice rang out, "Do you want to go one by one, or attack together? Get lost." Qin's voice was slightly arrogant, as though he were dismissing a group of annoying pests. The people around thought that the Yenclan could never be a match for the Xiao tribe, and even Butai wouldn't stand a chance against these vicious individuals. Bai Ling Er remained seated above, casually looking down, eavesdropping on the conversation. Xiao Li, scolded by Qin in front of the crowd, furrowed his brow, his eyes glaring at him fiercely. Among the crowd, two law enforcers from the Snow Wolf tribe appeared. One with a small beard whispered to Zhuang Han, "Do you think we should stop these kids in front of us?" The blonde law enforcer initially thought they were just a bunch of kids playing around, and that if there was any real danger, they could act later. A member of the Bu tribe, eager to stir up trouble, immediately pointed at Qin and shouted, "That's Yenshin, the revered warrior of the Yenclan." Upon hearing the name Yenshin, the blonde law enforcer froze for a moment, suddenly recalling that Hakuro of the Snow Wolf tribe had previously ordered him to pick up someone named Yenshin. Glancing at Qin, the blonde law enforcer now realized that the person he had been asked to pick up was the revered warrior of the Yenclan, the very same person who, 3 years ago, had been personally awarded the great title by Madaka. Bai Ling Er, hearing that Qin was the revered warrior, wasn't overly impressed. She believed that no matter how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly deal with her group. Xiao Li stepped forward, speaking with disdain. "So, the revered warrior has been hiding in the Yenclan for 3 years, barely qualified to be my opponent." Behind Xiao Li, a giant phantom figure suddenly appeared. He motioned for Qin to come, confident that the latter could withstand 1 or 2 moves. Among the crowd, someone with some knowledge pointed at the phantom behind Xiao Li and said, "That's the ancestral spirit relic of the Xiao tribe." Xiao Li, still speaking with a tone dripping with provocation, said, "Qin, don't disappoint me." Chui stood next to Yi and asked, "Is there really someone daring enough to challenge Qin?" Yi told Chui, "Don't make a sound. I want to watch the show that's about to unfold." Both of them looked towards Xiao Li and said in unison, "No need to be polite. If they are from Xiao Li, they'll lead the charge and attack Qin together." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li thought that the two members of the Yenclan were deliberately humiliating him. His expression darkened, and he yelled, "How can a warrior of the Xiao tribe accept a 3-on-1 fight? Today, I want a 1-on-1 with the revered warrior." Yi and Chui exchanged glances, secretly thinking that this Xiao Li was truly an idiot. How could Xiao Li alone be a match for Qin? Both of them decided to step in and help. Chui moved behind Zhang, tightly holding onto Qin with both hands, and said to Xiao Li, "We've got him restrained, so you won't be able to strike at him." Yi also urged, "Just hit him in the face, don't hesitate." The noise from the two of them only made Xiao Li even more furious. He roared in anger, "No matter what tricks you're playing, to dare provoke the Xiao tribe is to seek death." He immediately swung his fist towards Qin's face. Qin stood calmly, indifferently watching Xiao's punch come closer. Xiao suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the white command token raised in front of him. Upon recognizing the item in Shui's hand, his face turned pale, and the attack halted immediately. With a victorious smirk, Shui tightly grasped the command token and mocked, "Hee hee, why don't you continue?" Then, raising the token high, his voice filled with excitement, "This is the Hakuro command token. It was personally given by Lord Hakuro to invite Qin to join the Enforcing the Law team. This token is irrefutable proof." Shioli stared at the command token, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, his face ashen, drained of all color. Taking advantage of the moment, Shui and Yi surrounded him, their tone full of mockery. "What's wrong? Weren't you so aggressive just now? Go on, if we don't see any blood today, consider us defeated." Silence. A loud shout rang out, causing everyone to freeze in fear, not daring to utter a word. As the two Enforcing the Law members stepped forward, someone recognized them and shouted, "Ling Su and Ling Fu, lords. Could it be that Qin really is an Enforcing the Law warrior?" Meanwhile, at the Yenclan, someone's worried voice echoed, "What if Qin really believes he's an Enforcing the Law warrior and causes chaos in the hunting grounds?" Yen believed that Qin was a cautious person who would not get involved in troublesome matters. Moreover, Yen had already negotiated with Hakuro, and he would send someone to pick up Qin. When Qin arrived, there would be someone from Lord Hakuro's team to greet him. Yen thought that all misunderstandings would be resolved when they met, and there was nothing to worry about. However, things unfolded differently than Yen had expected. Ling Su looked at Qin and assumed that Hakuro had sent him to escort him in order to build a good relationship between Qin and the Enforcing the Law team. Ling Su quickly approached, raised his hand in a friendly greeting, and introduced himself, "I am Ling Su, the captain of the Enforcing the Law team. Welcome, Qin, to join our team." The crowd around them gasped and stared in astonishment when they heard Ling Su acknowledge Qin's identity. A young warrior like Jia Yu was already a member of the Enforcing the Law team. A voice filled with admiration could be heard. Shioli, at that moment, was pulling his hair in frustration, looking distressed. The autumn hunt hadn't even begun, and he was already caught up in trouble with the Enforcing the Law team. It was truly bad luck to run into such a mess. A member of the Shio tribe, still wearing a wolfskin cap on his head, spoke up to calm him down. "Come on, stop getting so worked up." He glanced at Ling Er, waiting for her opinion. Bai Ling stood up, her face full of anger because she hadn't gotten to witness the fun. It wasn't interesting, and she didn't want to fight anymore. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, where Guaba was leisurely enjoying a large piece of dried meat in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ling had vanished from the tree, her speed so fast it was almost unbelievable, like a fleeting gust of wind. She appeared right behind Qin. Shui and Yi immediately retreated, forming a pincer formation, their eyes wary as they watched the girl. Both illusionists from the Snow Wolf tribe were stunned by Bai Ling speed, realizing that her strength was no ordinary thing. Ling Su softly said to Ling Ying, "Did you notice? Qin hasn't moved at all since the beginning." He thought there were only two possibilities. Either Qin was unable to react to the girl's speed, or he was confident in his own strength and didn't see her as a threat. Bai Ling looked at Qin and smiled slightly, finding him somewhat interesting. However, her target this time wasn't Qin, but the enticing piece of dried meat in Guabao's hand. Guabao appeared confused when he saw the strange girl act as though they had known each other for a long time, asking to try the food in his hand. Qin spoke up, "I already said when we left, when you're outside, you have to share good things." Guabao reluctantly broke off a small piece of meat and handed it to Bai Ling, but she paid no attention to that piece. Her eyes remained glued to the large chunk of meat in his hand. Without a word, Bai Ling swiftly grabbed the large piece of meat and brought it to her mouth, chewing eagerly. Guobao's eyes were filled with tears, but before she could react, the greedy girl had already devoured all the meat. After satisfying her hunger, Bai Ling praised Qin, "You stayed calm even when facing me, truly a professional Jiayu warrior." Qin felt confused, not understanding why the Shio tribe seemed so self-satisfied. Everyone was convinced that Qin was a worthy opponent for them. Meanwhile, Guaba was fuming upon seeing Bai Ling dare to pat her head. Her voice rang out challengingly, without a trace of hesitation, "Little thing, see you next time." As she left, she turned back and spoke to Qin without waiting for his response. "Let's have a match when we get the chance." "Consider it decided." Qin stood, watching her retreating figure, muttering to himself, unsure where such an odd girl had come from. Yi noticed that Guaba was chasing after by Lig Air and reported it to Qin. Qin calmly replied, "It's fine, Guaba won't suffer." Yi thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Ling Su, stroking his horse, praised Qin. "No wonder you're the enforcing the law representative designated by Hakuro, you could tell right away that those people had issues." Ling Ying also chimed in, acknowledging that they were incapable, which was why they had asked Qin to step in. The Yenclan's tribe members behind them heard this and spoke up. "The Xiu tribe is no different from ants in our eyes." A tribe member expressed great admiration for Qin, shouting, "A humble tribe like Xiu tribe, Qin can defeat 100 of them at once." As the figures of the Xiu tribe members gradually disappeared into the distance, Ling Su spoke to Qin in a low voice. "The great tribes appear peaceful on the surface, but in reality, they still engage in underground competition. Do not underestimate Xiu tribe, after all, they are one of the 4 major tribes of the White Wraith clan. This time, Bai Lig Air has come here, likely to demonstrate his abilities and target the dependent tribes of the Snow Wolf tribe." Shui and Yi listened to Ling Su's warning, but paid little attention to it. Both were extremely confident in Qin's strength, believing that as long as Qin was present, any difficulty would be resolved. The best way to deal with the strong was to face them directly, suppress them with power, and make them bow in submission. The people around felt that the Yenclan had changed. From now on, they would not dare to look down on the Yenclan anymore. The warriors of the Yenclan were true fighters. Ling Su took the initiative to offer to show Qin and the tribe members of the Yenclan around the Snow Wolf tribe's landscape. At the totem square, Ling Su proudly introduced, "This is the totem square of the Snow Wolf tribe. Usually, only 10 totem poles are needed to form a tribe, but here there are 15 poles." Qin observed with his own eyes and thought to himself that the strength and internal structure of this tribe were indeed not simple. While they were walking, Qin heard an enticing sales pitch, "Come touch it, touching doesn't cost anything." Qin Koich thought to himself, "Are you really this carefree and open-minded? To be able to touch it without paying, how interesting." Seeing Qin's curiosity, Ling Ying explained that this was a place for trading goods, where members of the Snow Wolf tribe often came to exchange their wares. Qin, hearing this, was eager to join in. Ling Su led Qin to the goods trader, and it turned out to be a man with a garlic-shaped hairbun who was selling wine. As soon as he saw Ling Su, he immediately offered a bottle of wine. "Freshly brewed wine, please feel free to try it." Ling Su declined and introduced Qin. "This is Yenshin, revered warrior of the Yenclan, and also the enforcing the law officer of this year's autumn hunt." Upon hearing this, the garlic-haired man praised him. "To be an enforcing the law officer at such a young age, that's impressive." He asked Qin if he wanted to touch it, but Qin, feeling a bit shy, suggested, "Could I try a sip?" According to the rules, one could only touch but not taste, but because Qin was the enforcing the law officer, the man poured a large cup for him. "When the hunt takes place, I hope you will take care of me." Qin was surprised when Ling Su revealed that the garlic-haired man, with his thick beard and rough appearance, was only 17 years old. His name was Du Mang, a warrior of the Du tribe. Qin raised the cup and took a long drink, the refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. He couldn't help but praise, "This is excellent wine." Then he asked Du Mang what the name of this wine was. Du Mang hesitated for a moment, confessed that the wine didn't have a name yet, and hoped Qin could give it one. Qin closed his eyes, thinking for a moment, then hummed softly, "What can ease my sorrow? Only Du Kong wine." He then asked Du Mang for his opinion on the name. Upon hearing this, Du Mang immediately gave a thumbs up, praising Qin's wisdom, his voice full of excitement. "Great name. From now on, let's call it Du Kong wine." Just then, a voice rang out from behind Du Mang, praising the wine and demanding more. In stark contrast to his submissive demeanor when standing next to Qin, Du Mang turned around, his eyes cold, his voice harsh. "Did you just arrive? Don't know my rules? Each person only gets one bowl." The young man who had asked for more wine, upon hearing this, angrily smashed the cup in his hand and shouted, "What kind of damn rule is that? I am Yi Tianba, a warrior of the Yi clan." Someone behind him recognized him and exclaimed, "This is the new genius of the Yi clan. He defeated Yi, the 27th ranked warrior in last year's autumn hunt." Yi Tianba grabbed Du Mang by the collar, his voice filled with aggression. "Are you listening, fool? It's an honor for you that I'm here to drink your wine, and you come up with some monkey rules? Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Yi Tianba didn't even have time to react before he was knocked down, his face hitting the ground as he was dragged backward. Ling Su, standing next to Qin, laughed with amusement and explained, "This Yi Tianba must be participating in the autumn hunt for the first time. He doesn't know who Du Mang is. He's the 7th ranked warrior from last year." Yi Tianba, clutching his face in pain, screamed, "You bastard." At that moment, two figures appeared, their voices filled with provocation. "Do you feel ashamed? Do you feel powerless?" They asked Yi Tianba if he wanted to defeat Du Mang and become stronger. It turned out that these two intended to offer Yi Tianba a sharp axe and a defensive shield. They brandished the weapons in their hands, loudly advertising them. The left hand held the shield, blocking everything, while the right hand wielded the axe, cutting through everything. They even goaded him, saying they had long disliked Du Mang, encouraging Yi Tianba to take up the weapons and fight him. Ling Su was surprised when Qin Ch, after just a brief observation, praised the weapons of the two. He then applauded, "Qin truly has an eye for quality." The two were Luo Qi and Luo Xiao, brothers from the Luo clan. The weapons and protective gear of the Luo clan were highly sought after, and these brothers were no pushovers themselves. They had ranked 9th and 10th in last year's autumn hunt. Suddenly, a fiery girl appeared, holding up a red stone bag and shouting loudly, "Let's start the bets, see how many moves this kid can withstand from Du Mang." The girl was named Ling Hong, from the Snow Wolf tribe. She quickly set the odds, 3 to 5 moves, 1 to 3 odds, beyond 5 moves, 1 to 2 odds, over 10 moves, 1 to 5 odds. Most people placed their bets on Yi Tianba being able to withstand more than 5 moves. Yi Tianba's face darkened, and he muttered to himself, "These guys dare to look down on me." Suddenly, someone from behind shouted a warning, "That guy was ranked 7th last year, don't be afraid." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianba's hair stood on end in fear. Seeing him standing in a daze, someone sneered, "Scared now, huh? You won't run away, will you?" Yi Tianba turned around, angrily growling, "Who are you calling a coward?" In front of him stood Ling Hong, a fiery woman with a captivating beauty. She chuckled softly, her voice full of seduction, "It's good if you're not a coward." Ling Hong, without hesitation, wrapped her arm around Yi Tianba's, her movements oozing charm. "If you can fight Du Mang for more than 10 moves, tonight I'll make you feel both the ecstasy of heaven and the agony of death." Yi Tianba, a 17-year-old young man full of vitality, could hardly resist the allure of the beauty before him. He panted heavily, fired up, and took the weapons handed to him by the Luo brothers, determined to charge into the battle. Qin turned his gaze toward Yi Tianba, then turned to Ling Su and asked, "Can I place a bet?" Ling Su immediately responded, "If revered warrior wants to participate, of course, it's no problem." Upon hearing this, Qin smiled with satisfaction and walked toward Ling Hong. His voice rang out clearly, "I bet 1 move." Ling Hong, who had been standing next to Ling Su, reminded Qin with an intent to flatter, "Du Mang is powerful, but Yi Tianba is no pushover either." Despite Ling Hong's warning, Qin lowered his head and placed a large pouch filled with red stones. The crowd watched in amazement and shouted, astonished at the fact that a single move had placed hundreds of bets. Such a bold move. This kid really has guts. Remember, betting on a single move means a 1 to 3 payout. Qin turned to Ling Hong and asked, "Can I go talk to Du Mang?" With approval granted, Qin immediately walked over to Du Mang and whispered in his ear. After listening, Du Mang clasped his hands in salute and said, "If Lord Jiayu says so, I will definitely follow through." Du Mang and Yi Tianba stood facing each other, and suddenly a shout rang out as the final showdown began. At that moment, from afar, a little girl ran toward them, holding a pink and silver gem in her hand, and shouted loudly, "I'm in too, I want to bet as well." In her haste, the girl tripped on a stone and almost fell, but luckily a young man quickly caught her. Recognizing him, the girl happily exclaimed, "Ha de ca." At that moment, Du Mang delivered a powerful punch. Yi Tianba, despite using his shield to defend, couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of the blow, causing his shield to shatter instantly. Yi Tianba was sent flying backward. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Unbelievable, just one move. No one expected Yi Tianba to be defeated so easily. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Du Mang. Ling Hong watched as Yi Tianba was utterly defeated, his face pale, and thought to himself, "One move, 1-3 payout. How much do I have to pay now?" Qin, standing right beside him, cheerfully replied, 3,000. Hearing the enormous number, Ling Hong's face turned even more pale. Someone in the crowd pointed ahead and shouted, "Look over there, it's Hadaka." The dust cloud dissipated, revealing the figure of the young man from earlier, one arm holding the little girl, the other carrying the unconscious Yi Tianba. The crowd quickly parted to both sides, bowed, and loudly shouted, "Hadaka, Hadaka, Hadaka." The young man quickly approached and stood opposite Qin. He was Hadaka Lingzhou, the champion warrior of last year's autumn hunt. Ling Su was about to introduce him, but Lingzhou interrupted. "I know he is the revered warrior of the Yenclan, Yenshin." Ling Su then whispered to Qin, "This is Hadaka Lingzhou, the heir of Hakuro from the Snow Wolf tribe, our clan." Lingzhou spoke to Qin. "My father said this is your first time visiting the tribe to join the autumn hunt, so he sent me to help you with some arrangements." Ling Su was confused because previously Hakuro had personally wanted to meet the revered warrior. Ling Jiao explained, "My father has left the tribe." He also instructed Ling Su to handle the first round of the autumn hunt. Ling Su anxiously asked, "Is there an emergency? Is something wrong with the tribe?" Ling Jiao motioned for Qin to follow him to arrange a place for rest. Ling Su quickly spoke up, "There's no need to trouble Hadaka. Qin is also a member of the Enforcing the Law team, so I can handle his arrangements myself." Ling Jiao was surprised by Qin's new status. Ling Su explained, "The leader has granted Yenshin the Hakuro token and personally appointed the revered warrior to participate in the Enforcing the Law autumn hunt." Ling Jiao nodded, "If it's father's arrangement, then proceed as planned. You are the team leader, and it makes the most sense for you to assign the Enforcing the Law warriors." Then, Ling Jiao asked Meng Qin Divine Priest to find him for something and turned to leave. Qin asked Ling Su, "Does the Snow Wolf tribe have 2 shamans?" Ling Su explained, Meng Qin Divine Priest is a martial healer, specializing in treating diseases and injuries. Her status in the tribe is no lower than that of a shaman. As Ling Su led Qin to the Enforcing the Law team to discuss the upcoming hunting competition, Qin quickly turned around and reminded, "Little one, leave this task to the 3 of them, don't forget." On the way, Hakuro of the Snow Wolf tribe was deep in thought. This year's autumn hunt would surely be lively. With a talented young man and a warrior chosen by Madaka, it was bound to be a dramatic contest. At the Enforcing the Law team, Ling Su showed Qin the map of the hunting zones and explained the details of the first round. The score would be based on how many prey were brought down, and the one with the highest score would win. Ling Su continued to explain when he saw Qin still confused. Each prey has a different score. The stronger the prey, the higher the points. After hearing the explanation, Qin understood that this map was only for members of the Enforcing the Law team. Participating in the competition required not just strength to defeat the prey but also the skill to locate them. Ling Su praised, "Qin, you grasp the issue quickly. Hunting the prey is an essential skill, many participate, but few manage to complete it." Qin asked, "Does the rest have to return empty-handed?" Ling Su laughed loudly, "If this map were to be exposed, there would definitely be fierce competition for it." On the arena, Guaba was facing by Lig Air amid cheers from the crowd. Sheen happened to witness this scene while taking a stroll. He squeezed into the crowd and curiously asked, "What are those two going to fight over?" A person beside him explained, "You must be new here. The little monster and that girl just caused a commotion in the entire arena." The monster slithered like an eel, making the show tribe members spin around in circles. On the arena, Air and Guaba stared at each other, the atmosphere tense. Air proudly said, "You dare to challenge me, I accept your challenge." Guaba could only roar. Shou Xiong, holding a large bag, stood between the two, which aroused the crowd's curiosity. When the bag was opened, everyone gasped and shouted, "So much food!" Shou Li, the referee of the competition, shouted loudly, preparing to begin. Immediately, Air and Guaba dove in to eat ravenously. Sheen exclaimed, "So these two are competing in eating." Cheers rang out, and everyone was excited for the intense competition. A person from the Yenclan approached Sheen and whispered, "The materials are ready, how should we proceed with the drawing now?" Sheen nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, at Du Mang's residence, he angrily slammed the table upon hearing that Luo Qi and Luo Xiao had the hunting map. Yi looked at the corner of the broken table and asked, "Is this news true?" "Yes, they have obtained the map and know the distribution of the prey." Yi added, "Last year, Du Mang ranked 7th, and the Luo brothers only guided after. But this year, if they use this method, then hunting still requires strength, but finding prey also takes a lot of time." Many from last year had used tricks to view the map in advance. Upon hearing this, Du Mang angrily shouted, "Damn it, they're all so despicable, so low." Yi, seeing that his goal had been achieved, said, "Actually, I secretly peeped at that map and memorized it." In another corner, Ling Hong clenched the stone cup in his hand so tightly that it shattered, filled with rage. Du Mang, that damn pauper really dared to do such a thing. Lin Huan and Yi also sought out Ling Hong, but the difference was that he did not hesitate to pour dirty water straight onto Du Mang's head. When he heard that Lin Huan had obtained the map, Ling Hong immediately spoke up, "I want that map as well." The LC brothers, upon hearing that Ling Hong possessed the map detailing the prey distribution in the competition, were not overly surprised. At this point, Chui spoke up, "The first principle of the competition must be fairness. They've all received that information, and only the two of you have been deceived. So where's the fairness in that?" The LC brothers hesitated as they looked at Chui, and the words from the chubby man of the Yenclan made some sense. When Chui heard C complain about how much effort had been put into obtaining the map, the LC brothers quickly spoke up, tit for tat. "We don't want to receive information from the Yenclan without giving something in return." They then presented Chui with a carefully selected pouch of treasures. At the Yenclan's residence, a pile of large and small bags was stacked up on the table. Lin Huan's voice was filled with excitement. "This is the result of the communication skills that Qin taught us. We just spoke, and they've already given us many gifts in return." At this point, Hon and Chui anxiously asked Qin, could their actions spoil the fairness of the autumn hunt? Qin calmly admitted, "Of course it does." The two people gaped in astonishment as they saw Qin stand up, his voice ringing clear. "I am a warrior of enforcing the law, and I cannot forgive this act that disrupts justice." Qin continued to lay out his plan. "We must sell this map to all the warriors participating in the hunt so that everyone knows its contents." The three of them were pleased with the idea. "Everyone will have a map, this battle will be fair, and we'll be ready for a good feast afterward." Qin felt that the primitive people thought simply just a little trickery, and they would easily fall. "Everything is under my control. There will be no mistakes." Suddenly, Chui hurriedly rushed in to report to Qin. During their conversation, the LC brothers had revealed that the most powerful warrior in this year's autumn hunt was not Lingjiu but someone from the 6 tribes named Lu Jiang. At this moment, Lu Jian was training. He ordered others to shoot countless arrows at him, then used 2 swords to quickly defend and destroy all the sharp arrows. As he finished, Hakuro's resonant voice from the Snow Wolf tribe echoed, "Not bad, you've made progress. It's becoming harder to find opponents to train with you." Lu Jiang appeared confused, as he had heard that Hack had gone out. It turned out that before leaving, he had some words he wanted to say to him. Hakuro explained, "You don't understand why I insist on you joining this year's autumn hunt, do you?" Lu Jiang admitted that he didn't understand, but he thought that Hakuro must have some personal reasoning behind it. Hakuro continued, "The truth is, it's because Madaka has come of age." When Lu Jiang heard Madaka's name, his curiosity grew even more. At the sacrificial altar of the autumn hunt, the participating warriors stood packed together, their voices echoing with chants. Hadaka! Hadaka! Ling Su stood on the altar, holding up a map, and announced the hunting grounds in Snow Wolf Forest. The area had been divided into 4 sections by the Enforcing the Law team. The warriors were free to hunt in any section they desired. Before nightfall, bringing the prey back to the altar would earn them points. The red circle on the map indicated a temporary storage area for prey during the hunt, where fighting or competing for the prey was strictly prohibited. Anyone who violated this rule would be disqualified and removed from the hunting grounds. Yenshin, Lingfu, Xiongde, and Xiong'er would guard the 4 corners of the hunting grounds. Standing on the high platform as the captain of the Enforcing the Law team, Ling Su shouted, "Compete for glory. It's time for everyone to show their true strength." The participants, excited, cheered loudly for their tribe. Hadaka! Hadaka! The shouts echoed throughout Snow Wolf Forest. All the participants surged forward and quickly disappeared into the entrance of the hunting grounds. At this moment, Guaba was standing on Qin's shoulder, continuously shouting, "Ya!" Qin quickly understood the meaning it wanted to go play by itself. In the hunting area, Guaba was energetically darting off. Qin immediately reminded it not to leave the area. In a secluded corner, a large leopard was struggling to escape from its pursuers. The shouts of humans echoed behind it. Suddenly, 2 demon spears appeared, blocking its path. Without warning, several sharp darts shot from a distance, hitting the leopard's body before it had a chance to dodge, quickly bringing it down. 4 warriors participating in the contest descended from above. The whole group felt lucky to have caught the leopard so quickly. This one was definitely worth 10 points. A voice rang out, and suddenly another voice from above startled the group. They looked up and saw the people of the Xiu tribe standing on the treetops. Bai Lig Air, with a cold expression, spoke, "Will you hand over the prey willingly, or should we take action?" The group below refused to back down, replying, "If you want our prey, you'll have to step over our bodies first." Xiuli, upon hearing this, sneered, "This is your choice. He most enjoys suppressing stubborn people like you." In just a few seconds, the group of people below were knocked down by Xiuli, collapsing to the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Bai Lig Air casually said, "The prey is ours now. The weak can only endure the trampling of the strong. This is the autumn hunt." However, suddenly the Xiu tribe discovered that the prey they had just seized had disappeared. Bai Lig Air quickly realized that an unfamiliar figure had shamelessly snatched the prey right before their eyes. The group immediately gave chase. With the fastest speed, Bai Lig Air blocked the thief's escape route. The encirclement tightened, and Bai Lig Air angrily asked, "Who dares to steal my prey?" The grass in front rustled, and Guaba appeared slowly with an angry expression. Seeing that Guaba was about to pick a fight, Bai Lig Air hastily tried to persuade him and suggested a hunting partnership. "The prey you catch, we'll split it in half. The prey we catch, we'll also share half with you. You'll benefit greatly." Though Guaba didn't fully understand, he still happily agreed, and his angry expression softened. Bai Lig Air picked up Guaba and said, "Then it's settled, let's go." In his heart, Bai Lig Air secretly rejoiced, having tricked Guaba. He had no right to participate in the hunt, and when it ended, all the prey would count towards the Xiu tribe's score. Half an hour later, a warrior, carrying the prey on his shoulder, ran swiftly, with the sound of shouting in pursuit behind him. 2 pursuers threatened and obediently set the prey down. That was the prey of the Hadaka Lord. The warrior did not stop, continuing to run toward the stream. He was not afraid, and while running, he responded, "Don't even think about it. If you want it, call Lingjiu here. Suddenly, he stopped, as Lingjiu appeared in front of him, coldly saying, "Put the prey down, and you may leave." Not as scared as before, the warrior laughed. "Finally, I've managed to bring you out." Behind him, several of his kin emerged from the water. It turned out that 5 years ago, the fish tribe had their prey stolen by Lingjiu, so this time, they had planned to lure him here, where the water was their stronghold. The two pursuers arrived as well, sneering, "Do you think a small stream can challenge Madaka?" Suddenly, groups of people appeared from the trees, surrounding Lingjiu and his team. It turned out that 4 teams had secretly ambushed the area, determined to take down Lingjiu's team. A warrior of the fish tribe eagerly shouted at Lingjiu's team, "A single warrior from a tribe is no match for you. But what about if 4 teams join forces?" Seeing the group charging toward him, Lingjiu, undaunted, loudly challenged, "Come on, I'll show you that the strength of last year's top warrior is not just empty fame." In another development at the hunting grounds, 2 warriors with runny noses discovered a woman in front of them. Ling Hong, with her fiery and seductive appearance, was lying on the ground, her face pitiable as she coquettishly asked, "Could you two take me back to the camp? My leg is injured, and I can't walk." Upon hearing this, the two whispered to each other, recalling Aaron's warning that women were even more dangerous than wild beasts and should not be touched. They reminded themselves, women are like poisonous snakes, the more beautiful they are, the more dangerous. Both immediately regained their composure and reminded themselves that they were here for the glory of the tribe and could not ruin their careers for a woman. At that moment, Ling Hong opened her mouth, her voice mesmerizing as she spoke, "You two brave warriors." Her hand slowly caressed her long, slender calf as she continued, "You've been tricked by Aaron." Her hand moved further, reaching her enticing hip, and she whispered, "Women are really great, and you're still single, shouldn't you hate that?" The two stood frozen, mouths agape, saliva dripping as they admired the masterpiece of nature. Unable to resist the scene, blood gushed from their noses. They forgot Aaron's advice and stepped forward to help the poor girl. Haha, but not listening to the elder's words only leads to harm. As a result, these 2 fools were swiftly captured by the wolf team, their prey stolen, and they were hung up on a tree. Ling Hong laughed triumphantly, "When I, Ling Hong, take action, there is only success. No man can escape the allure of this scorching body." In the hunting ground, someone could be heard muttering in indignation, "Do women really have poison in them?" An hour after the hunt began, 2 warriors were running and shouting, "The giant boar is coming." Dumang immediately told the 2 to get out of the way and let him handle it alone. Dumang gripped tightly onto the giant tusks of the massive wild boar. He roared, "Do you dare to challenge Dumang with such little skill?" His teammates cheered excitedly as they watched Dumang lift the boar's massive body upright with both hands. Then, like a scene from a wrestling video, Dumang leaned back and slammed the boar down onto the hard ground. Seeing the prey defeated, Dumang laughed loudly, confident that his rank this year would surely be higher than last year's. Suddenly, the sound of someone falling reached Dumang's ears. Turning around, he noticed that 2 of his teammates from the Du clan had been taken down and were lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, the whistling sound of a throwing weapon targeting him reached his ears. Dumang quickly performed a roll to dodge and then sprang to his feet. Just as he regained his balance, something from the ground wrapped tightly around his leg. Before he could break free, a figure leaped down from above to attack. Dumang quickly raised his hand to cover his vulnerable spot, but his leg was pulled out from under him, and a powerful strike came down from above, hitting him hard. Losing his balance, Dumang was sent flying backwards. The person who had grabbed his leg emerged triumphantly from the ground. Lying on the ground, Dumang shouted in anger, "The LC brothers, it's you again. We've been doing business together for so long, how can you treat me so viciously like this?" The LC brothers shamelessly replied, "Business has nothing to do with emotions. Moreover, in the hunting grounds, there are only winners and losers, no rule that friends can't attack each other." Dumang snarled, his face twisted with rage, "You 2 scoundrels, I will risk everything to face you." Only an hour and a half later, a blood-curdling scream rang out, "It hurts so much, I'm dying." The soldier gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and used both hands to remove the trap from his leg before shouting angrily, "You dare call yourselves warriors using such underhanded methods?" Another man was also caught in a trap, tightly wrapped around a tree trunk. The trapped men glared at the group from the Yenclan that had just appeared, shouting angrily, "You Yenclan bastards, let us go!" A smug voice replied, "We only set the traps to catch prey. Who told you fools to trigger them yourselves?" The man who had been cursing suddenly fell silent when he saw a sharp arrow pointing directly at his face. Shui, Yi, and Hoen stepped forward, their voices filled with menace. "With your skills, it's hard to escape Qin's trap. Do you want the prey or your life? Choose." At the hunting grounds, 2 months after the competition began, Ling Fu stood still, bored, watching the salt dust float by. Suddenly, Ling Su's voice came from behind. "It's really quiet here." Ling Fu spoke up, "It's only been 2 hours, how could anyone have hunted anything decent?" Ling Su began to boast about his prime years. "When I was young, I had already hunted over 100 points in just 2 hours. Ling Fu quickly covered his ears. Every year, he had to listen to the captain talk about the past, and his ears were about to go deaf. At this moment, a voice rang out, telling the group to come and score, causing Ling Su to turn around. He realized the person standing in front of him was Lu Jiang. 8 prey, like a small mountain, were brought over. Lu Jiang coldly said, "Here, you all can score them." Looking at the pile of prey before him, Ling Fu whispered in astonishment to Ling Su. "The record you once boasted about might have been broken." 2 members of Lu Jiang's team spoke up, "There's too much prey, we had to take time to move it onto the shelves before we could bring it here. Hurry up and check quickly, so we can go move more." Ling Su quickly found an excuse to leave, leaving everything for Ling Fu to handle. He was afraid that if he stood there any longer, this guy would start criticizing him again. As Ling Su walked away, he thought to himself that he had heard Hakuro speak of Lu Jiang's talents, but he never expected him to be this strong. Seeing how clean Lu Jiang's clothes were, not a single speck of dirt on them, Ling Su completely couldn't understand how he had managed to gather so much prey. For hours after the competition began, at the location guarded by Qin, a warrior was furious because his prey had not been scored by Qin. Qin said calmly, "One of the rules of the hunt is to keep the trophy intact. Your prey is of too low quality, with many cracks and breaks. Moreover, this one even used fake rhinoceros horn as lion claws. How could he possibly get away with such a simple thing?" Qin angrily kicked the man away, his voice full of fury. "This is my first time acting as an enforcing the law warrior, and you dare to cheat? Don't even think about it." Looking at the people standing around holding their prey, Qin Dai threatened, "You better be careful, don't let me catch you slipping up." Qin ordered them to line up and bring their prey to him for inspection one by one. At this moment, the group of warriors was discussing how there had been more prey stolen this year than last. It was said that the strongest individuals were participating this year. Qin realized why so many people were coming to his post to score, because the further they went, the more likely their trophies would be taken by stronger opponents. 5 hours after the competition began, Ling Su hurriedly ran after one of the enforcing the law warriors. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, Ling Su was stunned. "Hey, what exactly happened here?" The enforcing the law warrior quickly spoke up, "The body here is Yi Tianba from the Yi clan. When I found him, he was already dead. There are no signs of any beasts nearby, so I think it was another warrior participating in the hunt who killed him." Upon hearing the enforcing the law warrior suggest notifying the guardians of other areas, Ling Su hurriedly stopped him. He bent down and carefully observed the corpse of Yi Tianba, but there were no visible wounds from the outside. Ling Su was puzzled, unable to understand the cause of Yi Tianba's death. Just as Ling Su was about to reach out to examine the body, strange purple smoke suddenly rose from Yi Tianba's eyes and nose. Ling Su immediately shouted loudly, commanding the nearby enforcing the law soldiers to retreat at once. He recognized that this was the aura of darkness, a matter so serious that he had to personally report it to Hakuro. "It has been reported." Without hesitation, Ling Su quickly found Hakuro and recounted everything he had just witnessed. When Hakuro inquired about the culprit, Ling Su hastily replied that Yi Tianba's body had been sent to Meng Qin, the divine priest of the tribe, and he believed the results would be available soon. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from outside the tent. The one who killed him was using dark power. The murderer must be a sorcerer. A woman holding a staff, with an alluring figure and a mature demeanor, entered. She was Yenshin, the divine priest of the tribe. Hakuro quickly invited Yenshin to sit and expressed his apologies for troubling her. Yenshin gently responded, "No need to be polite. Since my arrival, the Snow Wolf tribe has treated me well, so I wish to contribute in any way I can." Yenshin opened her palm, and a dark aura was being restrained by a strange green flame. She explained, Tianba's body has been buried, but this is the dark aura that still lingers on him. Hakuro stared intently at the object in Yenchin's hand, his voice low as he spoke, "They're so impatient, not even letting us have peace during the hunt." Ling Su, upon hearing this, froze for a moment before asking, "Could it be that you were right? The culprit this time is someone from the high organization?" Hakuro continued, "It's not just the Snow Wolf tribe, other tribes nearby have also been ambushed recently. They are using the hunt as cover to infiltrate and cause chaos." When Ling Su suggested pausing the hunt, Hakuro immediately refused. He shouted, "No matter what their purpose is, the hunt must not stop. This is not just about the honor of the Snow Wolf tribe, it's also about the glory and interests of the other tribes." Hakuro ordered Ling Su to increase patrols, emphasizing that this year's autumn hunt had special significance and must proceed smoothly. When Hakuro inquired about Yenshin, Ling Su reported that everything had been arranged. Hakuro wanted to know how Yenshin had performed during the hunt and how many points he had accumulated. Ling Su, surprised, asked, "Yenshin didn't participate in the hunt?" Hakuro stood up in anger, saying that 3 years ago, he heard that Yenshin had defeated an evil sorcerer from the high organization, and thus he wanted to invite him to gather more information and participate in the hunt. Ling Su froze in fear, sweat dripping down as Hakuro approached, his voice sharp as he asked, "You're not being deceived by Yenshin, are you?" Yenshin intervened, reminding Hakuro of the agreement with the Yenclan. "Do you remember the pact that when the revered warrior arrived at the tribe, he was supposed to meet with you first?" She continued, "I'm sure you know that Yenshin hasn't left the tribe for the past 3 years. Hakuro asked, "Do you mean that the Yenclan deceived me?" Yenshin summarized the situation, explaining that the misunderstanding might have started when Yenshin introduced himself as an enforcing the law warrior while facing trouble with the Shou tribe. Ling Su knelt and apologized, but Hakuro told him to stand up, accepting the blame for being in a rush and forgetting the agreement with the Yenclan. The Snow Wolf tribe leader felt a headache coming on because he couldn't personally meet Yenshin, which made everything even more chaotic. In the tense atmosphere, he muttered in a deep voice, "Am I really going to have to reorganize the hunt just because of him?" Ling Fu hurried over and reported to Hakuro that there was something important to report. Both Hakuro and Ling Su were stunned by the information Ling Fu brought. This year, many people participating in the hunt had maps. Not only that, but after investigating, it was revealed that all of these maps were purchased from Yenshin. Seeing Hakuro's furious expression, Ling Fu trembled as he explained, It's revered warrior. It seems he gave the maps to the Yenclan people, and anyone who presented a gift could receive one." The Snow Wolf tribe leader was enraged, his eyes bloodshot as he heard that most of the warriors in the hunt today had maps. He growled, "Revered warrior, very well, revered warrior." Unable to contain his anger, the Snow Wolf tribe leader threw his head back and screamed at the sky, as if trying to release all the rage inside him. After calming down, he turned to ask Ling Su, "How many pieces of prey did Yenshin deliver today?" Seeing Ling Su in a daze, Yenshin subtly reminded, "Hakuro isn't asking about the prey that Yenshin hunted, but about the prey he delivered to you." Ling Su fearfully responded, "The prey from the 3 areas has been gathered at Yenshin's place. Does Hakuro want to count all of that prey toward his score?" Hakuro coldly replied, "If he has the ability to collect all that prey, then let him enjoy it." Ling Su was confused, but the revered warrior had revealed the map, which was unfair. Yenshin, the divine priest, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up, "This hunt is completely fair. Everyone has the map, and that's what makes it fair." Upon hearing Yenchin's analysis, the leader of the Snow Wolf tribe realized that there was a loophole in the rules of the hunt and immediately gave an order. From now on, each tribe will receive a map. Ling Su worried that if the hunting results were announced as they were, Yenshin would face the wrath of the warriors whose points were stolen. The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe calmly responded, "So what? He caused such a big mess, and you expect me to clean up after him?" Due to his status as the revered warrior, the leader of the Snow Wolf tribe couldn't directly intervene. However, he knew that the participants in the hunt would not forgive him. He wanted Qin to solve the problem he had caused on his own and was curious to see how long he could endure. Meanwhile, by the campfire, Qin was happily singing and roasting meat with the Yenclan members. Seeing his curiosity about Guabao's angry expression, Xi explained, Ling Su said that Guabao and a girl went hunting together. When she handed the prey over to the warrior enforcing the law, Guabao became enraged. Seeing Guabao's furious expression, the two guessed that the Xiu tribe group was about to get into trouble. As Ling Su walked past, Qin quickly called out, "Captain, I'm here." Seeing Qin approach, Ling Su appeared nervous and stammered, This is mine?" Suddenly, he turned and fled, shouting as he ran, "Hakuro is looking for me." Qin furrowed his brows in confusion. Hadn't he just come from Hakuro's place? He hurried to Qin and whispered, "The task you gave them has been completed." Qin continued, excited, "Just as expected, when I mentioned you had more news about the upcoming battles, they didn't hesitate to provide the items immediately." As per Qin's request, each member of the Chui group had obtained 50 red stones. The next morning, during the hunting ritual, Hakuro praised everyone for their excellent performance in the previous day's hunt. The Enforcing the Law team had compiled all the prey. After announcing the results, the battle for the totem would begin. Seeing Hakuro appear, everyone was surprised. In previous years, he usually only showed up from the third or even fourth round. Someone familiar with the situation quickly spoke up, "I've heard that the Qingman Great Tribe has activated 4 totem pillars. Lord Hakuro might have come early because of this." People began to discuss excitedly, believing that this year's totem war would undoubtedly be extremely fierce. When Hon saw Qin standing with the Yenclan under the altar, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you supposed to be standing with the Enforcing the Law team on the altar?" At that moment, Qin was deep in thought, recalling Yan's instructions before setting off. The first thing he had to do upon arriving at the Snow Wolf tribe was to meet Hakuro. The crowd suddenly erupted in cheers when they saw the prey being brought into the scoring area. The scores of the Fish tribe group and the 3 allied clans were quickly announced. One person recognized that the Fish tribe group were the ones who had surrounded and attacked Lingjiu. Someone nearby said, "I heard Lingjiu has extraordinary strength, and managed to defeat 4 attacking teams by himself." The Hu clan and Yi clan both scored over 400 points, causing the audience to wonder. They had never heard of these 2 unfamiliar tribes. Their scores even surpassed those of the top 5 tribes from last year. Next, the scores of Du Mang, the Du clan, the Luo family, Shuang Xiong, the Luo clan, and Ling Hong from the Snow Wolf tribe were announced in turn. The crowd outside buzzed with discussions, wondering how they managed to achieve such high scores. Du Mang cast a furious glance toward the Luo brothers and said, "If it weren't for you 2 thieves, my score would have definitely been higher than yours." The Luo brothers retorted, "This is called strategy, and strategy is also a part of strength." Ling Hong felt frustrated about having to stand with these 3 dry, boring men this year. The announcer's voice continued to echo. Snow Wolf tribe, Team Lingjiu has scored 118 points, the crowd buzzed again. Lord Lingjiu only scored 900 points last year, but this year, they have surpassed their previous record. Upon hearing that the Xiu clan's Divine Spirit team also scored 1,106 points, the audience felt that the competition this year was extremely fierce, and Bai Ligair's team score was very close to Lingjiu's. Bai Ligair, fuming with anger, thought to herself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have been so lazy and would have gone to steal another team." The announcer's voice rang out once more, "Snow Wolf tribe, Team Lu Jiang has scored 1,200 points." The audience screamed, Lu Jiang scored even higher than Lingjiu. They all believed that Lu Jiang had secured first place this year, but unexpectedly, the announcer revealed that two teams had received 0 points. "We submitted the prey, why did we get 0 points?" Members of the two teams immediately shouted in protest. Chui also shouted in protest. According to the number of prey hunted, Yenclan scored 563 points, so why hasn't it been announced? The shouts from the participants grew louder. They believed something was wrong with the hunt, that it was unfair. The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe stood on the sacrificial platform and addressed the crowd. "Lu Zhang's score is the best achievement ever recorded by the Snow Wolf tribe. I also thought he would come in first place, but this year, you will all witness a miracle. The team with the highest score this year has accumulated a total of 8,215 points." The crowd below erupted in excitement, eager to know which team had achieved such a staggering score. Chui stood next to him and asked, "Who is powerful enough to do this?" Qin was also completely surprised, having no knowledge of this mysterious figure. The Snow Wolf tribe leader continued, "The team that scored the highest comes from the Great Tribe. Their team leader is also participating in this hunt for the first time. He has led a team that has always finished last every year to achieve an unprecedented feat." Qin and the Yenclan members standing behind him were stunned, their mouths agape as they heard that their team had ranked first in the autumn hunt. The announcement from the Snow Wolf tribe leader took everyone by surprise. Immediately, there was a wave of disbelief, and many protested, not believing that his team could have scored 8,000 points. Someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't Yenshin a member of the Enforcing the Law team?" The crowd, whose points had been stolen, couldn't contain their fury and screamed, "Yenshin deceived us. He's not even a member of the Enforcing the Law team. He took all our prey. No wonder our points have dropped to 0. Lingjiu, hearing the curses directed at Yenshin, smiled and said, "This is not cowardice, it's strategy." In his view, there's no need to hold back in this hunt, only the final results matter. The outcome is that over 8,000 points are now in the hands of the Yenclan, and he has acknowledged that first place belongs to Yenshin's team. Bai Ligair, mocking yet still full of praise, said, "Shin is amazing, he even knows how to play better than I do. Before coming to the hunt, I thought it would be very boring, but I never expected to witness something so interesting." Lu Jian remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yenshin, as if contemplating an impending battle. Looking at the crowd around them, their faces filled with rage, as though they were ready to tear him apart, Chui and Yi still couldn't believe that the Yenclan had actually secured first place. Qin suddenly exclaimed, "He understands now." According to Qin's deductions, everyone knew his identity as an Enforcing the Law warrior. Even if there was a misunderstanding, Ling Su still had to report it, meaning the old man Hakuro must have been up to something. Seeing the crowd glaring at Yenshin with eyes full of fury, Ling Su asked Hakuro whether he should step in and say something. Hakuro immediately refused, saying, "Qin is a revered warrior. Yen once told me that Qin is very strong. The Snow Wolf tribe leader wants to see just how strong Yenshin truly is." As the crowd continued to shout curses and insults at him and the tribe members, Qin roared, "Shut up!" Qin Haiyan Gang declared loudly, "According to the rules of the hunt, these 8,215 points belong to the Yenclan. Thanks to Lord Hakuro, this prey is ours." Hearing this, the crowd became even angrier, shouting, "Shameless, give the prey back to us. It's ours." Lynn was worried that the Yenclan's actions might be too reckless. Chui Yen reassured him, "Don't worry, just follow Qin. After all, first place is already ours." The Snow Wolf tribe leader did not expect that Qin would dare to step forward and claim first place. The more he observed, the more he found this kid intriguing. Yenshin, along with his team, advanced to the altar. Upon hearing Hakuro's congratulations for achieving an unprecedented feat in the hunt, Qin scratched his head and replied, "It's all thanks to Hakuro's help. Without his orders, who would dare let me into the Enforcing the Law team?" Hearing Qin attempting to shift the blame onto Hakuro, the crowd below erupted in anger. How could it possibly be Hakuro's orders? We don't believe it. Yenshin is too shameless. At this moment, Qin's face wore a sly, confident, and provocative expression. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. What matters is the rules. The Yenclan will be allowed to enter the area for the totem contest first. If anyone disagrees, come and fight me. The rules for the second round of the totem contest were quickly announced to all participants. Of the 10 totem poles, only 4 actually contained the totem power. The team that successfully claimed a totem pole using their abilities would belong to that tribe. Seeing Qin walk leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll, Shui hurriedly urged him on. We should move quickly, or we'll be caught up by the other teams. Tian nodded in agreement, and the others murmured, they probably just want to eat us alive. Lin Huan came up with the idea of finding a hiding spot and waiting for the opportunity to steal the totem pillar. Yenshin, upon hearing this, responded with a question of his own. Has anyone ever seen a revered warrior hiding, evading the enemy? This time, Qin decided to show his hand and stop pretending to be weak. He had come here with the intention of using his status as an enforcing the law warrior to gain an advantage, and if that didn't work, he would resort to using his fists to settle matters. Qin addressed the 3 members of his team, for the glory of the tribe, we cannot show mercy. From now on, we will openly fight for the spoils. Shui and Yi, upon hearing this, were greatly intrigued. Lin Huan asked, should we immediately start setting traps? Unable to gather more information, Qin spoke up to voice his opinion. This time, they would no longer set traps but adopt a new strategy waiting for the opponent. Meanwhile, Bai Ligair's team walked on, discussing enthusiastically. Xiuling felt that the terrain here was too complex and feared that it would take a long time to find the totem pillar. Xiuli then proposed a bolder plan, they should directly take whatever they need, grab whatever they see. Bai Ligair was very pleased with this idea from Xiuli. Not long after, her team ran into Yenshin's team, who were already waiting ahead. Upon hearing White Wraith's question, Qin explained that he had been waiting all this time in order to meet her. Bai Ligair was confused, not understanding why Qin spoke as though they had a close relationship. Seeing her puzzled expression, Qin quickly explained that he wanted to cooperate with them. When Qin proposed the idea of working together to steal valuable items from the participants in the hunt, Bai Ligair immediately became interested. Qin further assured her that he was not like the easily deceived individuals, and he pointed at Guaba to emphasize his confidence. Bai Ligair, with a hint of arrogance, asked, on what basis do you think I will agree to cooperate? Qin confidently replied, I am the only one who knows the locations of all the totem poles in the second trial. Qin's words left Bai Ligair's group half believing, half skeptical, but they also remembered that Qin had once been a member of the Enforcing the Law team, so it was not strange that he might have insider information. Bai Ligair agreed to cooperate, with the condition that she would be the leader. Qin, dissatisfied, prepared to leave and seek cooperation with another team. Seeing Qin's firmness, Bai Ligair reluctantly backed down and hesitantly suggested, don't go, let's discuss this a bit more. Can I be the one in charge? Knowing everything was going according to plan, Qin handed her a pre-written sheet listing 108 cooperation rules and asked if Bai Ligair wanted to take a look. Meanwhile, the fog in the forest grew thicker, obscuring everyone's vision. Bu Tai's group from the Bu tribe was scouring the area looking for Yenshin to seek revenge. Bu Tai, irritated, shouted, no matter what, we must vent our anger today. Not a single person from the Yenclan will escape. Suddenly, Bu Tai realized that someone was starting a fire ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was none other than Yenshin, casually roasting meat. Bu Tai found it strange, as Yenshin should have been hiding, yet here he was, sitting in the middle of clear sky, bright sun, without a care in the world. When 2 of his teammates were about to charge forward, Bu Tai stopped them, suspecting that Yenshin was up to something. Just observe for now. If the opportunity arises, strike quickly and decisively, take him down before he can react, he ordered. As the 3 of them prepared to move toward a patch of grass ahead to take cover, suddenly a head popped up, telling them to go elsewhere because someone was already hiding there. Bu Tai had no choice but to look for another spot, only to find that every corner seemed to be occupied by someone laying in wait for Yenshin. Finally, they had no choice but to climb a tree, realizing that there were many teams waiting for an opportunity to take down Yenshin. Meanwhile, Qin remained sitting calmly, the roasted meat nearly done. The delicious scent of the meat wafted through the air, making Butai's group unable to resist, their stomachs growling incessantly. Before they could make a move, they saw those who had been hiding suddenly spring up, weapons drawn, charging toward Yenshin. Butai immediately commanded his teammates to move in. Yenshin remained seated, his lips curling into a sly smile. The soldier charging toward him suddenly felt the sunlight dimming, as if the sky had suddenly darkened. The battle unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone no time to react. The massive form of Chui descended from above, crushing the opponent completely. Yi was equally determined not to fall behind, delivering a powerful punch that sent another foe flying. Lin Huan appeared the most vicious, rising from the ground and thrusting both hands into the back of a warrior. A shrill scream rang out. The Bu tribe stood there, staring at the Yenclan with astonishment, as in the blink of an eye, 3 of their members had been taken down. How could the Yenclan be so formidable? While the Butai members were still stunned, another group, fearless, charged straight at the Yenshin team, armed with weapons. Yi raised his shield, blocking every attack. While defending, he laughed heartily, his voice dripping with provocation. "Come on, try hitting me. You lot are no match for us." A warrior involved in the fight couldn't help but exclaim. How can Yin Yi possibly block all of the attacks? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, his face going pale. Before he could react, Chui swung his staff and sent him flying forward. Chui moved with the speed of an eel, constantly dodging attacks. He yelled out in excitement. "I get chased around by Guaba every day. With how slow you guys are, do you really think you can make things difficult for me?" Outside, Bai Ligair and the Xiu tribe group quietly observed. Hearing Bai Ligair's question, Xiu Xiong spoke up, admitting that he too couldn't do any better than the Yenclan. He considered Yi to be an incredibly strong opponent, perhaps even on par with himself. Xiu Ling also agreed, considering the 3 members of the Yenclan as formidable rivals. Xiu Li, on the other hand, was furious, thinking that those people were too weak, always turning their backs to the fat man and allowing themselves to be beaten. Bai Ligair stared ahead and said, "It's not that the people blocking the attacks are weak, it's that they just can't do it." Xiu Li felt confused. Bai Ligair continued to analyze, "The skinny man can block the most attacks, holding the crucial defensive position. The fat man specializes in finding the enemy's weaknesses, taking on the task of ambush. If there's an issue with any position, the person from the Lin tribe will help control the enemy." Xiu Ling suspected that the 3 members of the Yenclan had been trained. Bai Ligair confirmed, not only that, even if her father personally came, he wouldn't be able to teach such an effective defensive counterattack strategy. Upon hearing Bai Ligair's admission, both Xiu Li and Xiu Ling were taken aback, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "So powerful." Bai Ligair looked at Yenshin with an expression full of curiosity, wanting to know his role in this strategy, since he hadn't made a move yet. Xiu Xiong wondered if they should continue watching. Bai Ligair jumped down from Xiu Xiong, knowing that the group blocking the attacks would accomplish nothing, and that Yenshin didn't even need to make a move. She felt that working with someone so strong was truly exciting. She ordered everyone to move forward and join forces with the Yenclan. Under the coordination of the Xiu tribe and the Yenclan, the outcome for the group of people who tried to ambush them was disastrous. Their faces were swollen, and their clothes and belongings were stripped off. Xiu Xiong, standing nearby, asked Yi, "With such skills, why did you always come last in previous years?" Yi answered honestly, "They were trained by Qin for a year, that's why they're like this now." Bai Ligair walked ahead with Qin. Her voice rang out as she spoke, the first time she had seen the revered warriors. Bold, and understanding of the group combat tactics, considered a true treasure in the great tribes. Looking at the expressions of those who had been stripped bare earlier, she could laugh all day. Qin laughed loudly. "Not ashamed at all, I am a very kind-hearted person, but I couldn't bear to watch those guys being deceived by others, so I had no choice but to turn myself into the bad guy." Bai Ligair patted Qin's shoulder, her tone half joking, half serious. "Yenshin, you wouldn't even deceive me, would you?" She chuckled when she heard Qin respond calmly. "He would like to, but with your intelligence, who could deceive you?" At the Snow Wolf tribe leader's mansion, news about Yenshin's plundering during the Totem War had been reported by a messenger. The messenger quickly recounted that the first group that tried to capture Yenshin had completely failed, being captured themselves and stripped of all their clothes. Hakuro laughed heartily upon hearing this, finding the young Yenshin amusing. He quickly devised a plan and ordered the distribution of information about the totem pillar locations to all the warriors participating. This action surprised Ling Su, who was concerned that this information would allow every team to locate Yenshin. Hakuro spoke up to explain that their first-place achievement was enough for promotion, and now he wanted as many people as possible to seek out Yenshin. The Snow Wolf tribe leader wanted to use the warriors to prove Yenshin's strength. In the second trial, the participating teams received news that Yenshin was searching for the totem pillar, so they gathered to intercept and seize it. However, the outcome was the same as the first group. They were stripped clean and left bound in layers on the ground. Hakuro remained calm upon hearing the news that Yenshin had defeated the 4 allied teams and stripped them of everything. He reassured everyone, "What's there to panic about? Everything is under my control." The defeated teams were merely the ones ranked at the bottom last year. When the news spread, no team dared to underestimate Yenshin anymore. In the Misty Mountains, the third group attempting to ambush Yenshin met a similar disastrous fate. A female warrior cried out in fury, "You beasts, you stripped us bare, not even sparing our clothes." The Snow Wolf tribe leader was also horrified when he heard that even 10 allied teams couldn't stop Yenshin, and they were beaten so thoroughly that even their clothes were taken. Ling Su couldn't maintain his composure. These 10 teams were all ranked above 50 last year, yet Yenshin easily defeated them. Who could possibly threaten him now? The Snow Wolf tribe leader remained calm. "Let that young fool dance around for now, everything is still going according to my plan." Chased by so many teams, Yenshin must have been exhausted, and had no chance to compete for the totem pillar. As soon as he finished speaking, he choked and spat out the sip of water he had just taken upon hearing Ling Fu rush in with the news, "Yenshin has stolen a totem pillar." Hakuro quickly regained his confidence and said, "Stealing it is not enough, holding on to it is the true skill." He ordered for information about Yenshin's whereabouts to be relayed, hoping to send more teams after him. The news that Yenshin was on his way to find other totem pillars made the participants feel disrespected. One person with a fierce expression confidently believed that this time, the top 20 teams combining forces wouldn't fail. However, under the cooperation of Yenshin's team and by Lig Air's team, the fourth group was defeated, and 2 totem pillars were stolen. The Snow Wolf tribe remained silent when they heard Ling Fu report, "Yenshin has stolen 6 totem pillars, defeating nearly half of the participating teams." Ling Su doubted, could Yenshin really want to steal all the totem pillars before stopping? Ling Fu was also suspicious, could Yenshin be trying to disrupt the competition? The Snow Wolf tribe leader told them to stay calm, reminding them to think carefully about the rules of the Totem War. According to the rules, each team can only carry 1 totem pillar to the next round. Even if Yenshin steals many, he will have to give them back. He can't do anything with the extra pillars. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, panicked, and reported, "Yenshin is holding an auction for totem pillars in the Misty Mountains." Hakuro, Ling Fu, and Ling Su were all completely taken aback by Yenshin's actions. On the Misty Mountain, Shin appeared like an auction expert, organizing the auction for the totem pillar. Those without the red stones could exchange equivalent treasures instead. Fearing that people might run out of money, Shin agreed to allow the establishment of a debt contract using the ancestor god, but the full repayment had to be made within 10 days. When Du Mang suggested that 3 teams join forces to seize the totem pillar from Yenshin, Ling Hong immediately intervened. She did not want them to fall into a mutually destructive situation with Yenshin's group. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the outcome would not be good. Ling Hong and the other intelligent people observed, waiting for the impatient ones to charge forward and weaken Yenshin's forces. As Ling Hong had predicted, it didn't take long before a few reckless individuals rushed forward shouting, "True warriors must use their strength to claim glory. Yenshin selling the totem pillar is insulting everyone." Suddenly, 2 massive hands appeared, grabbing the heads of the 2 loudmouths. It turned out to be Xiao Xiong. He found their noise unbearable and acted to silence them. The crowd quickly realized that Bai Lig Air and the Xiao tribe were approaching. Bai Lig Air, acting as the bait, spoke up, offering to exchange items for the totem pillar. Pointing to the mountain of items, she declared she would use them for the trade. Those who had been robbed of their belongings cried out in anger, cursing the Xiao tribe for their shamelessness in daring to use their stolen goods to buy the totem pillar. Qin happily accepted the cooperation of everyone and agreed to finalize the transaction with Bai Lig Air. He handed over the totem pole to her and praised her ability to attract customers at the right moment. The crowd, witnessing Yenshin actually selling the totem pole to Bai Lig Air, began to waver. Yenshin set the price too high, but without purchasing the totem pole, how could they advance to the third level of the Sacred Hall of Soul Art? Butai spoke out, warning everyone that the Xiao tribe group and Yenshin's team were in cahoots, performing a drama to deceive them. Butai shouted, stirring the crowd, declaring that he would rather die than spend money, and vowed to resist to the end. Yenshin held a piece of red cloth in her hand and said to Butai, "It's fine if you don't buy the totem pole. I still have something in my hand that might interest you." Butai looked at it and suddenly realized, horrified, that it was his own underwear. The crowd burst into tears of laughter upon hearing this. Qin mocked him, spinning the red cloth and joking that she would hang Butai's underwear as a flag. Butai, so embarrassed, screamed for Qin to stop, promising to buy it back. Yenshin immediately raised the price to 1,000 red stones, leaving Butai frozen. He was about to lose his entire fortune just to reclaim his underwear, and Butai sobbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared, introducing himself, Yidong, Yenclan. He brought with him 5,000 red stones, hoping Qin Shen would sell a totem pole that could light up for his team. Qin handed the totem pillar to Yidong, happily saying that the white totem was only used to repel darkness, with no other function, and that its price was reasonable. Before Yidong could leave, he heard Qin shout to the crowd. "Yenclan is offering 5,000 pink stones, is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The crowd immediately stirred, with people scrambling to raise their bids. Dumang and Ling Hong could not remain still either, hurriedly raising their hands to place bids. The price of the white totem kept soaring higher and higher, with everyone frantically competing. News of Yenshin successfully selling 2 totem pillars was quickly reported to the Snow Wolf tribe, whose leader was managing the area. The first pillar, called the Wind Totem, had been purchased by the Xiao tribe. The second pillar, the White Totem, became the focus of a dramatic auction, with the price continuously escalating. In the end, the Yenclan offered 10,000 BA to claim the totem pillar. Ling Su was left in awe of the exorbitant price of the White Totem. The messenger explained that the scarcity of totem pillars and everyone's desire to join the third trial meant the price would certainly continue to rise. Hakuro, with a pensive expression, rested his chin in thought as he listened to the next piece of information. Not only had Yenshin sold the totem pillar, but he had also resold the loot he had obtained at high prices, even including underwear in the bargain. Ling Su, upon hearing this, could not contain his fury and shouted, "This is a battle for the totem, how could it have turned into such a chaotic mess?" The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe, after a few coughs, advised Ling Su to remain calm in this tense situation, for panic would only make things more complicated. Ling Su was stunned when Hakuro declared that everything was still under his control. Hakuro revealed that members of the High Organization were infiltrating the crowd and were hiding so well that they had yet to be detected. However, Hakuro planned to turn Yenshin into a prime target, drawing everyone's attention to him, making it easier to spot the suspicious individuals. Ling Su slowly grasped Hakuro's plan. Yenshin was gathering everyone, while also bringing them under the watchful eyes of the Enforcing the Law team. If any members of High were among them, any abnormal actions would immediately expose and capture them. Before Ling Su could leave the tent to oversee the situation, Ling Fu rushed in, panicked, and announced that something serious had happened. They had just discovered the body of a great bear in the Misty Mountains. The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe jumped to his feet, the teacup in his hand falling and shattering. Ling Su patted Ling Fu's shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Don't panic, this is definitely part of Hakuro's plan." The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe could not hold back his anger and yelled, "What plan? Someone from the Enforcing the Law team is dead, aren't we going to investigate?" Ling Fu led everyone to the scene, where the body of the Great Bear had been discovered. Ling Su quickly realized that the manner of death of the great hero was identical to that of Tianba, and it was undoubtedly caused by members of the high organization. Ling Su asked Ling Fu if there were any clues, but Ling Fu only shook his head. The fog-covered mountain is too vast, and the enforcing the law team's manpower is too limited to monitor everything. The Snow Wolf tribe leader speculated that most people were focused on Yenshin's whereabouts, so those who were not following Yenshin's movements were likely the culprits. After reviewing the information, Ling Su reported that the totem pillar in this area had been seized by the Hui team an hour ago. The Snow Wolf tribe leader immediately suspected the Hui team to be the perpetrators. Ling Su, we cannot act hastily. First, observe the people of the Ali tribe and the Shan clan. As for the Hui team, send someone to follow them and gather information about their intentions. If there are any unusual actions, tomorrow, after the third gate of the sacred land of Solart opens, we will capture them all. The next morning, at the entrance to the sacred land of Solart, the dignified voice of the Snow Wolf tribe leader echoed. Announcing the results of the competition, the 4 real totem pillars have been claimed by the Yenshin, Divine Spirit, Lingjiu, and Linghong teams. The remaining 6 white totem pillars belong to the Lu Jiang, Dumang, Luo family, Shuangxiong, Hui, Yidong, and Watermarsh teams. The 10 teams just named have all qualified to enter the sacred land of Solart. In the crowd, Bu Tai murmured to himself with regret. If it weren't for buying underwear, I could have had a totem pillar by now. The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe loudly declared that the ceremony was about to begin. He, along with Ling Su and the female divine priest, bowed before the giant statue to perform the ritual of opening the sacred land of Solart. Everyone simultaneously lowered their heads in respect before the stone colossus. Qin quietly asked Yen Shui, "Who is this statue of?" Shui explained that it was the legendary warrior of the Snow Wolf tribe, the one who founded the sacred land of Solart. According to my grandfather, over 30 years ago, the Snow Wolf tribe was just a small clan, often oppressed by other tribes. But the Western Jia battle changed everything. After the battle, of the 7 great tribes, only 4 remained. The horrific war resulted in countless casualties, and the tribes resorted to every tactic, even summoning the mountain and sea hundred monsters. The warrior of the Snow Wolf tribe, after the battle, was honored with the highest title Bata warrior. Among all the great tribes, no more than 4 people received this title. Yen Shui continued with a reverent look in her eyes, "I heard that he sealed away the strongest monster of the mountain and sea hundred monsters. And the sacred land of Solart we are about to enter was created by him after he brought an entire mountain from 1,000 miles away and pleaded with the ancestor god to create it." Qin exclaimed in surprise, "He moved an entire mountain? Is this a myth?" Yen Shui quickly pressed Qin's hand down, reminding him that the ceremony was not yet over. Once the ceremony was completed, the sacred land was opened, and the 10 teams were divided into 4 groups, following the law enforcement warriors into the land. At the eastern gate, Yen Qin and 2 other teams were ordered to enter from here. Remembering what Yen had said, Qin recalled that in the sacred land of Solart, the most powerful fire Solart was the blazing giant Scar. Back then, Yen couldn't conquer it, but this time, we must make it our target. Bai Ligair, who was accompanying Yen Qin's group, kindly warned, "If you plan to trouble the blazing giant Scar, you'd better be careful, or you'll lose your life. As far as I know, to master fire Solart, you must first defeat the blazing giant Scar." Before long, the group arrived at Duling Shan. The wild, untamed landscape with beasts roaming around unfolded before them. Yen Qin closed his eyes, savoring the fresh air, then expressed his desire, "If possible, I would like to stay here for an entire month." Bai Ligair mocked, "Stay for a month? Unless this place suddenly closes and you can't leave." Cut off mid-sentence, Qin muttered, "Primitive people really don't understand what romance is." Just then, Ling Su unexpectedly appeared behind them. He commanded 2 law enforcement soldiers, flash technique, capture them. The 2 law enforcement soldiers quickly subdued Hui, who, terrified, shouted, "What are you doing?" When accused of killing Xiong De and Yi Tianba, Hui quickly protested, "I don't know what you're talking about." Xiong air grabbed Hui by the collar and shouted, my brother's body was found at the location of the white totem pillar that you all took. Only the Hu clan has ever been there. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Hui, terrified, explained, I had no idea about Xiongga's death. It was Yidong who showed us the location of the white totem pillar, and my team knows nothing about the other matters. Upon hearing Hui's words, Ling Su suddenly remembered that Yidong had entered another gate. He was unaware that, somehow, Yifeng had sneaked into the eastern gate with Yenshin's group and was quietly observing everyone from a distance. Ling Su turned around and, with his two subordinates, left, intending to intercept Yidong at another entrance. Suddenly, the entire Du Lingshan trembled violently, followed by a panicked scream. The entrance had already been sealed. The entire Du Lingshan was now covered by a massive protective barrier, fully sealed. Ling Su stood still, filled with doubt. This couldn't be happening. Even if Yidong had entered through a different door, there was no way he could have reached the summit so quickly. The phenomenon of Du Lingshan being sealed immediately attracted the attention of those outside. Everyone was bewildered, unsure of what was happening or who had activated the seal. Shui Divine Priest quickly informed the Snow Wolf tribe leader, for only he could activate the seal. Could someone have stolen the key you always keep with you? The Snow Wolf tribe leader took out the seal key, and it was still securely with him. At that moment, a cloaked figure appeared atop the statue of the warrior Batu, speaking coldly. Why would you need the seal key to seal Du Lingshan? His appearance stunned everyone. No one knew when he had arrived, nor could they sense his presence. Despite the shouting and anger from the Snow Wolf tribe members, the mysterious figure slowly continued. If you can't activate the seal, simply remove it. Shui Divine Priest, hearing this, was filled with suspicion. The Snow Wolf tribe leader froze, staring intently at the stranger, his voice trembling. Who are you? At that very moment, a crash echoed throughout the Snow Wolf tribe. Dust and smoke filled the air, signaling an ambush. A panicked scream rang out as the smoke cleared, revealing the form of a vicious monster charging forward, destroying everything in its path. A young tribe member thought to himself, could this be the lynx boar that appeared in the legend of the 100 monsters? At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew through, and a massive shadow flew past everyone's heads. It was Magpie, another monster from the 100 monsters. The sound of destruction echoed incessantly. The lynx boar wreaked havoc everywhere, while the tribe members of the Snow Wolf tribe panicked and fled. Magpie was equally ferocious, burning everything in its path as it flew by. Suddenly, a malevolent figure appeared, riding on the back of Magpie. His voice was full of contempt. You beasts have been trapped in a cage. A fierce figure also appeared on the back of the lynx boar. He laughed loudly. It was well worth the trouble for us to travel all this way. News of the enemy attacking from all sides was reported to the Snow Wolf tribe leader. He glared furiously at the stranger, his voice filled with resentment. It's you. The stranger replied indifferently, indeed, it is I. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Snow Wolf tribe leader. He swung his arm and struck him hard. The events unfolded so quickly that the Snow Wolf tribe leader couldn't react in time, taking a heavy blow and spitting out blood. Shui Divine Priest cried out in horror, Hakuro, the one who just attacked is Ling Fu. The surrounding tribe members were filled with fury. The tribe has never wronged you, why did you betray us? Ling Fu replied coldly, I have never betrayed anyone. The Snow Wolf tribe leader slowly moved away, escaping from Ling Fu's grasp, his voice full of pain. Ling Fu has never betrayed anyone, because the one he has always been loyal to is that person. He looked towards the mysterious figure, his voice full of anger. You finally returned, why still hide? The mysterious figure revealed himself, he was Lang Tian. His face was identical to the statue of the warrior from the Snow Wolf tribe. Lang Tian looked at the devastation around him, his tone indifferent. Yes, it's been 30 years, a long time since I last came back to what was once my home, and to my dear brother. Upon hearing the mysterious figure reveal his identity, the members of the Snow Wolf tribe could not help but be shocked, shouting, he is Lang Tian, the hero of the Snow Wolf tribe. The voice of the Snow Wolf leader rang out, I question Lang Tian. You left 30 years ago. So why do you want to return now? What do you want? Lang Tian looked at his brother with fury and spoke, "It's been 30 years, and yet the Snow Wolf tribe under your leadership is still just a small tribe." In Lang Tian's view, after the great battle at the Western Front, the Snow Wolf tribe had the opportunity to rise. They should have seized the chance to grow and become a mighty great tribe. Back then, Lang Tian was like the sun at noon within the tribe, clearing every obstacle to help the tribe thrive, leaving them with the strongest follower spirit. But what he did not expect was that his father, favoring Lang Hong as the big brother, passed the leadership on to him. After 30 years, Lang Tian had decided to return to prove to his brother that what he could accomplish, Lang Hong would never be able to. Seeing the doubt in Lang Hang's eyes, Lang Tian let out a savage laugh and joyfully said, "That's right, I have the seal of Du Lingshan." He wants to use the blood of everyone present at Du Lingshan to open a new path for the Snow Wolf tribe. Seeing the leader so furious he couldn't even speak, Shui Divine Priest stepped in to explain on his behalf. "Lang Tian, you misunderstood. Lord Hakuro never wanted to take on this position. He was prepared to hand it over to you. Your father never treated you coldly, it was you who misunderstood and left the tribe on your own." Thinking that the Snow Wolf tribe would stop Shui Divine Priest from speaking, a calm, warm voice rang out. "If you truly want to lead the Snow Wolf tribe, I can give up this position for you. As long as you stop, Hakuro's position will be yours." The tribe members shouted loudly in opposition. In their hearts, there was only one Hakuro, and that was Lang Hang. Lang Tian refused to accept this, his voice filled with resentment. "Are you pitying me, throwing me a bone?" He then shouted angrily, ordering Ling Fu to act quickly. The two who had just appeared in response to the order flew up, their bodies emanating the sinister aura of darkness. As the dark aura spread thickly, Lang Hong shouted, "What are they trying to do?" In the sky, the three figures of Ling Fu hovered in the air, and in unison, they shouted, "Shadow target." Before long, a triangular formation created by dark, oppressive energy descended, enveloping the entire Snow Wolf tribe. Lang Tian's voice, filled with malice, echoed, "Those here today will either kneel and submit to me, or face death." Looking down at the crowd below, like fish on a chopping board, Lang Tian gleefully declared, "The Snow Wolf tribe will now be under my control and will become a true great tribe." Upon receiving the order, the red-haired man riding the lynx boar commanded his monster to charge forward and slaughter them all. At this moment, Shui Divine Priest stepped forward to block the way, protecting the others behind her. She quickly cast a spell, summoning a gigantic portal exuding an ancient, timeless aura. From within the portal, a ferocious beast leapt out, its enormous jaws sinking into the neck of Lai Chu. As they saw the monster Shui Divine Priest had just summoned, some people gasped in horror, "It's Lang's basket." Meanwhile, in Du Lingshan, the white tiger let out an enraged roar, charging forward, forcing Yi and Shui to struggle to avoid it. Seeing the follower spirits frenziedly concentrating in one direction and charging wildly, Yi murmured in confusion, "What has happened outside?" Yenshin spoke up, urging Ling Su to explain clearly what was going on. Ling Su, with a tense expression, replied, "The only possibility is that the seal on Du Lingshan has been lifted. Whatever was sealed beneath Du Lingshan is now calling out to them." Yen Shui, upon hearing Ling Su speak about what was sealed beneath Du Lingshan, appeared confused and asked, "What is it?" Both Yenshin and Shui were alarmed upon hearing by Ling Er's uncertain tone. "Am I wrong to say this?" Ling Su, sweating, admitted, "You are not wrong. 30 years ago, the hero Lang Tian of the Snow Wolf tribe sealed the terrible monster beneath Du Lingshan and called it the symbol of the sun." With a look of sheer horror, Ling Su hurriedly informed everyone. "It has fiery fur, radiating brilliant light while enveloping the surrounding darkness. Only the strongest can defeat it." Upon hearing this, Yi and Shui couldn't help but be terrified, quickly asking Ling Su, "So what should we do now? Should we run?" Ling Su sighed in despair. "Running is useless, the entire area has been sealed off. The only way to escape is to quickly reach the summit, but the monster might be there as well." Yi and Shui turned to Yenshin, waiting for him to give the orders. They were ready to follow any decision he made. Yenshin suggested that they quickly move towards the summit, as, in his view, people from other directions would also be heading there. Ling Su agreed with Qin's reasoning, hoping the monster hadn't yet awoken. This was their only chance to escape. If it woke up, everyone in Dulingshan would be doomed. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light, as dazzling as the sun, descended from above, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. In another direction, Ling Hong's face turned pale, exclaiming, "Oh my god, it's appeared." Lu Jiang looked toward the source of the light, horrified, and roared, "I can't believe someone really broke the seal of Dulingshan." Yenshin gazed up at the peak of the mountain, where a pair of enormous wings were unfurling. He shouted, "Its body is like the sun, its form like the giant bird, that is the golden crow." White Wraith, who had never heard this name before, curiously asked Yenshin, "Destroy the golden crow?" Everyone agreed with Qin's decision, ready to charge forward and face the golden crow. Ling Su shook his head inside, truly reckless, no regard for life. Qin took the lead, guiding the group toward the mountain peak. In another direction, Lu Jiang was also leading his group toward Dulingshan. As they watched the follower spirit beasts running wild, Yenshin recognized among them the blazing giant Scar, the creature he had been searching for. Bai Ling Er commented, "This follower spirit beast is truly a good find, perfect for you." Ling Su warned, "There are many follower spirits around here. It's not going to be easy to catch them now." Qin said firmly, "This is the most opportune moment. These follower spirit beasts are listening to orders to focus on the mountain peak. Even if we attack, they won't resist." Yi and Shui were excited upon hearing this, as it was indeed a great opportunity. Ling Su remained silent, but he also found Qin's reasoning somewhat valid. Bai Ling Er laughed heartily, complimenting, "Yenshin, you're truly impressive." Seeing the three members of the Yenclan rushing toward the blazing giant Scar, Bai Ling Er followed them, happily standing to the side to watch. Shui, Yi, and Lin Huan joined forces to suppress the monster, and soon, the blazing giant Scar was subdued. Shui shouted, "Qin, hurry up and take it down." Yenshin leapt down from above, stomping hard on the blazing giant Scar's head, causing it to collapse. Shui laughed gleefully, Qin was right, the blazing giant Scar didn't want to fight, it only wanted to reach the mountain peak. Ling Su muttered, "The younger generation is so ruthless these days." Qin Zhaohuan Blue Lotus, Flame of Blaze collected the blazing giant Scar's body. Along the way, any follower spirit that caught his eye, Yenshin didn't hesitate to subdue. Ling Su watched the group laughing and joking while facing danger, shaking his head in frustration. His voice, full of concern, echoed, "Are you still in the mood to laugh? Don't you realize that Jinwu at Dulingshan has already broken free?" Hearing this, Qin responded, advising him not to worry too much. "Everyone's strength has increased, so isn't dealing with Jinwu going to be easier?" When hearing that Ling Su wanted to step in and help, Qin immediately stopped him. He reminded that Ling Su was the secret weapon, and his strength needed to be preserved in order to lead when facing the Golden Crow. Hearing Qin's teasing, Ling Su angrily said, "Kid, you still haven't changed at all, not cute at all." At the top of Dulingshan, the figure of Jinwu became increasingly clear. Seeing this, Yi Dong shouted loudly to the three tribe members, "Let's begin." One member of the Yi clan, with fierce determination, stabbed a dagger straight into his chest, roaring, "With my blood, I offer a sacrifice, to awaken the symbol of the sun, its light will shine across the world and dispel the darkness." As he pulled the dagger out, the fresh blood from the wound flew directly towards the Golden Crow. Though his body collapsed, he still joyfully exclaimed, "It's awake, it's finally awake." At that moment, the Snow Wolf tribe members also arrived just in time, their voices filled with fury as they shouted towards the Yi clan. "Do you dare betray the Lord God?" Yi Dong quickly explained, "We are not betraying the Lord God, we just want to use the power of Jinwu to drive away the darkness." It was the Snow Wolf tribe who had sealed the light in Dulingshan. The warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe did not believe him and were about to rush forward to kill the Yi clan members in order to prevent Jinwu from awakening. Yi Dong screamed frantically, "It's too late. He wants the Yenclan to replace the Snow Wolf tribe and become the new tribe. He screamed towards Jinwoo, calling for the light to descend. From Jinwoo's body, a burst of fire flame erupted, shooting straight toward Yidong. Gaining strength, he immediately hurled the fire flame at the Snow Wolf tribe members who were about to stop him. Watching those before him being burned to ashes, Yidong felt overjoyed as he sensed the power of the sun. He thought to himself, as long as he could control this power, the Yenclan would grow stronger and stronger. Ling Jiao and the others had just arrived when they began to mock Yidong as a coward. Ling Hong and Du Mang looked angrily at Yidong's group, ready to strike and eliminate them. Just as Lu Jiang arrived, he warned everyone, "Be careful. The Yenclan has performed the sacrificial ritual and received the power of the sun." Ling Jiao was not afraid and charged forward. Yidong sneered, "I used to be afraid of you, but now with the power of the sun, you are no match for me." Yidong launched a fire flame attack toward Ling Jiao, but he managed to dodge it in time. Watching the battle on the mountain peak, the end result was reported to Qin, informing him that someone had arrived before them. Ling Su guessed that Lu Jiang and his group were up there, and immediately told everyone to hurry and offer assistance. In no time, they were nearly there. Chui's voice was filled with doubt. The Yi tribe is fighting Ling Jiao. It seems they can control the fire flame. Qin explained from behind, Jinwoo is the embodiment of the fire flame. Seeing Yenshin and Bai Ling Er preparing to charge forward, Ling Su stopped them, saying, "Didn't we agree on this beforehand? He needs to conserve his strength. Let him handle this fight." Ling Su also reminded Yenshin that if he were to die, he should remember to bring his body back to the tribe. Upon hearing Ling Su's words, there was no need for advice. Qin Tan simply replied, "I wasn't advising him." Ling Su could only mutter, "What a brat, not knowing how to show respect to the elders. Even though I hinted so much, this wooden-headed fool still refuses to show any courtesy." In the end, Ling Su had no choice but to risk everything and charge forward. The sound of battle cries for the tribe rang out with full force. While Ling Jiao was struggling to dodge the fire flames shot by Yidong, Du Mang quickly rushed in to assist. With his strong hands, Du Mang used them as a springboard to launch Ling Jiao into the air. When they saw Ling Jiao being blocked by Yidong's fire flames, the two brothers from the Luo family of the Luo clan didn't hesitate to rush in to help, worried that Ling Jiao alone wouldn't be able to handle it. However, before they could act, both were thrown far away by Yidong's explosive fire flames. Ling Jiao seized the opportunity to attack Yidong but was easily stopped by him. Yidong's mocking tone rang out, ridiculing Ling Jiao as being too weak. With a powerful swing of his arm, Yidong tossed Ling Jiao, sending him crashing into Du Mang, who was standing behind. Unchallenged, the second in command of the Yi tribe began the sacrificial ritual, preparing to offer his body as a sacrifice to illuminate the darkness with brilliance. Immediately after, his vitality slowly dissipated, and his body rapidly aged, turning into a dry skeleton that collapsed onto the ground. Yidong felt the growing strength, and he roared in delight. "Is this the power? The power of the sun?" Filled with the power of fire flame, Yidong angrily yelled at the Snow Wolf tribe members. He was right, you have been hiding your strength, too afraid to stand up against the darkness. The Snow Wolf tribe was indeed a bunch of cowards. He launched a massive fireball aimed at destroying Ling Jiao and Du Mang. At that moment, a sharp sword aura flashed and cut Yidong's fireball in half. The one who made the move was Lu Jiang. Yidong was also taken aback by Lu Jiang's sword technique. When he saw the follower spirit of water wave summoned by Lu Jiang surrounding them, Qin couldn't help but marvel at the power of this follower spirit. Yidong faced Lu Jiang with a tone of disdain. "If this were in the past, I would definitely not be your match. But 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, today your follower spirit facing my son is nothing but a toy." Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from above. "Your son?" A massive skull appeared within Yidong's sight, which was the follower spirit of Ling Su. He quickly descended and delivered a powerful punch, sending Yidong flying far away. Ling Su, furious, wanted to know who had ultimately revealed the secret of the sun follower spirit to Yidong. However, his strike was not enough to injure Yidong. He coldly said, Do you think the Snow Wolf tribe can hide everything from everyone forever? Before the autumn hunt, a stranger wearing a black cloak had approached Yidong. He taught Yidong the method to awaken the Sun Follower spirit power that the Snow Wolf tribe had concealed at Dulingshan. Yidong gritted his teeth, his tone filled with rage. If there is truly a power to resist the darkness and the evil witch, why don't they use it? Was the death of all the warriors in the battle against the darkness in vain? Upon hearing this, the stranger manipulated Yidong's emotions, which was their goal. The more you are weakened by the darkness, the easier it becomes for them to control and manipulate the smaller tribes. The Snow Wolf tribe never wanted to fight against the darkness, they just wanted to maintain their current position forever. It turned out that it was Lang Tian who had come to find Yidong. When Yidong mentioned Lang Tian's name, Ling Su was shocked and incredulously asked, "The person you speak of, could it be the Great Three Warrior?" Yidong coldly confirmed that it was indeed Lang Tian who had revealed the vile secrets of the Snow Wolf tribe. He roared in madness, waiting to receive the full power that heaven would use to destroy the darkness and dominate the Snow Wolf tribe. Yidong turned to issue orders to the remaining tribe member. From a distance, Ling Su was rushing to stop him, but it was too late. The tribe member had already performed the soul sacrifice ritual. The sharp weapon sank deep into his neck, and his soul was quickly sucked toward Jinwu. Lu Jiang anxiously looked toward Jinwu and warned everyone, "This is bad. Jinwu has absorbed fresh blood and flesh. If he also absorbs this soul..." At that moment, the tribe member lost his soul, and his body collapsed. The scene unfolded as Yidong, instead of growing stronger, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Yenshin remained silent when Bai Ling Air pointed at Yidong, indicating that he had died. Yidong, terrified and unwilling to accept his fate, shouted angrily, Why is the power of the sun rebelling against me?" As Yidong's body suddenly erupted in fierce flames, Ling Su and Lu Feng immediately rushed in, intending to kill him and stop Jinwu from unleashing his power. However, the fire from Yidong's body exploded violently, leaving him unable to resist. He screamed in agony. In an instant, his body exploded, sending Ling Su and Lu Feng flying backward. From the smoke and flames, the figure of Jinwu soared high. Jinwu roared in fury, causing the protective barrier around Du Lingshan to rapidly crack. Ling Su, in fear, realized that Jinwu was attempting to break the barrier to escape. At this moment, outside, the two brothers Lang Heng and Lang Tian were engaged in a fierce battle. The disturbance from Du Lingshan reached them, causing both to stop and look in that direction. Upon seeing the Du Lingshan barrier cracking, Lang Tian joyfully exclaimed, "Such a powerful aura, the soul-binding ritual must have been successful." Lang Heng, furious, asked his younger brother, "What has he done?" Lang Tian, smug, replied, "He hasn't done anything, just revealed a small secret to the Yenclan." As he dodged Lang Heng's attack, Lang Tian grinned with delight. That fool Yidong thinks he can control such immense power. Lang Tian seemed crazed, claiming that only he could control Chemo's power. When he saw the group of people in black robes breaking through the protective barrier and charging into the tribe, the warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe immediately grabbed their weapons to stop them from entering the village. During the fight, one warrior found it odd that his weapon pierced through the enemy's body with no reaction. Throwing off the robe, he realized he was facing long-dead skeletons and screamed a warning, "They're not humans, they're monsters from the darkness." Seeing his tribesmen battling the monsters, the Snow Wolf tribe leader angrily said to Lang Tian, "He has fallen so far that he's using dark magic to attack his own village." Lang Tian sneered, "Brother, don't you know that our tribe owes its existence to this very dark magic?" Lang Tian believed that his older brother had grown too weak and was no longer capable of leading the Snow Wolf tribe. Lang's basket, though strong, was also struggling after the battle with the lynx boar and the attack from the magpie above. When the Shui divine priest appeared, Lang Tian's two subordinates howled with bloodlust. Today, the Snow Wolf tribe will surely be annihilated. In the distance, the Mangqin divine priest was busy casting spells to heal the wounded. Suddenly, a skeleton raised its weapon, preparing to attack her. Mangqin divine priest's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, shining directly at the skeleton. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw that, after being struck, the skeleton seemed oblivious to her presence. She continued walking forward. Lang Tian and Lang Hong were still fiercely fighting. Lang Tian laughed loudly and said to his brother, "Are you not satisfied?" But everything had been planned by him long ago. Lang Tian's gaze shifted toward Du Lingshan, anticipating the emergence of Jinwu. At that moment, he would slaughter the entire Snow Wolf tribe. In Du Lingshan, flames were blazing everywhere. The Luo family brothers were being chased by the fire from behind, hurriedly fleeing and shouting in anger. They only came for the assessment. An assessment paid for with lives? Ling Hong's voice rang out mournfully, realizing that neither he nor the others could reach Jinwu. Its speed was too fast, and it flew too high. As the fireball was about to be launched by Jinwu, the crowd panicked, scrambling to find shelter. Yen Shui hid behind a rock, his body trembling like a dried-up dog, muttering to himself that this was the end, that this time, they were truly finished. At that moment, a group of green fire flames suddenly rushed in to attack Jinwu. The fireball it had been gathering to launch immediately dissipated. The one who had intervened was Yenshin. Shui eagerly asked, "Shin, have you figured out a way to defeat Jinwu?" But when Shin admitted that he wasn't strong enough to face Jinwu, both Shui and Yi were stunned. Shui became even more confused when he heard Yenshin explain the strange details. According to Shin's observation, Jinwu was like an apocalyptic monster with 5 health bars. Even as a high-level player, Shin still couldn't defeat it. Shin smiled, an idea forming in his mind. With so many people here, he could gather everyone to surround and attack Jinwu. Lingzhou didn't understand Shin's meaning and wanted to hear an explanation. Shin then said, "Everyone just needs to follow my instructions." Bai Ling was the first to raise her hand in agreement. This playful girl knew that Shin always came up with interesting ideas. Shin continued to persuade the crowd, "If no one has a way to defeat Jinwu, then place your hopes in me." Lingzhou, having heard that Shin had participated in the trial of the mountain and sea, agreed to follow his lead. Lu Jiang also voiced his support. Du Mang and Ling Hong also agreed to follow Yenshin's command. Seeing that everyone had accepted him as their leader, Yenshin then set out the group's rules, stating that everyone must strictly obey the orders of the commander. Shin arranged positions according to each person's attacking strengths, ordering everyone to stand in their designated spots and be ready to act on command. Looking toward Kimo, Shin, filled with a strong fighting spirit, shouted loudly, "Attack!" At the command, everyone immediately sprang into action, standing in the positions Shin had arranged. They formed a siege formation around Jinwu. The control team in the third circle immediately took action to pull Jinwu down from the sky. Before long, Jinwu was tightly ensnared by the control system, struggling and firing fire flames to attack everyone. Shin immediately ordered the first-line defense team to move forward to block the fire flames. When the fire flames dissipated, Shin instructed the long-range assault team to attack from behind the retreating defense team. Seeing Jinwu struggling after taking a painful hit, Shin shouted, "We've gained the advantage, fall back." The control team on the third circle continued to operate, and seeing that people were still hesitating, Shin barked, "Control team, charge forward now." Shin, like an experienced general, commanded the troops with professionalism. Seeing Jinwu continually taking hits, Shin encouraged everyone, "Well done, great coordination. Don't get too greedy for the fight, let's go again." At the peak of Duling Mountain, the sound of battle echoed loudly, and the dust filled the sky, terrifying anyone watching from a distance. Shin's voice rang out angrily, "Someone get those 2 idiots who were showing off and got injured out of here. Whoever has time, help treat their wounds." The soldiers who participated in the siege of Jinwu were all deeply impressed by Shin. They hadn't expected the tactics and formation devised by Shin to be so effective. The fact that they were able to hold their ground up until now, with only a few people getting injured for not following orders, was remarkable. Jinwu had been surrounded and attacked repeatedly, but it seemed to be unharmed. What was particularly noteworthy was that every time Jinwu launched an attack, it was seen through by Yenshin, who would issue timely warnings, preventing it from posing any real threat. Everyone hid and waited for Jinwu to pass by, and Shin's voice rang out, "Wait for my countdown, then attack immediately." Upon hearing the command, everyone launched a full-force attack on Jinwoo, yet it remained unharmed, opening its mouth to gather fire flame in an attempt to strike back. Ling Su and Bai Ling Er were frightened, but Qin immediately reassured them, "Don't panic." He then summoned Blue Lotus, Flame of Blaze, striking at Jinwoo. Before Jinwoo could release its fireball, it was completely neutralized by Yenshin. Ling Su, stunned, exclaimed, "Qin is really impressive, every attack from Jinwoo has been effortlessly neutralized." Lu Jiang appeared confused, not understanding how Qin could predict every move of Jinwoo. He suspected that it was due to the power of a follower spirit that Yenshin might possess. However, in reality, there was no such thing as a follower spirit. After spending the entire morning patiently observing Jinwoo, Qin had figured out its attack patterns. In his heart, Qin quietly thought to himself, "Observation is one of the most fundamental skills that everyone must master." At this moment, Qin shouted loudly, commanding Lin Huan to use the follower spirit he had just obtained in order to bring Jinwoo down to the ground. Obeying the command, Lin Huan quickly summoned the follower spirit, the eight-clawed demon Shu, and unleashed the ultimate technique, the net capture. A massive spiderweb net was cast into the air, enveloping Jinwoo. The more Jinwoo struggled, the tighter the web constricted around him. Seeing Jinwoo lose his balance and begin to fall, Qin immediately ordered the long-range attack team to take action. At this moment, Ling Hong displayed the softness of a woman, her voice filled with sympathy. "I'm sorry, Jinwoo." Jinwoo saw Ling Hong and her teammates and immediately glared at them with fierce anger. It opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce fire flame aimed directly at them. Qin remained calm and unflustered, calmly commanding, "It's just a small trick." "Yi, block it for me," Qin continued. Yi, hearing the order, confidently rushed forward to shield them. Jinwoo's fire flame immediately enveloped Ye's entire body, but his form remained intact, unharmed. Yi laughed loudly, his voice echoing, "It doesn't hurt at all." Jinwoo's fire flame was reflected back at it by Yi, striking its own body, a true case of reaping what it sowed. Seeing Jinwoo plummeting toward the ground, Tian shouted loudly, "It's time, brothers, settle scores, repay hatred with hatred." Jinwoo crashed violently into the earth. Tian continued to shout loudly, "Charge!" Jinwoo lay motionless on the ground, his eyes flashing with fear and unease. Before him stood the crowd of humans, glaring at him with a ferocity that seemed as though they wanted to tear him apart. The group acted in unison, unleashing all their rage upon Jinwoo's body, and his agonized screams echoed throughout Dulingshan. Jinwoo was furious, unable to believe that these small humans dared to trample over him. This was a great insult to an existence like Jinwoo, who was considered a ruler. Chui and Yi sensed Jinwoo's aura growing stronger, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. Qin quickly ran off to a distance, shouting loudly to warn everyone, "Transition to the next phase." The group quickly retreated, preparing for phase 2. Seeing Chui still dazed, Yi, while chasing after Qin, said, "Forget about him, just follow Qin for now." At that moment, a massive fireball exploded at the spot where Jinwoo had fallen, engulfing his body. A loud explosion rang out, and fortunately, Qin had warned everyone to flee, otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. As the smoke cleared, a deep crater was revealed, and Jinwoo's body had disappeared. Jinwoo had narrowly escaped danger, his eyes burning with fury as he looked down at the humans, his entire body erupting in a fierce blaze. Qin stared directly at Jinwoo, his voice confident. "Finally, it's showing its true strength." Yenshin, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed all his power, revealing a lean, muscular physique. He informed everyone that Jinwoo had exhausted quite a bit of strength, and this was the decisive moment. Jinwoo, feeling disrespected, opened his mouth and released a powerful burst of fire flame aimed directly at him. Yenshin was not afraid, he charged straight at Jinwoo, his voice full of confidence, declaring that victory or defeat depended on this strike. "Follow me." The group behind him obeyed Qin's command, shouting loudly as they surged forward. Outside, Lang's basket was covered in wounds from facing the lynx boar and the continuous aerial attacks from the magpie. Hu and Lu stood at a distance, watching in awe at the resilient combat abilities of the sacred beast Snow Wolf tribe, despite facing two powerful opponents. Both criminals agreed that before savoring the blood of the sacred beast, they should first taste the blood of the Shui divine priest as an appetizer. Who raised his grotesque arm to flaunt it. This arm was constructed from the claws of a demon bone, and even a small wound inflicted by it was enough to cause the enemy to rot to the core. Shui divine priest saw the enemy charging toward her, her eyes filled with caution. Who swung his arm, brimming with dark power, repeatedly attacking the Shui divine priest, while she continuously dodged. In a moment of carelessness, caught off guard, a giant scorpion from behind pierced through the body of Shui divine priest. Lang's basket rang out from behind with pure delight. You've been careless. Once the tail of Scorpion Lang strikes, there's no way to survive. Suddenly, the body of Shui divine priest slowly began to dissipate, replaced by a dry, skeletal apparition. Shui divine priest appeared in the distance, her voice filled with fury as she fused the dark flesh and blood creature into her body, truly a vile method. She stretched out her hand, muttering an incantation before shouting loudly. Summon! Immediately, several ethereal ice skulls appeared, surrounding Lang Tian's two subordinates. After eliminating the tiger and Lu, Shui divine priest promptly ordered the ice skulls to assist the sacred beast. Each ice skull shot out, extending its claws towards Ling's boar, embedding deeply into one of its eyes, causing the beast to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lang's basket immediately opened its sharp jaws wide, biting through the neck of Ling's boar. Ling Fu quickly realized that the aura of Ling's boar had vanished. He angrily cursed Tiger and Lu for being useless, unable even to hold back Shui divine priest. However, Ling Fu was not overly panicked, he was confident that Lang Tian would never lose. At that moment, Lang Tian raised his hand to block the massive axe blade in his brother's hand, his voice dripping with disdain. Is this the bloodthirsty rampage that our old man left for you? Looks like your treasure is just a pile of junk now. Suddenly, an attack of ice and snow shot forth, separating Lang Hong and Lang Tian. Lang Tian roared in fury, so it's you. He provocatively spoke to Lang Tian, two useless fools, how could you possibly stop me? The Shui divine priest manifested behind the Snow Wolf tribe leader. Lang Hong tilted his head and said to the Shui divine priest, he wants to use his killing move and needs her support. Lang Hong gripped the handle of the blood frenzy axe tightly, and his entire body suddenly erupted with destructive power. He roared loudly, blood frenzy. At the same time, the Shui divine priest released her magical energy to accelerate Lang Heng's speed. Lang Tian, in shock, realized that Lang Hong was charging toward him with an unbelievable speed. The blade of the axe in Lang Heng's hand swung viciously toward Lang Tian's head, intending to split his younger brother in half. Lang Tian awkwardly spun to the side, narrowly dodging the strike. Having just blocked Lang Heng's attack, Lang Tian secretly felt that dealing with the combined forces of Lang Hong and the Shui divine priest was going to be difficult. Suddenly, Lang Tian shouted confidently, don't forget, what you have, I have too. A dark lightning aura appeared around him. Lightning gathered on Lang Tian's arm, and he roared at Lang Hong, and the things I've learned, you cannot. Lang Hong, unable to defend himself, was sent flying by Lang Tian's strike. In disbelief, he exclaimed. He had absorbed the dark lightning power into his body. He could feel the power surging within Lang Tian's body, and his tone turned smug as he said, this is the power I've learned over these years. The inheritance of the Snow Wolf tribe is nothing compared to this, it's like Xiao Wu compared to De Wu. Lang Tian quickly unleashed the power of lightning, charging towards Lang Hong. The violent attack chosen by Lang Tian sent him plummeting from the sky, crashing to the hard ground below. Realizing that the leader was in danger, Shui divine priest immediately summoned a barrage of ice arrows. Lang Tian, seeing the ice arrows rushing towards him, sneered and said, this old trick is useless. He summoned lightning once again, swiftly blocking all the ice arrows from Shui divine priest. On the vehicle, the Snow Wolf tribe witnessed the scene, and voices filled with fear could be heard. Even when Lord Haguru and Shui Wu divine priest teamed up, they were no match for Lang Tian. The seal on Du Lingshan was gradually cracking, eventually unable to withstand any longer and bursting with a flash of sunlight from within, completely shattering. Upon seeing this scene, Lang Tian immediately thought that Jin Wu HCM had broken free from his confinement. He let out a manic laugh, proclaiming to the Snow Wolf tribe warriors that he and Jinwoo would join forces to level the Snow Wolf tribe. Soon, Haguro will be nothing more than a memory. Prepare for the wave of despair, Lang Tian shouted. In the midst of his exhilaration, Lang Tian suddenly froze as he saw Qin leading the others out. The figure of Jinwoo had completely vanished. Ling Su and Bai Ling Er both exclaimed in shock, "It's him." Lu Jiang immediately ordered everyone to act quickly to rescue the people, ignoring everything else. Ling Su angrily punched Ling Fu in the chest, demanding to know why he had betrayed the tribe. Ling Fu, unfazed, responded that only Lang Tian could lead the Snow Wolf tribe to become stronger. Guaba was about to ask Qin about the strength of the warriors, but Qin muttered with delight to himself. Very good, as expected, the revered warrior is indeed stronger, isn't he? Yenshin bent his legs to gain momentum, then kicked off powerfully, propelling himself toward Lang Tian, who was hovering in midair. Shui Wu and the Snow Wolf tribe leaders saw Qin charging at Lang Tian and immediately shouted a warning. Be careful! Lang Tian looked down at Yenshin with disdain and sneered. Little brat, are you looking for death? At that moment, Guaba played dirty, tossing a handful of dirt into Lang Tian's face. Seizing the opportunity, Yenshin delivered a powerful punch to Lang Tian's stomach. The impact echoed loudly, and those watching below gasped in astonishment, shouting, "Oh my god, Lang Tian has been defeated." Guaba, elated, cheered. When Yenshin complimented him, a sudden warning shout came from below. "Yenshin, run! Watch out behind you!" Lang Tian shot up from the ground with terrifying speed, his voice full of rage. "You're asking for death." As Lang Tian was about to crush Yenshin's head, he managed to duck just in time to avoid the blow. Qin muttered. "The wind's picking up, time to strip off these clothes." Turning back, Yenshin noticed that the Snow Wolf tribe leader had charged toward Lang Tian with the blood frenzy axe, clearly fearing for his life. However, in close combat, Lang Han was no match for Lang Tian. He was struck by Lang Tian's knee with tremendous force, causing his entire body to fall from a great height, sinking deep into the hard ground. Shui Wu divine priest hurriedly cast witchcraft to heal Snow Wolf tribe leader. Qin, feeling guilty, asked, "Haguro, are you alright?" Snow Wolf tribe leader reassured Shui Wu divine priest that he was fine, even though his injuries were severe. Haguro looked at Yenshin with admiration. "I never expected you to be able to injure Lang Tian. You truly are the mighty warrior that Muda bestowed upon us." Shui Wu divine priest realized that the leader wanted Qin to join forces with them to defeat Lang Tian. Haguro spoke to Yenshin, "I will block all of Lang Tian's attacks. You just need to focus all your strength on attacking him. If we don't kill Lang Tian today, our only outcome will be death." Qin confidently responded, "Don't worry, Lord Haguro, I'm very strong." Guaba also shouted, eager to prove his own strength. Snow Wolf tribe leader struggled to stand up and ordered the battle to begin. He summoned all of his energy, his body brimming with power, and gripped his blood-drenched axe tightly. Lang Tian scoffed and laughed, 3 against 1, huh? He infused his body with dark lightning power, confidently roaring, "Come at me." Shui Wu divine priest immediately used witchcraft to enhance Snow Wolf tribe leader's speed, preparing for the final battle. Lang Tian hadn't even had a moment to regain his composure when his opponent appeared like lightning right before him, swinging a bloodthirsty axe straight at him. Without hesitation, Lang Tian counterattacked as swiftly as a blade, delivering a powerful slap directly to the face of his comrade. Yenshin shouted in panic, "Haguro!" and rushed into the battle against Lang Tian. The speed of both combatants was so fast that onlookers could barely distinguish their movements. Suddenly, Lang Tian vanished from Yenshin's sight. His cold voice echoed from behind Yenshin, mocking his lack of combat experience. From behind, Lang Tian launched a vicious blow, striking hard into Yenshin's back. However, he had not anticipated that the pet always by Yenshin's side possessed the ability to cast runic spells, stopping his attack in its tracks. Hearing Lang Tian call Bao a mongrel beast, Yenshin roared angrily, "Mongrel beast, my foot! It's the wild beasts of Dongshan." At the same time, He delivered a crushing punch to Lang Tian's chest, sending him flying far away, crashing violently into his own stone statue. The impact was so intense that the statue's head snapped off and fell to the ground. Lang Tian's face darkened with fury as he growled, "You little brat, you've successfully caught my attention." Yenshin smirked, his voice full of provocation, "It's too soon to say that. You'll be paying even more attention to me soon enough." In that instant, Yenshin's mind drifted back to his time at Duling Shan, when he had lost himself in his sea of consciousness. You were astonished to realize that you were in a strange black hole. Even more surprising was that Golden Crow, the mythical bird, had also been sucked into your consciousness. Yenshin intended to use his power to tame Jinwu, but the result was beyond his expectations. Seeing Jinwu comfortably flying within the realm of his consciousness, Yenshin loudly said, "If you're in my body, at least you should pay rent, right?" Back in the present, the sun's brilliance flared up, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the dazzling light. As the light softened, the crowd was stunned to see Yenshin standing majestically on the back of Jinwu, murmurs rising from the crowd beneath the sun. The power of the sun. How could someone possibly tame the sun and make it a follower spirit? Mengqin, the divine priest, immediately realized that this was not Jinwu's follower spirit state, but its true form, the Lynn shape. She couldn't help but be amazed to see someone who could make Jinwu submit. Chuan Yi, standing below, shouted excitedly, urging Yenshin to show Lang Tian the true power of the revered warrior Yenclan. Lang Tian stared in disbelief, muttering, "Why? Why is Jinwu with this kid?" Following Yenshin's command, Jinwu opened its mouth and released a stream of fire flame, shooting straight toward Lang Tian. He quickly summoned lightning to block the attack, but his mind remained trapped in disbelief. This shouldn't be happening. This kid was just a low-level warrior. According to Lang Tian's understanding, a person without dark power absolutely cannot control Jinwu through the soul-stealing ritual. Noticing that Lang Tian was distracted, Yenshin shouted, "You're getting way too cocky." With that, he threw a powerful punch directly into Lang Tian's chest, sending him flying once again, crashing hard into the decapitated stone statue. In the Snow Wolf tribe, the leader watched in awe as Yenshin continuously defeated Lang Tian. It suddenly dawned on him that during the previous competition, Yenshin had feigned weakness to hide his true strength. What terrified him was not only the power of Jinwu but also the blue lotus fire flame that Yenshin summoned, something even he couldn't recognize the origin of. Lang Tian shot up from the statue like a bullet, refusing to surrender. A weapon materialized in his hand, his eyes burning with fury. For over 30 years, Yenshin was the first person to make him struggle like this. He was worthy of Lang Tian using a blade to fight back. Lang Tian was determined to annihilate Yenshin and then seize Jinwu from his body. Yenshin crossed his arms, his tone mocking, "Nice try, but just wait until I crush you. I won't even spare your underwear." Moa Chin was twisted. It turned out that stripping the defeated opponent was one of his hobbies. "Everyone," Xuewu Divine Priest's voice rang out in worry, shouting a warning, "Chin, don't be careless." She could sense the ominous aura emanating from the blade in Lang Tian's hand. Lang Tian held the wicked sword, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He swung the blade forcefully towards Yenshin. As she watched the black smoke spread from the sword, Yenshin quietly recognized it as dark voodoo. Jinwu quickly folded his wings and flapped them fiercely, dispelling the voodoo surrounding Yenshin. Lang Tian showed no surprise, his voice filled with satisfaction. "As expected, with the strength of Jinwu's protection, voodoo can't do anything to you, but others aren't as lucky." "Not good," Snow Wolf tribe leader shouted in fear. The voodoo was rushing toward the Snow Wolf tribe warriors below. Those who inhaled it went mad, losing their sanity and turning to attack their own people. As he watched the tribe members slaughter each other, Lang Tian laughed with exhilaration, his cruel voice echoing, "Run, scream all you want, what kind of Snow Wolf tribe are you? You should be called lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Seeing his tribe members being slaughtered, Snow Wolf tribe leader, enraged, grabbed his weapon and charged at Lang Tian. Lang Tian blocked Lang Heng's attack with his wicked sword, taunting, "Heartbroken, regretful now? This is all the sin you've brought upon yourself." Lang Tian immediately unleashed the deadly move, Black Thunder, intending to end Snow Wolf tribe leader's life. Suddenly, his eyes widened in anger as he realized Yenshin was holding a strange-shaped shield, blocking his attack and protecting Lang Heng's life. Yenshin roared with fury, for Lang Tian truly intended to drive the leader of the Snow Wolf tribe to his death. Today, the issue was no longer about defeating Lang Tian. Qin released his killing intent, wanting to tear Lang Tian apart to ease his anger. As Qin held the hilt of his sword, someone gasped in astonishment. This brat actually uses a sword. Lang Tian charged toward Yenshin, roaring in rage. Stop talking nonsense. I have prepared for this day for 30 years. Do you think you can stop me? The two collided in a fierce battle. Yenshin remained unaffected by the voodoo. Lang Tian was horrified and exclaimed, "How is this possible? My voodoo has no effect." He had no idea what the blue lotus fire flame on Qin's body was. The voodoo couldn't do anything to Qin. Lang Tian quickly came up with another plan. He ordered those whose bodies had been possessed by the voodoo to rush at Qin. Before long, the whole group stretched out their arms, tightly embracing Yenshin. Lang Tian grinned slyly. "If I can't control you, then die for me." The sharp, blood-stained blade in his hand swung toward Yenshin's head with full force. The sickening sound of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air, blood sprang out, but the one who received the strike was not Yenshin. The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe had thrown himself in front of Qin, taking the blow in his place. Lang Tian froze, stunned to see Lang Heng, ignoring his pain, using both hands to hold tightly onto his blood-stained blade. The authoritative voice of the Snow Wolf tribe leader rang out coldly. "Yenshin, strike." Lang Tian's face turned pale, and before he could react, Yenshin's figure appeared beside him. With a swift stroke of his blade, Yenshin severed both of Lang Tian's arms, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Qin raised his blade high, ready to end Lang Tian's life, but stopped when he heard the Snow Wolf tribe leader's command to wait. The leader told Yenshin that he wished to personally deal with the traitor of the tribe. Lang Heng, holding a hammer in his hand, asked Lang Tian in a tone full of doubt, "Do you have anything left to say?" Lang Tian gave a bitter laugh, showing no sign of regret. "Are you here to finish me off? If that brat hadn't interfered, the Snow Wolf tribe would already be mine." He looked up at the sky and asked his brother, "Do you still remember how our mother died?" Lang Tian recalled the events from 40 years ago, when he was just a child kneeling by their mother's grave in the Snow Wolf tribe. Their father stood behind him, his voice stern as he said, "Kneeling here won't help. Your mother can't come back to life." With tears in his eyes, Lang Tian couldn't understand why, even though the Snow Wolf tribe had provided enough prey, the cruel ones still slaughtered the tribe members, including his mother. His father angrily shouted, "There is no fairness in this world, the weak will be bullied by the strong." Then he grabbed Lang Tian by the collar, growling, "You're weak and useless. I am ashamed to have a son like you." Lang Tian was terrified when he heard his father say that if he didn't change, his fate would be the same as his mother's, taken by a strong man and killed. From that moment on, the weak boy Lang Tian made a vow to become strong, to avenge his mother, and to become the strongest. As time passed, Lang Tian joined the battle on the Western Front, using his power to turn the Snow Wolf tribe into a mighty clan. He ruthlessly slaughtered the weaker tribes, believing they were unworthy of being slaves to the Snow Wolf tribe. When he saw his older brother Lang Heng showing pity for those who were killed, Lang Tian scolded him, "You're too soft. Father taught us that only the strong can survive in this world." He nurtured the ambition to turn the Snow Wolf tribe into the greatest tribe. During the Western Front battle, Jin Wu appeared and massacred humanity. Lang Tian was not afraid, determined to suppress it and turn it into his slave. After a fierce battle, Lang Tian defeated Jinwu, stepping on it with his foot and proclaiming, "From now on, the Snow Wolf tribe will have its own son, and we will become the strongest tribe." His face was covered in blood, a triumphant smile spreading as he heard the cheers of the tribe members. Everyone shouted in unison, praising him as the greatest warrior and believing he would be the next leader. However, in the leader's tent, the elders were surprised when the Snow Wolf tribe leader declared that Lang Heng would be the successor. Lang Tian overheard and immediately stormed in, his voice filled with fury. My strength is greater than my brother's, so why am I not the leader? Didn't you say that only the strong deserve this position? The Snow Wolf tribe leader erupted in fury upon discovering that Lang Tian had been eavesdropping on the Elders' Council discussion. He confronted Lang Tian in a voice filled with indignation. Do you realize that your own brutal actions have led the Snow Wolf tribe to face an attack from 4 other tribes? Lang Tian arrogantly responded to his father. I will defeat them all. I have tamed the sun and will annihilate anyone who dares challenge the Snow Wolf tribe. I declare that I will make the Snow Wolf tribe the most powerful tribe. However, Lang Tian could not believe his ears when he heard his father coldly order. Seal the sun. If you still consider yourself my son, stay within the tribe and do not leave. He also revealed that he had struck a pact with the other tribes to permanently seal the power of the sun. He believed Lang Hong was the true Aguru, one recognized by the other tribes, ensuring the Snow Wolf tribe's solid position. When he heard the news that Lang Tian had stormed off in fury, the Snow Wolf tribe leader initially thought that his son was merely angry and would return soon. But he never expected that he himself had played a part in pushing Lang Tian down a dark path. Back in the present, Lang Tian laughed maniacally, his voice ringing out as he spoke to Lang Hong. Look at you today, what if you win? True chaos has already struck Lynn. He declared that the Second Great War on the Western Front had begun. While Lang Hong was still deep in thought, Lang Tian suddenly charged toward his brother, ending his own life tragically. The Snow Wolf tribe leader stood frozen, his voice filled with fury as it echoed beside Lang Tian's lifeless body, demanding an explanation for the information that had just been revealed. As soon as Lang Tian died, the dark skeletons were sucked toward the dark portal. The Snow Wolf tribe warriors shouted Haguro Yenshin in excitement. Hu and Lu, after breaking free from Shui Divine Priest's restraints, could hardly believe their eyes when they saw that Lang Tian had been defeated, his cold body lying there. Lu Jiang suddenly appeared behind them, his voice cold as he warned, "You will soon follow him." The tiger was instantly frozen. Lu shouted in rage, ordering the lynx boar to destroy everything. But the lynx boar had been killed by Lang's basket, its body falling beside the cage. Ling Fu realized that his comrades were all dead, and that his only option was to flee. He threw up a smokescreen to block Bai Ling Er, who was charging toward him, and simultaneously ordered Magpie to take him away. Magpie spat fire to push Bai Ling Er back, allowing Ling Fu to climb onto its back. As Ling Fu rode Magpie toward Lang Hong, the Snow Wolf tribe members yelled a warning, "Haguro, be careful!" But Ling Fu's target was Lang Tian's corpse. He directed Magpie to grab the body and fly away. Suddenly, Ling Fu trembled, groaning in pain as he saw Meng Qin Divine Priest blocking his path. He shouted, "Damn woman, don't get in my way!" Magpie raised its claws and grabbed Meng Qin. Ling Jiu was too slow to react, only able to shout for the tribe members to chase and save Meng Qin. The Snow Wolf tribe leader declared, "Before the long night falls, we must rescue Meng Qin, otherwise, she will be in danger." His voice was weak as he spoke to Yenshin, wanting to pass the leadership of the Snow Wolf tribe to him while he himself would go after her. Yenshin interrupted, "Stop pretending. If you want me to go rescue her, just say it directly." Guaba also agreed, thinking that the Snow Wolf tribe leader was not a good actor. In the end, the Snow Wolf tribe leader gratefully said to Yenshin, "You must save Meng Qin, she is the benefactor of the Snow Wolf tribe." At the same time, he suggested that Yenshin bring Lu Jiang and Ling Hong along on this mission. With his abilities, Lu Jiang will provide valuable support to Yenshin. Meanwhile, Ling Hong, a master tracker, can use his sense of smell to locate Meng Qin. Bai Ling Er, who was familiar with them, quickly embraced Guaba and expressed her desire to join as well. Yenshin confidently promised Haguru that he would definitely bring Meng Qin back safely. The 4 of them quickly set off to rescue Meng Qin. Meanwhile, the Snow Wolf tribe leader had collapsed from exhaustion, his body falling to the ground, causing Shuiwu Divine Priest to worry and rush to assist him. Suddenly, from a distance, dust and smoke rose, as if someone was heading toward the Snow Wolf tribe, causing the tribe members to panic and scream. Shui Wu, with sharp eyes, recognized the flag fluttering in the distance, the battle standard that symbolized the identity of Takara. The Snow Wolf tribe leader was helped up by Shui Wu, who then ordered everyone to gather for the welcoming ceremony. Lin Huan heard that each Takara commanded a powerful warrior group from the Qingman Great Tribe. Haguru, from the Snow Wolf tribe, stepped forward to greet them. Meanwhile, the three members of the Yenclan looked at the new Takara leader and felt a sense of familiarity. The person riding on the back of the giant bull was speaking with the Haguro Snow Wolf tribe. They immediately recognized it was Xioli. An excited voice rang out. Xioli, it's been 3 years. You've become a Takara now. Noticing the curiosity of the Snow Wolf tribe leader as the Yenclan recognized him, Xioli explained that 3 years ago, he had joined the Yenclan, and without Yenshin, he wouldn't be who he was today. Seeing the 3 members of Yenshui present, Xioli curiously asked, "Where is Yenshin?" The Snow Wolf tribe leader hesitated before answering that Yenshin had gone to rescue someone. Upon hearing this, Xioli questioned, "You're all here, so something must have happened?" Inside the leader's tent, Haguro recounted everything to Xioli. Xioli confidently responded, "Haguru, don't worry. If Yenshin is going, he will definitely bring Mengqin back safely." The 3 members of Yenshui also believed that with Yenshin there, everything would be fine. The Snow Wolf tribe leader then spoke up, expressing full trust in Yenshin's strength, but he was worried that Yenshin was still too young and inexperienced for the dense forest of Xin. Xioli, upon hearing this, immediately said that the Snow Wolf tribe leader had underestimated Qin. He probably didn't know that 3 years ago, Qin had been involved in hunting on Dongshan. Seeing the look of doubt on the leader's face, Xioli didn't hesitate to recount how he had been defeated by Qin 3 years ago, forcing him to swear an oath in the name of the ancestor god to Qin. What he heard surprised the Snow Wolf tribe leader. Has Xioli really made a contract with the ancestor god with Yenshin? The Snow Wolf tribe leader asked in surprise. Seeing his astonishment, Xioli proudly replied that making the oath with Yenshin was an honor, and without Qin, he wouldn't be the person he was today. When Xioli said this, it was in response to the order of Mudalang leader, and a voice, filled with shock, echoed. Could it be that the second great battle on the Western Front is really coming? Xioli acknowledged. To prepare for the battle, Madaka suggested that the selection of shadow warriors be organized in 1 month. The Snow Wolf tribe leader hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Hearing this, Xioli added, Madaka has ordered that all young warriors in the tribe must immediately move to Qingman. The 3 of Yenshui were curious about how many people from the tribe would participate. Upon hearing Xioli's announcement, they learned that anyone who ranked in the top 10 in this hunting competition had to join. The Snow Wolf tribe leader, puzzled, asked, Could this great battle on the Western Front be even more intense than the last one? Xioli didn't know the specifics, only that he had heard Madaka mention the word chaos. Hearing these 2 words, the Snow Wolf tribe leader suddenly remembered that before Lang Tian's death, he had also mentioned them. In a remote cave, Ling Fu and Magpie took a brief rest. In front of them, a candle flickered faintly on a stone pedestal. Ling Fu used a knife to cut his wrist, letting his blood drip onto the stone surface, murmuring mysterious words. The blood mixed with the shadow, the flesh turning into shadow, and in the end, death brought glory and a legendary name. His gaze shifted to Lang Tian's corpse, his voice low, Lord Lang Tian, your ambition is not yet fulfilled. Then he carefully placed Lang Tian's body on the stone pedestal, affirming that his plan would never be in vain. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed beside Ling Fu, telling him to step aside and let her take over. Mengqin slowly entered, causing Ling Fu to be surprised as he respectfully bowed and addressed her as the young mistress. Mengqin extended her hand towards Lang Tian's head, and a greenish light radiated. She was absorbing his power. Before long, Lang Tian's corpse shriveled, and streams of energy were drawn into Mengqin. Her voice rang out mysteriously, the true chaos has arrived. Meanwhile, Ling Jiao was anxiously urging everyone forward. A member of the tribe hurriedly advised him to calm down, as Ling Fu had Magpie by his side, and they should wait for Haguru's reinforcements. But Ling Jiu ignored him, angrily pushing the Snow Wolf tribe to move faster, leaving the others behind. Since Meng Qin was captured, she lost her usual composure, constantly mumbling, "Wait for me a little longer, I will definitely come." At the same time, Lin Fan's group was on their way to track down Meng Qin's whereabouts. Ling Hong mentioned that since childhood, Ling Jiu had been like a guardian to Meng Qin. Qin suddenly realized that Ling Jiu was anxious because the person he loved had been taken away, and he curiously asked, "Has Meng Qin been with the Snow Wolf tribe since she was young? Why doesn't she use the tribe's witchcraft?" Ling Hong explained, "Only the Xuewu divine priest uses the inherited witchcraft. The Meng Qin divine priest is Duyu, and she has been with the Snow Wolf tribe since she was a child." Bai Ling Er interjected, "This is quite common. Being able to use witchcraft is rare, and the Snow Wolf tribe would never overlook such a talent." Suddenly, a massive rock fell, and Yenshin shouted a warning. Lu Jiang swung his sword and cleaved the rock in half, and Bai Ling Er asked, "What's happening? Who dares to ambush us?" The trees in front shook violently, and two gigantic monsters appeared. Ling Hong screamed, "It's the stone giants!" Seeing one of the creatures with its arms severed, Ling Hong recognized the mark of Ling Jiu. He had passed through this area. Lin Fan yelled, "Let's deal with them as quickly as possible." Back at the stone cavern, Meng Qin continued with the ritual to receive the power of Lang Tian. She mumbled, chanting the death and life cycle incantation of the 10,000 things. Bloodthirsty remains. Everyone followed suit, the shadowy figure unlocking an important hidden chamber. Ling Fu quietly pondered, knowing that once the task was completed, Lang Tian's power would transfer to Meng Qin. At that moment, an arrow shot down from above, but Ling Fu managed to destroy it in time. Ling Jiu appeared, attacking Ling Fu from above with a voice full of rage. "Traitor, quickly hand over Lord Meng Qin." Ling Fu dodged, taunting, "Ask Meng Qin if she wants to follow you." He ordered Magpie to kill Ling Jiu. Magpie spat a fire flame towards Ling Jiu, but Meng Qin's voice echoed, "Wait." Ling Jiu turned to look at Meng Qin, his voice full of joy, "Lord Meng Qin, are you alright?" However, the scene before him left him stunned. Lang Tian's lifeless body hung in the air, with the life force pouring out from his body, fully absorbed by Meng Qin. Meng Qin took a deep breath, her beautiful face showing a look of satisfaction. Ling Jiu, stunned, asked, "Lord Meng Qin, what are you doing?" Meng Qin turned to Ling Fu and said, "Ling Jiu will not harm us." Then, her voice softly reached Ling Jiu's ear, "Ling Jiu, didn't you swear since childhood to protect me forever?" Ling Fu stepped forward, his voice full of reverence as he advised Meng Qin to leave quickly, predicting that others from the Snow Wolf tribe were chasing them. Ling Jiu hesitated to ask what was going on. Meng Qin didn't have time to explain in detail and immediately asked Ling Jiu if he wanted to come with her. Ling Jiu was confused and didn't understand why Meng Qin had betrayed the Snow Wolf tribe and wanted to drag him along. Just then, Bai Ling Er and Ling Hong appeared at the entrance of Ling Jiu's location, discovering that the group was standing on the ground. Lu Jiang summoned the ice dragon spirit beast and commanded it to attack Magpie. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Bai Ling Er and Ling Hong descended from above. Seeing that Ling Jiu and Meng Qin were standing still without reacting, they suspected that the two had been hit by Ling Fu's witchcraft. Bai Ling Er immediately assigned tasks. Lu Jiang will block Magpie, you will deal with Ling Fu, and Ling Hong must help Ling Jiu rescue Meng Qin. Ling Fu roared in anger, cursing the Snow Wolf tribe for quickly sending people to pursue them. Bai Ling Er quietly approached Ling Fu, suddenly accelerating, her body spinning like a drill as she charged straight at him. Ling Fu was struck painfully, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Ling Hong moved towards Ling Jiu, her voice full of doubt, "Ling Jiu, Meng Qin divine priest, what is going on with you two?" She placed a hand on Ling Jiu's shoulder and shouted into his ear, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Have you really been affected by witchcraft?" Ling Jiu remained silent, not responding. Seeing that he was fine, Meng Qin spoke up, "Ling Jiu is okay. He just learned the truth." Seeing that Ling Jiu was still in shock, Meng Qin continued, "Don't you understand? Darkness covering the world is the true chaos, like the rebirth of a new world. She spoke of the original world, where the true gods ruled, and humanity achieved a civilization far beyond the present. The true gods bestowed upon humanity the power of the sun to help them grow, but then a betrayer deceived them and used that power to turn against both the tribe members and the true gods. The world fell into chaos, but the true gods still used their final strength to protect the light. Ling Hong was confused and didn't understand Meng Qin's words. She revealed her true identity not as a divine priest, but as an evil witch. Lang Hong suspected that Meng Qin had fallen victim to witchcraft, urging Ling Jiu to take her away. Ling Er, annoyed, yelled, "What time is it, and you're still chatting there?" Meng Qin remained steadfast, asking Ling Jiu again if he wanted to come with her. Seeing Ling Jiu silent, she whispered in his ear, "Leaving the tribe may weaken you, the blind heart will perish, but you will still be a warrior." Meng Qin reminded Ling Jiu that he had sacrificed his eyes for the tribe, accepting his wounds as part of himself, and that the darkness that forever surrounded him was his world. She extended her hand toward Ling Jiu, promising to guide him if the darkness made him uneasy. Upon hearing this, Ling Jiu suddenly realized that the one who had saved him all those years ago was Meng Qin. Ling Jiu quickly made his decision, instructing Ling Hong and the team to return while he himself would follow Meng Qin. Ling Hong, furious, tried to convince Ling Jiu that Meng Qin's words were untrustworthy. However, Ling Jiu refused to listen, raising his weapon towards Ling Hong, his tone filled with anger. He firmly stated that no matter what the divine priest said, he would protect his master, and that vow would never change. Ling Hong, equally enraged, couldn't believe that Ling Jiu would betray her and follow the evil witch. She decided to take action and bring them back to be dealt with by her guru. Shaking the two bells in her hands, Ling Hong created a piercing sound and quickly charged toward Ling Jiu. Her figure constantly circled around him, trying to disturb his mind and defeat him. But unexpectedly, Ling Jiu swung his weapon, striking Ling Hong accurately. Ling Hong was taken aback by how quickly she was subdued. Ling Jiu spoke. He knows well that Ling Hong's specialty is using sound to disrupt and confuse her opponent's mind, but perhaps she has forgotten that since the incident all those years ago, Ling Jiu no longer relies on his sight to observe. He is completely immune to any form of enchantment. Upon hearing Bai Ling Er report that the situation with Ling Hong was a bit unstable, Lu Jiang quickly realized that Ling Jiu was in trouble. Bai Ling Er immediately cast wind of the far north. The pressure from her move caused Ling Fu to feel terrified. Bai Ling Er transformed into a whirlwind, throwing Ling Fu aside and quickly charging toward Ling Hong. Seeing Bai Ling Er rushing towards them, Ling Jiu immediately shouted to warn Meng Qin. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning struck down from the sky, halting Bai Ling Er in her tracks. Realizing the danger, Bai Ling Er quickly jumped backward to dodge it, her voice full of suspicion. "What is this?" Meng Qin calmly explained. "That is Black Divine Thunder, a force of evil sorcery. You have absorbed all of Lang Tian's power, and dealing with these pesky kids is no longer a problem." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "This place is quite lively, isn't it?" A door to the dark realm suddenly appeared. Ling Fu recognized the arrival and joyfully shouted, "High Priest!" From the dark door, two figures cloaked in black emerged. The failure of Lang Tian's mission was truly beyond their expectations. Ling Hong felt fear from the dark aura emanating from the two strangers. She realized that their power was undoubtedly no weaker than Lang Tian at his peak. Upon hearing Bai Ling Er mention that Meng Qin had inherited all of Lang Tian's strength, Lu Jiang was horrified, realizing that there were now three beings with super-level combat power here, and they could not cope with them. The two cloaked figures spoke with a sinister tone. "We'll take care of these people from Lu Jiang." Ling Fu received the order and immediately commanded Magpie to unleash Fire Flame to attack Bai Ling Er and Lu Jiang. A loud explosion rang out, and thick smoke filled the air. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ling Jiu and his group were completely stunned by the outcome before them. Yenshin had appeared just in time to neutralize Magpie's attack. The group of Lu Jiang behind him were protected by him, not suffering any harm. The two high priests stepped forward to face Yenshin. They found the skinny boy with the strange fire flame quite remarkable. The news of Ling Zhou's betrayal and Meng Qin being the evil which did not surprise Yenshin much. From the moment she had proactively blocked Magpie's path, he had suspected her identity, though he had not spoken out, as he was not entirely sure. At this moment, Meng Qin told Yenshin that he, like her, was born with the ability to control dark power. Upon hearing this, Yenshin suddenly recalled the ruins he had encountered during the long night. A major question arose in his mind: was the ancestor god truly a traitor? The figure of the woman in red, whom he had met in the ruins, suddenly appeared before him. She had claimed to be the true god. Yenshin thought to himself, perhaps she was the supreme god of this world. He was not the type of person to blindly believe in what the old men from the past said. Meng Qin, having heard that Yenshin had once traversed the realm of darkness, thought he must have encountered the true god. Yenshin candidly admitted that he had met her, and in fact, he had met her many times. Meng Qin's voice rose just as she had predicted, and perhaps Yenshin had also realized the deeper meaning behind her written words. Her captivating voice echoed, explaining to Yenshin that the world they were living in was not the true reflection of the real world. Long ago, humans lived prosperous lives, enjoying fine food and clothing, even possessing incredibly powerful weapons for battle. But after the ancestor god deceived and stole the power of the true gods, war broke out, destroying that brilliant civilization. When the true gods were defeated, the inevitable consequences followed. Civilization collapsed, and the world was destroyed. If not for the final strength of the true gods to protect this world, humanity would not have survived until today. Meng Qin cast a hopeful look at Yenshin, asking him whether he desired to create a new civilization. Yenshin was taken aback when Meng Qin mentioned the two dying civilizations. Sensing his doubt, Meng Qin explained that she, like him, had entered the darkness early on, and within it, she had discovered the truth. She knew how civilization could be revived once more. Yenshin, at this moment, abandoned his thoughtful demeanor, and his voice rang out with conviction. I have a great love for civilization, but I trust my comrades even more. I believe in those who fought alongside me. He confidently declared to Meng Qin's group that he himself was the embodiment of civilization. A future engineer returning to the primitive era, how could I not be more civilized than those who call themselves true gods? Bai Ling was extremely excited by Yenshin's words, praising him for speaking so well. Meng Qin felt regretful for not being able to convince Yenshin. The two ritual officers standing beside her overheard the entire conversation and thought Yenshin was really stubborn and that they would kill him. Meng Qin advised Yenshin not to resist, as she believed his group was no match for theirs. She also revealed that the Qingman tribe would soon send people, but she knew in advance that it would fail. Meng Qin calmly admitted that she had orchestrated everything, and in less than a month, the Qingman tribe would fall into chaos. She called on everyone to give up resistance, to follow her, and to build a new civilization together. Lu Jiang stood behind Yenshin and whispered to him that, in terms of strength, their group could not stand up to Meng Qin's. Hearing Bai Ling suggest fleeing, Yenshin immediately opposed it. He arrogantly declared to the opposition, "None of you can escape today." The two ritual officers, upon hearing this, began to doubt whether Yenshin truly believed in his own ability to hold them off. Bai Ling and Lu Jiang stared at him in astonishment, speechless. Ling Hong asked Yenshin in a skeptical tone, "Where does your confidence come from? Do you have a way to turn the situation around?" Ling Fu sneered, "I didn't think you could still be so bold in this situation." Ling Fu revealed that the Sun Follower spirit beast was hiding within Yenshin's body and wanted to use the ritual officer's hands to kill him. Suddenly, Yenshin's figure appeared before Ling Fu, his voice roaring with a menacing tone. "Do you think you can use someone else's hands to kill me?" He grabbed Ling Fu by the head, making it clear that he completely disbelieved his story and was only stalling for time. Yenshin's words terrified Ling Fu. He taunted Ling Fu, asking, "Did no one tell you that I'm acquainted with Madaka?" Both the ritual officer and Meng Qin were taken aback by this revelation, feeling that the information just given was already unsettling. Yenshin continued to ask them, "Do you know who you entered the darkness with?" The blue lotus fire flame around him flared up, directed at Ling Fu, while also revealing that Jiao Rong was the one who accompanied him in the darkness. Under the intense heat of the Blue Lotus fire flame, Ling Fu screamed in agony. In an instant, his body was reduced to ashes. Yenshin, with a cold gaze, turned to look at Meng Qin and the others, his voice full of threat echoing. "None of you will escape today." With a confident and arrogant expression, he challenged them to step forward without needing to say another word. The ritual officer silently thought that Yenshin was reckless for daring to kill Ling Fu right in front of them. He suspected that if Yenshin didn't have backing, he surely wouldn't have dared to act like this. He wondered if that old man and the genius Madaka from the Qingman tribe were truly on their way here to help these kids. Bai Ling Er giggled, teasing Yenshin about his patience and asking how much longer he intended to stretch out this game. Lu Jiang also spoke up, telling him to stop fooling around and suggesting that they move forward together to block the others. When the time came, Yenshin ordered Ling Hong to deal with Meng Qin, while leaving the two divine priests to be handled by the three of them. Seeing Yenshin enthusiastically lead the charge with the two others, Ling Hong quietly doubted, has Madaka and Jia Rong already arrived? She, as the head of the Snow Wolf tribe's intelligence network, hadn't heard any news about it. As Yenshin charged toward them, Meng Qin angrily shouted, insisting that she wouldn't believe him. Suddenly, Meng Qin's body was overwhelmed by the black thunder energy that had previously entered her, causing her to lose strength and collapse. The two ritual officers assumed the old man had arrived, and that was why Yenshin dared to attack them. They decided to retreat, summoning the portal leading into the darkness and urging Meng Qin and Lingjiu to quickly enter. The four of them swiftly moved toward the dark portal. "You can't escape!" Yenshin shouted, charging fiercely behind them. Bai Ling Er and Lu Jiang quickly yelled, urging Yenshin to stop chasing them. Meng Qin turned to look at Yenshin and said with an enigmatic tone, "We will meet again soon, when all hope is extinguished by death, and at that moment, you will have to choose us." Yenshin, filled with doubt, wondered how Meng Qin could be so confident. He stood there, watching as the door leading into the darkness slowly closed. At the Qingman tribe, in the council room, Shang Xian Elder was reporting on the important events that had just occurred at the Snow Wolf tribe. Shanglin Haguru of the Shanglin tribe was horrified when he thought Jin Wu had been taken by the evil witch. But upon hearing Shang Xian's words that Yenshin had received Jin Wu's power and driven back the evil witch, Shanglin smiled with pleasure, realizing that this was the hero his daughter had given him 3 years ago. He thought that although Yenshin wasn't as strong as his daughter, he was still one of the top warriors. Qingnan Elder also spoke up, affirming that the warrior chosen by Madaka was certainly no ordinary one. Shanglin asked Shang Xian Elder, "Will Yenshin be participating in this wooing selection?" Shang Xian Elder confirmed. Takara Shioli will lead the warriors selected by the Snow Wolf tribe to the trial location, and Yenshin is on that list. However, he wasn't very confident in Yenshin's abilities, thinking it unlikely that he would secure the position of wooing. Among the warriors from other tribes, there were many with extraordinary strength. Suddenly, Elder Shang Xian remembered that Bai Ling Er from the Bai clan was also participating. Shanglin was surprised to learn that Bai Kong's daughter was taking part in the wooing selection for his own daughter. Elder Shang Xian explained, the patriarch of the Bai clan, Haguro, cannot control his daughter. He is afraid she will sneak away from home to join in the fun here. Shanglin frowned, criticizing Bai Kong as useless for being unable to manage even his own daughter. Elder Shang Xian continued his report, saying, "This year, many clans have sent requests, hoping their warriors will meet with Muda. I've also noticed that Madaka is no longer young." Shanglin interrupted Elder Shang Xian, saying, "He can't even manage Madaka's affairs." Just a moment ago, this old man criticized others as useless for not being able to control their daughters. Elder Shang Xian emphasized, the future development of the tribe is no small matter. Madaka indeed needs to find a suitable match. With a troubled expression, Shang Lin revealed his inner thoughts. Although Shang Er is his daughter, her strength is on par with his own, so he cannot force her to do anything. Since the beginning, everything concerning Shang Er has been decided by her alone. Setting aside his daughter's matters, Shang Lin turned to the two elders and said, "This wooing selection is likely to deal with the chaos." He instructed them that they must not allow any mistakes to happen under any circumstances. The incident with the Snow Wolf tribe was a warning. Both traders had been long-standing members of the tribe, yet no one had detected their true identities. Shang Lin did not want something similar to happen in the Qingnan tribe. When Shang Nan saw the leaders worry, he smiled lightly. According to you, Qingnan tribe has been ranked as a great tribe since ancient times. Despite numerous upheavals, even though other great tribes have gradually faded with time, no one dares challenge Qingman's status. Shang Nan believed that no one had ever appeared with the strength of a celestial being like the Qingman clan. Hearing the confidence in Nan Elder's words, asserting that no force could infiltrate the Qingman clan, Xian Elder spoke up, criticizing him for being too naive. "You've lived too long, and your vigilance has begun to wane," Xian Elder said. Before Nan Elder could respond angrily, Xian Elder continued, "Both of us could be required to sacrifice our lives for the Qingman clan at any time, so we must never be complacent." Xian Elder pointed to his ruined eye, his voice filled with anger. He had been cautious all his life, but due to a moment of carelessness, he had lost one of his eyes. "Therefore, I swear to keep my remaining eye wide open, ensuring that no mistakes occur in the Qingman clan." Shang Lin wanted to mediate between the two elders, so he said that Qingman was one of the 4 great tribes and needed to maintain the dignity of the great family, but should not be complacent. He assigned Elder Nan to manage and inspect the internal affairs, reinforcing the guard duties, while the selection of Wu Ying was given full authority to Elder Xian. Once everything was settled, he turned and went to see his daughter. At Shang Er's residence, as soon as Shang Lin entered, he was immediately frustrated by the sight before him. Shang Er had continuously rejected those who sought to form alliances with her, and no one seemed to meet her standards. After a while of choosing, Shang Er concluded that this year, there was no one she found satisfactory. Hearing that she intended to dismiss the matter, Shang Lin, standing behind her, anxiously reminded her. "Before, you used the excuse that you were too young and didn't want to think about marriage, promising that you would decide after 3 years. Now you want to wait a few more years. I don't know what exactly you want." Shang Er turned around to face her father and said that her requirements were not high. She just wanted someone who wasn't too old and who had strength equal to hers. She would not object to such a person. Upon hearing this request, Shang Lin thought it was unrealistic. There is no one young enough and strong like Shang Er. Seeing her pouting and sulking, thinking that her father was forcing her, Shang Lin immediately blamed Xian Elder, saying that the old man kept talking nonsense in his ears, which forced him to disturb Shang Er. If she didn't like it, she could just ignore it. Upon hearing this, Shang Er said she wanted to go out for a while. When Shang Lin heard she wanted to meet a man, he initially didn't understand and said, "Oh, you're going to meet a man? Be careful." When he realized the true meaning, he broke into a cold sweat, worried about which unfortunate man his daughter might be interested in. Outside, a young man stood motionless, his bare chest exposed, bravely resisting the pull of 4 gigantic beasts. This man was Jin Yao, one of the 10 leaders of the Qing clan's battle group. After leaving her residence, Shang Er had come here and offered her congratulations. "You've endured so long without using your totem power, you've certainly made progress." When Jin Yao saw Shang Er, he waved his hand, sending the giant beasts flying, thus ending his training session. The poor beasts were knocked down by Jin Yao's strength, collapsing to the ground and falling unconscious. Seeing Jin Yao salute, Shang Er immediately gave the order, "Quickly prepare, we're leaving." In her heart, Shang Er secretly rejoiced, thinking to herself that the 3 years had passed, and it was time for her to go out in someone. That unfortunate name was probably already known by everyone. On a remote mountain peak, where people rarely appeared, 2 figures stood present. "You have received the secret letter. You must deliver it to the training ground within 3 days, Shang Xian Elder commanded." The messenger felt confused upon hearing Shang Xian Elder's words, as the place he was delivering the letter to was not the training ground. Suddenly, Xian Elder extended his hand and tightly squeezed the messenger's throat, dark energy emerging, causing the messenger to fall into a dazed state. Xian Elder's voice rang out, ordering the messenger to enter the darkness and deliver the letter to the high priest. It turned out that Shang Xian Elder was an insider of the Qingman tribe, and his blind eye was the hidden source of his dark power. 2 days earlier, the warriors participating in the autumn hunt were gathering in front of the warship. The Snow Wolf tribe leader stood on the Qingman warship, expressing his gratitude to them and the members of the Snow Wolf tribe. After 2 rounds of competition, the Snow Wolf tribe leader had selected the top 10 outstanding individuals, who would go to the Qingman tribe to participate in the wooing selection of Madaka. Hearing the news, the group of people below began chattering loudly. According to them, being chosen as wooing meant becoming the person most trusted by Madaka, and there was a chance of one day becoming an elder of the Qingman tribe. The Snow Wolf tribe leader quickly read the names of the chosen warriors. Yenshin, Lu Jiang, Bai Lingair, Ling Hong, Du Mang, the Luo family brothers, Shuang Xiong, Xiuli, Xiu Xiong, Xiuling. Bai Lingair winked and gave instructions to Xiuli. You 3 better not embarrass me. Lu Zhang's gaze was firm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Flame Emperor, who was with Yenshin, said, Finally, you can come to Qingman tribe in broad daylight. The 2 of them were extremely excited because the Yenclan had taken first place in the autumn competition. From now on, no one would dare look down on the Yenclan. They spoke to Qin. Tomorrow, we will go back and share the good news with Haguru and the elders. Yenshin stared intently at the Qingman warship, murmuring to himself. It's been 3 years. At the entrance to Shiqi High, a place that was usually quiet throughout the year, suddenly, the shadow of a person riding a divine bird appeared, soaring toward them. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, 2 demonic ropes shot up, wrapping tightly around the legs of the divine bird, pulling both the bird and its rider to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could realize that the body of the fallen figure was nothing more than a soulless corpse. A puppet controlled from afar, perhaps sent to deliver a message. The one who had just launched the attack noticed this and, curious, took the letter from the puppet's hand, hoping to uncover the message inside. But suddenly, a flame erupted, incinerating the letter before he could read it. From a distance, a cold voice rang out, "This is a secret, this letter is for me." Upon hearing the voice, the man in the cloak immediately knelt, respectfully bowing and addressing the speaker as high priest. From the shadows, a masked figure slowly emerged, walking past the kneeling subordinate. The high priest looked down at the puppet's lifeless body on the ground and spoke in a cold tone, "You have done well." His hand, with sharp claws, reached out and grasped the puppet's head. In the blink of an eye, information from Shang Xian was transferred into the high priest's mind. He learned that Shang Lin had gotten word of Lang Tian's death and that the Qingman tribe was urgently searching for wooing for Muda. The high priest then ordered his subordinate that Shang Xian would be in charge of selecting wooing this time. But their true plan was far from over. When asked about the preparation, the subordinate confidently asserted that everything had been thoroughly arranged. He told the high priest that, regardless of what the Qingman tribe did, the organization's apostles had infiltrated their inner ranks. However, the high priest remained unsatisfied, citing the example of the Snow Wolf tribe to remind his subordinate that even though apostles had infiltrated the high ranks, the 200 monsters and the great hero of the Western Front, the Snow Wolf tribe still managed to prevail. To avoid repeating the same mistake, the high priest decided that this time, he himself would participate directly. He instructed his subordinate to closely observe the young man that Meng Qin had taken an interest in, to see if there was anything special about him. Meanwhile, outside in the world, Yenshin's group had arrived at the wooing selection site. Lu Jiang stood beside Yenshin, introducing the location. In front of us is the Yinya Tower, the last remaining fortress after the Great War of the Western Front. 30 years ago, the most brutal battle ended here. Yenshin was startled when the jade pendant he had picked up in the darkness suddenly began to glow brightly. Holding the jade in his hand, he felt a strange warmth and wondered if the tower had anything to do with this phenomenon. As everyone became curious about the Yinya Tower, Xiuli spoke up to explain. Nearly 10,000 brave warriors sacrificed their lives in this tower. He said that even to this day, the sound of voices still echoes within the tower, despite no one living there. Ling Hong and Du Mang believed that Xiuli was deliberately trying to scare everyone with ghost stories, but Xiuli firmly stated that he was not joking and that all Takara had to undergo a trial within the tower. He also reminded everyone about the cursed souls who cannot be freed and transform into evil spirits, also known as mortal enemies, hiding within the minds of intruders. Yenshin quickly realized that with such a large number of participants, it would be very difficult to distinguish who had been possessed by a mortal enemy. Xioli agreed and warned that even the smallest mistake could endanger oneself and their teammates. He seriously reminded Yenshin's group that the wooing trial was one of the most dangerous challenges they would face. Sheng'er and Jinyao soon arrived at the Yinya Tower, where they saw the warship carrying Yenshin drawing closer. Sheng'er quickly reminded Jinyao that from now on, she must remember that she was his subordinate, named Jinling. It was unclear what plan she had in mind to greet Yenshin after 3 years of separation. The wooing selection competition entered its second day. The highest floor of the Yinya Tower was known as the Sky Maze. Within the maze, evil spirits taking human forms appeared everywhere, meant to deceive and trap the participants. Lu Jiang had just defeated an evil spirit disguised as himself, having accidentally run into it. Elsewhere, Du Mang was fighting alongside his teammates. The Luo family brothers, Shuang Xiong, were battling while also feeling puzzled, unsure whether the figure before them was an evil spirit in disguise or just a kid pretending to be an adult, deliberately using work as an excuse to seek revenge. Lang Xiong and Du Mang quietly moved through the maze, unaware that what they were seeing were mere imitations created by the evil spirit. The real entity was hiding behind, observing them in silence. Yenshin and Guaba were moving alone in the maze, following the strategy of avoiding direct confrontation, while searching for their teammates and the entrance to the next level. As they walked, a strange face suddenly opened its eyes wide in shock upon seeing Yenshin. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned a follower spirit, growling a threat that Yenshin would die. Before long, the man was lying defeated at Yenshin's feet. But what left him confused was that this was already the third such person he had encountered that day. As though they had all been given a dose of the wrong medicine upon seeing his face, they went all out to attack. Yenshin scratched his head and muttered, "I know being too outstanding can lead to jealousy, but I'm clearly very humble." He wondered to himself whether his humility was enough to conceal his talents. As he continued his journey, Yenshin suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. A thug charged forward, shouting loudly for Yenshin to surrender his life. A second one appeared, furiously swearing to kill Yenshin. The third was a fat man, his voice full of resentment as he yelled that the warriors of the Shan clan would only die, not suffer humiliation, and was determined to risk his life fighting Yenshin. The three of them, without any coordination, rushed at Yenshin together, trying to corner him to his death. Yenshin skillfully dodged, causing the three of them to crash into each other. He furrowed his brow and angrily said, "What's wrong with you all? I didn't provoke you." The three of them roared in unison, "You dare say you haven't provoked us?" Yenshin felt like his head was about to explode. His words only made them more furious. Without any hesitation, the three of them lunged at him again. At that moment, a female voice rang out, "Stop right now." A violent gust of wind swept through, knocking the three men aside. It turned out to be Bai Ling. She stopped abruptly, crashing into Yenshin with such force that he was thrown into the labyrinth wall, spitting blood from his mouth. Bai Ling nonchalantly said, "I'm here to help you." Yenshin sarcastically replied, "Thank you for helping my enemies hurt me." Seeing Yenshin struggling to get up, Bai Ling remarked, "You don't know how to make use of friends like me, do you? You'd rather try to handle everything on your own. What an interesting sight." She stepped closer, whispering, "Do you still want to hide it? Everyone has seen your masterpiece already." Bai Ling revealed that Yenshin had hung the loincloths of the warriors from the Jin and Shan clans in the maze for everyone to admire, even marking the owners' names on them. Yenshin froze, his eyes filled with confusion as he listened to Bai Ling scold him for not involving her in the act. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted, spitting in Bai Ling's face, firmly asserting that he was not the one responsible for it. His plan this time was to work secretly, slowly reel in the big fish. He didn't have time for such petty tricks. Seeing that Bai Ling still doubted his innocence in the theft of the loincloths, Yenshin grew even angrier, insisting that he was far too busy for such nonsense. The two of them had just escaped the pursuit of the group behind them, yet Yenshin still wondered why they continued to angrily chase after him despite his clear explanations. Suddenly, they saw a patch of purple mist blocking their path. Bai Ling Er screamed a warning, "It's evil spirit." The evil spirit slowly formed, taking the exact shape of Yenshin. Bai Ling Er reminded him to be cautious, for while the evil spirits were not overly powerful, they were avatars of his mortal enemy. Not only did they resemble him in appearance, but also possessed similar abilities and physical traits, making them quite difficult to deal with. Yenshin suddenly realized that his archenemies were now of some use. The three vicious men were still chasing them, constantly shouting and challenging Yenshin to a life or death battle. Yenshin's archenemies stood there dumbfounded in front, while he and Bai Ling Er had disappeared. Seeing Yenshin pretending to stand still, the three men rushed forward. Yenshin then told Bai Ling Er, "Let's run, let them have their fun with the evil spirit." Bai Ling Er was still suspicious that Yenshin was involved in the theft of the pants, so he had to explain again, assuring her that he would never do such a pointless thing. If he did something, there had to be a benefit to it. Yenshin, who was already troubled by who had framed him, felt that the scheme seemed strangely familiar. It turned out that the mastermind was Sheng Er. With Jinyao's help, Sheng Er knew that the trick of shifting blame wouldn't be enough to trouble Yenshin, so she was thinking of the next move. Jinyao tried to intervene, but Sheng Er argued that it was precisely because of wooing that she had to make things difficult. If Yenshin couldn't handle her tricks, he wasn't worthy of standing by her side. After wandering through the maze for so long, Sheng Er grew impatient. Angrily, she ordered Jinyao to show her a shortcut. Though the rules forbade it, Jinyao dared not disobey her. After a full day and night, Yenshin and Bai Ling Er arrived at the next gate, later than the others. Sholi announced that the Shang clan members had moved on to the next level, leaving only 4 of them. Next, it was Yenshin's and the Jinzu's turn to choose a door. Sholi said that the Jinzu had suffered heavier losses, with only 3 members remaining, and reminded everyone to be cautious of the 2 Jinzu men, advising them not to underestimate them. Yenshin, however, was suspicious of the 2 young men whom Sholi considered the strongest of the Jinzu, and felt that the girl standing next to them was the one to watch out for. Lu Jiang then informed everyone that the entrance to the next level had 3 doors, sun, moon, and star, with the Shang clan choosing the star door. Ling Hong believed that the simplest path had already been claimed by the Shang clan, and that the remaining 2 teams would have to choose the moon door if they wanted a chance to proceed to the next level. Shang Xian appeared and demanded that the Jinzu and the Snow Wolf tribe each select a representative to decide on the door. Jin Kai will represent the Jinzu, and Yenshin will represent the Snow Wolf tribe. Jin Kai challenged Yenshin, declaring that the Jinzu warrior was the only one worthy of becoming wooing of Madaka. Yenshin looked at Jin Kai with a doubtful gaze, his tone laced with meaning. "This person. Could it be that your underwear was also stolen?" Jin Kai shouted in anger, insisting that no one could steal his underwear. Seeing that Shang Xian's expression was growing increasingly displeased, Jin Kai hurriedly fell silent. Shang Xian held 2 keys in his hand and said that he would throw them, and the 2 would have to catch the one they desired. The crowd of the Snow Wolf tribe was cheering and encouraging Yenshin, urging him to try his best to grab the key to open the moon gate. Meanwhile, Yenshin was lost in thought. His gaze stopped on the key in Shang Xian Elder's hand, and it felt strangely familiar to him. As the 2 keys were thrown into the air, Jin Kai quickly rushed up and grabbed the key to the moon gate. But suddenly, a shadow flashed by and snatched the key from Jin Kai's hand. So it was Guaba, Jin Kai thought, both angry and embarrassed, quickly chasing after him. With a roar of fury, he launched an attack towards Guaba. Yenshin quickly embraced Guaba, using his other hand to gently deflect Jin Kai's strike, causing him to stumble backward. When he regained his balance, Jin Kai's face turned pale. He had not expected Yenshin to be so strong. Yenshin firmly held the key to the moon gate in his hand, as if he had discovered some clue. Suddenly, he swung the key that Guaba had just taken and threw it back to Jin Kai, leaving him completely bewildered. "Yenshin has decided to choose the Sun Gate entrance," a voice rang out, announcing that he would give the Moon Gate key to Jin Kai. This action left the entire Snow Wolf tribe in shock. Jin Kai held the key in his hand, silently wondering if Yenshin's gesture was meant to humiliate them. Shang Yi stood aside, observing and realizing that Yenshin's strength had increased significantly. She wasn't too surprised by his action of handing over the key, as she understood Yenshin's personality very well. He always acted with some ulterior motive. At this moment, Yenshin was also being questioned by the Snow Wolf tribe, curious about his intentions. He immediately spoke up, questioning them about the true purpose of this competition. Was it merely to win? Du Mang, surprised, asked, "Isn't it about winning?" With a face full of expression and an aura of indomitable spirit, Yenshin responded, "Victory is a must, but winning in a glorious way is the goal of a true warrior." His words left everyone silent. There was nothing more to counter. Only one person in the group could attain the position of wooing, and that was not a position for the weak. Both Bai Ling Er and Lu Jiang agreed with Yenshin's viewpoint. Xiuli was also stirred by his words, determined to compete for the position of wooing against the other participants, no longer disheartened as she had been when she first arrived. Yenshin silently took pride in his persuasive abilities, knowing that with just a few words, he had earned their absolute trust. It turned out that his decision to choose the difficult path was due to a secret he had discovered while moving through the maze with Bai Ling Er. After the evil spirit was defeated, it had been absorbed by the jade pendant on his chest. His instincts told him that if he absorbed enough of the evil spirit's essence, this pendant would undoubtedly grant him immense power. At this moment, Jin Kai took the initiative to step forward and stand in front of Yenshin, his attitude much more polite than it had been at the beginning. His voice was filled with gratitude as he spoke. "Your words have awakened me. The goal of a warrior is not to win, but to become stronger. From this moment on, Jin Zhu will challenge with the utmost respect for Yenshin, the warrior of Daru." Xiuli had also not expected that the Yenclan, a small tribe dependent on another, could produce a great warrior like Yenshin. He realized that Madaka's earlier insight had been extremely sharp. Zhongli decided to take Yenshin as his new goal to strive towards. Shang Xian spoke up, urging everyone to quickly step through the door they had chosen. "We must hurry." Yenshin stepped forward and placed the key into the door. The massive door slowly opened, and the members of the Snow Wolf tribe had already gathered, waiting. A voice rang out, issuing a warning: "The Enya Tower has 11 levels of strongholds, each connected by the power of the ancestor god. Everyone must be cautious once they enter. The space inside cannot be explained by ordinary means." Yenshin was the first to charge through the door. Shang Xian secretly observed someone following behind Yenshin, silently thinking to himself, "The plan is progressing smoothly." Their infiltration went perfectly, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible for anyone to detect or stop them. The objective of the dark, secret organization this time was to infiltrate and uncover the mystery of the 12th level of the Enya Tower. The person is struggling to dodge the attacks of evil spirit Luo Qi. Evil spirit Ling Hong is also shaking a rattle in his hand, constantly moving around to confuse Lu Jiang's mind. Suddenly, Lu Jiang cast an ice seal. Ling Hong felt that Lu Jiang was truly terrifying. Although her ultimate move was wielded by a fake object, she never expected Lu Jiang to break it so quickly. Suddenly, the ice seal that Lu Jiang had just cast made a cracking sound. Bai Ling Er quickly shouted to warn everyone. An evil spirit is using their ultimate move, but it was too late. A whirlwind appeared and swept Du Mang into it. Yenshin muttered, "This move is truly powerful, an ordinary attack can't break it, but if the force is increased, it can injure those inside." Bai Ling Er felt that her move was truly domineering. Yenshin, at this moment, had found a way to counter it, and he leapt down from above. The figure of evil spirit Bai Ling Er stood at the center of the whirlwind, looking up, confused, not understanding what the human intended to do. With his knowledge, Qin knew that horizontal strikes could be blocked, but an attack coming from above was impossible to stop. Immediately, Yenshin unleashed a powerful palm strike to smash down the whirlwind. Bai Ling Er, standing outside, couldn't believe what she was seeing as Yenshin easily destroyed it. She herself didn't even know her move had such a weakness. The figure of Yenshin quickly appeared behind evil spirit Bai Ling Er, and immediately took action to destroy it. His gaze shifted towards evil spirit Luo Qi, and Yenshin's voice continued to echo. "This type of whip weapon gets faster as it progresses, so you must close in as quickly as possible." Yenshin then suddenly closed the distance, controlling evil spirit Luoqi, and viciously struck, slicing its body into 3 parts. After absorbing the energy of the evil spirit he had just destroyed, Yenshin felt the energy within the jade pendant becoming increasingly full. He then turned to Dumang and said, "Next, it will be their turn to fight the evil spirits." Lu Jiang approached and asked Yenshin, "Have you figured out how to destroy these evil spirits?" Bai Ling'er also curiously asked Yenshin, "How did he know how to break your technique, even when you yourself didn't know how?" Shin scratched his nose, his tone boastful as he replied, "Every technique has its counter, but not everyone who sees the weakness can exploit it. He is the exception." Yenshin felt puzzled. Sholi had mentioned that this place was the eternal stronghold of the 12 tribes, so why was the Enya Tower only 11 stories, and not 12? Lu Jiang then spoke. "He's never thought about that before." Bai Ling'er also chimed in. "When I was young, I heard in stories that the Enya Tower only had 11 stories." Ling Hong speculated that there might be no relationship whatsoever between the 12 clans and the 11 floors. As she saw Yenshin and his group continue to charge forward in their exploration, Sheng'er, hiding behind, sensed that after 3 years apart, Yenshin had grown considerably stronger. She believed that the evil spirit here was no match for Yenshin. At this moment, from another direction, the sound of footsteps approached. Suddenly, he realized that the bodies of the group lying ahead were warriors from the Shang clan, including Shang-Shi, who was also among them, dead for an unknown amount of time and beyond saving. The blonde warrior felt puzzled. He knew that the evil spirit here could not possibly have taken their lives. Shang-Shi, he was the youngest and strongest warrior of the Shang clan, his skills undoubtedly ranked in the top 10 of this year's Wuing selection competition. A sudden thought flashed through the blonde warrior's mind, causing him to shudder. Could there be a terrifying entity hidden here? At that very moment, a noise came from behind, making him turn around in surprise. A strange figure, resembling a human, appeared before him. The stranger immediately swung a gigantic sword, cleaving the blonde warrior in 2, killing him before he could even utter a word of protest. An hour later, at the camp where Yenshin's group was stationed, Bai Ling'er asked, "Shall we descend to the 9th floor now?" Yenshin immediately ordered Guaba, "Don't be lazy, go call Dumang and gather everyone on the 9th floor." Guaba, who always obeyed Yenshin, raised an objection this time, seemingly sensing something terrifying rushing toward them from deep within the dark hallway. Suddenly, a group of evil spirits, taking the form of humans, charged out. Yenshin exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are there so many evil spirits?" It seemed like they were about to face a battle, but Yenshin was completely surprised when the evil spirits ignored them and rushed past in a hurry. This scene made Yenshin recall the event from 3 years ago in the darkness, but he quickly dismissed the thought. A sharp intuition told him that something extremely powerful was chasing them. Just then, Dumang and the team ran out in panic, shouting, "Yenshin, hurry, run! There's a monster behind us!" Yenshin glanced back and was taken aback. His keen eyes immediately noticed the totem mark of the Yenclan on the monster. Yenshin quickly realized that this creature was not an evil spirit transformation, but the true body. He wondered, could it be a warrior from our tribe? But soon after, he dismissed the thought. This place had become the domain of the evil spirits, how could there be a warrior from the tribe here? Seeing Yenshin standing there, staring blankly at the monster, everyone urged, "Quick, run!" Jin Yao, curious, asked Madaka, "Do you know the origin of this monster?" Madaka shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure either. If this is a warrior from the Western Front, why has it suddenly appeared after so many years?" Turning back to Yenshin's group, Lu Jiang noticed that all the evil spirits were terrified of the monster, thinking its strength was immense. The monster growled faintly in human language. "Protect, I must protect." Bai Ling'er suggested they join forces to eliminate it. "Let's go, we have so many people, are we really afraid of one monster?" Yenshin immediately rushed forward, blocking Bai Ling'er. "Let me handle it." Seeing that Bai Ling'er was unwilling to listen, Guaba restrained her, making her angry because she had spent days bonding with the monster by sharing her food. When the monster saw Yenshin standing in front, it swung its arm to attack. Just then, the totem seal of the Yenclan on Yenshin's body suddenly glowed, and a friendly voice echoed. "Look carefully, I am not the enemy." It seemed the Yenclan's totem seal had a strange attraction to the monster. It stood frozen, staring intently. After a moment, it bent down to look at Yenshin, its voice filled with doubt. "Enemy, not enemy." Everyone standing behind was completely taken aback by Yenshin's actions. Dumang was suspicious. Could it be that Yenshin intends to persuade this monster? After a moment of observation, the monster suddenly recalled the insignia on Yenshin's body, which belonged to the Yen Huang tribe. Its excited voice rang out. Could it be reinforcements have arrived? Have reinforcements really arrived? It also recognized the energy from the Qingman clan and the White Wraith tribe. When it saw the monster's giant hand reaching out toward Yenshin, everyone panicked and shouted, "Yenshin, run now!" But instead of attacking, the monster gently patted Yenshin on the shoulder as if meeting an old friend, its voice full of excitement. "Are you all right? Have you all managed to escape?" The initial ferocity completely vanished. The monster continuously inquired about the situation of the war and the alliances. Yenshin responded, explaining that Haguro had sent him here to provide support. Upon hearing that Yenshin had been dispatched for reinforcements, the monster's voice became even more enthusiastic. They had waited persistently for such a long time, and finally, they were able to see the light of day again. The evil which had failed to break the Yen Huang clan's forbidden grounds. Dumang and the Luo brothers felt deeply embarrassed when they realized that if they had simply used the same straightforward method as Yenshin, they wouldn't have had to run for their lives just a moment ago. Lu Jian listened to the monster's words with a heart full of doubt, unable to believe that Yen Huang was one of the powerful tribes that had been wiped out on the Western Front battlefield. Jin Yao was once again horrified by the scene before him, unable to understand what was happening. Sheng Er spoke cheerfully, as miracles had never been absent from him. Jin Yao glanced at Sheng Er. It was the first time he had seen such a smile on the face of Lord Madaka. Yenshin said seriously to the monster, "It must have been hard for you to guard the forbidden area in this tower." He wanted to know its true name. The monster was confused by Yenshin's request. Over 30 years of existence in this place had almost made it forget its true identity. After learning that the monster's name was Yuan Xian, Yenshin suggested that he lead them to rescue the other warriors. Yuan Xian immediately agreed because his comrades were guarding the last floor. He swung the sword in his hand and struck the stone wall before him with great force. A large piece of stone quickly shattered, revealing a hidden stone door inside. Yenshin was completely stunned, never imagining that his luck would be so extraordinary, that with just a few casual words, he had found the entrance to the legendary 12th floor. Sheng Er stood at a distance, confirming with Jin Yao that this was indeed the entrance to the 12th floor of the Yinya Tower. The stone door opened, and Yuan Xian invited Yenshin and his group to enter. Yenshin, without hesitation, led the way and guided everyone into the passage. When Jin Yao suggested going alone, Sheng Er immediately refused. Jin Yao turned pale when she heard that Lord Madaka thought she had underestimated her strength. Sheng Er decided to enter immediately, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The secret of the Western Front was likely hidden here. At the same time, outside the Yinya Tower, a messenger hurriedly reported to Shang Xian that Yenshin had discovered the entrance to the 12th floor. Shang Xian did not anticipate this turn of events, so he quickly changed the original plan. Meanwhile, inside the tunnel, Yuan Xian was both leading the way and explaining that only true warriors could find the secret passage. Suddenly, he stopped and announced that they had arrived. Yuan Xian summoned the symbol of the Yen Huang clan, and a fiery seal quickly appeared, activating the hidden mechanism. Yuan Xian told the Yenshin group that this place was called the door in the bed. Yenshin felt that this place seemed very familiar, as if it were in the darkness. Upon entering the darkness, he had the sensation that he was leaping from one side of a mirror to the other. Bai Ling Er saw that Yuan Xian had entered and asked Yenshin whether they should follow. Yenshin replied, if we've come this far, why not go in? Sheng'er also advised Jinyao to follow Yenshin's group immediately, as they did not have time to inform Elder Shangxian. Before Yenshin's group stood a massive palace. Yenshin felt confused upon seeing the architecture of this palace, which gave him a sense of familiarity. Bai Ling'er pulled Yenshin inside, believing there must be valuable artifacts within. Yenshin frowned and said, there must be murals inside. Bai Ling'er was skeptical, unable to believe that there would be any murals in such a place. Xiu Li also agreed with Bai Ling'er's opinion. Suddenly, a voice from within called out to everyone to come and see, as there were murals here. Seeing Bai Ling'er gape in astonishment, Yenshin said, he is from the Yenclan clan. Ling Hong waved his hand, calling Yenshin over to see. Looking at the murals before him, Yenshin silently marveled, never having seen anything so grand before. Everyone realized that the murals depicted the Western Front battle, with Jia Rong calling on the sorcerers to fight. Through the murals, Yenshin and his group could feel the intensity of the battle from that year. The painting of the Western Front battle left everyone confused, as it was only half finished. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ling'er recognized the patterns of her clan and deduced that Jia Rong must have been the one who led them to victory. Her words made Yenshin thoughtful. He felt that something was amiss. Yenshin looked up at the sky, respectfully shouting, Great Ancestor God, please let the flames of the Yenclan clan reignite once more. As soon as the words ended, the palace suddenly blazed with the light of a divine flame. At that moment, everyone realized that what stood before them were stone statues. The group was uncertain about the identity of these statues, suspecting them to be heroes from the Western Front. One of Yenshin's group knelt down, intending to pay respects to the statues. Yenshin immediately shouted a warning, telling everyone not to kneel. The group was taken aback by his warning. Yenshin explained that these statues were evil witches, their attire identical to those of the members of the High Organization. His words sent a chill through the group. Could this place be a trap set by the High Jiang Organization? Yuan Qian appeared confused. In response to Yenshin's statement, he urged him to quickly go to the Grand Hall to receive the inheritance of the Yen Huang tribe. Bai Ling'er asked Yenshin, what's going on? Can we trust Yuan Qian's words? Yenshin pondered, believing that Yuan Qian was not deceiving them, but he felt uneasy about the appearance of evil witch statues on the 12th floor of the palace. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Bai Ling'er, shoving her aside and launching a vicious attack aimed at killing Yenshin. Yenshin countered with a powerful strike, sending the attacker flying backward. To his surprise, the one who had struck was none other than Xiu Li. Bai Ling'er had no idea why he had done such a thing. Xiu Li apologized to Ling'er, saying that his actions were done for the sake of the tribe, and simultaneously called someone out. Yenshin slowly turned his head upon hearing a voice echo from the palace door. Several figures entered, and 3 of them were the evil witches from the High Organization. Sensing the energy of the newcomers, Yuan Qian growled in fury, recognizing them as the enemies of Yen Huang. He swung his blade violently toward the evil witches. The high priest summoned a defensive shield to block Yuan Qian's attack, feeling puzzled as to why, despite the destruction of the Yen Huang tribe, the man had not yet turned into an evil spirit. Yuan Qian's strike had no effect on the evil witches. They intended to slaughter everyone present and seize the ancient artifact. The high priest summoned evil spirits from the Yinya Tower. Yenshin's group was astonished to see that the evil spirits obeyed the evil witches. They had no choice but to fight back. It turned out that 30 years ago, the souls in the Yinya Tower were corrupted by a forbidden technique from a high priest, allowing the evil witches to control the evil spirits. Seeing Yenshin's group struggling to hold on, the evil witches believed they could not win. Yenshin confidently spoke up, reminding them that they were on the 12th floor of the Yinya Tower. The high priest did not understand what he meant. Yenshin moved toward Yuan Qian and shouted, "The fire of Yen Huan will never extinguish." His words seemed to have awakened Yuan Qian. He shouted, "Warriors of the Yen Huang tribe, rise up, and use your strength to protect this place." Yuan Qian activated the secret technique that had been hidden by the Yen Huang tribe for years. Immediately, a group of heroic spirits from the Yenclan appeared outside the door, shouting in unison, "The fire of Yanhuan will never be extinguished." Yenshin explained to Bai Ling'er that Yuan Xian had once said the 12th floor of the Yinya Tower was the last line of defense for the Yanhuan tribe, so Yuan Xian could not be the only one here. Lu Qi and the others suddenly realized that the heroic spirits of the Yanhuan tribe were stepping forward, fighting alongside them in the battle. This sight terrified and confused the high priest, as he could not understand why these spirits, who had long since died, had not turned into evil spirits. With the participation of the Yanhuan clan's heroic spirits, the situation gradually shifted, and the evil spirits were being destroyed in greater numbers. Guaba also joined the fray, throwing punches and kicks, contributing to the fighting power. Qin gathered the group behind him, deciding to go all out by taking down the 3 evil witches at once, not giving them any chance to escape. The high priest did not expect to find himself in such a dangerous situation, and he quickly conceived the idea of destroying this place and sent someone to retrieve the artifact. However, as soon as the person passed by, Bai Ling'er blocked their path, forcing them into a corner. The high priest then unleashed a deadly move aimed at defeating Bai Ling'er. In a critical moment, Dumang quickly rushed forward, taking the attack on himself to shield her. Lu Jiang had just successfully struck the high priest, and Qin immediately condensed the power of Blue Lotus, Flame of Blaze into her arm, diving from above to strike him. The high priest hastily formed a protective barrier in front of him, his voice dripping with disdain, "Yenshin, you are still too inexperienced." But unexpectedly, Qin did not attack head-on. Instead, she appeared behind him, her voice full of confidence, "No one will escape today." At that moment, Jin Yao also appeared, blocking the high priest's path, and he unleashed the great mountain-breaking strike toward him. Yenshin was also ready to charge in and continue the fight. Suddenly, Qin felt a familiar energy and turned to see Sheng Er standing there. Her soft voice echoed, "Yenshin, we meet again." Qin was so surprised that his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. As Sheng Er and Yenshin conversed, the members of the Snow Wolf tribe whispered among themselves. When Sheng Er asked, Yenshin replied that he and Guaba had been waiting for 3 years. Upon hearing Madaka's suggestion to help eliminate the evil witch from the high organization, Lu Jiang bowed his head in compliance. Sheng Er then turned to Bai Ling'er and informed her that her subordinates had betrayed her, asking what she should do. The temperature around Bai Ling'er suddenly dropped. She grabbed her weapon, aimed it at the Xiuli group, and decided to deal with them personally. Sheng Er continued asking the Snow Wolf tribe for their opinions, and they knelt, expressing their loyalty and willingness to serve. The divine energy emanating from Sheng Er as she commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Jin Yao heard Madaka assign the task of guarding the door and assured that no one would be able to escape from this place. Yenshin was surprised that just a few words from Sheng Er had united everyone to the point that he almost would have offered his life for her. Bai Ling'er charged toward the traitors, determined to deal with them personally. Xiuli hastily apologized to her, while Ling Hong and Du Mang were also dividing their opponents. The 3 evil witches stood in a triangular formation, their mouths constantly muttering, calling upon dark divine power. Lu Jiang wanted to destroy their dark magic, so he dove down from above, but was stopped by the high priest. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yi unleashed the witchcraft of 100 demons rising dance to attack the high priest. He used the ring of darkness to neutralize the attack, but Sheng Er suddenly shouted, "Witchcraft, bind him!" The ghostly vines, as if living creatures, avoided the high priest's counterattack and tightly wrapped around his body. Yenshin saw a great opportunity and signaled Guaba to prepare for battle. Guaba drew his bow and shot an arrow from midair toward the high priest, but it was blocked by his staff. Taking advantage of the high priest being distracted, Yenshin suddenly appeared in front of him, focusing the blue lotus flames into his massive blade and delivering a powerful strike. The high priest was horrified, as the flames could destroy his very body. The scene before them left Ling Hong and the others so shocked that they could hardly believe their eyes. Despite receiving a full-force blow from Yenshin, the high priest stood firm and was unharmed. With arrogance, he declared that none of those present could kill him, for the dark god had granted him immortality. At that moment, the high priest successfully summoned a 3-headed monstrous beast from the abyss. The evil energy from the 3-headed hell wolf spread everywhere, suppressing those around it. Shang stood behind, suddenly snorting, which puzzled Yenshin. She was holding a staff, striking it forcefully on the ground, and chanting an incantation in a commanding voice. Immediately, Madaka summoned the king of the great earth, which completely took Yenshin by surprise. Had this girl become this strong after 3 years? Yenshin could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the emperor of the great earth summoned by Shang, recalling the events from 3 years ago. He remembered when he trapped a hungry white tiger on the mountain, only to later realize that the white tiger was actually Shang. The two had promised to meet again after 3 years. Because of that promise, Yenshin had continuously strived to become stronger. He thought he had prepared thoroughly, but when he saw the emperor of the great earth, he realized that Shang had prepared even more carefully than he had. The ferocious three-headed hell wolf charged toward everyone. Shang spoke up, eager to see Yenshin's true strength. Her words caught Lu Zhang's attention, and he turned to look at Yenshin. Bai Ling was also curious about what she had just heard. The others couldn't help but wonder if Yenshin was still hiding his full power. At that moment, Yenshin unleashed the blue lotus flames with an explosive force, quickly summoning his weapon. In the blink of an eye, he was holding a sharp side and wearing a mysterious mask. The pressure emanating from Yenshin made Lu Zhang exclaim, "He really is very powerful." Bai Ling proudly told everyone that she and Yenshin had defeated Jinwu together. Yenshin merged with Jinwu and charged toward the three-headed wolf. The ancestral spirits of the Yenclan recognized Jinwu's power and cheered excitedly, as the flames of Yenhuang were truly reigniting. It was only then that the evil witches realized that Yenshin was the warrior Darum, personally chosen by Madaka 3 years ago. They immediately ordered the three-headed wolf to attack, aiming to kill him. However, in the blink of an eye, Yenshin's scythe gently swept across, severing one of the wolf's heads. At the same time, Guaba rolled over and crushed the severed head beneath his feet. The events unfolded so quickly that the evil witches were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Madaka had also transformed her combat form, ordering the Emperor of the Great Earth to charge forward with her. The Emperor of the Great Earth immediately rushed in, swinging its sharp arm to sever yet another head of the Hell Wolf. As Madaka charged toward the severed wolf's head, one of the evil witches raised its staff and aimed it at her. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot from a distance, piercing through its body and freezing it entirely. The one who had made the move was Lu Zhang, and his voice echoed, "I will not let you harm Madaka." Taking advantage of the moment when the two evil witches were distracted by Lu Zhang, Yenshin unexpectedly appeared behind one of them. His malicious voice rang out, "Did the god of darkness not tell you that if you lose your head, you will die?" The scythe in his hand swiftly swept through, severing the head of the evil witch before it could even resist. The evil witch, frozen in place, screamed in fear, "Boss, he's afraid of death." At this moment, Madaka also leapt towards the ice statue of the evil witch, slashing with her claws to shatter it into pieces. Receiving Madaka's command, the Emperor of the Great Earth swung its arm down heavily onto the two evil witch heads that had been severed by Yenshin and Shang. Shang confidently declared, "If you only cut off the head, you can't die, but if you're shattered into pieces, no amount of money can bring you back to life." With the death of the two evil witches, the forbidden technique to summon the three-headed hell wolf also lost its effect. The massive body of the beast, now reduced to only a head, quickly dissipated, returning to the realm of darkness. Only the high priest remained, surrounded by Yenshin, Shang, and Lu Zhang, trapped in a triangular formation. Shang realized that this man was not the true divine priest, as he had never used witchcraft from beginning to end. She demanded that the man remove his mask, wanting to know his true identity. Shang Xian confessed to Madaka that the man was not the divine priest. He removed his mask, his gaze fixed directly on Madaka. Shang could not believe what was unfolding before her eyes. The man was Shang Xian, the elder she had once revered. He admitted that he had always concealed his true identity, deceiving everyone, and had long been a member of the high organization. Madaka, enraged, shouted, demanding to know why he had betrayed Qingman. Shang Xian replied in a low voice, "You have no other choice. I want to unlock the chaos and revive true civilization once again." His words reminded Yenshin of Lang Tian's last words before he died. He silently wondered whether a civilization like the one described in the mural truly existed in this world. Yuan Xian muttered, repeating Shang Xian's words. It seems that memories suddenly resurfaced. He rushed to the evil witch statue and told everyone that it was the high organization that had guided them to unlock a new civilization. Great Ancestor God, Yuan Xian prayed in front of the statue, causing those around him to feel confused. Suddenly, the evil spirits that had just been summoned began to fade away. Ling Hong suspected that perhaps the evil witch had been defeated, which caused the black spirit to disappear as well. The warriors of the Yen Huang tribe simultaneously knelt before the evil witch statue, their voices full of reverence. Great Ancestor, please guide us to unlock the new civilization. The Luo clan brothers watched this scene, not understanding what was happening. The warriors of the Yen Huang tribe were bowing before the evil witch statue of the high organization. Bai Ling Air doubted, could Yuan Xian and the people of the Yen Huang tribe also be members of the high organization? At this moment, Shang Xian's voice, full of sinister energy, declared that no one could stop the appearance of chaos, and no one could prevent civilization from returning. This world should return to its original form, not be a place filled with slaughter as it is now, he said. Lu Jiang turned to ask Yenshin if he could hear what Shang Xian was saying. He thought Shang Xian was talking nonsense. After all, according to him, wasn't it the high organization that had brought about the chaos and slaughter? Shang Xian asked Lu Jiang. Has your father ever told you anything? He revealed a shocking piece of information. Lu Jiang's father became an agent of the darkness and once met the god of darkness. These words made Yenshin recall the door in the darkness that he had once seen. Shang Xian had heard that Yenshin had entered the darkness, but he never expected him to see that door. In Shang Xian's dream, a true world was one where everyone enjoyed eternal life and peace. His words made people doubt whether such a world really existed. Shang Er angrily shouted. We cannot live forever in a dream. Civilization is created by humans, not just existing in chaos. Civilization represents progress. Madaka thought. If such a livable world ever existed, why was that civilization destroyed? Shang Xian replied. I have been following harem for years and have learned many things. He revealed a piece of information that stunned everyone. Many years ago, harem was also a messenger of the god of darkness and a member of the high organization. Yenshin appeared skeptical of Shang Xian's words about harem's background. Shang Xian remained calm in the face of everyone's doubts and asked, do you know that long ago, this world had tens of thousands of shamans? Lu Jiang nodded in confirmation, stating that each tribe once had at least several hundred shamans, but all of them had been killed. Shang Xian's voice was filled with indignation, believing that the shamans were the heroes of the tribes, revered in times of war, yet killed senselessly when peace was restored. The war ended, and they were branded as evil witches, murdered, abandoned by their own people, and driven away. Shang Xian angrily declared that the tribes still held the divine priests in high regard, but those individuals were no longer shamans, they were traitors, the stain of the organization. A voice echoed, speaking to Yenshin, the mural depicts a shaman who seems to be in agony, so full of hatred that tears of blood are streaming down. Shang Xian's words, along with the image before them, left the Snow Wolf tribe group half believing, half doubting. Suddenly, the mural before them exploded, and they realized that the murals around them were being consumed by flames. The great hall shook violently as if it were about to collapse. The group believed that the kneeling of the Yen Huang warrior spirits had caused the murals to catch fire. Lu Jiang pulled Yenshin away, shouting a warning, everyone, quickly leave the 12th floor, it's about to collapse. Yenshin turned to look back, wanting to return and save Shang Xian Elder, but Sheng Er immediately stopped him. She said that he could not leave anymore. Yenshin looked towards the lonely figure of Shang Xian, his heart heavy. Upon seeing Yenshin, Chunchu and Sheng Er immediately pulled him away. The falling debris grew more frequent, and the exit was now in sight. Jin Yao hurriedly urged everyone to leave quickly as the door to the passage was about to close. At this moment, Shang Xian was slowly walking toward the statue of the evil witch. Despite the falling rocks, he still respectfully knelt and performed a ritual, muttering a prayer, "Great Dark God, please allow chaos to emerge." Civilization returned. Yenshin's group managed to escape just in time before the door leading to the 12th floor passage collapsed. The group sighed in relief, grateful to have finally made it out. After checking, everyone realized that Yuan Xian and Elder Shang Xian were still inside. Suddenly, the group panicked, shouting that an evil spirit had appeared behind Yenshin. But when they looked more closely, they realized it was Yuan Xian. He was kneeling respectfully in front of Yenshin, seemingly wanting to give him something. Yenshin slowly walked over and took the mirror from Yuan Xian's hands. The moment his fingers touched the mirror, his consciousness was transported to an ancient battlefield. Before him, humans and giant beasts were slaughtering each other. A woman dressed in traditional attire slowly approached Yenshin. She knelt before him and respectfully presented a box with both hands. Yenshin took it, curiously opened it, and found that inside was another mirror. The woman in the red dress looked up at Yenshin and asked, "Do you remember her?" Yenshin was stunned to recognize that she was the stone statue he had encountered in the darkness. He felt this was similar to when he had found the skull in Dongshan Mountain. Yenshin saw another figure identical to himself standing in front of him. He was surprised to realize that the mirror had merged with his body. Outside, everyone grew anxious as they saw Yenshin hesitating. They told him that Yuan Xian had disappeared and asked, "Do you know what happened?" Yenshin exclaimed, "I understand now. The 12th floor of the Enya Tower doesn't actually exist." Ling Hong appeared confused and asked again, "Didn't they just run out from there?" Yenshin explained, "That wasn't the real 12th floor, it was just one side of the mirror. To me, what is called the mirror gate is actually the entrance to the world inside the mirror." Sheng Er skeptically asked Yenshin, "So you mean the 12th floor was actually just one side of a mirror? And now that Yuan Xian has returned that side of the mirror to you, the 12th floor has disappeared?" Yenshin confirmed Sheng Er's theory. Although he still didn't fully understand the meaning behind Yuan Xian's actions, he was certain that Yuan Xian was not a member of the high organization. After a short period, Yi, and finally a few others appeared. Their appearance excited everyone and made them feel safer. The group of newcomers immediately bowed respectfully to Tan. The person in charge of the examination, the Lo Enya, asked about the location of Shang Xian Elder. "Sheng Er," he inquired, "where is the elder?" Sheng Er then announced that he had bravely sacrificed himself in the battle against the high organization. Jin Yao, worried upon seeing the group of examiners, wondered what had happened outside the Enya Tower. The newcomers explained that they had received a message from the tribe, which was originally meant for Shang Xian Elder, but they were unaware that he had sacrificed himself. After reading the message from the tribe, Sheng Er exclaimed, "I didn't expect the high organization to act so quickly." The news stated that the Xiang clan had betrayed, possibly under the influence of the high organization. Bai Ling Er's Bai clan was facing a great threat and had sought aid from the Qingman tribe. The other two great tribes were also showing notable movements. When Shui and Yi inquired about the results of the wooing training exam, Yenshin asked in return, "Has he ever lost?" Upon hearing Tan suggest they return to assist the Qingman tribe and abandon the Enya Tower since it had been too ruined for use in war, Yenshin appeared doubtful. Is this place truly so important that the evil witch of the high organization would choose to ambush it? Tan acknowledged the significance of the place, which made Qin even more curious, wondering why they still had to leave. Tan pulled out the staff she was using and told Yenshin that Jia Rong wanted to meet him. She suggested that Yenshin accompany her to Qingman tribe, as he had a more important mission. Tan furrowed her brow and asked Yenshin if he would be willing to protect her. According to tradition, men always wanted to protect beautiful women, and Yenshin was no exception. He immediately said that he was willing to protect Tan and hoped to accompany her to Qingman tribe. Upon hearing Yenshin's agreement, Tan accepted his protection in front of everyone. Yenshin, along with the group, was ready with his light travel gear. Bai Ling Er would not be joining them as she had to return to the White Wraith tribe. Lu Jiang teased that she was a formidable opponent and looked forward to meeting her again on the battlefield. The little girl turned to joke, saying goodbye to Guaba and wishing Yenshin that he would become Muta's shadow when they met again. Yenshin led the group with great enthusiasm, heading toward Qingman tribe. This is the end of the story for now. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for bear.